Name? Huai Shi. And your age? 17. 17? The man conducting the interview raised an eyebrow, glancing at the thin youth in front of him, who, burdened by a heavy instrument case, quickly flashed a servile smile. He wore a somewhat tattered formal suit, his complexion pallid as if he had long been deprived of sunlight. His hair was slightly disheveled, but his deep black eyes shone brightly, as if illuminated by a candle, giving off an almost eerie gleam. A goth style? Quite rare, these days many seem to prefer this look. The interviewer mumbled, clearly puzzled, and scrutinized the young man more intently, his tone suddenly turning serious. Listen, young Hua, you must understand that our club adheres to an elite standard. This is not a place for just anyone. Elite, elite. I understand. Huai Shi straightened his small frame, nodding fervently, almost obsequiously. Old Yang told me before coming here that your standards are stringent, rest assured. I have ample experience. With that, he squeezed out a smile that could only be described as ingratiating. Though the standards were strict, the remuneration was substantial. In this economically dire time, with rising unemployment numbers, securing a part-time job as a musician was incredibly difficult for a struggling student. Huai Shi was on the brink of destitution and nearly ecstatic at Old Yang's promise of a lucrative opportunity. If this job slipped through his fingers, it would be a disaster. Old Yang had informed him that this was a membership-based club catering to the rich, where even the servers could earn several thousand in tips. Playing the violin here? Surely, that would lead to easy money. Taken aback by his unexpected earnestness, the interviewer hesitated briefly before nodding slightly. All right, the interview form mentions you also play the cello. Perform a piece for me, but don't hold back. You can count on me. With renewed confidence, Huai Shi sat down, opened the case, lovingly cradled the cello, and after a moment of thought, began to draw the bow. A rich, resonant melody flowed from the strings. While he might fear other aspects of life, he had never flinched when it came to his cello. Since childhood, he had won countless awards, and had he been able to afford a renowned teacher, he might already have made a name for himself in international competitions. The piece he played, having rehearsed it countless times, would withstand the scrutiny of even the most discerning judges. Once he began playing, his nerves settled, his performance surpassing his usual standard, the profound melancholy of the notes echoing resoundingly. However, merely minutes into his performance, the interviewer waved his hand dismissively. That's enough, we can stop here. Huai Shi looked up in astonishment, unsure of where he had faltered, quickly rummaging through his backpack. I have my professional certificates, Royal Conservatory Grade 8. If that's not enough, I can take the beginner level exam next month. Enough with the frills. The interviewer shook his head impatiently. We don't care much for credentials here, as long as your playing has some flair. That's all we need, it's your skill that counts. As he spoke, he bent down and pulled several items out of a drawer, arranging them on the table, then pointing to them. Which of these can you play? What? Huai Shi stared blankly at the items before him, bewildered. What are these instruments? Hey, do you even know what you're doing? Didn't you just claim you have ample experience? The interviewer pointed to the assortment: wire balls, iron nails, a gas canister, and a nutcracker with evident frustration. Wealthy woman's happy ball, wealthy woman's happy nail, wealthy woman's happy fire, wealthy woman's happy clamp. Which one can you play? Huai Shi pondered silently for a long time, then looked at the cello cradled in his arms, hoping against hope as he asked, Wealthy woman's happy cello? The interviewer exploded with rage, pointing an accusing finger at him. So, you can't play any of these? Do you know how busy my job is? Do you think you can just waltz in here to be a gigolo without any skills? I passed up several appointments for this interview. Are you wasting my time? Isn't this a club hiring musicians? It dawned on Huai Shi that he had likely been duped by a clueless intermediary. Once again, wait. Why did he say once again? Wait. He raised his hand earnestly. Sir, I'm an artist. I don't sell my body. Bang. The office door slammed shut behind him. Sitting in the hallway, Huai Shi felt an impending sense of doom, realizing he had just skirted a disastrous fate. Yet when he glanced at his paltry bank balance, he couldn't help but feel tempted to take that leap. After all, he had sold his talents for years. Why not sell himself? In the dark, it would all be the same in the end. It would only be a matter of his own satisfaction as long as they paid handsomely. Perhaps it wasn't entirely out of the question. As he pondered this, his mind was suddenly flooded with thoughts of those wealthy woman's happy products, sending a shiver down his spine. At that moment, Huai Shi profoundly realized the conservation of happiness within this world. Essentially, if wealthy women indulged excessively, he might never experience joy in his later years. Perhaps it was best to refrain from that path. With tears in his eyes, he turned down the temptation of financial gain and walked out of the club, casting one last glance at the gilded stone lines at the entrance, feeling an inexplicable urge to return. Wait! A man in a formal suit called out to him from behind, his handsome face stern, his eyes sharp as they scrutinized him. Hey you! Stop! Me? Huai Shi felt a pang of panic, instinctively taking a step back under the man's piercing gaze. You're the new arrival from today? You can't just leave without even greeting our club's top member. Don't you understand etiquette? The man approached, standing above him on the steps, looking down disdainfully. With a nod, he continued, You have an acceptable face, but you should know your place when it comes to looks. You can't compete with me. He then casually raised a hand to smooth back a few golden strands of hair, causing Huai Shi to feel a wave of distaste that ignited his irritation. Sorry, top member, you're not going to be a gigolo. Oh, now they're calling it male escorting, it's all the same. The top member nodded knowingly and waved his hand generously. No worries now that you've addressed me as top member. They'll protect you from here on out. He then pulled a small bottle from his bag and shoved it into Huai Shi's arms, patting his shoulder with a paternal air. Even a gigolo must be professional. Go home and remove the grease from your face. Your skincare routine is far too rough. It'd be a shame to waste such a nice face. Use it sparingly. This is high-end European merchandise. After saying that, he turned on his heel without waiting for Huai Shi's gratitude. Dazed, Huai Shi stood at the door, staring at the cosmetic item in his hand, unsure if he should hurl it and shout something dramatic about youthful poverty and the passage of time. After a long moment, he glanced at the ornate bottle, feeling an inexplicable toothache as he reluctantly tucked it into his bag. Well, he's come this far, and it seems quite valuable. It would be a shame to throw it away. It hasn't been opened, yet he could let old Yang sell it later. Poverty breeds humility. Why, despite having so much potential, was he so poor? He pulled out a notebook from his backpack, flipping through it despondently before sighing deeply and stuffing it back into his pocket. Thinking of old Yang, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration, dialing the number. Old Yang, are you out of your mind? You sent me to an interview for a gigolo. Have you lost your marbles for the sake of commission? Hey, I just didn't clarify well enough. They said they wanted young talent with experience, someone good-looking with skills. I was thinking of you, knowing how poor you are. Don't be angry. How about I treat you to dinner the day after tomorrow? We can celebrate your sister-in-law's recovery. Remember to bring some leeks. What nonsense, will you eat or not? Huai Shi hung up dejectedly, convinced that old Yang had set him up. It felt like he was entangled in the commissions after getting aboard the wrong ship. Yet, remembering old Yang's circumstances, he felt unable to remain angry. That guy was tirelessly working to pay for his wife's cancer treatment. He wouldn't unwittingly lead Huai Shi into an idiotic scheme like this otherwise, just for a scant commission. Besides, apart from the commission, he had been fairly considerate, not scheming to take more money from him. They were both in the same boat, after all. Fine, Huai Shi sighed as thunder rumbled. Above him, dark clouds loomed, drifting from afar. In the fading light, he could faintly see coral growing amidst the clouds, along with shadows of fish weaving through. They swayed slightly in the bluish sea, casting ripples of light down to the earth. Rain seemed imminent. It was said that back in the 70s and 80s, such coral clouds were rare. They used to remain in the sea, drifting into the sky only later. Many scientists theorized it was due to the discovery of rare elements or atmospheric pollution, but few took it seriously. In the beginning, everyone panicked, fearing the end of the world was upon them. But decades passed without the appearance of any classic zombie apocalypse. Over time, they grew accustomed to it. It was merely an unremarkable phenomenon, a little more rain. After all, planes simply changed their flight paths and continued on, right? Bills still needed to be paid, debts settled, and life carried on as it always had. After a few chaotic days, everything returned to normal. It seemed as if nothing had changed. Thunder rumbled. Without an umbrella, Huai Shi didn't dare waste time. He turned and sprinted home, but amidst his frantic pace, he heard a deafening sound from afar. This rumble was exceptionally clear, shaking the ground beneath him. He tilted his head toward the direction of the sound and saw a plume of smoke and fire rising from the distant dock, as if something had exploded. Passers-by on the streets exchanged bewildered glances, some excitedly pulling out their phones to record, while others eagerly inched closer, hoping to catch a glimpse of the spectacle. Normally, Huai Shi might have joined them for a moment of distraction, but with the dual burdens of life and potential gigolo work weighing heavily upon him, the idea of revelry felt tedious. With a sigh, he veered left into a narrow alley, quickening his pace. Bang! At the alley's end, a bottle struck the wall, shattered glass scattering everywhere, only to be quickly crushed underfoot by a boot. Someone stumbled around the corner, appearing drunk, staggering without slowing down, and bumped into Huai Shi, splattering against the wall with a dull thud. Huai Shi froze. What kind of ruffian was this? To his surprise, the ruffian reeled from the impact, but upon seeing Huai Shi, lunged toward him with an alarming intensity. Huai Shi had no time to react before the man grabbed his wrist, and in the next moment, he felt a heavy box thrust into his arms. "What the hell?" he said, stunned, instinctively attempting to pull away, only to find his hands sticky with something wet, the warm, viscous substance seeping from the man's sleeve. Blood. It wasn't until then that the overpowering metallic stench hit him. A wave of dizziness washed over Huai Shi as he bent over, unable to contain his nausea as he retched. When he finally lifted his head, he saw the man's grotesque face and contorted features, staring at Huai Shi as if he wanted to say something, but instead coughed up a mouthful of blood. Amid such a bizarre scene, Huai Shi accidentally noticed a small goldfish languishing in the pool of blood on the ground. It wasn't large, just one of those typically kept in aquariums, round and charmingly plump. "Man, you really eat too much. Can this fish be consumed? Or is it still alive?" Huai Shi stared, dumbfounded. "Did you perhaps eat something bad?" But then he watched in horror as the fish flailed weakly in the blood, rapidly shrinking until it became nothing more than a gray mass, dissolving into the crimson liquid. With the demise of the goldfish, the man seemed to lose all strength, collapsing on the ground, breath ceasing. Only thick blood pooled beneath his trench coat. Silence enveloped the alley, leaving only Huai Shi in the strange box that had been pressed into his palm. The box appeared larger than a typical Rubik's Cube, heavy in his grip, sloshing gently as if filled with liquid. Its surface felt cold like iron and copper, adorned with intricate totems Huai Shi had never seen, though they were obscured by the man's congealed blood. Yet there seemed to be an inexplicable magic to it. Huai Shi swallowed hard, thirst gnawing at him. Simply holding it made him yearn to open it, as if whatever lay within held an overwhelming allure, compelling him to possess it. He inhaled deeply. In such a situation, did he really need to think? Without hesitation, Huai Shi pulled out his phone. "Hello, is this 110? Chapter 2. Who writes diaries? Name, Huai Shi. Age, 17. Inside the police station, as Huai Shi was giving his statement, he increasingly felt that this conversation was disturbingly familiar, as if it had been repeated several times before. Fearing unforeseen consequences, he grasped the officer's hand and repeatedly asked, "You don't recruit male escorts here, do you?" The officer's expression twitched, choosing to ignore him, and poured a cup of tea, assuring him that he would be free to leave after the inspection. Sitting on the chair, Huai Shi sighed, still haunted by the events of the day. A narrow alley, a corpse, a small goldfish, an iron box. So many bizarre elements converged that even someone as weathered by life as Huai Shi found it difficult to process. One thing was certain. This was decidedly abnormal. Coupled with the recent explosion at the port, could it be an internal conflict among drug traffickers? What if the box contained 2 ounces of pure white powder? It would certainly amuse the police if they caught wind of it. Though he was impoverished to the point of near starvation, he certainly did not wish to seek a buffet in prison. In such a predicament, as a citizen of the Eastern Summer Republic, no. As a person with a modicum of common sense, he ought to report the matter to the authorities. Indeed, he had acted wisely. Seeking police assistance in such circumstances was the most rational course of action. In the evidence room, the officer who had returned his belongings nodded in agreement, pondering the potential severity of the situation. If the box contained explosives rather than narcotics, the outcome would be far worse. But what was actually inside that box? Huai Shi inquired with great curiosity. "We're unsure," the officer replied. "We've conducted X-rays and bomb detection tests, and it appears to be harmless, though it resembles an antique. We'll have to wait for the experts to arrive tomorrow to determine its true nature. For now, you're free to go home." With that, he placed the box before Huai Shi. As the case involved a death, all of Huai Shi's personal items had been thoroughly examined. Upon retrieving his belongings, Huai Shi immediately checked his well-worn notebook, which he had carried for years. It had not been tampered with. The officer in the evidence room watched Huai Shi's anxious demeanor and couldn't help but laugh. "What's wrong? Afraid we'll read your diary? It's rare to see a young person still keeping a journal. Don't worry, we didn't look at it." Embarrassed, Huai Shi smiled awkwardly, stuffing the notebook into his pocket. When he picked up his phone, he inadvertently glimpsed a text message about his bank balance, which caused a fresh wave of pain in his heart. After confirming that there was no reward for reporting this incident, he stepped outside, feeling an overwhelming sense of desolation. As he trudged down the streetlights cast long shadows behind him. Within the swaying shadows, it seemed as though crows were taking flight. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed through the night sky, as if waiting for Huai Shi to exit. After a brief pause in the evening, a torrential downpour erupted amidst flashes of lightning. By the time Huai Shi returned home, he was thoroughly soaked. Standing before the heavy iron gate, he sighed, retrieved his key, and unfastened the iron chain securing the door. With a determined push, he opened the door amidst the piercing sound that even the downpour could not drown out. "I'm back," he called into the darkness, but no one responded. Under the glow of his phone's flashlight, the ancient courtyard, strewn with dried leaves, revealed its dilapidated and crumbling state. Layers of climbing ivy and vines obscured the peeling walls, while the courtyard, littered with debris, housed a long dry fountain, and the stone carvings on either side appeared grotesque and chilling. Suddenly, a jagged bolt of lightning illuminated the sinister outline of the old house extending from the courtyard. Nestled at the foot of Qingxiu Mountain, near the outskirts of Xinhai City, lay Huai Shi's home. Once known as the Yuyuan Shisui Pavilion, this opulent estate, built over 5 years at a tremendous cost, had epitomized luxury. Its gardens bloomed year-round, the pines and cypress at the entrance remained evergreen, and the lavish interiors spoke of untold wealth belonging to one of the most affluent merchants in East China. However, that was 90 years ago. The world had changed too swiftly. In just under a century, society had transitioned from the age of steam to the electronic age, and then to a new electronic era. The world had oscillated between peace and turmoil, and then back to peace again. So much had transpired, so much needed to be remembered, that many events had faded from significance. Today, the Yuyuan, after a brief period of splendor, had succumbed to prolonged silence and decay, forgotten by most. Amidst the rampant weeds, the former opulence had vanished, and the ivy concealed the cracks in the once grand walls. The sculptures in the courtyard lay mostly in ruin, their forms unrecognizable. After the wasteful indulgence of its descendants, the former mansion had become desolate, stripped bare, and had transformed into, it had already become a scarcely recognized haunted house. For Huai Shi, this crumbling abode, along with an aging cello that seemed on the verge of collapse, represented his entire existence. Yet, as the old house continued to deteriorate and the cello began to show signs of cracking, Huai Shi felt as if even his own life were bidding farewell. The savings account ending in 8193 had a balance of 444 yuan. Amidst the howling wind and rain outside, Huai Shi finally checked his bank balance. Oh dear, how am I to continue living? Even disregarding the symbolic string of zeros, he felt a strong urge to despair. What could he do? This was the legacy left by his parents. When Huai Shi was born, there had at least been some semblance of family wealth, and had they rallied, they might have revived the family fortune. However, after his grandfather's death when Huai Shi was merely 3 years old, his parents began a rapid descent, squandering their inheritance at an astonishing pace over a few short years. A pair of parasites, they indulged in vice and gambling, and before the company went bankrupt, they absconded with the funds, leaving Huai Shi to contend with wrathful creditors on his own. Almost every valuable item in the house had been stripped away, were it not for his grandfather's will, which entrusted this old house to Huai Shi, granting him inheritance upon reaching adulthood. He might have ended up roaming the streets like a stray dog. Sometimes, a person's capacity to endure is truly boundless. Since he was 10, Huai Shi had felt on the brink of madness. Yet he had not anticipated that his nerves would prove so resilient, showing no signs of mental fracture. At most, he occasionally heard footsteps in the old house, or the sound of dripping water at night, or someone sighing while he slept. Life must go on. Even if it was unbearable, it must continue. Upon reflection, it was a miracle he had survived this long. Everything seemed to be slowly improving. He would grow up, earn a full scholarship to a prestigious university, and find a job that paid more. Finally, life appeared to be inching closer to some semblance of normalcy, albeit only to the extent of being on the brink of starvation. Life is always fraught with suffering. Is it only childhood that is so? Regrettably, there was no middle-aged uncle who loved gardening to provide an answer. He was neither a child nor Matilda. Thus, in the lengthy, sorrowful night, Huai Shi sat on the balcony, smoking, gazing at the distant torrential rain, and sighed in resignation. The thunder rumbled on. The cold rain cascaded from the heavens, as if intent on engulfing the entire world. Huai Shi's pent-up fury finally erupted, surging from his heart, compelling him to roar at the sky. You old thief of heaven, what use is all this? If you have the ability, just come and end me. I shall defy the heavens. With this outburst, the pent-up frustration within him was released, and Huai Shi felt a slight sense of relief. Yet, almost immediately, he heard a thunderous roar, The ominous clouds, heavy with relentless rain and lightning, suddenly trembled, emitting a piercing sound akin to tearing steel. Above the Shui pavilion, the clouds abruptly rent apart, revealing a vast chasm, and a searing bolt of lightning descended like divine retribution, striking the railing before him with a force that splintered it into oblivion. The acrid scent of ionized air filled the atmosphere as debris flew, and Huai Shi collapsed to the ground. My God, is it really that powerful? Scrambling back into the shelter, he mustered the courage to poke his head out before shutting the window, exclaiming, I won't defy anymore. I was just joking, big brother. Thud. The window slammed shut. Huai Shi sat in his chair, on the verge of tears, unable to suppress the urge to wail at the sky. Life had become unbearable. His bank balance had plummeted to 3 digits, and in his quest for employment, he almost unwittingly applied to a host club. Returning home, he encountered bizarre deaths, and now, even contemplating rebellion against fate earned him a thunderous warning. For the time being, he could only pin his hopes on foolish netizens to infuse a modicum of joy into his wretched existence. With a flicker of hope, Huai Shi opened his phone, only to discover a photo of himself standing in a host club circulating in his class WeChat group. A throng of classmates was mocking him, while 2 individuals, dubbed Beast and Slave Heart, shouted, Congratulations, President Huai, making your debut in the host world. Should we send a floral garland from the girls in our class? Get lost. I don't fancy the ladies. I prefer bald-headed fellows like you two. After replying, Huai Shi shut his phone, unable to help but bury his face in his hands. Now, the fact that he almost became a host had become common knowledge. What is the most exasperating thing in the world? It is not losing a decade of reputation in an instant, but rather having your name tarnished before you even engage in any beastly conduct. How absurd. Why had it come to this? Despite possessing such a grand house and a golden opportunity, which should have brought forth a confluence of joy, instead of experiencing the dreamlike euphoria of happiness, he was left wondering, why? Boom. Before he could finish his thoughts, another clap of thunder struck outside, startling Huai Shi, who dared not dwell on his woes any longer. With tears brimming, he retrieved a thick notebook from his bag. Can't you be more reliable? Look at others with their golden fingers, able to add enhancements, issue quests, or even transform into charming ladies. Why are you limited to merely chronicling my life? Indeed, this notebook was his golden finger. Ever since he stumbled upon it after a high fever at the age of 9, he had known it to be something extraordinary. He had eagerly awaited the day he would hear a mysterious voice proclaiming, Super XX system loading complete, and then he could rise to prominence, becoming a paragon of virtue, transforming his life into a thrilling narrative, counting wealth to the point of burning up countless currency counting machines, and achieving fame such that he could become a lady in the afterlife. Yet, to this day, he had yet to uncover the true purpose of this seemingly useless artifact. It appeared to be nothing more than a tattered notebook, indestructible, unterrible, unburnable, and impervious to water. The sole impressive feature was its automatic daily journaling, constantly updating what he had done at every moment, as if it were intent on documenting all his adolescent follies for posterity. Flipping open the thick cover, the silhouette of a raven on the title page remained striking. Huai Shi turned to the last entry, reflecting on his surreal day. He paused when he read the passage detailing his exit from the police station. Amidst the swirling shadows, was that a raven taking flight? After reading, he could not help but marvel. Who would have thought this useless thing could even capture atmospheric descriptions? Perhaps I could transcribe a few passages for a fantasy novel and earn some money. Of course, this shameful thought was ruthlessly recorded as well. Sighing, Huai Shi continued flipping through the pages, only to discover, contrary to his expectation of finding blank sheets, a thick inner leaf had appeared toward the end, behind which lay several peculiar documents. They resembled resumes from some institution, complete with passport-sized photographs. Most featured burly men with large heads and thick arms, capable of overpowering Huai Shi multiple times over, alongside several unfamiliar women with striking features, and a balding middle-aged man whose face he vaguely recognized from local news. Chen Bo, Wang Quan, Mu Jing Lu Bai. The bizarre documents proliferated rapidly, accumulating to over 70 pages. What on earth? Huai Shi gazed incredulously at the notebook, pondering, could it have been activated by the lightning strike? He flung open the window, placing the notebook on the balcony, and shouted at the sky, try hitting me again. The heavens paid him no heed, even too indifferent to cast down a mere dog. In the awkward silence, only the pages of his notebook continued to document his recent folly. Clearing his throat, Huai Shi sighed and reclaimed the notebook, tossing it onto the table. Whatever was happening, it was best left unresolved for now. He had to search for work again tomorrow. Sleep beckoned, where dreams held endless possibilities. He flung himself onto the bed, closing his eyes. When he next opened them, he beheld a hunched figure illuminated under the dim streetlight, crouched like an ape. As it lifted its head, a grotesque mask was revealed. In the blink of an eye, he met his demise. Chapter 3. You are all in this together. Huai Shi screamed as he jolted awake in his disheveled bedroom. A nightmare had gripped him. Yet, the gruesome imagery of death lingered vividly. So much so that he could still feel the phantom pain of a torn throat. Trembling, he touched his neck and found his hands slick with cold sweat. Despite his overwhelming fatigue, after taking a sip of water, he lay back down and closed his eyes. In a daze, he imagined himself as a night security guard, taking a moment to smoke outside when he heard footsteps echoing in the corridor. From the shadows, someone drew closer. As he extinguished his cigarette and turned to ask a question, he was met with a grotesque, blood-soaked mask, the beast. The beast grinned, baring its teeth. In the next instant, he was dead again. Huai Shi shot up from his bed, screaming once more. Greeted by the chaos of his room and the dust that had fallen from the ceiling due to his cries, he gasped for air, his hand instinctively moving to his abdomen. Another nightmare. This time, he felt as though his belly had been brutally sliced open from below, his throat torn out. Damn it, it felt like he was going insane. After struggling to catch his breath, he lay back down, initially resolved to endure the night. But before he knew it, he had fallen asleep again. This time, he transformed into a carefree, plump man returning home, washing his hands, singing joyfully. When he noticed blood seeping through the gap at the door, the sound of footsteps in the pool of blood grew nearer. Someone pushed the door open, and then he was dead again. Damn it, this madness. Huai Shi opened his eyes in anger, wrapped himself in his blanket, and turned over. I refuse to believe this. He closed his eyes and was plunged into another night of nightmares. Only as dawn approached did he finally return to a semblance of normalcy. Drifting into a deep sleep, just before succumbing to slumber, he vaguely perceived a blood-red eye silently watching him from the depths of layered dreams. At 3 a.m, Ai Qing was stirred by the ringing of a phone downstairs. The sound abruptly ceased, soon followed by a knock at the door. Miss, it's a level C alert. Ai Qing sighed. Help me get dressed. A woman in a fitted suit entered, assisting her from the bed and replacing her nightgown with undergarments that hugged her pale, bare skin. The frail girl was propped up before a mirror, leaning on a cane. What shall I wear today? The black one I bought recently, paired with a long skirt. Don't forget to bring a blanket. Understood. 15 minutes later, Ai Qing, seated in a wheelchair, was pushed by the umbrella-holding woman into the ring. The car drove steadily, eventually stopping at a checkpoint where they displayed their credentials and proceeded to the scene. The torrential rain had washed away the outdoor bloodstains, obliterating any trace, leaving only white sheets covering the bodies. However, the interior remained intact. As the vehicle approached, someone came forward. The window rolled down, revealing the pale profile of the exhausted girl. What is happening? A special crime, came the response. According to protocol, we must notify the local prosecutor of the Astronomical Society immediately. Indeed, Ai Qing sighed wearily, patting the armrest of her wheelchair. The woman driving, still holding the umbrella, carefully maneuvered Ai Qing's wheelchair out of the vehicle, placing it in a spot shielded from the rain. What is the situation at the scene? Ai Qing inquired indifferently. Are there any survivors? None. The on-site personnel shook their heads. Jinhao Bathhouse, a newly opened establishment. No survivors among the patrons, escorts, or security. The delivery person discovered the situation. By the time we arrived, it had been an hour. I see. Ai Qing refrained from asking further questions, simply raising her head to the capable woman behind her. Let us take a look. I have yet to explore a brothel. The scene was compact, comprising 4 floors and a basement. Bloodied footprints and dismembered bodies lay scattered, with the remnants of several elegant corpses in the lounge bearing marks of unspeakable violence. After surveying the scene, Ai Qing yawned expressionlessly. Is there any surveillance footage? It's been dismantled. All cameras were destroyed. However, we just discovered recordings from nearby traffic cameras. Let me see them first. Ai Qing drummed her fingers against the armrest of her wheelchair, her enthusiasm waning. The personnel on-site sighed in resignation, signaling an engineer to retrieve the footage. Anyone who laid eyes on Ai Qing first noticed her face, captivated by her calm, almost indifferent gaze. Next, their attention fell to her wheelchair, and an innate sense of pity arose. Such a beautiful girl burdened by disability was a cruel twist of fate. Even though she possessed an eccentric and aloof demeanor, never having smiled at anyone. The personnel responsible for the scene had long grown accustomed to her cold disposition and were unfazed. The surveillance footage was sparse. Most consisted of fleeting shadows, figures being torn apart. Only at the end did a silhouette emerge through the main entrance, captured from across the street by a traffic camera, a mere outline, obscured and indistinct. This is all useless. There's no need to watch further. Ai Qing shifted her gaze to the personnel on site. What about the other police station? Any casualties? No, as it was an attack on the evidence room. They broke through the wall. The doors were locked for the night. Nobody was on duty. However, there is footage. The personnel hastily retrieved the footage. The screen displayed a tranquil evidence room, suddenly shaken by a deafening roar, resembling an earthquake, as the walls trembled and a fissure appeared. A hunched figure slipped inside, taking advantage of the brief absence of witnesses to wreak havoc within. Eventually, they smashed a cabinet, pulled out an object, and upon noticing the surveillance camera, tossed something before the screen went black. Ai Qing reached out, pausing the video, rewinding a few seconds. The figure facing the camera wore a monkey mask, hunched over, cradling something in its arms. Zoom in on this. Ai Qing and Appo's eyes widened slightly as she leaned closer, scrutinizing the enlarged image along with the box held by the figure. What is this? Unclear. A Rubik and Appo's cube? The personnel on site were equally perplexed, their ludicrous speculations bordering on absurdity. Ai Qing pondered for a moment before asking, "Is there a record of what was in the evidence room?" Soon, a management directory locked in a cabinet was produced, revealing a photograph of a peculiar iron box, along with incident reports and case files. The body? Ai Qing furrowed her brow. Whose body was discovered during the report? A local individual recently released from prison, named Lu Eryo, with a history of drug use. The files are here. We spotted him in the surveillance before the bathhouse incident. All records were sent to Ai Qing and Appo's phone. A former drug addict found dead after visiting a brothel, followed by a massacre at the nightclub, and an attack on the evidence room where the assailant stole a small box. Ai Qing felt a surge of frustration as she rubbed her temples. Another border artifact? She tapped her fingers against the armrest impatiently. What are the customs officials doing? Why do they keep discarding such trash into our territory? This marks the 6th instance of such a case this year. Furthermore, if that is the case, the explosion at the port during the day must undoubtedly be related, correct? Why was I not informed? The middle-aged man assisting on-site hesitated for a moment, his expression quickly turning bitter. I am unsure. Perhaps they are still following protocol? If they are so fond of adhering to procedures, why did they not take more time when such a significant disturbance occurred tonight? Ai Qing and Appo's tone dripped with mockery. Well aware of the local distrust towards the Astronomical Society, it is understandable to shift perspectives. Who would appreciate being dictated to by a crippled girl not yet 20? The middle-aged man could only force a smile, grimacing internally as he cursed the foolish superiors. After someone on-site returned with hot coffee for him, Ai Qing frowned upon taking a sip, dismissing it with distaste. Instant coffee. It is far too late to procure from the place you desire. Enough of the theatrics. Ai Qing cast him a disinterested glance and tapped the screen. The surveillance footage from the time of the incident is scant. Surely, there is some from earlier? Who reported the crime upon discovering the first body? The screen quickly rewound to the entrance, finally pausing on a disheveled young man. On the screen, he glanced back at the police station, revealing his face. In silence, Ai Qing bit her finger, remaining mute. TSK. It was almost a hallucination. But the middle-aged man heard her voice, extremely displeased. The morning after a torrential downpour, the distant chirping of birds could be faintly heard, along with the refreshing scent of grass wafting through the window and Appo's crevice. After a night filled with nightmares, Huai Shi finally awakened from a long-lost dream of blissful indulgence. He opened his eyes only to face the ominous barrel of a gun. Soldiers clad in bulletproof vests, their faces obscured by masks, filled the room. All weapons trained upon him. Please, do not shoot. We are on the same side. Huai Shi was momentarily stunned, swallowed hard, and slowly raised his hands. Who the hell considers you one of us? The leading figure, though silent, conveyed unmistakable disdain through his gaze, and shortly after, Huai Shi felt a sharp prick at his neck. Then, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Name, Huai Shi. Age, 17. In the interrogation room, Huai Shi, shackled to the chair, hung his head low, pondering whether this infernal place would also recruit him as a male escort. What is this madness? What is going on? How could this be? Huai Shi felt his visage morph into a classic meme. eventually culminating in an overwhelming expression of confusion. What in the world is happening? A multitude of individuals had come and gone, the questions cycling repeatedly, inquiring about his whereabouts and activities the previous day, as well as any potential dark forces that might be behind it all. It was as if they had mistaken him for a heinous criminal. The interrogators took turns, transitioning from solo questioning to a full-team assault, employing pressure tactics, friendly banter, the good cop bad cop routine, and an array of coercive techniques that left him bewildered. In the end, Huai Shi felt on the verge of collapse. Please, just give me a straight answer. With tears in his eyes, he lay his head on the table. I confess to everything, but at least tell me what I did. I am a good citizen, truly a good citizen. I reported a murder scene yesterday. You cannot frame me. Behind the one-way mirror, Ai Qing observed the entire ordeal with a stoic expression until the impatient middle-aged man gestured for harsher measures before she finally spoke. If this indeed pertains to border artifacts, even under duress, he is unlikely to divulge any information. Moreover, you ought to discern the truth of his statements, should you choose to employ such methods. But with only this single lead at hand, the middle-aged man was left with no choice, so what could be done? Ai Qing shook her head, extracting her phone to peruse her contacts, ultimately locating a number. Although there are few registered ascenders locally, there are several willing to collaborate with the authorities. However, due to your internal procedural delays that led to this incident, the Astronomical Society will not cover the hiring costs. You understand, correct? I comprehend. The middle-aged man sighed. It and amp. Oppos. S only mid-year, and there and amp. Oppos. S still a substantial budget left. I can double your compensation. Is that agreeable? The call was made. Ai Qing directly inquired. Special affairs, 15 minutes. Is that acceptable? Soon, the call ended. 15 minutes later, someone was escorted in by security, clearly not a first-time visitor, and greeted Ai Qing with familiarity. Ms. Ai. Long time no see. Why not come and visit my place? Too dirty. Ai Qing expressionlessly handed over a file, gesturing towards the young man slumped over the table, shouting about wanting to go viral on social media. Can you get him to talk? That should be within your capabilities. A trivial matter. The newcomer grinned, tossed his hair, and entered. However, upon recognizing Huai Shi and Oppos' face, he froze. Huai Shi stared in disbelief. Wait, how could it be you? He gaped at the figure in the doorway, the very one who had once taught him the importance of rules, shouting in indignation towards the outside. I understand now. You are all in cahoots. You claim you do not hire escorts. I merely chose not to sell my body. Is that truly necessary? In the midst of the awkward silence, only the young man and Oppos' furious outcry echoed. You are forcing honest individuals into a life of shame. Chapter 4. In the stillness of embarrassment behind the one-way mirror, everyone in the Special Operations Unit could not help but instinctively reach for the holstered firearms at their waists, eager to silence the humiliating incident before the news spread. Only Ai Qing remained composed. She took a sip of her coffee and retrieved a pair of thick sunglasses from the compartment of her wheelchair, placing them gracefully on her face. Proceed, she stated. After a moment and Oppos' hesitation, the middle-aged man sighed and, through the microphone on the table, commanded, continue. It took quite some time for Yi Gu to recover from the awkward encounter. He brushed a strand of hair from his eyes, smiled warmly, and extended his hand. Hello, young brother. I am Lu Dongli. Absolutely not. Who would want to know you? Huai Shi erupted in anger, finally comprehending the situation. With his hands shackled, he pointed a finger at Lu Dongli and shouted towards the door. Comrade leader, I want to report this man. He is engaged in illegal activities. He is the very pinnacle of a gigolo. Don't be deceived by him. Lu Dongli sighed helplessly, suddenly raising a finger in front of Huai Shi. Look at my finger. I refuse. Even Huai Shi, despite his naivety, understood the deception and was unwilling to fall into his trap. He lifted his head but inadvertently caught sight of Lu Dongli's face. The porcelain-like skin and elongated neck, paired with eyes as deep as the ocean, were framed by golden strands of hair that gleamed like stars in the cosmos. A few strands fell across his brow, obscuring those winter night-like eyes, while a perfectly straight nose exuded a masculine allure. Oh, Huai Shi found himself momentarily entranced, yet inexplicably felt a wave of nausea. He chastised himself for being so captivated by someone more attractive. He managed to force a smile, albeit one that struggled against the grotesque shade of his face. As drool escaped the corners of his mouth, he was rendered utterly dazed. Gripping Lu Dongli's hand tightly, he muttered, Big brother, where do you work? I'm so sorry for my rudeness earlier. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Huai Shi, 17 this year. Do you remember me? At that moment, it wasn't just Huai Shi. Everyone behind the one-way mirror who laid eyes on Lu Dongli couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Even the usually stern middle-aged man blushing, turning his head away to discreetly cough. Only Ai Qing, donning her oversized sunglasses, remained unfazed. Sipping her coffee as she pressed the call button, I didn't summon you here to indulge in fantasy. Rein in your charm and focus on the task at hand. All right. Lu Dongli adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and, sitting opposite Huai Shi, smiled gently like a tranquil autumn stream. Now that we are acquainted, may I ask you a few questions? Of course. Huai Shi clung to his hand, drooling and appearing dazed. Ask me anything, I'll tell you. My bank card password is 18,191 ahem. Let us skip that. Lu Dongli waved dismissively, then opened the file in his hands, clearing his throat. Where were you last night? At home, sleeping. I had several nightmares that terrified me. Let me tell you, just sleeping? Lu Dongli interrupted, uninterested in the details of his dreams. Indeed. Huai Shi nodded. Who would wander about in the middle of the night, especially with such heavy rain? I tell you, our house may be shabby, but our family ahem. Next question. Lu Dongli interjected again. What exactly was in the box you delivered to the police station? I have no idea. Huai Shi shook his head decisively. Who has the time to open a mysterious box? It's terrifying. Someone suddenly lunged at me, spewing blood everywhere for the next hour. Lu Dongli persistently asked the questions in the file, rearranging their order and even throwing in unrelated inquiries. Until, from behind the one-way mirror, Ai Qing's voice called out. That's enough. He finally exhaled in relief, pulling his wrist from Huai Shi's grasp, which had left it marked with red impressions. Thankfully, he had managed to escape before Huai Shi could crush it. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Huai Shi suddenly snapped out of his stupor, staring blankly at him, bewildered by what had transpired. It was as if he had awakened from a nightmare, one so vivid it compelled him to revile himself. Ugh! He leaped from his chair, shackles preventing him from rising fully, and bent over, violently retching. The memory of his earlier infatuation made him feel indescribably nauseous, and he vomited until tears streamed down his face. Perverted fiend, what have you done to me? He cried, but before he could finish, he retched again. As he continued, he couldn't help but weep. Heavens, I don't even have a girlfriend. How could I have been led astray by this perverse fiend? My reputation is ruined. Utterly ruined. I'll take you on, you scoundrel. Apologies, none of us wished for this to happen. Lu Dongli seemed accustomed to such scenes, sympathetically offering a glass of water. In life, happiness is the most important thing. Are you hungry? Ugh. Before he could finish, Huai Shi vomited once more. At that moment, behind the one-way mirror, sounds of retching and nausea echoed. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen, clutching his stomach in pain. A companion handed him a stomach medication and a glass of perfectly warm water. It was the female driver who had silently accompanied Ai Qing. Thank you. He forced a smile, taking the medication, gasping for breath before finally calming down. How is it? Ai Qing inquired. I told you, we would glean nothing. Perhaps he is merely feigning. The middle-aged man cleared his throat. I am aware of Lu Dongli's soul abilities. The charm effect is effective on ordinary people, but it may not work on those who have transcended. Does Lu Dongli even need to be told whether he was affected? Moreover, if there were a man in the throes of youthful pride and self-importance who could maintain such composure, I believe no matter what method you employ, you will not extract anything from him. Ai Qing regarded him deeply and then relented. I've examined the files. If there's any doubt regarding that young man's criminal suspicion, I actually serve as his alibi. Lu Dongli entered the interrogation room, tossing the heavily annotated file onto the table with a resigned sigh. That young man was interviewing at our establishment just 3 minutes before the explosion at the port. Interviewing? What could he possibly interview for? To be a gigolo apparently tricked by an agency, only to realize halfway through that he was frightened off by the supervisor. Lu Dongli shook his head, studying the front-facing photo of Huai Shi in the file, stroking his chin in contemplation. I say he has potential. He carries himself well, but his attire is lacking. If he were to don a fitted suit and shed that lecherous grin, he would be the very image of a gentleman. The kind of young man that older ladies adore, an elusive little hedgehog. Enough, I didn't summon you to craft his career plan. Ai Qing interrupted. He is merely an ordinary person inadvertently caught up in this incident. After signing a confidentiality agreement, let him go. Keeping him here is a waste of time. And so it was decided. 15 minutes later, A thoroughly traumatized Huai Shi was escorted away after signing a mountain of documents. Before the grand entrance, Lu Dongli stood with his hands in his pockets, gazing at the young boy who believed he was destined for execution, struggling desperately. He could not help but let out a chuckle. What was his name again? He glanced back at Ai Qing. Huai Shi. Do you know him? Lu Dongli smiled enigmatically. So that is why you helped him? I assent it? But do not underestimate the intuition of a top escort, Miss Ai. Surprisingly, Ai Qing's expression remained composed. Oh, I suppose we are acquainted. Very well. Not quite. I am 3 years his senior, and we played together rather well in our youth. Oh, Lu Dongli turned in astonishment, never having imagined the two shared such a history. And what became of it? Ai Qing cast a glance at him. After his family went bankrupt due to my grandfather's breach of contract, we never saw each other again. Lu Dongli was momentarily at a loss for words. In the dimly lit basement, someone pushed the door open. An agitated man leaped from his chair, his expression frantic. Why is it so late? Did you think last night's commotion went unnoticed? The bloodstained beast squatted on the chair, cackling. Thanks to you, I had quite the indulgence. Where is it? The man anxiously reached out. Did you bring back the items? A blood-soaked plastic bag was tossed into his arms. The items returned, but the man initially rejoiced. But upon receiving the bag, his expression shifted dramatically. He frantically tore it open, carefully unveiling a black iron box, only to find it empty. Where is it? He screamed. Where is the essence? What happened to the essence I amassed over so long? His gaze turned menacing as he regarded the beast before him. Was it you? You wouldn't think I could absorb nearly 1,000 portions of essence, would you? The beast scratched at the mottled white hair peeking from behind its mask, retorting, if I had that ability, I would have already become one of the masters. You wouldn't be able to summon me at your leisure. It was empty when I received it. Rather than threaten me, you should contemplate how to explain this to the masters, because your unauthorized use of the sacred object has resulted in the loss of the essence accumulated over 12 years of hurting. You took your share? The man roared, his composure slipping as he glared furiously. If this comes to light, don't expect to fare well. The beast remained silent, merely rubbing its fingers together, the iron nails clashing, producing a sharp sound, until the man's gaze shifted elsewhere. A traitor among your own men led to this sacred object falling into another's hands. I reclaimed it for the masters, and I am owed credit. Even if there was fault, it does not warrant absolute punishment. The beast spoke coldly. If I were you, I would be considering remedies right now. It's merely lost. I assent it. As long as we retrieve it before the masters discover it, all will be well. You make it sound so simple. The man shot him an angry glance. It's not that easy. Aren't those old geezers on the brink of death? We might as well make use of the refuse, at least we could recover some losses. The beast replied nonchalantly. As for that 1,000 portions of essence, it's certainly simply vanish. Whether for advancement, prolonging life, or reselling, it all requires time. Moments later, a somber voice echoed in the chamber. Find out. Who else has handled this box? Chapter 5. The Crow and the Stigmata. Life has become unbearable. Huai Shi sat in the garden, disheveled and pale, overwhelmed by recent events, and could not help but let out a heart-wrenching cry, tears streaming down his face. He was not merely teetering on the brink of financial ruin. He had first suffered the indignity of being discovered while interviewing for a gigolo position, only to have his reputation shattered in an instant. Then, inexplicably, he encountered a corpse, subsequently finding himself thrust into some bizarre governmental organization, all while enduring further psychic trauma. From within to without, his spirit and finances could no longer bear such a painful existence. Particularly haunting was the recent entry in that cursed book. Every glance at it made him wish for death, yet his poverty left him unable to afford even a rope, and his gas supply had been cut off for half a year. With no avenue for escape, he resigned himself to despair. He tossed the notebook aside in a fit of impotent rage, tears flowing like a panda's weep. After the storm of fury passed, he retrieved the notebook, dusted it off, and sighed as he stared vacantly at the barren garden. It will pass, Huai Shi, it will pass. Perhaps in time, he would forget all of this? He silently prayed, then began to ponder where to find money for his next meal. If only you could think that way. Yet, glancing at the clock, he realized that group of people might soon have their sights set on him. A strange voice broke through his thoughts, a woman's voice, hoarse yet alluring, laced with an indescribable mockery. Young man, you are dying. You are the one who will die? Huai Shi retorted, turning to glare, only to freeze in place. There was no one beside him. This was his backyard, where no one would come, let alone engage him in conversation. But who had spoken? He glanced at the fence and saw a crow lazily preening its feathers. Don't be daft. Yes, it's me, the crow said with an air of indifference. Indeed. I am conversing with you, and you are not in a nightmare. With that, it seemed to let out a belch. You can talk? Huai Shi gasped, then quickly regained composure. Wait, what are you? The crow chuckled softly, its tone turning faintly aggrieved. Oh, when you used to stare at me without blinking. I was your dear little friend, but now I am a thing. You are from that wretched book? Huai Shi finally connected the dots, flipping open the notebook's cover, only to find the silhouette of the crow had vanished, as if it had truly transformed into a living being, fluttering from the pages. Close enough, the crow sighed, glancing at the notebook in his hands. Although we are both remnants, I am merely a record now. However, to confuse me with heaven would be rather amusing. As it spoke in cryptic phrases Huai Shi could barely grasp, it shifted its gaze, its crimson eyes piercing into him. But this is not about who I am. The real question is, do you truly think I was just trying to ensnare you? It inquired softly. You have personally experienced the records of those who faced their end, have you not? Huai Shi recalled the relentless nightmares that plagued him the previous night, instinctively shuddering, his voice turning dry. Did they really all perish? Ah, indeed, the crow nodded. Everyone who has seen that box, except for you, has succumbed. It contained quite a treasure, slumbering for years. It's rare to have accumulated such a wealth of primal essence. Though a bit chaotic, I would estimate it amounts to the essence of about 800 or 900 souls. It smacked its beak, looking at Huai Shi with delight. In light of those introductory gifts, do you require my assistance, young man? 40 grams of copper, 57 grams of silver, 12 grams of powdered tin. A complete set of crucible and gas stove, and the excess lead was practically given away. By evening, after a long day running around the city, Huai Shi finally returned home, tossing the plastic bag onto the table, gulping down the leftover bottled water from 2 days prior without regard for health. My credit and loans have been drained. I am buried in debt. What use is all this? Alchemy, the crow said, plucking its feathers with calmness. Creating a stigmata usable by an ordinary person like you is no simple feat, stigmata? Huai Shi laughed derisively. Are you suggesting I become an aerial acrobat cleaning windows? Is this some modern joke? No, merely a scam to fleece money from the gullible, he thought, recalling classmates who were blinded by their compulsive spending, often shelling out thousands. Deep down, he felt a twinge of envy. Not quite the same, Huai Shi. Though the names are identical, the stigmata I refer to is not that ludicrous thing. The crow explained calmly. If the essence of the ascendant soul is the embryonic form of divine power, then the stigmata is the product born from deciphering divine heritage. It is the pursuit of the sacred through the remnants of miracles, mimicking the divine, investigating the authority and residual traces of deities. The existence of stigmata arises from this research. Composed of metals and incense, it replicates immense miracles to create small wonders. That is the essence of stigmata. God. Huai Shi was taken aback. Did gods truly exist in this world? Once, they did. The crow paused, but they are all dead now. Those cast aside by time pose no threat to today's world. Soon, even the value of their remembrance will diminish. The crow, unwilling to elaborate further, urged Huai Shi to set up the crucible and commence the alchemical process without delay. Is this all I need? As the flames reached the desired temperature, Huai Shi followed the crow's instructions, donning a mask to grind the lead into powder. He cautiously mixed it with his blood, inscribing unfamiliar runes upon the thin sheet of metal. The structure of those runes was deceptively simple, yet any deviation was intolerable. The crow's gaze was sharp and unyielding. Even the slightest misalignment necessitated a complete redo, wasting countless drops of his blood. Finally, after much toil, he completed the seemingly simple task. These are merely auxiliary materials. Even the simplest stigmata cannot be forged from mortal fire and metal. Right now, it is merely a rudimentary emergency tool. In the future, should you wish to create more advanced stigmata, you will require the blood of mythical beasts and substantial sacrifices, even. It paused, choosing not to divulge more, simply stating, rest for 10 minutes. We shall commence at 11:15. Remember, this opportunity is singular. Should you miss it, I doubt you possess the funds to try again, correct? The mention of money made Huai Shi even more anxious. Repeatedly checking the sequence of instructions the crow had narrated, rehearsing it in his mind. Meanwhile, the crow stood beside the crucible, fixated on the flames. In an instant, The crimson fire transformed into pure white, and finally, countless luminous streams emerged, resplendent and magnificent. Yet the crow's form grew increasingly ethereal. What is that? The primal essence ignited. The crow glanced at him, preempting further inquiries. Primal essence is the substance forming the soul, preserved within matter. You may understand it as fragments of the soul. Your materials are insufficient, so you must focus on the flames. Currently, every second consumes a portion of a soul. No need to worry about the source. All of this is stock from that box. Huai Shi swallowed, at a loss for words. More terrifying than the thought of a life extinguished every second is the nature of the contents within that box. According to the crow, it harbors a source material equivalent to that of nearly 1,000 souls. What on earth could it be? Stop overthinking, Huai Shi. It has begun. The crow cast a final glance at Huai Shi as the molten lead in the cauldron reached a furious boil. Strangely, there was no foul odor or any other scent. Instead, a hint of gold shimmered beneath the pure white flames, reminiscent of golden dust rippling through a pale gray. Huai Shi, disregarding her swirling thoughts, grasped the meticulously arranged materials beside her and cast them into the crucible in succession. First came tin, then copper, and finally silver. With each offering, the metallic liquid showed no ripples, instantly dissolving the foreign substances. The pure white flames surged, greedily drawing in countless streams of light, the searing brightness piercing Huai Shi's eyes. In that fleeting moment, she heard the crow's sigh. I hope this gamble pays off, Huai Shi. Murmuring softly, she unfurled her gossamer wings and soared into the crucible. Boom! With a deep rumble, the flames extinguished, and the liquid within the cauldron surged upward, tracing intricate contours in the air before collapsing inward. As Huai Shi gazed in astonishment, the liquid gradually coalesced into a tangible form, gently descending from above. It was a feather, a metallic feather. Each delicate, perfect bifurcation of this feather, akin to one forged from pure silver, bore no flaws. Radiance flowed across its mirror-like surface, as if refracting the entire world. With bizarre scenes flashing by, the feather landed in Huai Shi's hand. This is now my essence, a non-tribal archetype of the sacred mark, an event branch. The crow's voice echoed beside her, weary. With this notebook and the event branch in your possession, even amidst turmoil, you are qualified to serve as a provisional scribe. Huai Shi stared incredulously at the weighty notebook in her hand, which turned and rolled of its own accord, inducing a wave of dizziness. Countless flowing characters danced before her. Yet it felt as if she were gazing at another self reflected in a mirror, one that existed solely within the confines of written records. What on earth is this? Oh, what I wish to convey. Perhaps it is the last vestige of paradise on earth, the crow sighed softly. You may call it the Book of Fate. In that instant, the myriad flowing characters abruptly converged, and with the crow on the cover vanishing, new lines of text emerged. Huai Shi, stress period, title, none stigmata, none miraculous imprint, none skills held, general knowledge LV3, art, cello performance LV6, premonition of death LV0. Behold, you are now recognized as its master, the crow said wearily. As for the specific uses, you shall figure it out yourself. I need to rest for a while. Wait. What is this premonition of death? Why is it so vague? Huai Shi pressed her face against the cover, finally discerning the faintly visible text. It is merely a premonition of death. Regardless of the entity, after experiencing death numerous times, one would glean some insights, wouldn't they? The indistinctness signifies that you have entered the realm but have yet to attain the level of a skill. However, I did not expect you to possess a LV6 in cello performance. Perhaps you truly are a genius. The voice trailed off, fading into silence. It seemed the crow had indeed fallen asleep. Only Huai Shi, dumbfounded, clutched the pen and notebook, uncertain of their intended purpose. Grasping the feather pen known as the event branch, thoughts of its corresponding applications surfaced in her mind. Aside from manipulating certain text-based objects, its greatest function was to allow her to write in the air, changing colors freely. At least this would save her printing costs for future unsolicited advertisements. She mused with a wry smile, glancing at the pen before turning her gaze back to the book. After meticulously flipping through its pages, she found no apparent changes, save for the faint glow emanating from a few documents at the end. After much hesitation, Huai Shi raised the pen and pointed to them. In an instant, the pages erupted with light, engulfing her completely. Chapter 6. Do you yearn for a soul? Under the scorching sun, drenched in sweat, Huai Shi came to his senses. finding himself standing on the playground. Behind him, a cacophony of cheers echoed, as though he were participating in a group exercise routine with the fellows across from him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a hefty man in a tank top kicked him from behind, shouting angrily, "Shinbo, you coward! Haven't you eaten?" With that, he shoved Huai Shi's opponent aside and assumed a fighting stance. "Come on, let's spar." Glancing over the man's shoulder, Huai Shi noticed a slogan on the wall behind him: "Sweat more in peacetime, bleed less in wartime." Before he could process this, his body seemed to move on its own, charging straight toward the imposing figure. No, the instructor. Bang! A punch struck him squarely. Darkness clouded his vision, followed by excruciating pain. Again, the instructor beckoned Shinbo. It was only then that Huai Shi realized he was in an odd, detached state, akin to being possessed, passively experiencing the body's responses. Although it felt dreamlike, the pain was undeniably real, unyielding in its intensity. Bang! Another fall, followed by a joint lock. Huai Shi felt his face collide with the ground. Again. Bang! Again. Bang! The scene shifted continuously. Amidst the fragmented dreams, he seemed to endure a relentless cycle of torment at the hands of several instructors. They appeared to have singled him out, mercilessly punishing him for every misstep, improper form, slow reactions, and even for rushing meals. Eating, sleeping, and battling Shinbo. The nightmares even included grotesque experiences in the dormitory with a group of muscular, bare-skinned men. Amidst the stench of body odor and foot sweat, Huai Shi had relinquished all hope. Eventually, after managing to hold his own against a few instructors using military-style combat, he was expelled for getting into a brawl with societal miscreants during training. He had become a new societal outcast. What a joyous turn of events. Huai Shi felt tears welling up. He was finally free from the relentless beatings. What on earth was happening? Had he inadvertently acquired some form of super punishment system? The subsequent experiences were indescribable in the fragmented nightmares. Huai Shi's identity morphed repeatedly from the unfortunate student mercilessly beaten by instructors to a small-time thug wielding a knife on a sweltering day, then transforming into a guard vigilantly watching for police, and finally becoming a middle-aged balding man attending endless meetings. He truly had an affinity for meetings. Training sessions, symposiums, inspections, evaluations, reporting. He poured his limited energy into an infinite number of gatherings. These fragments continued to overlap, stacking upon one another like precarious buildings, until they reached a breaking point, collapsing into countless pieces. Huai Shi's consciousness was similarly torn, with hundreds, thousands of versions of himself cycling through endless nightmares. It was as if a computer assembled for $150 was attempting to process the workload of a galactic supercomputer, ultimately igniting a fierce internal conflagration that consumed everything. All nightmares shattered into oblivion. Huai Shi awoke, gasping for breath, sweat dripping from his face, sliding down the armrest of the chair and pooling on the damp floor. The clock on the wall continued its slow tick. Only 5 minutes had passed since he had closed his eyes. He had endured nearly 100 beatings, engaged in dozens of fights, been hospitalized multiple times, spent countless days in the wind, and delivered scantily clad ladies to pink rooms thousands of times, not to mention attending innumerable meetings. It was a veritable odyssey of societal experiences. Truly, a hellish existence, Huai Shi muttered, his body unable to hold itself upright as he slid off the chair. In the haze, he closed his eyes. Perhaps it would be better to let me die. For a fleeting moment, he envisioned a grim future for himself and genuinely wished for such an end. Yet, it became just like all the wishes he had previously made. None had any chance of coming true. When he opened his eyes again, it was the following morning. He still lay on the floor, but his body felt remarkably rejuvenated, as though he had consumed a miraculous elixir. Soon, he noticed the 4 drips in his hands. Yes, a bottle of saline and a bottle of glucose. "You're awake?" A crow's head suddenly popped up from the side, cheerfully announcing, "We've cured your delusion of seeing everyone as pigeons." "Well, I truly thank you," Huai Shi replied. "A healer's heart is as that of a parent's. No need for gratitude." The crow flapped its wings, perched itself on the table with its legs crossed, and lit a cigarette with a wing, exhaling smoke that wafted oddly from beneath its feathers. "How do you feel? Any gains?" the crow inquired. "Is waking up alive considered a gain?" Huai Shi grumbled as he cautiously got up from the floor, careful not to dislodge the 4, and settled into the chair. It dawned on him that he had transformed significantly. He was no longer the same man. He had acquired an attribute panel. In a flurry, he opened the Book of Fate, examining the data presented on the cover page. Ignoring the inexplicable label of stress period in the empty sections for sacred marks and miracles, he focused on the straightforward skill section. His general knowledge, representing common sense and education, remained a dismal LV3, having barely graduated high school, with some knowledge returned to his physical education teacher. Conversely, his proficiency in playing the cello was a proud LV6. Having reached a professional level, further improvement would demand 99% sweat and that crucial 1% of talent. The enigmatic skill foreboding of death remained gray. It increasingly resembled a peculiar game. Surely, I am not expected to spend money on this. Huai Shi felt a twinge of anxiety. After the previous night's experiences, he finally gained a preliminary understanding of the classifications. According to the stipulations of the Book of Fate, only abilities that were mastered and could be employed at will would be recognized as skills. Generally, a person's skills could reach a maximum of LV10 through lifelong learning and practice. The initial levels were relatively easy, but as with the designs of unscrupulous game developers, the higher the level, even a slight increase required exponentially more effort. For some, the pinnacle of 10 might mark the end, while for others, it could merely be the beginning. Huai Shi was acutely aware of this. It was like two identical exam papers scoring full marks. Sometimes, levels didn't indicate much, merely a convenience for him to gauge his capabilities. Sensing the weight of responsibility ahead, Huai Shi continued to scroll down, only to discover that overnight, he had gained several new skills. Combat, basic military boxing LV4, reconnaissance LV4, and a rather peculiar, illegal group management LV3 then. Holy cow! The crow exclaimed. How is it that your copywriting skill has reached level 6? Huai Shi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Of course, try attending hundreds of meetings and then writing countless records and reflections. As for other military exercises, Huai Shi felt only a superficial understanding, having learned through passive experiences of being beaten and observing from the sidelines. It was only while composing those hundreds of records and reflections that he truly felt every word was drenched in blood and tears, each line laden with hardship. That night, his greatest gain was not mastering military boxing or evading the police. Rather, it was learning how to stretch his writing. Nowadays, he could seamlessly weave an entire ocean of words into his updates, meticulously dividing them into sections of 3,000 characters to avoid the pitfalls of excessive writing. You ought to remember this method well for future records, he advised, tapping the Book of Fate in his hands, and with a proud tilt of his leg, he sighed. If I were to write a novel, I would surely strike it rich. Yet, he mused, no novelist has met with a good end. The crow ominously whispered in his ear, many have begun to bald before middle age, like that fellow with the surname Bai, or the one named Gua, and not to mention that wandering soldier. Huai Shi shivered. Best to steer clear of such thoughts. However, he pondered as he flipped through the book, reaching the appendix where the records seemed to have lost all value. Most of the handwriting had faded, leaving only a dull table. Why do these people's memories appear in this book? He wondered. Ah, you don't know? The crow seemed astonished, speaking with an air of calm. The Book of Fate is now bound to you, and will only record matters pertinent to you. The inclusion of these fragments likely signifies that they all perished because of you. Huai Shi was taken aback. Ah, in total, there must be over 70. The crow remarked nonchalantly. Unfortunately, only 4 or 5 individuals possess sufficient essence to retain their most vivid memories. The number of those with awakened potential is dwindling. So you ought to be grateful to them. Huai Shi inhaled sharply, feeling a chill run through him. Instinctively, he leaned back, wishing to distance himself from the crow and the book. Yet, he soon realized that even casting this book and the crow into the depths of the ocean would be futile. He finally understood why the military had suddenly apprehended him for intense interrogation. Perhaps it was because those people from yesterday had all perished, all gone, leaving only him. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine, as if a blood-stained, ferocious beast lurked behind him, grinning maliciously. After a long while, he managed to regain his composure, offering a dry, bitter laugh. Is it really that exaggerated? Indeed, it is as exaggerated as that, Huai Shi. This world is not as stable as you imagine. The sky, the earth, this nation, this city, conceals far more than you have ever witnessed. Truths that must never be known, borders that must never be crossed, and hells that must never be glimpsed. If you remain forever ensconced within this narrow sanctuary of reality, you shall never uncover the truth. Observing the bewildered expression on the youth's face, she softly inquired, Huai Shi, do you yearn for a soul? Chapter 7. Sorry, But I'm not interested. I'm busy, thank you. In the dock area, Ai Qing coldly rejected the incessant man beside her, who clung to her like chewing gum, insisting on treating her to a meal. She pushed her wheelchair past the security line. The man who chased after her was stopped by the police guarding the explosion site, awkwardly left with his nose in the dust, returning empty-handed. Wow, truly a heart of stone. Lu Dongli leaned against the wall, clicking his tongue in admiration. Must you always be so ruthless, Miss Ai? In my opinion, keeping a backup wouldn't be such a bad idea. Ai Qing's wheelchair halted beside him. The girl looked at him expressionlessly until he felt a bit unnerved and instinctively averted his gaze. She slowly spoke. If I possess even a modicum of self-awareness regarding my situation, I must first grasp one fundamental truth. No one will genuinely fall in love with a wealthy female cripple. Lu Dongli was taken aback for a long moment, forcing a smile. Don't say that. You're so beautiful, and love is inherently irrational. Precisely. Which is why I want to adhere to such notions. Ai Qing regarded him. And furthermore, I have wealth. It is I who pays you for your services, and currently, you are under scrutiny by the Astronomical Society. It would be prudent not to share tales of your prosperous affairs with your supervisor. Lu Dongli helplessly shrugged, ceasing his chatter, obediently following behind, fulfilling the role of a lackluster bodyguard and henchman. After a night of torrential rain, the dock site had transformed beyond recognition. The original clues had become a chaotic mess due to the foolish actions of certain individuals. The explosion site was a warehouse that had partially collapsed, strewn with mud, while 7 or 8 containers had been reduced to a watery wreckage, with remnants of coal ash, mingled with blood, haphazardly smeared across the ground. Well done. Ai Qing nodded in praise. Is that sarcasm? Lu Dongli inquired. No, it is a sincere compliment. Ai Qing raised an eyebrow. Uncharacteristically pleased. Such malignant incidents involving border relics are often bizarre and challenging to manage. Who knows where any clues might lie? If unresolved, it would become a blot on my assessment record. Now that someone has willingly stepped forward to take the blame, I need not shoulder any responsibility. When the jurisdictional office seeks accountability, let those self-satisfied fools take the fall. Lu Dongli's eyelids twitched slightly, unsure of what to say. In any case, this covert struggle is akin to a quagmire. Even a gigolo like himself feels as pure as an angel in comparison. At that moment, Ai Qing's phone vibrated. A message. She lowered her head to glance at it, momentarily stunned, as if pondering something. After a long while, she turned off the screen. What's wrong? Lu Dongli asked. We've discovered several corpses, all of whom had histories of drug use and were social drifters. Ai Qing deftly manipulated her phone, mockingly lamenting. I wonder how long they were interrogated before they died. TSK, their demise is truly gruesome. Another trip to the morgue? Lu Dongli sighed resignedly, rubbing his face. Frequent visits to the morgue aren't beneficial for the skin. Why would I willingly harm my own eyes? Ai Qing calmly turned her wheelchair. Since we surveyed the scene, let us part ways. When they're in a state of disarray, I shall graciously emerge to save the day. Lu Dongli was taken aback. You already have clues? Coming here was merely a procedural step. The truly critical matters can be gleaned from a cursory glance at the scene and the coroner's report. The cargo declared in the containers consisted of electronic products bound for Europe, with customs processed through a shell company. Any further investigation would yield nothing but scapegoats. The traces at the scene indicate a group profiting from border relics engaged in infighting within the warehouse. The reasons behind it are likely due to uneven distribution of spoils, which is precisely why we are now involved in the case. These are insights easily gleaned from the reports, yet what truly intrigues me is this. Ai Qing extended her hand, extracting a small bag of powder between her slender fingers from the compartment of her wheelchair. What is this? Lu Dongli had seamlessly adapted to his role as the comedic foil. Psychedelic drugs found at the scene, a new type of substance, Ai Qing stated. The technical department's drug test results are in. It contains primal essence, which means this is manufactured from that box-shaped border relic. Lu Dongli felt a chill. If such a detrimental impact could manifest, the severity of this incident would likely escalate significantly. Ai Qing remarked ominously. If I report this information in due time, those old fellows who have been secretly undermining me will undoubtedly face a spectacular downfall. Won't they? Wait. Lu Dongli suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head. Are you so at ease revealing this to me? Fearing I might leak it? You're not planning to silence me, are you? I intend for you to disclose it, which is why I'm telling you. Ai Qing casually swayed the small bag with her fingertips, nonchalantly stating, "Haven't you always taken pride in your communication skills? So go ahead and tell them. Their lives are in my hands, and if they wish to continue their blissful parasitic existence, they'd better come groveling to me." Damn. Lu Dongley couldn't help but want to slap himself. Why did he ask so many questions? No, why did he even take pleasure in witnessing her misfortune? The result was that within 10 minutes, he found himself ensnared in her web. This woman harbors an intense desire for revenge, doesn't she? After a lengthy period of shock and regret, Lu Dongley keenly identified the most pressing issue. But even if they are willing to back down, you must possess the means to resolve the incident, right? Who says I don't? Ai Qing turned her head back, though she bore no smile. Her eyes brimmed with mockery. But truly, do you wish to know? I'm afraid I have no desire to know at all. Lu Dongley's expression twitched, extinguishing the last flicker of curiosity. This woman is utterly unbearable. I see. Meanwhile, at Huai Shi's home, faced with the crow's inquiry, the youth nodded and answered without hesitation. Do you desire to possess a soul? For such a sudden question and a scene reminiscent of a devil's temptation, most people might hesitate, but he did not pause for a moment. After experiencing a series of fantastical events and coming to terms with his circumstances, his courage had somewhat swelled. Since I'm doomed to fail anyway, why fear anything? Though he did not quite grasp the essence of a soul, it didn't deter Huai Shi from yearning for one. Moreover, he craved wealth, power, but then again, shouldn't everyone possess a soul? The crow retorted, in fairy tales, everyone has a happy ending. Do you truly believe that? Failing to witness the anticipated conflict left her somewhat dissatisfied, and even her narration lost its vigor. The distinction between ordinary individuals and transcendence lies in the existence of souls. In this current era, there exists a creation known as the Sea of Silver, or rather, a vast reservoir formed naturally, often referred to as a miracle akin to a perpetual motion machine. One of the origins that has given rise to this colossal world. At its core lies the projection of the primal essence of all humanity, converging into the Sea of Silver. It is said that this formless ocean is unimaginably vast, with all sentient existence merely branching out from its depths. To embark on the path of transcendence, allowing one's ironclad nature to traverse the Sea of Silver and elevate into the soul of gold. This is the primordial goal of alchemy. Only in this manner can one possess a soul and be bestowed with the title of transcender. Otherwise, one's cognition and consciousness would merely rely on the fleeting sparks within the neural synapses of the brain, unable to confront the darkness and tempests beyond the current realm. You often speak of the present and the borders. Does another world truly exist? Huai Shi interjected. To a certain extent, yes, and not merely one, but thousands. The crow cackled with mirth. However, this is not a concern for you at present. First, contemplate how to awaken your soul. Huai Shi could only listen intently. Currently, the Astronomical Society is tasked with safeguarding the Sea of Silver, and based on the sedimentation rate of humanity's primal essence. Approximately 300 to 400 slots become available each year. However, this opportunity will not be yours before the event occurs. It will be claimed by various branches of the governing bureau, with lists reserved for the next decade. In truth, the majority of transcenders do not rely on the special permissions of the Astronomical Society, but instead awaken autonomously, akin to clandestine crossings. This is the path you must tread. Huai Shi swallowed hard and nodded earnestly. And then, for others, this process is undoubtedly fraught with challenges. For a modern individual to leave the city and survive in the wilderness is perilous. It is akin to embarking on a rocket with scant resources. Soaring beyond the atmosphere, one must not only liberate oneself from the gravitational pull of the Sea of Silver, but also confront a myriad of unforeseen accidents and challenges, with no one knowing what awaits them. To succeed, both strength and fortune are indispensable, yet even with both, perfection remains elusive. Abundant primal essence, profound stimulation, and precisely timed opportunities are essential, along with a touch of luck. Oftentimes, it resembles winning the lottery, difficult to replicate, but with such a vast population, there are bound to be a few successes. And what of the failures? Huai Shi inquired. The crow seemed to chuckle but remained silent, causing Huai Shi to feel a chill within. But fret not, you need not concern yourself with that. She lifted her wings and patted Huai Shi's shoulder. You possess exceptional conditions, young one. With the book of destiny in hand, it is as if the path to the heavens lies beneath your feet, while others are Icarus. You are climbing a ladder, steadfast and secure. So, what precisely must I do? It is quite simple, the crow replied. You need only take lives. If you were to act personally, the records in the Book of Destiny would undoubtedly become more specific, would they not? Not only that, but by killing one, you acquire that person's skills. By slaying 10, you become an undeniable genius. The more you kill, Huai Shi, the more powerful you shall become. She whispered into the young man's ear. Is it not true that many look down upon you? You must harbor a deep-seated resentment towards them, no? Not just your classmates and teachers, but also your forsaking parents. This world has not been kind to you. Why should you show it mercy? Huai Shi was momentarily taken aback. Ah, indeed, you seem frightened. For a fleeting moment, the crow felt a sense of delight, but when Huai Shi raised his head, she sensed a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Is it true? Huai Shi asked, barely able to believe it. All I need to do is kill. Then I shall start with Li Wuyang, Huai Shi declared, fingers poised. Who told him to constantly boast about his wealthy father and uncle? Such a lack of compassion deserves punishment. And what of that woman who flirts with him? They are likely already entangled. The English teacher is the third, always making snide remarks about me in class. Oh, and that corpulent fool who thinks I stole his money. His brother is no saint either, always fighting at school. I am merely ridding society of nuisances, am I not? And old Yang, that wretched intermediary, should also perish. I toil away for my wages, and he casually takes a cut of my earnings. As she spoke, Huai Shi lifted his head, staring blankly at her. They all deserve to die, for they have wronged me, do they not? Chapter 8, Plan B. The raven fell silent. It shouldn't be this way, should it? Huai Shi murmured softly. I understand that not everyone is meant to like me. I may be unconventional and not particularly well liked. However, perhaps at times, certain individuals' actions warrant some form of punishment, yet none of them deserve to die. They are all living beings, just like me, and they should not perish. Just as those in the club should not meet their end, even if they may be guilty, they are innocent nonetheless. Thus, I do not appreciate the words you speak. Huai Shi gazed into her eyes, enunciating each word. I very, very, very much dislike it. Oh dear, why so fierce? The raven turned her head away, seemingly sobbing in sadness. Big sister is only looking out for your best interests. Besides, now that the entire bird is yours, can't we at least test the waters a bit before we begin our collaboration? As she spoke, she blinked her tear-filled eyes, appealing to her sister's genuine intentions. Please, grant me a chance to rectify my mistakes. If Plan A fails, we still have Plan B. Regrettably, a raven acting this way was hardly endearing. What is Plan B? Huai Shi inquired. It's quite simple, the raven replied, casting a final glance at him. If you are unwilling to kill others, she said, then I shall have no choice but to kill you. In that instant, Huai Shi was engulfed in darkness. He fell into a prolonged dream. Amidst the haze, it seemed he had just finished work and was preparing to return home, disdainful of a certain inept employee whom he had just dismissed. Suddenly, he heard the rumbling of the subway echoing from the depths of the tunnel. With no time to stow away his phone, he heard a venomous voice behind him. Die. In the next moment, a pair of hands shoved him from behind. He stumbled, soared into the air, and then plummeted onto the tracks. The light from the subway train grew brighter and closer, and then Huai Shi was crushed, shattered into pieces. The last sound he heard was the crisp crack of his skull. An indescribable agony washed over him. He had no time to scream or even feel fear before his consciousness rapidly faded. Immediately after, he seemed to transform into a global economic mogul, now cornered and trapped within a park, receiving a final ultimatum from his betraying assistant to surrender. Huai Shi smiled coldly and raised his handgun. Bang! A distant sound echoed from a helicopter, and Huai Shi felt his body fade away. In those final moments, he heard his assistant's bewildered cry, "Don't shoot." He didn't. Was he shot in the head? In a daze, Huai Shi was caught in a series of nightmares, suddenly becoming a middle-aged man in peculiar powered armor, wielding a gun and charging into the Louvre to battle grotesque insectoid creatures, only to swiftly meet his demise. This time, his last thought was, damn it. I want to load a save. Load what save? Load your own RAM. He began to mock himself, but immediately found it difficult to laugh. As he seemed to be hanging from a city gate, nails piercing his hands, yet he felt no pain, floating as if intoxicated, foolishly grinning at a white-haired figure before him. Why was this person staring at him? Had he done something wrong? Soon, the moonlight flickered, and his head was severed. This time, it was decapitation. Amidst the fervent cheers, he felt bound to a stake, burned alive in flames, as someone roared in excitement, "Die, heretic!" And thus, he died once more. Again and again, he met his end in various forms: poisoned, drowned, hanged, burned, ground into mincemeat, rushed to the emergency room, accidentally pushed, and slain by an array of individuals for countless reasons. Time and again, die, 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 die. He lost count of how many times he had died. By the end, he was nearly numb, utterly devoid of consciousness. Was this the conclusion? He sank into a slumber, as if liberated. In the final moment, he seemed to glance back, observing the origins of all the illusions, finally glimpsing the essence of those deaths. They transformed into fluttering, pitch-black pages. Countless black forms intertwined like snow, converging into an ocean of sorrow and despair, outlining a silent world. Perhaps this was the true visage of the Book of Fate, a cold realm where one perishes in solitude. The room returned to silence, save for the fragmented sounds of events branching out, continuously inscribing on the pages of the Book of Fate. The ethereal raven gazed intently at Huai Shi, peering through his shell as if to glimpse the vibrant essence that burned within him. Though it was merely one consciousness, the sparks ignited by their thoughts colliding shone brilliantly like flames. The raven cast a glance at the Book of Fate, unable to suppress a sigh. Indeed, had it not been for its relentless extraction of essence, you would have awakened several years ago. Since her own awakening in the book, she had been observing Huai Shi persistently. This enabled her to deduce through various signs that Huai Shi had likely long since crossed the threshold into the realm of the sublime. Otherwise, a mere mortal would hardly be recognized as a bearer by the Book of Fate. She would not have so readily placed her bets. Now, upon the current page, beside Huai Shi's name, the term stress period within parentheses grew increasingly weighty, as if accumulating power, attempting to transform. Yet with each attempt, it seemed to encounter an invisible resistance, reverting to its original position. Soon, an unseen force tugged at the quill, moving it across the blank space of the book's pages, tracing a curved line. As time flowed, the arc gradually expanded, evolving into a perfect circle, yet the final gap remained unbridgeable. Was there still a shortfall? The raven murmured in astonishment. Generally speaking, the stress period is a process where one's true nature transcends the silver sea. The essence becomes independent, gradually returning to consciousness. During this time, the unique soul of the sublime is forged. This period is typically fleeting. Historically, the shortest recorded duration was merely 5 minutes and 12 seconds, while the longer instances spanned only 5 to 6 months. Even the raven had never witnessed someone unable to surpass the stress period after 6 or 7 years. Even considering the prolonged empty blue state due to the Book of Fate's extraction, this was rather exaggerated, wasn't it? Initially, she thought that the impact of the previously recorded deaths would enable Huai Shi to seamlessly breach the threshold in mere minutes. Yet unexpectedly, he stood at the door, but lingered without entering. The forging of his soul was merely a hair's breadth away. Just a bit. What crucial element was missing? The raven couldn't help but squint. Something vital had been overlooked. This sensation was particularly unsettling, yet no matter how she pondered, she could not discern the reason behind it. The existence of the soul embodies the sublimation of nature and consciousness, encapsulating the essence of humanity. It is precisely because each individual is unique that there exists such a plethora of distinct souls in the world. The stagnation of the construction process could only be attributed to one cause: Huai Shi himself. Yet even if she sought to retrieve Huai Shi and Apos' records through the branching events, she could only access content from when Huai Shi discovered the Book of Fate at the tender age of 10. There lies only a vast emptiness beyond. Yet, through the nuances of her expressions, it is evident that Huai Shi is attempting to conceal something. However, the nature of this secret eludes her comprehension. Huai Shi remains silent, leaving this as an everlasting enigma. Amid the crow's contemplation, the fragmented circle undergoes yet another transformation. Ink-black splotches surge forth, tracing the curvature to form the silhouette of a waning moon. Could it indeed be a lunar phase? At that moment of astonishment, the crow softly muses, "How rare indeed." Although the structure of the soul remains incomplete, its attributes have begun to manifest within the classification of the Book of Fate. The attributes corresponding to the lunar phases pertain to the essence of humanity, the very soul itself. The abilities possessed by souls categorized under lunar phases primarily involve interventions concerning the soul, such as mental manipulation, consciousness alteration, and spiritual restoration. This particular branch is often viewed as an enigma and a mystery by the majority of transcenders. Unfortunately, the scope is limited. The crow shakes its head in mild disdain. It is too narrow. Relying solely on the bizarre and the fearful may yield momentary success. Yet the true center of the stage in this world will never be reserved for those who dwell in the shadows. Time passes, and Huai Shi's breathing grows labored. Her eyelids flutter as if awakening from a dream. She lets out a sigh, gently raising the branch of events to lightly touch the center of the lunar circle, leaving a trace of ink. Meanwhile, the crow's hue grows increasingly pale. An opportunity has been bestowed upon you, Huai Shi. She whispers softly. Whether you can forge a bridge from the abstract to the tangible rests solely upon you. The confidant bursts excitedly into the office, clutching a portable hard drive. Master, all the surveillance footage from the moment that box was seized by that scoundrel Qin Quan is contained here. Are your tracks clean? The man addressed as Master appears to have been deprived of sleep for an extended period, his eyes bloodshot, and when he raises his head, the crimson veins render his gaze fearsome. The confidant instinctively shudders, forcing a smile. Rest assured, I employed another individual for this task. Our names have been omitted. Even if someone investigates, they will only trace it back to him. Excellent. The master accepts the hard drive, refraining from further discussion as he paces the office. After a long while, he finally resolves to act, stamping his foot. Inform those elders and matrons that there will be a mass this weekend. They must all attend. Those who do not come need not return. The confidant is taken aback, recalling that a mass was just held the day before. Did we not have one recently? They are accustomed to coming at the end of the month. Can't we find some excuse? The master erupts in fury, glaring at him. Do I need to devise the excuse for you? Is it acceptable for the father to celebrate his birthday? Fine, fine, you have the final say. The confidant dares not provoke further ire and scurries away. In the silent office, the prematurely aged middle-aged man remains silent for a considerable time, closing the door. After a prolonged period of wandering, he finally plugs in the hard drive and begins to scrutinize the fragmented data. The footage reveals an individual in the warehouse suddenly drawing a gun, committing murder, seizing the sacred artifact, and subsequently sustaining injuries during the counterattack, leading to an explosion and a frantic escape, eventually retreating into an alley. As the timeline accelerates, a youth bearing a guitar case enters the box, soon emerging from it, the image freezing once more. It halts upon the visage of a somewhat youthful face. It is you. The master leans closer to the screen, his blood-red eyes fixating intently on the boy depicted within the frame. Chapter 9. What joy is there in life? How I suffer. In the desolate backyard, Huai Shi sat on the steps of the garden, gazing skyward with a heavy sigh, lost in thought. At that moment, he profoundly felt like a child doomed to misery. Lured by an agency to interview at a male escort establishment, he stumbled upon a corpse on his way home, and inexplicably found himself imprisoned over a mysterious box. Even after his release, scarcely a day had passed before he was thrust into another predicament, besieged by armed men. Now, in a desperate bid for survival, he was compelled to accept the assistance of a crow, whose sole ability seemed to be his incessant cycle of death. In the end, was it all in vain? If death was inevitable, could it not be a singular, swift affair? Why endure numerous deaths? The torment had rendered him nearly numb. The concept of death anticipation was on the verge of manifesting as a skill. Huai Shi mused that if luck were to favor him this time, he might just survive long enough to elevate this skill to LV10 in his lifetime, all thanks to his repeated brushes with death. Rather than complain, he pondered whether it would be more fruitful to embrace death once more, as this meditative practice might cultivate his essence, perhaps even propelling him past the 99% mark to become an ascendant. Beside him, a zebra-striped crow, inexplicably low on ink, suggested casually. Trusting her would be foolish. Huai Shi disregarded her, fixating on the barren garden, contemplating. Who am I? Where am I? With school starting in half a month. What was a destitute soul like him truly doing, aside from courting death? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Say, do you have any means of acquiring money? Indeed. The zebra crow nonchalantly preened her feathers, gesturing toward the road beyond the gate. A 10-minute bus ride and a left turn at the first stop will lead you to a bank. Just rob it, and you'll have everything you desire. Robbing a bank? Who can't do that? Huai Shi rolled his eyes. Surely, you possess some magic to turn stone into gold? Ah, magic, that's a long tale. However, I do know a technique for producing gold, but what? Huai Shi leaned in, his eyes alight with curiosity. But the cost is approximately 3,000 Eastern Xia dollars per gram, she said calmly. The gold produced this way is typically used as a material for various rituals and altars. If you want, I could procure a couple of pounds for you. What good is gold to me if I were to have money? Huai Shi had no retort. He remained seated on the steps, lost in thought until a faint shattering sound jolted him awake, reminiscent of a glass bottle being kicked to the ground. On this sweltering summer afternoon, the sound rang clear. Surprised, Huai Shi turned towards the direction of the front yard. Is someone coming? The crow, seemingly contemplative, glanced up with concern. Could it be that the matter of stealing electricity from your family's lines has come to light? Huai Shi, momentarily stunned, then realized, his eyes widening in anger. When did you engage in such mischief behind my back? Actually, I also pilfered a wire for Wi-Fi. The signal is quite decent. The crow pulled out a smartphone from her feathers. Need the password? Huai Shi shot her a glare, rising stealthily to peer around the corner of the house. The crow adeptly perched on his head to gain a better view. In the corner of the dilapidated yard, a figure was furtively glancing around before extending a hand to assist another companion who climbed over the wall. Both men landed on the ground, their bulging pockets concealed beneath masks. Goodness, the crow murmured, do bill collectors still climb walls these days? Probably thieves. Huai Shi gritted his teeth, bending down to pick up a half-broken iron rod from the ground. This isn't the first time such a thing has happened. Oh. The crow regarded him thoughtfully before breaking into an odd smile. Let us hope so. Huai Shi had no time for her musings. He lowered his voice and quietly observed the scene ahead. The two burly men donned gloves, scanned their surroundings, exchanged hushed words, and stealthily entered through a broken window on the side of the house. Huai Shi cautiously opened the back door, the creaking floorboards echoing beneath his feet. Heavy footsteps roamed through the living room before ascending the stairs, the sound of doors creaking open resonating in the air. Before long, he heard a voice from upstairs. The person isn't here. Let's search for where he hid the goods. Then came the sound of rummaging, accompanied by the occasional crash of items shattering. Huai Shi grimaced. His home had long been stripped bare, with any valuables pawned off by his parents years ago, leaving only a pair of worthless, decrepit furniture. How fortunate that despite the emptiness, the house was spacious, with plenty of empty rooms. It would take them considerable time to search through it all. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the rod tightly and stealthily followed them upstairs, where he heard a commotion emanating from his bedroom. A loud crash echoed, the sound of a drawer hitting the floor. Damn it, my desk. Then came another loud clatter, as items from the cabinet scattered across the floor. Look at this. It seemed they had discovered something. Huai Shi heard the sound of a zipper being pulled, the case of his instrument being opened, followed by a dull thud as it was struck. Not in here. Could there be a hidden compartment? One of the men speculated. Shall we break it open? To hell with you. Huai Shi seethed. You rummaged through my things without a care, and now you dare to smash my livelihood? This grievance has grown severe. With no time for hesitation, he peeked out, witnessing the two men squatting with their backs to him. One had already picked up a hammer, igniting a surge of rage within him. In a flash, he swung the rod down in a decisive strike. His plan was simple: knock one out first, then take down the other before he could react. The events unfolded smoothly. A loud thud echoed as the man holding the hammer collapsed, but immediately, Huai Shi noticed the rod in his hand, which had been lying dormant for who knows how many years, snap in two, flinging away uselessly. He froze momentarily. The other man paused as well, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes as he lunged at Huai Shi. Instinctively, Huai Shi kicked out, sending the man staggering, then seized a nearby chair and brought it crashing down. Thus, the chair that had accompanied him for so many years met its untimely end. Yet the man, seemingly unfazed, rose once more, fists clenched, making ominous cracking sounds, his masked face contorting into a snarl. Huai Shi took a step back, but quickly regained his composure. He was no longer the defenseless weakling of yore. Very well, it's time to showcase my unparalleled martial prowess. A cold smile graced his lips as he launched into a series of military-style punches. And again, another set of military punches, followed by yet another. The techniques he had learned through hardship flowed effortlessly, a seamless display of skill and vigor. Aside from his opponent not losing a single hair, there was scarcely a flaw to be found. Huai Shi felt himself nearing exhaustion, yet he hadn't managed to land a hit. If only he were beneath a bridge, he might have earned $100 or $80 in reward, but now it seemed utterly futile. The formidable man's swift movements were alarmingly intimidating. Although he lacked any knowledge of military boxing, The sheer force behind his punches and kicks was terrifying. With a casual swing, Huai Shi was plunged into darkness, his face swelling significantly. Damn it, the pain was unbearable, and the wind howled ominously. As this thought flashed through Huai Shi's mind, anger surged within him. This is my home. If anyone were to flee, it certainly wouldn't be me. Almost immediately, he felt a chill at the back of his head and instinctively lowered it. Then, he sensed a hammer brushing against the back of his skull, a fierce gust of wind accompanying it. The man he had previously knocked down had astonishingly risen again. Thus, the old steel pipe proved unreliable. Before Huai Shi could reflect further, he saw the assailant lunging towards him, seizing him in a tight embrace and pinning him to the ground. A large hand clutched his throat. Damn this wretched little dog. Beneath the mask, the eyes glinted with malice. I nearly capsized. The individual wielding the hammer took a deep breath and approached, raising the hammer ominously towards Huai Shi's forehead. Instant karma arrived with alarming swiftness. Just moments ago, Huai Shi had been the one delivering blows, and now it was his turn to receive a fatal strike. As the hammer was raised, fear compelled him to struggle desperately. Yet he could not pry away the hand constricting his throat. In the chaos, he managed to rip off the mask, revealing a scarred face. "Oh no, help me!" Huai Shi screamed. "Think of something tragic." The raven shouted. "Remember how you died in your dreams, how many times you perished, how painfully." Suddenly, Huai Shi felt an overwhelming weariness. With death looming, what was the point of such thoughts? Oh, so if I prepare myself mentally, I shall fear not, right? I might even die more peacefully. What a splendid idea. Recalling the gruesome deaths from his dreams, a wave of anger surged within him. Having experienced numerous hallucinations of death, the weight of those accumulated memories nearly suffocated him. The more he died, the more he dreaded it, for death was indeed a terrifying affair. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a warmth surging from his right hand, and soon, it felt as though something had materialized within his clenched fist. It felt granular, like sand, filling his grasp. Without time to contemplate, Huai Shi instinctively scattered the contents. The dark dust erupted from his fingertips, swiftly enveloping the assailant and Appo's face. The hand that had been choking him loosened slightly amidst the unexpected assault. Huai Shi's eyes flew open, and he rolled away just in time to hear a thunderous crash. The floor, which had cradled his head moments ago, was shattered by the descending hammer. The deafening sound sent a chill down his spine. However, before he could rise, he witnessed the face of the man who had been choking him twist in agony, his visage reddening as he gasped for breath, only to burst into tears moments later. The one wielding the hammer stood momentarily stunned, his eyes welling up as well. What on earth is happening? Is that chili powder? In his bewilderment, Huai Shi inadvertently inhaled the swiftly dissipating black dust in the air, a sharp pang of acidity spreading from his nostrils. Be cautious, that seems to be calamity ash. Getting contaminated would be troublesome. The raven's warnings always arrived too late. At last, Huai Shi discerned that the stinging sensation at the tip of his nose was not merely an external irritant. It stemmed from profound internal anguish and sorrow. It felt akin to being dismissed from a job he depended on for survival, or losing a beloved puppy raised since childhood to theft. It mirrored the despair of a daily grind, only to return home early from work one day, discovering his girlfriend in bed with another man. The shock of sudden obituaries and cancer diagnoses, or the harrowing realization that as a once promising author, he had not produced anything in days. His insides twisted painfully, his eyes burned, and the acidic sting filled his nostrils, an uncontrollable wave of sorrow expanding within his chest. Memories of falling on the stairs at 3, a $5 game token stolen by a chubby child at 6, unreliable parents who vanished after taking donations, and absurd encounters at hostess bars flooded his mind. Heaven above, I am in such anguish. Huai Shi cried out to the sky, a mournful scream escaping his throat, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Chapter 10. What pain is there in death, oh, the heavens, how I suffer. Huai Shi raised his head and let out a long, sorrowful wail, a heart-wrenching cry escaping his throat, as tears streamed down uncontrollably. Simultaneously, two hoarse voices joined in the lament. Wanner, I am sorry, father. Mother, I am unfilial. Unable to provide for your final moments. Amidst this terrifying atmosphere that resembled tear gas, the two burly men who burst into the room wept with noses and tears running freely. In their shared grief, the three exchanged glances, feeling an overwhelming sense of camaraderie in their mutual suffering. Yet how absurd. Even in the face of losing a mother and a daughter, with a lifetime of misfortune, The tasks at hand remained unfinished. Wiping away tears and snot, the two sobbing men suddenly lunged forward, grappling with Huai Shi, like fledgling chickens pecking at each other. They cried while tugging at each other's hair, slapping faces, kicking shins, and bending fingers. As the tears flowed, Huai Shi truly began to weep. It hurt so much. Damn it, be gentler, he cried, landing a punch on one man's eye, causing the tear-streaked scarred face to lift and bite down on Huai Shi's arm. Seizing the moment, the other man grabbed Huai Shi's hair, sobbing as he struck him mindlessly. Lao Lu, kill him. The man pinned down by Huai Shi shouted between sobs. Kill him. Lao Lu responded through his tears, then delivered a powerful punch to Huai Shi's back of the head, plunging him into darkness as he fell. Ai Qing leaned against the wall with one hand propped on a cane, the dust from the handrail and wall staining her white dress with gray streaks. In her other hand, she held a gun, smoke faintly rising from its muzzle. So quickly, the trap was set. She observed the man struggling beneath Huai Shi, then stepped aside at the staircase entrance, leaving a survivor. Behind her, Lu Dongli approached with a complex expression, casting a deep glance at Ai Qing, his heart sinking. He had not anticipated that Ai Qing's grip would be so tight on Huai Shi. During the journey brought here by Ai Qing, he finally pieced together the situation. Everyone presumed that after the assailants attacked the police station, they would vanish with the relics from the border, lying low. Yet Ai Qing held a differing opinion. The evidence lay in the newly discovered corpses from the previous morning. Though equally horrific, they bore signs of torture and suffering. These individuals endured tremendous agony before their deaths. Beneath the veil of so many tragic fatalities, this clue had been overlooked by most. However, examining the other corpses revealed that the killer's methods, while brutal, were executed with precision, devoid of unnecessary indulgence. Even one with a strong sadistic urge would not waste time in such matters. Ascendants are not invincible, especially in such a harsh refuge as the present realm. Even those possessing high-tier holy marks cannot act with impunity. If clues were left that attracted the Astronomical Society's pursuit, there would be no favorable outcome. Yet, if they had found what they sought, why torment others further? Was the body count not sufficient? Internal purges? Eliminating dissent? Seeking accountability? Or perhaps entirely unrelated cases? In the midst of countless speculations, there might exist a possibility close to the truth. They were still searching for something. Beyond the box containing the border relics, they had lost something else. Thus, even if they recovered the box, they would not relent. If this were the case, their next target could very well be one individual. The informant, the first to discover the box. Huai Shi, with only this discarded card in hand. It was remarkable that this woman dared to play such a high-stakes hand in front of everyone. More frighteningly, she succeeded. Initially, Lu Dongli thought Huai Shi was let off lightly due to Ai Qing's childhood acquaintance, but now it appeared that this woman possessed no humanity whatsoever. Contemplating that his leverage rested in such hands, Lu Dongli's heart grew colder. Now that Ai Qing had given the order, he dared not make excuses to delay and could only sigh, lifting his hair and gazing at the two entangled in cries and struggles on the corridor floor. Search the room. Show your ID. From the moment he began to fidget, Huai Shi sensed an ominous premonition. Now, he was employing the same tricks again. And there was no reason to fall for it. He turned his head away, tightening his eyes as much as possible, even if he were to be beaten to death. He refused to suffer the same humiliation as last time. The unsuspecting man raised his head in astonishment, glancing over. In the darkness of his tightly shut eyes, Huai Shi heard a strange hiss, and the grip pulling at him suddenly loosened. The man seemed to roll on the ground in confusion. In a daze, Huai Shi cautiously opened a narrow slit of his eyes, looking at the man below, who stared blankly at the staircase entrance behind Huai Shi, clawing at his throat as if unable to breathe, his face turning purple. Yet, there was no despair in his expression. Instead, it was filled with surprise and awe. Goodness, what sorcery is this? Huai Shi's heart sank completely, and he dared not look back, closing his eyes even tighter. It was not until a thud echoed, and the man collapsed, losing consciousness, that Lu Dongli stepped up, hoisting the man and binding him to a chair, while Huai Shi remained in his eyes-closed posture. Only after confirming his safety did he exhale in relief. Although this individual had intruded like the two bandits, he at least expressed gratitude politely. Finally, he glanced at Ai Qing, who had just brazenly shot to save his life, only to find her gaze upon him was somewhat peculiar. In his bewilderment, he heard Ai Qing sigh. Huai Shi, long time no see. Huai Shi stared blankly for a while, unable to resist scratching his head, awkwardly asking, "Sorry. Who are you?" In the lengthy silence, Lu Dongli could no longer contain himself and turned away, bursting into laughter. Ai Qing remained expressionless, her finger once again tightening on the gun's trigger. Long time no see. Under the terrifying pressure of impending death, Huai Shi quickly slapped his forehead in a moment of realization. Oh, my memory. I remember now. Oh. Ai Qing's brows arched slightly, raising the gun's muzzle an inch. Then tell me, who am I? Aren't you that? Huai Shi's face paled in fear, racking his brain but unable to recall where he had encountered such a beautiful woman with a cane. Seemingly disinterested, Ai Qing simply leaned on her cane and walked past him, instructing Lu Dongli to move the man from the chair to a larger area, splashing water over him to awaken him from his stupor. My floor. Watching the large wet patch on the floor, Huai Shi's eye twitched, and he wisely chose not to speak. Forget it. No matter who these two are, let's finish this quickly and leave. As long as they don't kill anyone in my house again. Yet, at this moment, when she was most needed, that cursed crow vanished without a trace. As the man opened his eyes, he found himself staring at Lu Dongli. Lu Dongli had already tied back his hair, leaning in to fixate on the individual's eyes. And in an instant, he unleashed his enigmatic ability. The person fell into a stupor, mumbling incoherently at Lu Dongli, drooling profusely. However, Lu Dongli's expression shifted abruptly to one of disappointment, as if he had uncovered a troubling truth. No, he had depleted his source essence. He turned to Ai Qing and shook his head, declaring that the individual's mind was likely long gone, reduced to a mere husk, incapable of uttering a word. Ai Qing's countenance darkened as well. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. If we cannot extract information, then let it be. Lu Dongli reluctantly nodded and inquired. What is your name? Zhao Baozhu, the individual replied with a vacant grin, gazing at Lu Dongli. Young man, why are you so handsome? I truly like you. As he spoke, white foam began to bubble from his mouth. He trembled violently, the chair binding him creaking ominously, the ropes straining as if on the verge of snapping. Lu Dongli's expression shifted dramatically. In that moment, everyone heard a distinct cracking sound emanating from within him, akin to snapped strings of a musical instrument. Yet, Zhao Baozhu's demeanor grew increasingly fervent and elated. I am ascending, he exclaimed, grinning widely. The Heavenly Father has come to take me. 72 angels, as splendid as you, have come for me. Amidst his hoarse cries, the individual convulsed violently, smoke billowing from his mouth and nose, followed by a swift eruption of flames, consuming flesh and bone with a fierce blaze. In an instant, he was reduced to a heap of ash mingled with fragments of bone, while the ropes and chair remained unscathed, save for a charred mark. Hiss! Huai Shi instinctively recoiled, the horrific scene sending shivers down his spine. Lu Dongli rubbed his face, unable to suppress a sigh. The lead had once again gone cold. Yet Ai Qing's expression remained impassive. After a long silence, she finally spoke. Not necessarily. Lu Dongli was perplexed, but noticed Ai Qing directing her gaze at Huai Shi. He is still alive. Ai Qing scrutinized the astonished Huai Shi, although she was unaware of why they sought to kill him. As long as this bait remained, she could still grasp their elusive traces. You want me dead? At this point, Huai Shi could no longer feign ignorance regarding her intentions and erupted in fury. There's only half a month left until summer break, and I still need 4,000 for living expenses. Since death is inevitable, I might as well perish in poverty. Is that so? Ai Qing interrupted him, raising her hand to reveal the ominous barrel of a gun. Oh, is this your approach? Though terrified and leaning back desperately, Huai Shi maintained his defiance. Even if you shoot me today, I would never. Just as he was about to assert his unyielding spirit, he noticed Ai Qing lifting another object, her phone. The screen displayed a bank balance filled with an unending series of zeros. Everyone for me, I for everyone. Huai Shi proclaimed earnestly, thumping his chest. Cooperating with government investigations is the unassailable duty of every citizen of Dongxia. Please do not show me pity for being a delicate flower. Come on, Davarishi, what kind of game do you prefer? Chapter 11. A domineering bodyguard clings to me never anticipated that before reaching the pinnacle of his life, he would receive the same treatment as the school's most popular girl, complete with a legendary personal bodyguard. Unfortunately, this bodyguard, aside from being a flashy gigolo, possessed more than his fair share of flaws. Before could object, decisively arranged everything and promptly assigned him a 24/7 personal bodyguard, the hapless. When was present, He dared not act presumptuously, but as soon as she left, began strutting around like a peacock. How dilapidated this house is. It's a pity, considering the taste is not bad. Where's my room? Rolled his eyes. There are plenty of empty rooms. There are even beds in the storage room. Take your pick. What's for food? I haven't had lunch yet. Plain noodles, want some? Where's the lavatory? He pulled out a pile of bottles and jars, looking worried. I need to hydrate. The UV rays have been intense lately. If you don't have a penchant for walking backward 4 steps in the bathroom, it's around the corner. And by the way, there's no water heater. You'll have to boil your own water. Firewood is in the backyard. TCH clicked his tongue in displeasure. Whether because he couldn't walk backward 4 steps or couldn't freely take a shower. After thoroughly inspecting the entire residence and disparaging's front yard, backyard, living room, balcony, bathroom, and everything else, he finally remembered why he was there and pulled out his phone. Hey, what in Oppos? That's the Wi-Fi password? Their ISN and Oppos, T1. Having been subdued by his combination of carrot and stick, was in a foul mood and found the gigolo particularly irritating. Are you here to be a bodyguard or a lord? Obviously, I'm here to be a lord, scoffed, walking out with his hands behind his back. A moment later, he returned, carrying a massive black plastic bag. Where's the shovel? Stared at the human-shaped plastic bag, feeling a chill run down his spine. What are you doing? Burying a corpse, retorted. Unless you prefer this thing lying in the hallway? Where do you plan to bury it? Became wary. Didn't answer, glancing out the window. Immediately jumped up in alarm. No way. You're burying a corpse in my garden? How unsightly. Then where should I bury it? There's plenty of open space on the mountain behind the back door. Bury it as far away as possible. TCH, such a hassle. Though lazy, didn't argue, carrying the corpse and shovel away. Watching him leave, breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he's gone. I had to hide for ages, emerged from who knows where. Seeing the dawdling crow, grew even more indignant. Where were you just now? Cleaning up after you. Otherwise, with that little girl's sharp eyes, would you have gotten away with scattering like that? Rolled its eyes. Mentioning this, was filled with resentment. What on earth was that thing? How did it come out of my hands? He had initially thought that his near-death experience would awaken some miraculous power, but instead, he had awakened some kind of magical chili powder. Who could bear that? How should I put it? By definition, it's a rare source material. A highly purified essence extracted from numerous events of death and destruction. Pondered for a moment before replying. If I were to explain how you could sprinkle this stuff, it would be that you extracted your fear of death by reading records of death and added it to your dissipated source material, synthesizing highly purified. However, this isn't your sole ability, but a byproduct of your subconscious application of your attributes. To make an analogy, it's like the noise of a washing machine, the wastewater from an air conditioner, or the radiation from an induction cooker. Could you not use those similes? All right, let's put it this way. Right now, you're probably a negative energy generator. You can leave out the probably. Raged, glaring at it resentfully. Besides, what kind of skill is that? Can't you help me get a better one? I'd like to, but shrugged. That wall can't be painted, you know? Glared at it for a long time before realizing. In that case, if negative emotions can be extracted, then positive emotions might be possible too, right? So, I can create fat happiness ash at any time? Oh, you mean Liberator's dust? Nodded. That's right. But the problem is, you need to have some happy memories first, right? Bullshit. Why wouldn't I have happy memories? I'm so happy. Pounded his chest in anger. My days are so joyful. I could be happy from morning till night. I could even continue being happy after waking up from a nap. Didn't speak, merely looking at him until awkwardly turned away. Let's change the subject. Thus, under the harsh reality, he accepted the fact that he had become a negative energy generator. Since there's someone new in the house, I'm afraid I'll have to hide for a while for safety's sake. You'll have to manage on your own from now on. Heard footsteps coming from the back door and hurriedly said, to avoid exposure, don't read the death records in the Book of Fate when there's someone around. Try meditating instead. Meditating? Was stunned. How do I meditate? Didn't it Oppos? I give you the Wi-Fi password? Nonchalantly spread its wings and flew into the distance. Leaving behind its final words, look it up yourself. Having busied himself for an afternoon, he finally managed to satisfy his peculiar demands. In the meantime, also secretly used his phone to look up what meditation was. After spending 3 or 4 hours sifting through countless advertisements and bizarre religious propaganda, he finally found a relatively reliable explanation in a foreign encyclopedia entry. To put it simply, there are many types of meditation. The high-end methods are very complex, requiring one to find a quiet place, preferably with a gentle breeze and a high moon, or a bamboo forest, or by the water. Then, one must bathe and change clothes, fast for 3 days, burn incense, and so on. However, the low-end version is simple. Find a comfortable place to lie down. Close your eyes and clear your mind. Although it sounded absurd, at least this method wouldn't cause any problems, except for accidentally falling asleep. If he messed around with some strange methods, endocrine disorders would be the least of his worries. He would be sprinting down the path to schizophrenia. In a website cited by the encyclopedia entry, saw a British occult otaku's summary of the essence of meditation, stripped of its mystical background. Meditation is simply a way for ordinary people to relax their nerves and brain by emptying the self and entering a state of deep sleep. The overloaded internal organs and nervous system can have space for rest and self-repair. Therefore, it's not limited to sitting meditation, asceticism, chanting scriptures, or taking drugs. As long as you can put yourself in a relaxed, empty state, you can do anything. The blogger also recommended methods he personally tried, outlining their pros and cons. Among them were writing, which had the downside of easily leading to writer's block and anxiety, especially if someone discovered he used his own name as the protagonist in Goblin. Is it just a pool creature? Resulting in a social death amid its rapid dissemination, and playing the piano, which was difficult to master and often disturbed the neighbors, prompting the blogger to give up after being assaulted by his neighbors for the 3rd time. Ultimately, he concluded that painting was the best choice. In his final blog post, he expressed how the focus required during painting allowed him to empty his mind and enter a meditative state. He claimed to hear ancient souls returning from the 7th dimension whispering truths about the universe in his ear in dreams, granting him enlightenment and liberation. At the end of the article, he shared his latest artwork, a remarkable piece that appeared to be a grotesque mix of desiccated sheep's blood, shattered entrails, and large eyeballs. With a sigh, Huai Shi leaned back, wishing for some distance from this exquisite work. "Are you all right, brother?" Before shutting off his phone, he noticed that this last blog post was from 2 years ago. The address left on the blog was a city Huai Shi had never heard of, called Manchester, which could not even be found on mapping software. It seemed this blog might just be a joke. He turned off his phone and, facing his cello, conceived a bold idea. After all he needed to do was to empty himself, right? He couldn't write novels, couldn't paint, and while he could play a bit of piano, it was not impressive. Surely, he could manage with the cello? After a moment of contemplation, he went to boil water for a shower, changed into a more serious performance outfit, and composed himself, all while being watched by Lu Dongli, who was eager for a spectacle. Would he play majestic? Lu Dongli, munching on sunflower seeds, suggested songs like Peach Blossom Love Song or Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. Get lost. Huai Shi rolled his eyes, initially thinking Lu might be onto something when he mentioned majestic, but it turned out they were on completely different wavelengths. Just one piece by Bach. If you like it, fine. If not, get lost. With that, Huai Shi ignored him, lowered his gaze, and drew the bow across the strings. However, after playing a single note, his actions suddenly halted. He stood frozen. The cello's resonant sound lingered in the air, slowly dissipating, yet it felt distinctly different from before, as if a new depth had emerged. It was not merely a matter of touch or rhythm. It was an entirely new dimension of sound. It felt as though he had transformed, or perhaps it was more accurate to say his instrument had transformed. Huai Shi had never imagined that from his hands. On this old cello, such warm and soothing notes could emerge, as if the delicate sound had been imbued with a rich texture. He could feel the notes flowing through him. When he drew the bow again, that deep yet light, life-infused melody surged forth like a torrent from the strings, transcending his small physical form and evolving into a heavy light and rain, spreading outward, riding the melody, reverberating throughout the vast hall. The elusive sensations his teacher had repeatedly explained, which he could never fully grasp, suddenly became astonishingly simple. The emotions that welled up from his core intertwined with the melody, merging into the low, resonant notes like a river rushing into the sea, shaking his consciousness and carrying him away to distant realms. My goodness, have I leveled up? Before he could savor the thrill and excitement, Huai Shi found himself captivated by his own melody, involuntarily sinking into the sorrowful, resonant sound of the cello. It was as if he had fallen asleep once more, yet this time, devoid of the death and fear that had plagued him. In the tranquil darkness, he felt submerged in stillness and peace. As he struggled to open his eyes, the world before him remained a blur. Only a distant light, rippling like a tide, was vaguely visible. When he attempted to move, the darkness seemed to part, and he found himself back in the empty hall, suspended in midair. Looking down, he saw himself, lost in the music. It felt as though he had split into two, one physical self immersed in performance, while the other, his spirit, soared free from the confines of his body, gliding through the air. Suddenly, he realized Lu Dongli had left the hall without him noticing. Curiously, he wandered around, discovering he could pass through walls like a specter, moving freely yet unable to escape the vicinity of the stone marrow pavilion, as if imprisoned by invisible barriers. This is protection, oh Huai Shi, do not misinterpret others' goodwill. A phantom crow perched on a branch outside the wall observed him. As if perceiving his inner thoughts, separation of essence is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Without the sanctuary of the stone marrow pavilion, you would likely be akin to a candle flickering in the dark, preyed upon by some malevolent force. With that, it flapped its wings, sending Huai Shi, who had climbed the wall, tumbling back down. A friendly reminder, do not attempt such things elsewhere until you achieve perfect mastery of the Mercury steps. Like being intoxicated or dreaming, Huai Shi barely comprehended its words, drifting like a leaf, meandering through the stone marrow pavilion. Soon, he discovered Lu Dongli lurking in the restroom on the third floor. While Huai Shi was lost in his music, Lu Dongli had stealthily escaped to the bathroom, locked the door, and cautiously scanned his surroundings. Satisfied that no one was watching, he reached into his small bag and pulled out a bottle. Huai Shi and Appo's heart raced. What was he up to? Just as Huai Shi peeked through the wall, curious about Lu Dongli's antics, he saw him sigh and remove a few golden strands of hair from his head. Removing it, Huai Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? Lu Dongli switched on his phone's flashlight, illuminating his bald head, his expression turning sorrowful. 2 more strands fell out. Every time I use my powers, this happens. That woman is so wicked. Holding the delicate strands, tears nearly spilled from Lu Dongli's eyes. After reproaching the heartless Ai Qing for a while, he sighed deeply, scooped some ointment from the bottle, and evenly applied it to his scalp. When he heard Huai Shi's music conclude, he hastily donned a wig and rushed away. Huai Shi, filled with unspoken thoughts, was pulled back into his own body as the music ended. He opened his eyes to see Lu Dongli, who had been applauding, seemingly as if he had never left. Well played, Lu Dongli commented earnestly, but there's still room for improvement. For some reason, Huai Shi sensed a sudden shift of pity in his gaze toward Lu Dongli. In summary, the night passed without further incident. The following day before dawn, Huai Shi was abruptly awakened by Lu Dongli's insistent knocking. After a long-awaited normal sleep, he opened the door, still drowsy and yawning, only to find Lu Dongli with dark circles under his eyes, bloodshot and weary. What happened to you? He was taken aback, as if he had encountered a ghost. What do you think? Lu Dongli gazed at him with a lingering sorrow, inquiring, what on earth is going on in your home? What do you mean by what's going on? It's merely a bit worn and dilapidated, he replied. Huai Shi leaned back slightly, expressing her disdain. Why are city folks so pampered? Pampered my foot. A little wear and tear. I can consider it camping, but you never mentioned your house was haunted. Lu Dongli's expression grew increasingly agitated since dawn. The incessant dripping from the neighbor's bathroom has been unbearable. The floorboards in the corridor are constantly creaking, and there are footsteps. I hear them distinctly. Isn't that typical of old houses? Huai Shi nonchalantly picked up her toiletry cup and headed downstairs, calmly retorting, haven't you ever encountered aging facilities? Does your house have facilities that sigh in empty rooms? Lu Dongli exclaimed in frustration, nearly jumping with rage. Your place must surely be haunted. Huai Shi fell silent for a moment, her gaze toward him filled with increasing pity. After a while, she gently patted his shoulder. Old Lu, you must be tired, right? Don't be afraid. There are no ghosts in this world. It wasn't until Huai Shi had departed for quite some time that Lu Dongli snapped back to reality, so furious that he felt like jumping up to beat his entire family with a few sticks, while also delivering a full combo. I could accept not being called Big Brother, but what on earth is old Lu? I am old enough to be your uncle. Within the Special Affairs Division's office, a profound silence reigned. Gone. A stunned Ai Qing, confined to her wheelchair, stared at the perspiring man across the desk. 2 individuals vanish, and all you can offer is gone. Regrettably, the man lamented, surveillance footage only captured fleeting glimpses of their profiles, each obscured by masks. Their origins remain elusive. As for this photograph, he gestured wearily toward an image of the captive bound to a chair. The subject exhibits recent cosmetic surgery, complicating identification. Ai Qing dismissed his excuses with a wave of her hand. And this? She pointed to a plastic bag containing a white powder. Any progress on its composition? The man hesitated, prompting Ai Qing to sigh. Should New Sea's resources prove insufficient, I shall be compelled to escalate the matter to the Astronomical Society. However, the ensuing repercussions may prove undesirable. No, that's not what I meant, he exclaimed, desperate to avoid further blame. It's not a matter of cooperation, but rather the ubiquity of these unconventional hallucinogens laced with quintessence. Tracing their origin is proving exceedingly difficult. Ai Qing frowned. Explain. The psychoactive component stems primarily from the quintessence, readily sourced from numerous border relics. Furthermore, the formulas are endlessly adaptable. Records indicate dozens of variations circulating in the black market, possibly thousands if one were to consult the Astronomical Society's database of prohibited substances. Ultimately, the unpredictable nature of ascendants and infernal entities renders us powerless. The man, now drenched in sweat, surrendered entirely. Disappointment etched on her face. Ai Qing turned to leave. As she reached the door, she paused, turning back to address the man. Given your numerous limitations, I trust you will not hesitate to assist when your capabilities are required? Indeed, he stammered, forcing a smile while mentally berating his incompetent colleagues. We shall cooperate fully. Excellent. The door clicked shut. Music filled the dimly lit private room, where two figures were entwined on a sofa, whispering sweet nothings. With a snap of his fingers, one of them signaled to the corner, where a listless Huai Shi mechanically began to play the cello. In his backpack, the Book of Destiny recorded the event with cold indifference. First day working for Lu Dongli. He asked me to play for him. I will remember this. Indeed, this marked Huai Shi's debut as a male escort. Driven by survival, he had descended from a refined cellist to Lu Dongli's personal BGM provider. A duo was born, one selling his body, the other his talent. The prospect of becoming male escort superstars, complete with permed hair and plunging necklines, seemed imminent, or not. Why was he relegated to bodyguarding a bodyguard? Living in the same house was one thing, but working together? It was unbearable. Only the threat to his life and Ai Qing's generous daily rate of 800 yuan kept him from quitting. Until this matter was resolved, he was stuck with this gigolo. Huai Shi's demands were simple. He would take the blame, while the other would face the consequences. Once this was over, they would part ways, feigning ignorance and avoiding any future contact. And after he finally got rid of that blasted crow, he could finally start his life anew. He would use his activated golden finger to reach the pinnacle of success, marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, and fulfill his dreams of counting so much money that he would break dozens of printing presses, becoming so famous that he would be immortalized as a beautiful girl in a gacha game. Lost in his whimsical fantasies, his keen hearing picked up muffled sobs from the sofa. Amidst the alcohol and mournful cello music, the woman nestled in Lu Dongli's arms choked out her sorrow. Grasping his hand, in my heart, I've always seen you as my son. I'm sorry for keeping it a secret. If my son were still alive, he would be just like you. As Huai Shi stifled a snort, Lu Dongli's practiced smile faltered. After finally seeing the client off, he was met with Huai Shi's mocking gaze. Ah, Huai Shi remarked, genuinely impressed. Is this the essence of being a male escort? Essence, my foot, Lu Dongli retorted. It's more like the scent of Bradford pears. I've slept with so many women, and now I'm a son. Shouldn't you be saying something about comforting lonely women and bringing them warmth? Huai Shi teased, so that I can have a better opinion of the male escort profession. Lu Dongli eyed him skeptically, pointing to his head. No matter how you spin it, male escorts are just selling smiles and flesh. There's nothing noble about it. But you seem to be enjoying it, Huai Shi observed, his gaze filled with pity. Do you have a thing for older women? Please. Lu Dongli scoffed. Not everyone is as broke as you are. Back in the day, I could have made millions with just my face. I made 40 million in just a few days. Huai Shi remained unfazed. Oh, and then I got caught, Lu Dongli admitted sheepishly, by the woman herself. She said that since I liked using my face to swindle women, I should become a male escort. I'll be free when I pay back all the money I took from her. Huai Shi was stunned. And you actually became a male escort? What else could I do? Get sent to the border? My abilities don't work on anything but people. That's a death sentence. Lu Dongli sighed, lighting a cigarette. They shoved a gun in my mouth. What was I supposed to do? Shake my head. I almost pissed myself. Intrigued, Huai Shi leaned in and whispered, Didn't you use your ability back then? Lu Dongli's expression grew even more despondent. I did. It didn't work. So did it work or not? It did, Lu Dongli conceded, shaking his head in defeat. But it was useless. I even used 10 times the amount to escape. She should have fallen madly in love with me. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Her name is Ai Qing, but love means nothing to her. Huai Shi, recalling his encounter with the woman, was taken aback. Are you describing a human being or a steel Godzilla? Finally, Lu Dongli glared at him as if he were an idiot. Are you kidding me? She's the head of the Astronomical Society in New Sea, an inspector with the authority to make any ascendant work for her. How can Godzilla possibly compare to her? Angering Godzilla merely results in a more gruesome demise, while crossing her would lead to a fate far worse than death. As the two conversed, they had already exited the back door of the venue, strolling along the street in search of a place to dine. Lu Dongli was treating. He could no longer endure the bland boiled noodles from the Huai family. If I don't consume some meat soon, my abs might start digesting themselves. Lu Dongli playfully patted his stomach, suggesting, how about we indulge in hot pot? Huai Shi glanced at him, her voice laced with sarcasm. I've heard that overindulging in hot pot leads to a sore backside. Lu Dongli paused, quickly realizing the underlying meaning in her words. And couldn't he resist kicking this cheeky brat with enthusiasm? Ultimately, feeling quite vexed, he hastily consumed a bowl of noodles before heading home. Lu Dongli complained about the fatigue of walking, declaring that he would drive over the next day. It's already midnight. Huai Shi yawned as they walked, exclaiming, can't you finish work earlier? Come on, I'm 17 this year and still growing. Is that so? From what I see, you've developed quite well already. Where do you intend to grow further? Lu Dongli scoffed, adding, besides, where can you find a male escort working during the day? Thanks to you. I've already skipped the latter half of my shift today. As he spoke, he rubbed a few fingers together, prompting Huai Shi to contemplate how much she could earn in the evening. Her expression turned peculiar as she glanced back at him for a long moment, suddenly asking, does this count as me persuading you to mend your ways? Get lost. While they bantered on the road, Huai Shi suddenly heard the sound of wings flapping. A black crow had perched on a nearby tree, looking back at her. For reasons unknown, a chill surged through Huai Shi. Following the crow's silent cue, she abruptly turned her head to look behind her. At the end of the quiet suburban street, illuminated dimly by the streetlights, a hunched shadow crouched silently upon a fire hydrant. The slightly comical monkey mask slowly lifted, its indifferent eyes fixated on them. At last it has arrived. In an instant, Lu Dongli reacted, placing his left hand protectively behind Huai Shi and shoving his bag into her arms. His right hand dove into his coat, gripping the weapon concealed within. He swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, a sharp metallic screech erupted beneath the feet of the menacing creature. Beneath its slowly gathering claws, the fire hydrant was torn apart as if it were mere paper. As the shadow suddenly lunged toward them, a powerful jet of water gushed forth from the shattered hydrant. Huai Shi staggered back, frantically scanning her surroundings, her heart racing with fear. Yet a sense of relief washed over her. Thankfully, that fiend chose to attack here. If they had ventured a bit further, the darkness would have engulfed them. In utter blackness, Lu Dongli's abilities would likely find no outlet. Before she could process more, the creature and Appo's roar sliced through the air, and in an instant, it had closed the distance to mere 10 paces. Lu Dongli stood directly beneath the streetlight. He raised his hand, sweeping back his hair, and flashed a grin at the beast. In that fleeting moment, an inexplicable force, unknown to Huai Shi, activated, reflecting through Lu Dongli's visage and into the creature's eyes. In an instant, its movements froze, and it plummeted from the air. It became utterly immobile, even struggling to breathe. Lu Dongli, not daring to be careless, aimed his gun at it and pulled the trigger with force. In the cacophony of the gunfire, Huai Shi felt her vision darken suddenly. The streetlight flickered. Stunned, she turned back to see a distribution box beside the fire hydrant erupting with thick smoke. Under the relentless onslaught of water, electrical sparks and smoke burst forth wildly, coinciding with the frantic flickering of the streetlight, culminating in a deafening explosion. The streetlight extinguished completely. Goodness, what kind of shoddy construction is this municipal engineering company carrying out? Chapter 13. The Nighthawk in the midst of darkness. Huai Shi once again felt a terrifying chill coursing through his forehead, a sensation that sent shivers down his spine. This was the harrowing premonition that had haunted him countless times in nightmares, a skill forged from innumerable experiences of death. Death awareness had been triggered. With no time for contemplation, he suddenly dropped to the ground, rolling frantically as memories of the crow's words surged back, accompanied by waves of bitter recollection. Almost immediately, a rush of heat surged through his right hand, and a handful of ash was forged from the negative memories. Amidst the thunderous crash of the ground shattering behind him, He held his breath and threw his hand out. There was a moment of silence. The next second, he heard the piercing scream of the monstrous ape. Damn it! Light! Lu Dongli shouted, light! 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 Uft! Despite the dire situation, Huai Shi couldn't help but chuckle. Sorry, I didn't expect you to be such an Intel fan. Not daring to linger, he fished Lu Dongli's phone from his bag and promptly activated the flashlight, tossing it. Catch! Smash! The phone shattered midair. The ape's grotesque visage flickering in the swirling light. It seemed to have realized the nature of Lu Dongli's power and would not allow any light to escape. Huai Shi, in a frenzy, hurled his soon-to-be-retired smartphone. Catch this too. Smash. Another phone met its demise in midair. Now both of them were without phones. Damn it, can you not be so reckless? Lu Dongli fumed, frustrated that one phone was smashed, and yet Huai Shi tossed another. Could you move a bit faster? Huai Shi was equally agitated, rummaging through Lu Dongli's bag in their desperate flight, tossing out various bottles and jars. Hand cream. Catch. Smash. A gunshot rang out. The flash of the muzzle fleeting, but it was unclear whether it struck the bizarre monkey. Huai Shi felt a brush against his heel, nearly collapsing in fear. Aim better. Shut up. Lu Dongli shouted impatiently. Do you even need your stuff anymore? Annoyed, Huai Shi grabbed another bottle and threw it. Ai Qing. Catch. Smash. Sunglasses and keys. Catch. As Lu Dongli engaged in a tense battle with the ferocious monkey, Huai Shi continued to hurl items, the sound of shattering filling the air, each crack echoing Lu Dongli's despair. By the time he nearly emptied the bag, Huai Shi threw everything in one go. Miracle water, eye cream, face cream, essence. And what's this? Oh, a compact mirror. Catch. This chaotic assortment of items seemed to garner no attention from the monstrous ape. Yet, it was unexpected when Lu Dongli recklessly lunged forward, snatching the compact mirror midair, heedless of the danger posed by the ape. In an instant, he revealed a cold smirk towards the ghostly monkey. Behold my radiant visage. In the next moment, light erupted from his hand. Little did the ape know. They had been waiting for this. Lu Dongli's vanity extended even to his makeup mirror, and it was equipped with a 360-degree, no dead angle, whitening LED ring light. As the brilliance illuminated the darkness, the ape's sharp metallic claws were mere inches from Lu Dongli's face, freezing in that fleeting moment. For a time, he could not focus on anyone else. Even Huai Shi inadvertently glimpsed his face. They seemed to be frozen in place, immobile as if time had stopped. The chaotic sounds of the world faded into a maddening silence. In the midst of this chaos, Lu Dongli fell, unable to adjust his position. Raising his gun in a flurry of shots, expending the last 2 bullets without witnessing any splatter of blood, he crashed to the ground, nearly face first. Scrambling to regain his footing, suddenly, the monstrous ape emitted a piercing shriek, its iron claws thrusting towards Lu Dongli's eyes. A heavy thud resonating as thick blood erupted from the mask's openings. This time, it could no longer see Lu Dongli's face. With a violent swing, it tore through Huai Shi's arm, narrowly avoiding a fatal injury, thanks to Lu Dongli's swift retreat. Huai Shi's face turned pale with terror. Damn it! Does your power even work? Lu Dongli, filled with indignation, retorted, I can't help it if my hair is thinning. Is your beauty really reliant on your hair? The two of them scrambled to a corner, holding their breaths in an effort to maintain silence as the bloody-eyed ape prowled around, tearing apart anything that dared make a sound. In the stillness, Huai Shi heard a resigned sigh. As the winds howled, the dark clouds parted, revealing the moonlight that washed over the desolate street. Before them, the figure of Ai Qing in black attire sat in a wheelchair, shaking her head disapprovingly as she pushed forward. In the silence, only the soft sound of the wheelchair wheels turning could be heard. The enraged ape suddenly turned, its hollow eyes fixated on the source of the sound, lunging forth. Ai Qing impatiently shook her head, sighed, and retrieved from her wheelchair a weapon, dark, long, thick, and hard. A model Huai Shi could not discern. A submachine gun, which she expertly readied. Aiming ahead, she pulled the trigger. In an instant, Huai Shi witnessed a burst of fiery light erupting from the barrel, accompanied by a shrill, piercing sound. The ape halted midair, thrashing like a plastic bag caught in the wind, before crashing to the ground, writhing in agony and screaming. As the last of the bullets were expended, Ai Qing coldly discarded the magazine. The only sound remaining was the crisp clatter of shell casings hitting the ground. Is it over? Just as Huai Shi stood in stunned silence, the tattered monkey suddenly rose again, darting away in a panic. It was attempting to flee. Ai Qing barely paid it any mind. Suddenly, faint red dots appeared on the ape's body. Boom. In an instant, a deafening explosion reverberated from afar, a continuous roar. The ape, struck by an unseen force, had its leg obliterated in a mist of blood, followed by a gaping hole in its chest, its insides spilling forth like sludge. The ground bore several large craters, as if struck by a hammer. Under the aim of distant snipers, the creature was reduced to a ragged doll. Yet, astonishingly, it still lived. In a frenzied struggle, it clawed its way up with its remaining left leg, scrambling frantically, moving faster than seemed possible. In the end, it nearly hovered as it soared towards the darkness. In an instant, it vanished amidst the incessant gunfire. Finally, Lu Dongli exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. Pulling out a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it, and taking several deep drags to steady his breath. Had it not been for Ai Qing's timely arrival, he might have perished here. But when did you call for snipers? Their speed was astonishing. Guess? Ai Qing did not answer directly, merely looking at him as if he were a fool, prompting a resigned sigh from Lu Dongli. Fine. It seemed there was no need to call at all. There must be countless snipers secretly targeting him around the clock these past few days. This woman was utterly devoid of humanity. Originally, I had assumed that you could resolve this matter independently. To my astonishment, you have become utterly incapable with the flick of a switch. With a merciless tone, Ai Qing inquired, have you discovered anything? While unsure of the nature of his soul abilities, I believe I have encountered his sacred mark in the professor's genealogy chart. Lu Dongli scratched his head and pondered, perhaps it is the new? After further reflection, he became increasingly convinced. Third stage, ether level, sacred mark, new. The new. A legendary creature, is said to possess a face akin to that of a monkey, a body resembling a raccoon, limbs like those of a tiger, and a serpent's tail. It lacks wings yet can soar through the skies. It appears that it has only just ascended to the ether level and cannot fly high. Otherwise, I would have met my demise today. Lu Dongli wiped the cold sweat from his brow, gasping, damn it, here I am. A mere novice at gold, grappling with an ether-level opponent who has advanced a rank. This is perilously close. From whence has this ether-level ascendant emerged? I had assumed that the professor was the sole ether level in the entire new sea, with the emergence of another ether-level ascendant. It seems that the situation for that group has escalated dramatically. Ai Qing, relishing the chaos, cast a glance in the distance and tapped the armrest of her wheelchair. At least the situation is not entirely dire. Your efforts have proven valuable, and there are now several individuals who can be sacrificed when necessary. Lu Dongli remained silent, gazing at her beautiful profile, a chill settling in his heart. To be burdened with such a malevolent prosecutor, one could only deem life as hopeless. After a brief contemplation, Ai Qing raised her head and asked, is there anything else you've discovered? No, nothing. Lu Dongli was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head vigorously. Then let us proceed. If I uncover any clues, I shall inform you promptly. She cast one last glance at Lu Dongli, her gaze sweeping past Huai Shi. Yet she chose not to elaborate further and turned her wheelchair away. After a prolonged silence, Huai Shi finally processed the situation. Does she harbor an aversion towards me? Lu Dongli rolled his eyes. I have yet to witness her showing affection for anyone, to be honest. However, you may have grievously offended her last time. Consider yourself fortunate. He patted the young man's shoulder heartily, though a sense of dread began to creep into his mind. This was the one secret he had just concealed. At the moment the street lamp extinguished, he sensed a faint source material fluctuation behind him. In the hidden chamber, the master stood frozen before the bloodied and mangled beast, bewildered. What is happening? This is a trap, orchestrated by the Astronomical Society. The beast shrieked in fury. That little brat has an ascendant as a bodyguard, and there's a sniper. The master remained immobilized. What are you still standing there for? The beast, gritting its teeth against the pain, tore away its mask, revealing a face twisted with age and malice. I can hardly hold on. Give me source material at once. The master instinctively covered the box. But, there's not much source material left. Do you not have plenty of old ghosts to draw from? The beast clawed itself upright, using one leg to support its weight, advancing menacingly. Give it all to me. This mess is your doing. The master, almost reflexively, produced the box, only to have it snatched away. It eagerly opened the box, staring at the crystalline, mist-like source material within, pressing its face against the box and greedily inhaling. Soon, the sharp sounds of friction echoed, the noise of bones and flesh multiplying resembling steel clashing, as new organs and limbs sprouted from the fragmented body. Once all the limbs had fully formed, the master hastily seized the box. Noting with dismay the significant depletion of source material within, his face paling with anguish. And the powder? Share some with me. The beast wiped its face, rummaging through its pocket to produce a packet of powder, inhaling it through its nostrils. After a shiver, its complexion improved considerably, and it staggered back, collapsing onto the bed. You are the appointed leader by the master. What do you intend to do next? The master fell silent, instinctively gnawing on his fingers, seemingly deep in thought. After a long pause, a sinister glint crossed his face. Since we have drawn the attention of the Astronomical Society, we cannot linger in New Sea any longer. He opened his mouth, observing the bloodied state of his fingers, and rasped, after completing the final mass tomorrow night, we shall relocate and depart under the cover of darkness. With 6 months until the new year, let us strive to gather enough source material. The masters shall not hold it against us. What about the task? The beast inquired. What of the mission in the quarantine zone? The master trembled momentarily, remaining silent. Chapter 14. The joyful gigolo in the early morning. Dew crystallized on the violin bow, leaving damp traces upon the cello's body. On such a humid day, one would typically ensure proper care for their instruments. However, Huai Shi found himself devoid of such thoughts. After completing his customary 2 hours of practice, accompanied by a session of meditation, he sat vacantly on the steps of the garden, inevitably feeling the chill beneath him. Perhaps it would be wise to place a cushion here next time. Once unable to sit any longer, he stood, brushed the dust from his trousers, and meandered aimlessly around the barren garden. The scars from his arms stitching throbbed subtly with each movement, a poignant reminder of the perils he faced the previous night. No, it was more than that. It served as a profound reminder of his current predicament. At present, he could not guarantee his own safety. Despite often feeling that a life filled with such hardships was devoid of meaning, one who lives would never deem death preferable. Besides, Huai Shi's life had yet to truly commence. How splendid it was to be alive. He wished to linger a while longer. Was he once again lost in thought in the garden? Suddenly, he heard the sound of a crow landing on the fence. Must you not find another perch? Is it so wrong for me to like this spot? The crow remarked, its wings raised in a gesture of exasperation, indicating that the completion of his sublimation was tantalizingly close. In response, Huai Shi felt no motivation. What significance did the completion of sublimation hold? Would it enable him to scatter more chili powder? Surely it could not surpass the feats of the previous night, could it? How many times had he been told that the ash was merely a byproduct of one's soul attributes? Once sublimation was achieved, there would be transformative changes in the power of the soul. Moreover, did he truly believe that the monkey from last night had relied solely on its own abilities? The inn, a sacred mark within the mythology of Yingzhou, denotes the third stage, etherealization. The crow gazed at him knowingly. Sublimation is merely the beginning, Huai Shi. Those with immense potential often awaken at the age of 11 or 12. You are already lagging behind. Do not grow complacent. Perhaps you long for tranquility after this phase. Yet you must first understand one thing. The possessor of the Book of Fate is destined to tread the path to greatness, where power, wealth, and beauty will be within reach. However, a life of serene calm will forever elude you. After a prolonged silence, Huai Shi contemplated the notebook in his hands. Is it too late for me to discard this trinket? The crow pondered momentarily, then suddenly brightened. Though I do not recommend such an action, history has yet to witness this occurrence. I am curious to see what would transpire. Why not give it a try? Huai Shi rolled his eyes. Thus, with no means of resistance, he was to enjoy the experience. The crow sympathetically extended its wings and patted his shoulder. At the very least, you still possess a life that can be considered relatively peaceful. Indeed, he had overlooked the fact that he was impoverished to the point of working in a gigolo establishment, encountering corpses on the street, and now cohabiting with a bald gigolo, all while being treated as bait. For reasons unknown, this thought suddenly conjured the image of a girl he had only seen twice, a wheelchair-bound young lady, perhaps just 2 or 3 years his senior. Ai Qing. It seemed he had encountered her somewhere, yet upon deeper reflection, he realized he had no such memories from his brief and hollow existence thus far. Regardless, who could forget a beautiful girl in a wheelchair? He scratched his head, unable to recall any specifics. It was only when the sound of a car horn at the entrance jolted him back to reality, urging him to go to work. that he reluctantly hoisted his cello case and trudged outside. Half-hearted gigolo Huai Shi was met with yet another day of torment. And, as expected, trouble ensued. Wasn't coming to work essentially selling oneself? Why act like a big shot? In front of Lu Dongli, a lean woman old enough to be Huai Shi's mother pointed angrily at him, suddenly splashing a drink in his direction. I've hosted numerous champagne towers here. Can't I have him sit with me for a drink? Does he think he is a deity? Call your manager out here. I refuse to believe this today. Amidst the chaos, Huai Shi stood at the back, awkwardly chuckling, unsure of what to say, ultimately being pushed out in a flurry of activity. After quite some time, Lu Dongli finally quelled the disturbance and, after searching for a while, found Huai Shi waiting for lunch at the pancake stall behind the club. Ever since he received an allowance of 800 a day, Huai Shi had grown rather indulgent, adding extra sausages to his pancakes and appearing immensely pleased, which left the originally disgruntled Lu Dongli speechless. How did you manage to get 6 complaints on your second day? Huai Shi pondered seriously for a moment, then tentatively suggested. Perhaps it and oppos. Es because of my good looks? Lu Dongli sighed. You've been splashed with alcohol and scratched across the face, yet you appear as if nothing has happened? What can I do? Huai Shi replied, looking at him with confusion. Should I kick her in the backside and remind her that 30 years of the river's surface and 30 years of its depths mean one should not look down on the youth's poverty? Besides, it was all to be expected. What is there to be angry about? If I were to fret over such matters, I would have been dead from anger 4 or 5 years ago. Lu Dongli was left speechless, concluding that this fellow possessed an uncanny ability to surprise in the most peculiar ways. Since he began to accompany Huai Shi to work, countless vexing incidents had unfolded, yet he had never witnessed this man lose his temper or flip a table. Even when doused in alcohol, he merely chuckled and stepped aside, refusing to retaliate or insult in return. Though he incessantly spoke in jest when off duty, his patience was almost unfathomable. This carefree disposition, to such an extent, left Lu Dongli perplexed, as if he were somehow pressuring a decent person into a life of vice, and his conscience had taken a significant blow. Enough waiting. Let us go? Lu Dongli tugged him back to change clothes. You won't be working this afternoon. I'll treat you to something nice. Is that true? Have you finally had a change of heart? Huai Shi exclaimed. Then when will you settle the electricity bill? Lu Dongli nearly stumbled as he climbed the steps, turning around to glare fiercely. You expect me to provide free bodyguard services and also cover your electricity bill? You're the one using the water heater, Huai Shi countered. Can't I just wash with cold water? Hey, do you have no conscience? I got injured saving you yesterday, and cold showers are detrimental to the skin. Indeed, they are also harmful to the hair. Huai Shi chimed in from behind. Visible to the naked eye, Lu Dongli hesitated on the steps, nearly tumbling down. When changing clothes, Huai Shi deliberately donned sunglasses and a large mask to obscure his face, resembling a lawbreaker poised for mischief. There was a clear distinction between working at a gigolo establishment and being recognized and photographed by classmates. He had barely managed to evade recognition last time. This time, he could not afford to be identified. Alas, circumstances often unfold beyond one's control. Just as the perpetually unfortunate Huai Shi stepped outside, he heard a shout from behind. Is that Xiao Shi? It must be Xiao Shi. Chapter 15. Philanthropic Benevolence. Is that a poem? It must be. Before Huai Shi could fully register what was happening, he noticed the emaciated woman standing behind him. Her complexion was sallow, and despite the summer heat, she wore a fuzzy hat, which concealed any trace of hair. Sister-in-law? After a period of absence, Huai Shi barely recognized her. He was almost certain that this was the wife of old Yang, the unscrupulous broker, arguably the last vestige of conscience in the Yang household. When Huai Shi had previously encountered her, she had possessed raven locks that cascaded down her back and a rosy, vibrant complexion. Now, her hair had been lost to chemotherapy, and her face appeared frail and ashen. Yet, her smile remained as warm and amiable as ever. Oh, your brother Yang mentioned you were working here these past few days. But I didn't believe him. I'm surprised it's true. Before Huai Shi could respond, she approached, carrying groceries in one hand and grasping Huai Shi's arm with the other. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come on, it's your brother Yang's birthday today. Come home for dinner. Half an hour later, through the rising tendrils of steam from the simmering hot pot on the table, Huai Shi and old Yang exchanged silent, awkward glances. After a prolonged pause, old Yang glanced at his wife, who was bustling about in the kitchen, before turning back and saying, So, you actually came when I told you to. Of course, Huai Shi retorted, slapping his knee. Didn't you offer to treat me to dinner? I was just being polite. You didn't have to take me seriously. Then what about the time you shoved me into that gigolo den? That was a misunderstanding. Old Yang rolled his eyes. Besides, didn't you seem to enjoy it? You even brought a colleague along. It just goes to show that while fine steeds are common, discerning eyes are rare. Give it a rest. Huai Shi snapped, his anger flaring. If it weren't for this scoundrel's conscience being compromised by a measly commission, Huai Shi wouldn't be in such a predicament now. Is dinner ready yet? I'm starving. Lu Dongli, who was loitering in the corner of the living room, looked up and interjected, never one to stand on ceremony. He had unreservedly tagged along for a free meal and was now squatting in front of the fish tank, playing with Old Yang's fish food. Old Yang, a notorious miser, glared at him, his eyes practically popping out of their sockets. All right, everyone's been waiting. Come on, let's eat. Sister-in-law emerged from the kitchen with a platter of sliced vegetables, beckoning Lu Dongli to join them. She had even prepared dipping sauces for everyone. Noticing Old Yang's displeasure, she glared at him and said, Huai Shi hardly ever comes over. Who are you scowling at? Oh, is this Huai Shi's colleague? He's quite handsome. Come on, let's eat. After being glared at by his wife, Old Yang's spirit seemed to deflate. He dejectedly added a piece of meat to the pot, muttering under his breath about Huai Shi not having paid any brokerage fees this time. With Old Yang's sour expression as an accompaniment, Huai Shi thoroughly enjoyed his meal. After dinner, Old Yang was dispatched to the kitchen to wash dishes, while Huai Shi sat in the living room, casually chatting with sister-in-law. Her complexion seemed to have improved since the last time he saw her, suggesting that Old Yang's unscrupulous money-making had been somewhat beneficial. One day less is one day less. I'll just take it as it comes. Ignoring Huai Shi's protests, sister-in-law nonchalantly lit a cigarette. You know, I wouldn't mind if this illness only tormented me, but it's causing Old Yang so much suffering and I can't bear it. What are you saying? Old Yang, who had been eavesdropping in the kitchen, poked his head out. His face contorted with rage. Li Shuame, what are you doing? What did the doctor say? Put that cigarette out, immediately. Now, what did you say? Sister-in-law retorted, glancing back at him. Please put the cigarette out. Old Yang's voice softened. That's more like it. Sister-in-law cast a triumphant glance at Huai Shi, then whispered, see that? If he ever tries to swindle you again, just tell me, and I'll take care of him. Okay. Huai Shi's eyes lit up. It seemed that for every venomous snake, there was an antidote within striking distance. It was a world where one thing invariably countered another. With the meal finished and the dishes washed, Old Yang, still wearing his apron, finally achieved his desire of escorting the two freeloaders out the door. Along the way, he glared resentfully at Lu Dongli, who had shamelessly flirted with his wife, until he managed to shoo him off to hail a cab. Then, he turned back to Huai Shi, his gaze peculiar. What is it? Huai Shi instinctively took a step back, his first thought being that the scoundrel was about to lash out in anger. Old Yang eyed him suspiciously for a moment before pulling him aside, lowering his voice, and asking, have you offended anyone recently? Huh? Huai Shi was taken aback. Last night, someone was asking about you here and offered a substantial sum of money. You didn't say anything, did you? Huai Shi's anxiety spiked. Old Yang rolled his eyes. Of course not. Do you think I'm inhuman? That's... Huai Shi raised his eyes. Wait, what did you say? Old Yang, who had just divulged every detail about him, sighed and held up 5 fingers. They offered 50,000 to buy information about you. Even if I refused, do you think they couldn't find out from your school? You better think hard about what shady things you've been up to lately. Even though he had always known the guy's nature, Huai Shi still felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. Just then, he saw Old Yang tear off his apron and shove 2 bundles into Huai Shi's pockets. Huai Shi felt them and was stunned. They were 2 thick wads of banknotes, at least 20,000 in total. This time, I was disloyal. I'm sorry. I and Apos am just desperately short of money. If you and Apos re-angry, you can hit me. He lowered his head in apology. Take the money and go somewhere else for a few days. Don't come back yet. I'll find out more information and call you when things have calmed down. Huai Shi never expected the bastard to have a change of heart. A mixture of emotions welled up within him, and he didn't know what to say. After being swindled so many times, he was finally seeing some payback. He was almost touched. Although he really wanted to hit him, he felt powerless when he thought of sister-in-law's pale face. Forget it, he sighed. We've been through thick and thin for so many years. If he doesn't swindle me, is he just supposed to watch his wife die? He finally asked. Who exactly is looking for me? They didn't say. They're being mysterious. Old Yang took a drag of his cigarette and snorted. Do you think I'm stupid? I can't even check the license plate. It seems to be some kind of charity foundation. They have a fancy name, Something like. He scratched his head for a long time before finally snapping his fingers. Philanthropic benevolence. 2 hours later, Huai Shi sat in an armored vehicle, surrounded by soldiers armed to the teeth, utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? What's going on? What am I supposed to do? The familiar 3 questions once again flooded his mind. Chapter 16. The environmental package. After Lu Dongli reported the situation regarding the Boai charity to Ai Qing, a series of bewildering operations unfolded. Within 10 minutes, a black-labeled car sped towards him, and 2 individuals cordially invited them to board, whisking them away to the peculiar agency where he had previously been interrogated. Upon entering, he found that the so-called Boai charity had been thoroughly dismantled. In the conference room, the middle-aged man who had presided over the last interrogation of Huai Shi wore an ashen expression, remaining silent. Only Ai Qing was seen flipping through the still-warm documents in her hands, soon raising her gaze. This is quite a trove of information. A shell company, evidently established for money laundering, had amassed donations from numerous prominent figures in the city. No wonder the Special Affairs Bureau had struggled to uncover anything for so long. I hope this doesn't leak, she mused. The middle-aged man cleared his throat and stated dryly, the Special Affairs Bureau is indeed specialized. Other departments are entirely separate. He lamented. It would have been better this way from the start, rather than toiling for those old men. Ai Qing shot him a glance, inquiring, how many people are involved? Quite a few, he sighed. According to the investigation, this foundation regularly invites various masters to deliver courses on positive energy, sharing experiences on spiritual elevation and wellness. Most of the content consists of dubious meditation and self-hypnosis, intertwined with a mishmash of esoteric philosophies. How predictable, Ai Qing scoffed, recognizing that these were the very topics favored by the old leadership. If this company is indeed linked to the case, many will find themselves in dire straits. The Special Affairs Bureau is specialized, the middle-aged man reiterated, his tone revealing resignation. There's no need for speculation. In matters of significant importance, we can discern clearly. Please rest assured, Inspector. In the background, Huai Shi discreetly nudged Lu Dongli with her elbow, whispering, is the inspector really that formidable? Lu Dongli rolled his eyes and replied in a hushed tone, the Astronomical Society, as a subsidiary of the United Nations, boasts members worldwide, primarily aimed at combating border trafficking and crimes involving transcendent individuals. You could say that any matter related to transcendent individuals or border relics falls under her jurisdiction. Once she is formally appointed, a mere black letter signed by her could obliterate entire families. What do you think? Is she that powerful? Huai Shi exclaimed in astonishment. Does Dongsha consent to this? The governing body of the Astronomical Society comprises the 5 constants, Lu Dongli whispered. It's a case of self-regulation. As the 2 exchanged hushed words, Ai Qing and the middle-aged man appeared to have reached an agreement. After receiving Ai Qing's assurance to limit the scope of the investigation, his demeanor visibly brightened. A voice crackled through the intercom on the table. The action team is in position. The middle-aged man glanced at Ai Qing, saying, signal received, commence operation. The enormous screen on the wall flickered to life, revealing a perspective from a camera mounted on a helmet. Huai Shi witnessed a battalion of heavily armed personnel pouring forth as the order was given. This unknown anti-terrorist unit seemed to have meticulously planned their assault, executing their movements without hesitation. Within minutes, they had secured the entire parking lot, a team rushing towards the surveillance room, while others sealed off both the interior and exterior of the office building, locking gates and erecting barricades, completely severing signals and fiber optics. Only through the swaying perspective of the helmet could Huai Shi glimpse the scene outside. Is this really necessary? She thought. This was the bustling heart of Xinhai City, with throngs of people below, the busiest time just before the summer break ended. No one would suspect an imminent raid unfolding above them. Just outside the corridor, a breaching ram was silently positioned. At the command, a deafening explosion resonated. Before the occupants could react, several stun grenades were thrown inside, followed by a cacophony of flashes and blasts as the armed forces surged in, swiftly taking control of the outer layers of the Boai charity. Others proceeded to breach the interior. The first sound heard was a piercing scream, followed by gunfire. Then anguished cries, culminating in a desperate voice exclaiming, "Don't shoot. I surrender, I surrender." Soon, through the camera's lens, a disheveled middle-aged man was dragged out. A bullet wound in his leg, face streaked with tears and mucus, shouting, "I want to confess. I'll tell everything. It was my master who made me do it. I swear, I knew nothing, truly nothing. After a brief tumult, the team leader reported to the camera, he is currently transferring funds. All liquid assets are being moved abroad. We found a plane ticket to France in his office. The atmosphere in the conference room turned tense. The middle-aged man's expression soured. If there had been any possibility of misunderstanding before, it was now evident that foul play was afoot. Interrogate him. The middle-aged man nearly snapped his pen in anger, ordering, "Get to the bottom of this." 10 minutes later, he had indeed broken his pen. Wang Hai, alias Wang Hai the leper, the very name of the master, he discovered. Cross-referencing police records revealed that this individual had been engaging in superstitious money-making schemes for over 2 decades, scamming pensions from the elderly, and had been apprehended twice before vanishing. When he resurfaced, he had transformed into Pastor Wang of the Savior Father Society, his enterprise expanding uncontrollably. In the office, they had captured one of his many disciples, Tu Tai, responsible for the FAUD and money laundering, cleansing the funds acquired by the master and converting them into anonymous bonds and valuable items. A graduate of a prestigious university, Tu Tai had initially joined for financial gain, harboring disdain for his master, secretly embezzling a significant amount of money. Wang Hai had kept numerous secrets from his disciples, trusting only his eldest disciple who remained by his side. They had mutually exploited each other, benefiting from shared interests. Until calamity struck. Tu Tai, seeing the impending disaster, promptly implicated his master, divulging everything when questioned, even revealing details about the master's clandestine dealings in illicit substances and an incident involving a miracle. A miracle? The presiding officer inquired. Indeed, a miracle. Tu Tai took a sip of water, wiping cold sweat from his brow. Wang Hai has always concealed the box. I never knew what was inside, but every time he led prayers, he would hide it beneath the pulpit. When opened, it emitted a delightful fragrance, invigorating anyone who inhaled it, banishing all fears. Those attending his sessions were oblivious, mistaking him for a true master. He's just an old fraud. I suspect the illicit substances he produced are linked to that box. The box. Ai Qing couldn't help but glance at Huai Shi, finally making the connection. Huai Shi, too, felt a sense of relief wash over her. They had finally apprehended the mastermind, and she no longer had to live in fear. She could return to a normal life, pursue promotions and wealth, and perhaps even marry a wealthy beauty, achieving the pinnacle of success. The individuals in the conference room lost interest in the ensuing dialogue, except for Huai Shi, who eagerly anticipated further details from Tu Tai about how his master performed rituals on female devotees. "Wait, did you even install a camera?" came a voice. "Confess honestly. Where's south the hard drive?" But soon, they received alarming news from the scene. Wang Hai was attempting to flee. With a keen sense of smell, Tu Tai had always known that this line of work was not meant to last. He remained vigilant, attentive to various tidings. And when he noticed unusual transactions in his master's account, a sense of foreboding washed over him. With the intention of being prepared, he promptly booked a flight to France, planning to escape for a couple of days to gauge the situation, yet he soon realized it was too late. At present, Wang Hai was conducting a final prayer in Laohang town, just outside of Xinhai, seemingly poised to flee that very night. To avoid any prolonged uncertainty, they had to act swiftly. However, Ai Qing found herself ensnared in silence. It appeared she had stumbled upon an insurmountable conundrum, lost in thought, unresponsive to the urgings of those around her. After a considerable pause, she finally lifted her gaze, exhaling deeply, her expression somber. Indeed, many elements fell into place. Every clue aligned without fault, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. She suddenly turned her head, her slender eyes fixating on the youth behind her. "Is there something you have yet to disclose?" "Of course, I have much to conceal." Crows, the Book of Fate, Awakenings. How could I possibly voice such dire matters? No. Huai Shi adamantly shook his head. Everything I can share, I have shared, and all that I cannot is also disclosed. His demeanor was fervent, as if ready to make a sacrifice, yet internally he was consumed by anxiety, fearful that Ai Qing might compel Lu Dongli to inquire further. What if the Book of Fate was summoned? This perilous entity, seemingly formidable by the crow's tone, was not something Huai Shi dared to expose before the binding was lifted. Seemingly convinced by his words, Ai Qing silently averted her gaze. "Then let us commence our actions immediately." She turned to the middle-aged man, however, to prevent any unforeseen complications. "Although time is of the essence, We must first ascertain what this so-called savior is truly about before executing our plan. After all, when it comes to border relics, no one knows what they might be concealing, and let us not forget, there are transcenders hidden within as well. This information is essential. The middle-aged man appeared puzzled. What do you mean, Ms. Ai? Ai Qing glanced behind her, remaining silent. The middle-aged man then noticed Lu Dongli, and understanding dawned upon him. He stood to shake Lu and Appo's hand, earnestly expressing, on behalf of the Special Affairs Office, I thank you for your help and support, Mr. Lu. What? Lu Dongli looked bewildered, unsure of what was transpiring, instinctively sensing trouble. I'm not. Please don't. Before he could finish, Ai Qing interrupted, as it happens. Aside from Lu Dongli, there is another individual who has dealt with them and is willing to cooperate. She directed her gaze toward the gleeful Huai Shi behind her. With these two embedded among them, success would be assured. Huai Shi's smile froze on his face as he abruptly leaped up, becoming a tragic echo. I'm not. I merely went for reconnaissance. With so many backups, it's not a certainty of death. You just said it's not a certainty. Huai Shi protested vehemently. Wasn't he agreed that I would be the bait? How did it suddenly turn into an infiltration? Is it not common for the client to alter their demands? Ai Qing mused, resting her chin on her hand, appraising him leisurely. Perhaps I could increase your allowance by 800. Huai Shi was instantly incensed. Not to mention 800, even 8,000. Before he could finish, a notification chimed at his waist. 8,000 yuan transferred via Alipay. Huai Shi froze for a moment, his expression stiffening. Do you think this paltry sum will make me capitulate? Ding. Another soft sound rang out. The gentle female voice chiming once more. 8,000 yuan transferred via Alipay. This is a matter of life and death. What if I actually die? Huai Shi's eyes widened. Don't you even have compensation? Ai Qing diverted her gaze, her phone flickering, and the final transfer was sent. 700 yuan. 700? Why is the compensation only 700? You previously offered 16,000. Why is it so meager after someone has perished? In that moment, Huai Shi was torn between indignation and frustration, uncertain whether he should demand more. Little brother, 700 is already quite generous. Lu Dongli chimed in, leaning closer. After using a coupon, you could buy an eco package from the Dongjiao crematorium and even receive a box. Remember to give a 5-star review for a complimentary wreath. And choose your style before placing the order. After all, it's a long stay, so pick something you like. 10 minutes later, Huai Shi and Lu Dongli were stuffed into an armored vehicle, embarking on the somber journey to Laoting town. As they set off, an inexplicable chill coursed through Huai Shi, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 17, Meal Provided. Inside the compartment disguised as a refrigerated transport vehicle, Huai Shi sat restlessly, glancing around, feeling that the few individuals beside him bore a familiar resemblance. Eventually, realization dawned upon him, and he pointed at the person across from him. Hey, weren't you the one who injected my neck last time? The individual opposite merely lifted their gaze momentarily, seemingly disinterested, even too apathetic to respond. The air was thick with a chilling atmosphere reminiscent of a convoy escorting death row inmates, leaving Huai Shi increasingly uneasy. Report, I need to use the restroom. The soldier across simply gestured towards a bucket in the corner of the compartment. I need to go number 2. Huai Shi insisted. The soldier remained unmoved. Pointing at the bucket, be it number 1 or number 2, it mattered not. Within the swaying confines of the vehicle, Huai Shi's expression twitched as he leaned back, attempting to distance himself from the bucket, fervently praying the contents would not splash out. Soon, a troubling thought struck him. Wait, those bastards have seen our faces. How are we supposed to investigate? Aren't we just delivering ourselves right to the door? Beside him, Lu Dongli produced 2 polymer facial masks from his pocket, tossing one to Huai Shi. High polymer plastic mask. Ding. Huai Shi's mind echoed. Acquired prop. Human skin mask X1. He examined the item curiously, then pondered how Lu Dongli had become ensnared in this predicament alongside him. Reduction of sentence, Lu Dongli replied, casually crossing his legs and smoking a cigarette. Once this is done, I'll be free. From then on, the sea is vast for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to soar. In the silence, Huai Shi cast a sympathetic glance his way. You do realize that in movies, uttering such lines invariably leads to death on the final mission, right? Well, you might not care if you die, but I have not yet lived enough. You may call me a virgin, but I have no hope for wealth and prosperity. Doesn't that seem a bit excessive? Relax, relax. Lu Dongli patted his shoulder, gesturing with his cigarette. The task is simple. Infiltrate, extract intelligence, ideally blend in at the scene, and capture that bastard red-handed. If things go awry, over 100 muscular brothers will storm in with their weapons to rescue you. What's there to fear? Huai Shi surveyed the surrounding burly men, feeling a modicum of reassurance. Do they have experience in rescuing hostages? Aren't they lacking a negotiation expert? Rest assured, Lu Dongli chuckled lightly. The Special Affairs Bureau and Oppo's Enhancer Suppression Unit never negotiates. They resolve everything in one go, taking down both the kidnappers and hostages simultaneously. So, have you selected your mask? I recommend the one adorned with cranes. It looks quite impressive. Huai Shi rolled his eyes, completely devoid of hope. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the vehicle halted behind a butcher shop in Liaodong town. Under the proprietor's shouts, the two, masquerading as laborers, emerged from the inner compartment, carrying 2 slabs of pork into the store. The meat was genuine, the shop authentic, and even the vehicle could be verified through the shipping company's website. It was merely a temporary substitution for the scheduled delivery truck. After delivering the goods, the driver feigned the need to eat, parking the vehicle and, after escorting Huai Shi and Lu Dongli a short distance, settled in the restaurant to peruse illicit images, casually gesturing for the two to act freely from afar. What do we do now? Huai Shi gazed around, utterly baffled. Lu Dongli merely patted him on the shoulder. Stay put. Don't move. I'll go fetch you a tangerine tree. With that, he tossed his hair back and stepped onto the street, engaging in conversation with an elderly lady. Whether it was Lu Dongli's striking charm or his extraordinary affability, it wasn't long before they were exchanging terms of endearment. The elderly woman beaming with delight as she led the young man away, leaving Huai Shi behind, bewildered. Questions swirled in his mind, unsure of what he was supposed to do next. You want me to infiltrate, yet you leave me here without guidance. What kind of arrangement is this? Covering his face in frustration, he heard the flapping of wings as a raven perched itself atop the wall. Before he could express his surprise, the raven spoke. Don't say a word. You're being monitored. What the hell? Huai Shi's eyes widened. Foolish young man, you're under surveillance. That girl has an unervingly keen intuition. Honestly, your identity raises suspicions. Had I known, I wouldn't have suggested you collaborate with the Astronomical Society. Especially while I'm still on the run. What nonsense? Huai Shi exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. I'm a fugitive wanted by the Astronomical Society. Quite high on the list. Haven't I mentioned that? You're talking rubbish. Now we've got you as a criminal and me as a fugitive, alongside a bunch of delusional con artists. If I end up in prison, you get executed, and those lunatics are sentenced. Everyone has a bright future ahead. Don't worry. It's not certain yet. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let you out to expose yourself. Trust me, you'll come through this unscathed. Huai Shi rolled his eyes, completely losing faith in his incompetent companions. Please, just let me go solo. He sighed, dismissing the morally questionable bird, and began to stroll through the streets. What met his eyes were ordinary, mundane scenes, permeated with an air of decay. The streets were filled with elderly individuals, with few young people in sight, most likely out seeking work. It was understandable, given the recent economic downturn in Shanghai. After all, the last time it was regarded as a major city was 70 or 80 years ago. Its prolonged decline and survival on the map were nothing short of miraculous. Ambitious youth likely sought opportunities in Yanjing, Jinling, and Yangzhou. Rumor had it that the newly installed cabinet aimed to vigorously develop the coastal economy. But surely it couldn't compare to the inland environment? Reaching this point, Huai Shi cast aside all thoughts of the infiltration mission, strolling with his hands in his pockets. The afternoon sun cast a warm glow upon the earth, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. In a moment of reverie, Huai Shi perceived the entire town shimmering as if reflected in water, countless shadows emerging from the sky, only for the strange illusion to dissipate swiftly, returning to normal. A cold sweat broke out, accompanied by a shiver. This place, indeed, harbored secrets. The target had begun to move, as reports from the surveillance echoed. Within the massive truck outside the town, all personnel in the makeshift command center jolted to attention, donning headphones and focusing on the screens. Displayed were the various surveillance feeds connecting to the town, with the central enlarged image showcasing Huai Shi aimlessly wandering about. In the protracted silence, everyone observed as Huai Shi strolled east and west, appearing to be a bored idler, seemingly detached from any mission-related behavior, even shivering as if haunted. In stark contrast to Lu Dongli, who had seamlessly integrated into a group of elderly women, Huai Shi's demeanor resembled that of someone merely passing time, devoid of any suspicious actions. As the onlookers grew increasingly speechless, another report came through. The target has begun to. Before the sentence could be completed, it abruptly ceased. In the footage, Huai Shi entered a convenience store, using his undercover salary to purchase a pack of cigarettes, a lighter, and indulging himself with a 5 yuan ice cream. He then squatted on the steps under the sun, savoring his treat. The atmosphere reeked of a salted fish with a salinity of 900. Was this individual beyond redemption? Even Ai Qing, whose expression was typically placid, couldn't help but twitch. And she began to genuinely question whether she was misguided in suspecting that this slacker was concealing something. How could that lively and enthusiastic child from years ago have transformed into this grotesque caricature? It could only be attributed to the masterful artistry of time's relentless chainsaw. Witnessing Huai Shi's dedication to squandering his finite time in endless procrastination, the command center personnel were at a loss for words. Some even turned to Ai Qing, contemplating whether to urge him on, but Ai Qing remained silent throughout. In the grand scheme of things, one more or less made little difference. The current tasks were myriad, requiring not only the meticulous investigation of interpersonal relationships in Old Pond Town within a few short hours, but also the retrieval of past surveillance footage in search of any subtle clues. Deep penetration probes had already been deployed and were being meticulously installed. There was no time to waste on a slacker. Amidst the flurry of activity, the eavesdropping device on Huai Shi picked up a distant shout. "Hey, young man. Yes, you. Come over here." The footage showed Huai Shi, looking bewildered, being summoned by a group of elderly men pushing handcarts. "Yes, you, whose kid are you? Come lend a hand." After a long pause, Huai Shi, sucking on the remaining popsicle stick, seemed to finally recall his undercover assignment. Reluctantly, he assisted the old men in pushing the carts and unloading goods. With great effort, he maneuvered the handcarts into a courtyard near the boundary and was then tasked with unloading a pile of broken gongs, drums, and theatrical costumes from the carts, sorting them into categories. The courtyard seemed to be preparing for some kind of theatrical performance. A group of dark-skinned old men sat on the ground, chatting animatedly, while others gathered around a table playing cards. In the corner, a pot was set up to boil water, just shy of setting up tables for a banquet. Could there be food? Huai Shi's eyes lit up. He hesitated, retracting the foot he had already extended to leave. Undercover work was out of the question. He could never do it. It would be better to settle in and snag a meal, not necessarily expecting a lot of meat, but enough rice would suffice. However, after waiting in vain for the signal for the cafeteria to open, Huai Shi saw the 7 or 8 old men on the ground pick up broken gongs, pipas, and swonas, launching into a two-man comic show tune. Noticing a new audience member, the old man in the middle, playing the swona, became even more animated. After a long series of notes, he triumphantly waved his instrument at Huai Shi, as if to say, "Am I awesome? Admire me." Huai Shi was unmoved, offering a dry clap, even feeling a bit amused. If he had brought his instruments, he would have shown the old man what ABRSM Grade 8 performance level meant. Moreover, with the integration of meditation, his cello's emotional impact was already implausibly strong. With a bit of effort, he could make the old man's cows cry. Unexpectedly, the old men grew even more enthusiastic, playing one tune after another for Huai Shi, with saliva from the swona flying several meters. They even used some kind of black technology to connect to subwoofers, nearly shaking Huai Shi's molars loose. After playing, they provocatively raised their chins at Huai Shi. "Young man. Your turn? All right, I'll show you old folks something today." Huai Shi curled his lips, realizing that reality wouldn't allow him to remain inconspicuous any longer. He casually rummaged through the pile of broken instruments, found a playable eru, crossed his legs, and, disregarding any need for stealth, launched into a mashup of horse racing. Moon reflected in the second spring, Bach's unaccompanied cello suite, Above the Moon, and, due to the limitations of the equipment, many parts were horribly out of tune. Huai Shi could only imitate Paganini's insane technique, attempting to play a piece with a single string. Unexpectedly, after finishing the medley and opening his eyes, he saw a dense crowd of heads before him. The old men who were playing cards, chatting, smoking, and playing instruments had gathered around him, pointing and gesturing, their expressions solemn and serious. Crap! Huai Shi's heart tightened. Was he exposed? The old men exchanged words, with the one in the middle scrutinizing Huai Shi, looking puzzled. "Where did this young man come from? I've never seen him before." I'm new here. Just a worker." Huai Shi instinctively stood up, ready to flee. I'll leave now. Don't rush. The old man grabbed Huai Shi's shoulder, smiling as happily as someone trapped in a toilet seeing someone bring them toilet paper. Li Lao-san, that bastard, has diarrhea and couldn't make it today. Our gospel troupe is short an arrow player. Come with us to the church's cultural performance tonight. 40 yuan per performance, dinner included. How about it? Church. Cultural performance? Wait. How did he infiltrate so quickly? Huai Shi was bewildered. He instinctively wanted to refuse, but remembering that he was still under surveillance, he could only grit his teeth and nod in anguish. All right. He paused, adding a condition, but I have to eat first. Feeling an increasingly severe chill on the back of his head, Huai Shi could almost imagine a tangible death lurking on his back, grinning maliciously. However, what did that have to do with him being a cold, ruthless negative energy production machine? Let's talk about the journey after I'm full. Chapter 18. Closed, 5 hours later. The church was filled to capacity. Elderly men and women from various towns greeted one another as fellow believers, engaging in cheerful conversations about their children working away from home and the eggs they had purchased the previous day. Free sunflower seeds and fruits were distributed, and each person received 3 yellow cakes and several bottles of mineral water. Amidst the lively chatter, the curtain above the stage remained drawn. Meanwhile, in the backstage area, preparations for the cultural performance were in full swing, with the gospel troupe finalizing their program. In a corner, a young man lay sprawled on the ground, resembling a lifeless dog. Huai Shi's face was ashen, and he felt nauseous, shivering uncontrollably. A biting cold and an intangible weight bore down on his spine, making him acutely aware of the dreadful heaviness of death. He could scarcely fathom the magnitude of fear that could evoke such a foreboding sensation. He leaned over a bucket and vomited the white steamed bread and braised meat he had just consumed, tears and snot mingling in a distressing display. He felt an intense loathing for this bizarre affliction he possessed. Strangely, despite the impending sense of doom, Huai Shi was not overwhelmed by fear. Rather, he felt waves of nausea, akin to having an upset stomach. His stomach felt painfully bloated. Wiping away his tears, he grasped the arm of an elderly man playing the pipa and asked, "Old sir, if I were to die backstage, would it be considered a work-related injury?" The old man jumped back several steps in alarm. "Young man, don't you dare pull a fast one. You were fine before the meal. I've seen enough of the world. Years ago, we wouldn't have even crossed paths near a train station. If you keep this up, believe me, I could just lie down here and accuse you of assault." "Exactly," chimed in another elderly man playing the swana. "I'll bear witness. I saw it clearly. This young man is quick to resort to violence." Huai Shi was exasperated. Where did this group of cunning old folks come from? They were far too skilled at scamming. All right, we're ready," another supervisor called out, approaching and pointing at Huai Shi. "Can you still play? If you can't perform, we won't pay you." He lamented, "The youth of today have lost their conscience." "Yes, I can play." Huai Shi, tears still in his eyes, picked up the arrow. "Where's the score?" "Where is it?" "What score?" "There's no time. Our show has been cancelled. You'll be accompanying the gospel duo now. Just play along to create a festive atmosphere." The old man waved his hands dismissively, muttering, $40 is a rip-off. I should have offered 20. Huai Shi was at a loss for words. Just as he settled down with the group of elderly men at the front, he heard an announcement. "Next, we invite all fellow believers to enjoy the gospel yanga performance brought to you by the Huai Society of Liaodong Town." The audience erupted in applause. Only Huai Shi couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What on earth is that lunatic Wang Hai up to? This isn't sermon. It feels more like a performance by the Destitute Society. Why the need for such a grand setup? Why not just become a pretty boy?" Before he could continue his thoughts, a row of elderly women in festive attire took to the stage, gathering around one individual, chattering chaotically about the poses and techniques of square dancing. "Sisters, remember, the rhythm here is not dong cha-cha, but dong cha-cha." The leader smiled, flirtatiously tossing her hair, then suddenly froze, locking eyes with Huai Shi. Huai Shi stared back, dumbfounded. What the hell, it's you? He had just been contemplating how to find this person. And here they were, leading the performance with the shepherd Lu Dongli, while Huai Shi played the eru for the gospel duo. As the two exchanged complicated glances, Huai Shi silently mouthed, "Where's my orange tree? Not bought yet. Have you eaten?" "No." "I have." Huai Shi patted his stomach. "White steamed bread and braised meat. Are you envious? Drink up." Lu Dongli felt an urge to curse, but the curtain was already rising at the front. He had no choice but to force a warm smile and began swaying to the rustic disco alongside the elderly men. in front of Lu Dongli. The oldest woman he had chatted with earlier waved her floral handkerchief and began to sing, entering the house of God, sitting beside the Lord. The sweetness is far greater than that of our own mothers. Hallelujah to heaven. Huai Shi couldn't suppress a laugh. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket, and he quickly retrieved it. The screen displayed Ai Qing's number along with a message, "Retreat immediately." In that instant, an overwhelming sense of impending doom surged forth, nearly drowning Huai Shi. 10 minutes earlier, in the temporary command center, Ai Qing wore a grim expression. The soul radiation record had been completed, all readings normal. Depth index 0.17 normal. Border erosion at 0.03% normal. Everything appeared to be in order. Yet, for reasons unknown, her demeanor darkened, eventually revealing a hint of pallor. "What's wrong?" a middle-aged man inquired. "Something is definitely off," Ai Qing replied, her slender fingers gripping the armrests of her wheelchair tightly, her gaze foreboding. Amidst the astonished looks of those present, she reached into the side pocket of her wheelchair, retrieved her phone, and removed the back cover to pull out a crimson plug resembling a SIM card. In the silence, the middle-aged man stared, wide-eyed, instinctively rising. "Are you out of your mind?" Each inspector's phone was a special model provided by the Astronomical Society, boasting exceptional signal strength and battery life. More importantly, the back bore a red highest alert indicator. Only an inspector could activate this feature when confirming an issue that exceeded their capacity and posed a B-level or above threat to the border. Whether it be a beacon or a life-saving charm, few inspectors would opt to utilize it. Once activated, the signal would connect directly to the United Nations Astronomical Society's governing authority, the Special Situations Response Room of the Supervisory Bureau. To put it dramatically, it was akin to invoking divine intervention. If the situation escalated, it could even alert the 10-person committee. Should Ai Qing be a formal prosecutor, she could, in a short time, mobilize an A-level relic or summon all transcendent personnel in the EC region. Such extreme measures, of course, came with consequences. If discovered to be raising a false alarm, the repercussions would be dire. Yet, for everyone present, the most critical concern was that once reported to the Astronomical Society, all prior transactions and assurances made to cover up would inevitably collapse. To overturn the table just before achieving victory? What on earth was this woman thinking? She must be mad. What seemed to be a trivial matter involving border relics warranted a direct report to the Supervisory Bureau. It was akin to local leaders calling the Central Commission for discipline inspection after a petty squabble. Far too overdramatic. Moreover, there was no evidence or sign of wrongdoing. No suspicious indicators whatsoever. Perhaps it was indeed an overreaction, yet compared to unforeseen circumstances, she preferred to take a gamble. Ai Qing turned her phone in her hand, and once she reached a decision, her expression returned to calm, devoid of any anxiety. She would accept any suspicion cast upon her ability to perform her duties. The intense and maddening premonition that had gripped her seemed to dissipate like an illusion, leaving only the gradually drying cold sweat beneath her clothes. A testament to the fierce struggle she had endured to arrive at this absurd decision. Gazing at the screen of her phone, a sardonic smile curled at the corners of her mouth, mocking herself. With merely 2 months left until she could secure her position, her future now seemed uncertain. Should this turn out to be a case of exaggerated alarm, even the revocation of her status as an inspector would be considered lenient. After all, given the dwindling manpower of the Special Measures Office, such a squandering of astronomical resources would be utterly intolerable. Within moments, the phone screen illuminated, casting a faint glow that coalesced in the air into a spectral figure resembling a stolidly dressed man in a suit, devoid of confusion or urgency, calmly scrutinizing the young woman before him. Designated as T-9631, he identified himself as a probationary inspector stationed in the Dongxia division of the Bureau under the jurisdiction. He spoke. "No deep alerts detected, no signs of border erosion, no indications of high-level sacred mark activity. Please submit your report and application. In accordance with the 12 tables, as a probationary inspector, I hereby request assistance under Article 9 of the Border Control Regulations, as well as a physical blockade of the 10-kilometer radius surrounding Laotang Town in Xinhai City, Dongxia Republic. Immediate execution is required. Application verification in progress." A printer adjacent to the man in the suit swiftly ejected a long stream of documents. After a cursory glance, he affixed his seal, confirming the application. Application approved. Satellite orbital adjustments commencing. expected to be operational in 3 minutes. Execution of blockade orders for Laotang Town is pending processing. Entries under Article 9 of the Border Control Regulations are being recorded. Having mechanically completed all procedures, the man designated 0075 finally nodded, all for the sake of the world. The communication was severed. In the stunned silence that enveloped everyone, a distant rumble resonated like the earth moving. Far above, in the vastness of the cosmos, a colossal satellite array, suspended in orbit, released gas as it meticulously adjusted its position, reflecting upon the clouds, the earth, the cities, and the minutiae of dust below. In Old London, at the Greenwich Observatory, deep within the 6th subterranean level, a massive differential machine emitted a roar, slowly dispensing a strip of tin foil riddled with voids. A secretary, waiting nearby, carefully cut it, coiling it into a spindle while simultaneously creating a backup of the imagery, ultimately placing it into an empty tube that was dispatched through a vacuum delivery system. Under the pressure of the vacuum, the coated tube descended thousands of meters underground, landing in a bustling hall's corner. A smoking man sat in a chair, listening to music, deftly opening the tube with one hand while shaking out the scroll with the other, discarding his cigarette, but aside as he moved toward the center of the hall. The grand hall, colossal beyond belief, was filled with people, yet the floor was uneven and puddled in many places. However, from above, one could discern its true nature, a vast three-dimensional map capable of encapsulating every terrain on Earth. The smoking man navigated through his working colleagues, following the code to his designated location. He retrieved a set of markers from his pocket, selecting the silver-gray one to draw a circle. Circle number C987778762 completed, archived. Thus, on a distant continent, separated by mountains and seas, an upheaval began. Under the twilight of the sun and moon, the soil outside Laotang Town churned as if boiling, while the thunderous sound of iron and stone grinding together heralded the emergence of searing flames from within, transmuting countless clods of earth into lava. Yet, amidst the molten mass, the glimmer of iron emerged, proliferating. It grew upward like trees, steel extending inch by inch, following the path of an invisible quill. The rapidly cooling surface revealing a sheen of black iron, while countless sharp iron plates unfurled like scales. In 10 seconds, the entire Laotang Town was enveloped within this towering iron enclosure. Subsequently, the hues of the sky shifted from dim and mottled to pitch black. The present reality began to peel away. In that fleeting moment, a sigh echoed. A slender, delicate hand emerged from the church, grasping the heavens and the earth. A violent explosion reverberated from afar. Chapter 19, 5 minutes and 50 seconds, Part 1 Leave? Huai Shi stared at Lu Dongli in astonishment. Even amidst the performance, Lu Dongli maintained an alluring smile, casting flirtatious glances at the elderly ladies in the audience. Even the way he checked his phone seemed effortlessly charming. However, that smile soon froze on his face. As the festive, rustic folk dance played on, his complexion turned ashen, ignoring the ongoing performance. He suddenly turned and pulled Huai Shi away. At first, they moved at a brisk pace, but soon they were sprinting. Of course, they had to leave. What else could they do? Stay here for the new year. Lu Dongli's face darkened, muttering curses about that wretched woman, as he pushed through the crowd, unmindful of the chaos he was causing behind him, heading straight for the back door. The door budged slightly, then abruptly halted. It was locked. From the outside. Damn it. The front door. In a fit of rage, Lu Dongli pulled out a gun from his pocket, aiming at the two pursuers closing in behind them. Get lost. Go away. Bang. Bang. The bullets struck the wall, embedding themselves in the bricks, sending dust flying. Once the onlookers realized that Lu Dongli's weapon was no toy, they screamed and turned to flee. Was that really necessary? Huai Shi was taken aback. Just then, his phone vibrated again, another message from Ai Qing. Closed 4. Do you know what this means? Lu Dongli's face turned grave as he pointed at the message on his screen. Closed, meaning a lockdown. This is the Astronomical Society's most common method for dealing with hazardous materials. The 4 indicates a countdown. Only 4 minutes left. In 4 minutes, the entire area will be physically isolated, and we will be trapped in a cage with whatever they intend to contain. This was Ai Qing's final warning for them. The plan was off. There was no time for an evacuation. They had to run as far as they could, as fast as they could. How sinister. Huai Shi's face went pale, and he suddenly felt dizzy, the world around him darkening. He stumbled after Lu Dongli, navigating the corridor, only to collide with a laborer carrying equipment. Sorry. Huai Shi scrambled to his feet, attempting to help gather the fallen items, but there was no time. He turned and hurriedly followed Lu Dongli. The stoic man said nothing, merely casting a glance at Huai Shi as he mechanically picked up the scattered belongings. Yet, in that fleeting moment when he looked up, Huai Shi noticed. Within that ordinary face, a fleeting shadow of gold and crimson seemed to swim behind his eyes, like a goldfish in a tank. Huai Shi thought inexplicably. 5 minutes prior. Cancel all subsequent performances. In the lounge, Wang Hai paced restlessly, awaiting the start of this sermon, though he couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. Despite all escape routes being arranged, and the plan to withdraw immediately after the job, he felt an undeniable panic creeping in. Something was amiss. He bit his nails, reopening the healing wounds on his fingers, the anxiety intensifying. Commenced the sermon immediately. Unable to contain himself any longer, he stomped his foot, grabbed a box from the table, and instructed his disciples. Forget those dull performances, we need to clean up this act. There's no need for a warm-up. The disciples hurried off, while he forced a calm smile he had long since memorized. Suddenly, he felt his pocket vibrate. It was his phone. A cryptic message from an unknown number turned his face pale. Tao Tai has been captured. The Astronomical Society is here. Run, Wang Hai. You have 1 minute. In an instant, a chilling dread almost made him scream. He didn't know who had sent the message or how they knew this number, known only to a select few. But there was no time to ponder. This was the last straw. They had to leave. Nusi could not remain any longer. Fueled by a fear so intense it was almost deafening, he snatched the box, burst out of the lounge, and sprinted forward, kicking open the door and rushing toward the back exit. As he turned the corner, he heard a voice ahead. Hey, little brother, why are you leaving? Didn't we have a good time? The elderly lady who had first flirted with Lu Dongli grasped his arm, insisting, wait until the sermon is over, and I'll make you some dumplings. No, sister, I have urgent business. Really? Lu Dongli struggled against her hold, lifting his gaze to see Wang Hai. Wang Hai saw him too. It was as if they were gazing across an abyss, their expressions frozen, only to be replaced by a flash of determination and ferocity. Then came the gunfire. From behind Lu Dongli. In the boy's hand, the gun emitted smoke. It was Huai Shi. In that moment, he snatched the handgun from Lu Dongli and aimed it, firing. But he wasn't aiming at Wang Hai. Rather, he targeted the elderly lady beside Lu Dongli. She intended to kill. In the overwhelming thrill of impending death, Huai Shi sensed a palpable murderous intent emanating from the seemingly warm and friendly lady, enough to tear him and Lu Dongli apart. In a hurried shot, Huai Shi almost lost grip of the weapon. The bullet veered off course, striking the lady's wrist instead, creating a gaping wound and nearly harming Lu Dongli as well. Silence descended. Blood splattered. Lu Dongli instinctively recoiled, witnessing the once gentle hand that had gripped him transform, fingers elongating into sharp, metallic claws. As the flesh slowly began to heal, a deformed bullet was forced out of the wound. Found out, have you? The elderly woman slowly lifted her head, her aged features contorting, her pupils shifting to a familiar blood red, while her face morphed into something beastly, revealing a ravenous smile. Damn it, it's Ai Qing, Lu Dongli screamed. Closed 3. 5. With 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining until the old pawn's closure, the situation began to deteriorate. Not only for the Dongxia football team, but also for Huai Shi and the others, whose time was swiftly running out. In such dire circumstances, an awkward encounter was hardly conducive to sitting down for tea and conversation. Lu Dongli reacted the quickest. Perhaps this flamboyant character had been preparing to showcase his so-called beauty for 24 hours straight. What are you staring at? He barked, causing the Huai Qing to freeze in place. Lu Dongli seized the gun, still vibrating from Huai Shi's grip, and aimed it wildly at his elderly assailant. The previously flirtatious rural romance had vanished amidst the gunfire. In an instant, Lu Dongli emptied an entire magazine, but the handgun's firepower proved negligible against the third-stage entity, whose organs were already ethereal. The Huai Qing-like old woman had closed her eyes. The tide of battle shifted. Meanwhile, Huai Shi did not hesitate, summoning his courage. He rolled up his sleeves and charged toward Wang Hai, launching a kick. Leave the box behind. As Wang Hai prepared to turn and flee, he was abruptly struck by a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, face first, yet he clung tightly to the box in his embrace. In swift pursuit, Huai Shi lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of military punches upon his weathered visage. Uncertain of Wang Hai's potential strange abilities, Huai Shi held nothing back, causing his own fingers to throb with pain. Poor Wang Hai, valued only for his talent in preaching, had never engaged in such a brutal scuffle. He was merely an ordinary man. Meanwhile, the formidable matriarch of the Savior Society, N, was entangled with Lu Dongli, and the disciples who had taken on bodyguard duties were yet to arrive, leaving Huai Shi's military punches to rain down unexpectedly. After delivering half a set of military punches, Huai Shi felt an exhilarating sense of relief wash over him, every pore rejoicing. Witnessing the old man rendered utterly defenseless beneath his onslaught, he felt a surge of relaxation, quickly followed by an intensifying rage. You are the one who sent people after me, aren't you? I will silence you. I will expose your crimes. I will hold you accountable for your wrongdoings against society. Where did this little scoundrel come from? You deserve to perish. Wang Hai, now completely infuriated, flailed his arms wildly. Huai Shi winced as pain shot through his arm, and a blood mark blossomed from beneath his tattered clothing. He had been cut. Seizing the moment while Huai Shi was distracted, Wang Hai drew a dagger from his shoe, taking advantage of the opportunity to grasp the box tightly and suddenly fling it open towards Huai Shi. A cloud of powder burst forth, enveloping Huai Shi's face. The effect of that ghastly substance was instantaneous. As soon as he inhaled it, his body weakened. His mind filled with chaotic illusions, and he felt a euphoric high, as if soaring through the clouds, only to realize he had fallen prey to this old trickster's scheme. Damn it, you're going to feel this too, he exclaimed as he seized Wang Hai by the collar, extracting a handful of ash and recklessly smearing it across Wang Hai's face, rubbing it vigorously. Wang Hai's face flushed crimson, tears and snot streaming down as he howled in agony. In a moment of respite, Huai Shi also indulged himself with a bit of the powder, only to have his previous elation swiftly eclipsed by a wave of sudden sorrow. The euphoric expansion of consciousness now shrank under the horrifying effects of the substance, leaving both men in a tumultuous state of laughter and tears, entangled in a chaotic struggle reminiscent of a psychiatric ward's turmoil. Indeed, they were matched opponents, each a worthy adversary. Yet, their frantic contest lasted but a fleeting 25 seconds. Just then, a thunderous crash shattered the disoriented illusion, resonating from behind them. In that brief span, Lu Dongli's face had turned crimson from blood, his bespoke suit thoroughly transformed into tatters, a deep gash across his chest nearly eviscerating him. The gun had fallen into N's hands, discarded carelessly. For Lu Dongli, those 25 seconds were akin to hell itself. Even with her eyes closed, N could effortlessly overpower him. As he stumbled backward, he finally found his chance withdrawing a concealed weapon from beneath his suit. He aimed at the elderly matriarch descending upon him. It was a short-barreled shotgun, meticulously prepared for N. Time was fleeting. He had only 2 shots, and but a fleeting moment. In that instant, the remarkably agile N would unleash her skill, gliding through the air to seize his weapon and rend his arm asunder. Yet, in this moment, the outcome seemed inevitable. Chapter 20, 5 minutes and 50 seconds, Part 2. First came a crack, followed by a boom. A torrential downpour of metal erupted from the gun and amp, Oppo's barrel, instantly propelling the elderly woman into the air, where she crashed against the wall, gushing blood like a sieve. Yet, Lu Dongli and amp, Oppo's movements remained unceasing as he pulled the pump of the shotgun, loading it with specialized rounds designed for those with enhanced traits. He then pressed close and pulled the trigger. Boom! The disfigured, nearly unrecognizable form of the old woman slid down the wall, her limbs convulsing as if she still wished to resist. After being blasted point-blank with 2 shells from the shotgun, she was somehow still alive. But not for long. Lu Dongli broke open the stock of his gun, retrieved 2 bullets from his pocket, and loaded them in. He aimed and fired twice more, then again twice more, until the barrel glowed a fiery red. The mass of flesh on the ground finally lay still, leaving behind a face ravaged by steel, frozen in a moment of terror and agony. Without a moment to catch his breath, Lu Dongli turned towards the 2 entangled figures ahead and swung the heated barrel of his gun, striking Wang Hai squarely on the back of the head. The old man's eyes rolled back, and he slumped into unconsciousness, leaving Huai Shi gasping on the ground, tears and snot unbothered. In that fleeting moment, Huai Shi noticed that Lu Dongli's eyes had transformed. His pupils had inexplicably become bifurcated. 50 seconds had elapsed. The battle was over. The old pawn's countdown had reached 2:40. Take this and hurry. We must at least exit the church. Lu Dongli tossed his handgun to Huai Shi, followed by a magazine, and turned to grasp the box. Hastening their retreat, Huai Shi, rising from the ground, gasped for air, stumbling to follow him. Then he caught sight of the box nestled under Lu Dongli's arm. That box. That familiar box, he recognized it at once. It was indeed the one he had found. He could ascertain it belonged to him, yes. It should have been his. Did Lu Dongli think that seizing his possession would suffice? Anger surged within him as he lifted his handgun and aimed it at Lu Dongli's back, pulling the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gun echoed, blood sprayed forth. Lu Dongli's body jolted violently, collapsing to the ground. Rigidly turning to stare incredulously at the boy behind him with a twisted and vacant expression. After firing, Huai Shi stood frozen, staring blankly at the smoking barrel in his hand. What had just happened? What did I do? Why did I steal that box? And why am I here? Hadn't I felt a looming threat of death as I entered? Hadn't I experienced the suffocating shadows of demise time and again? Why had I come to the church? Why had I aimed at old Lu? And what was I truly doing? His thoughts spiraled into chaos, and suddenly he felt an overwhelming wave of nausea. His stomach churning violently. He bent at the waist, gasping as he retched. Almost immediately, he felt something emerge from his mouth, landing amidst the filth on the ground. It was a seemingly still wriggling goldfish. A goldfish. Again with the goldfish? The person he had brushed past earlier seemed to have had goldfish in his eyes too. And from the very beginning, before death claimed that body, it had also expelled a goldfish? So it was an acute stress response. In less than 6 hours, a rejection reaction had manifested. Behind him, a hoarse voice sighed. Even the second-generation goldfish can resist. No wonder the third-generation goldfish could not parasitize. What a stroke of misfortune. Otherwise, the box would have been mine long ago, and I wouldn't have to deal with this troublesome situation now. As the voice trailed off, the air began to warp, and a gaunt figure emerged from the void, clad in a dark trench coat, with a cold, indifferent visage. Blood-red gloves adorned his hands, and in his right hand, he cradled a fish tank. Within the small tank, several slender goldfish fry swam languidly. Green Day? In the pool of blood. Lu Dongli noticed the green ring emblem on the back of his hand, finally comprehending the gravity of the situation, striving to lift his gun. Why sure? Run. The man in the red gloves glanced down at him, shaking his head in pity. Preoccupied with your own plight, how can you concern yourself with others? The chill of death suddenly loomed. Then, gunfire erupted from behind Huai Shi. Bang! And then another bang. One bullet found its mark in Lu Dongli, and another struck Huai Shi himself. Lu Dongli convulsed once, then fell silent. Huai Shi, kneeling, looked down to see blood seeping from his chest. A gaping wound as if a hammer had struck his back. The pain was excruciating. He collapsed, tears spilling uncontrollably. But when he turned to see the shooter, his hoarse cries froze in his throat. Old Yang. The hollow-eyed, stooped man gazed back at him. His face, once perpetually adorned with a shrewd smile, now bore traces of that same smile. Behind his eyes, a goldfish swam blissfully. As Huai Shi stared in disbelief, Old Yang bent down, picked up the box, and stepped through the blood, standing behind the man, awaiting orders. Go lock the front door, then prepare for the ritual. After waiting so long, it must yield some value. The stranger commanded, and Old Yang turned to leave, not even glancing back at Huai Shi. Do you know him? The stranger looked down at Huai Shi, a smirk playing on his lips. He owes a great deal for others, and can only repay his debt with himself. Do not blame him, nor me if blame is to be placed. Let it be on your ill fortune. In the haze of confusion, Huai Shi suddenly grasped the truth. Despite the fury boiling within him, he couldn't help but find amusement in his own plight. How he had struggled like a bug ensnared in a web. Everything had been predetermined from the start. From the moment he received Old Yang's call, gleefully carrying his violin case to the brothel for an audition, he had already embarked on the path to death. He would arrive at his intended destination, then, in a fit of rage, call Old Yang to report his position and information, ultimately taking a shortcut home, where he would encounter a corpse, a box, and a goldfish. That goldfish should have been swimming happily in his mind. He had narrowly escaped a calamity, yet unseen hands had pulled him back onto the original path, leading him to his fated conclusion. Just as this man had said, his luck had seemingly never been good. He was always inexplicably entangled in bizarre occurrences, with his life unraveling into chaotic disarray, growing ever poorer, more miserable, more despondent, until now he had finally plunged headlong into a dead end, facing an inevitable end. Why the hell? Huai Shi could no longer contain his anguish, blood spilling from his mouth, tears and snot streaming unchecked. I just wanted to live well, to earn some money to improve my life, to find a decent job, even if it meant toiling like a beast to marry someone I love, and have a home that wouldn't reject me. Is that so wrong? Why? Why can't you just let me be? The man in the red gloves fell silent. After a long pause, he sighed softly. For a better world, there are many things beyond our control. He drew a gun from his pocket, aiming it at the boy's face. I'm sorry, your sacrifice is for a greater cause. He pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet was deflected by a faint membrane of light. The figure in the red glove was momentarily stunned. Was it a guardian's blessing in desperate times? He stared in disbelief at the faint glow enveloping the youth before him. Could it be that the woman entrusted her life-saving charm to you? Are you truly her old confidant? This was the emergency protection granted to each overseer by the Astronomical Society, a literal talisman of survival. Once faced with a lethal assault, it would activate autonomously, preserving the user's life under the direst circumstances while awaiting rescue. Within 3 minutes, unless confronted with a forceful strike of the 4th stage or above, this formidable barrier would be nearly impossible to breach. Never mind. He holstered his pistol, casting a mocking glance at Huai Shi's chest. Even without delivering the fatal blow himself, this fellow would bleed out and perish. Time was precious. He was but a step away from completion and could no longer afford to waste moments on him. He turned and made his way toward the hall. The evolution of the plan had far exceeded his expectations. While the initiative against the Savior Society was sparked by a moment's impulse upon seeing that box, it had been meticulously orchestrated. To avoid arousing the vigilance and detection of the masters behind Wang Hai, he had to start from the common folk. Manipulating a conflict with the power of his soul, the mocking force of the fishbowl, while employing Lao Yang's assistance to arrange for the unrelated Huai Shi to execute the final step of the transfer. However, he had not anticipated that Huai Shi was a latent candidate for ascension in a state of hidden urgency, possessing resistance to the 3rd-generation fry derived from the parasites, which ultimately led to a complete failure of the parasitic plan, turning the scheme into utter chaos. Fortunately, he had successfully concealed himself behind the scenes, and with the immense pressure from the heavenly forces, he had not been detected by the group of purified individuals behind Wang Hai. Those lunatics were entirely consumed by their obsession with the Savior, devoid of any semblance of rationality. Yet, since the plan could not be executed covertly, an alternative approach was necessary. For him, as long as the final outcome remained intact, the method was of little consequence. Having drawn the attention of the Astronomical Society, why not make a grand spectacle of it? He kicked the door open, firing 2 shots to eliminate an elderly man attempting to lunge at him, and traversed the chaotic, screaming crowd until he reached the podium. The entrances had been secured. Time remained uncertain, but it sufficed for the final descent to unfold. Yet, to utilize the cauldron of reincarnation as a drug? Had the minds of those purified individuals been devoured by their deity? He glanced down at the box before him, unable to suppress a derisive laugh. This container-like relic unearthed from the 7th depth of hell, while being the finest source material vessel, could effortlessly transform the fervent essence of zealots into tangible form. Yet, it was likely that even Wang Hai, who had been granted this box, remained oblivious to the true nature of what he held. Not only were the duped followers being treated as sacrificial offerings, but he himself was included, provided the essence within was sufficient. It could serve as an embryo capable of manifesting ancient spirits into the current realm. Once the emissary of the rancher descended through it, it was likely that all living beings in sight would become its feast. Though, his own endeavors were hardly more virtuous. Might as well make use of the waste. He swept his gaze over the followers, continuously harvested for their essence, opened the box, and withdrew a test tube from his pocket. Bathed in the dim light of the church, he scrutinized the flesh and blood within. Let us commence, he whispered softly, to lay the trivial foundation of our grand enterprise. Chapter 21. Reinforcements in the hands of the red glove. The test tube resembled a fragment of a severed limb. Its skin, reminiscent of metal, encased a bone as clear as crystal. It was undoubtedly a finger, extracted from a holy relic, serving as both a seed of the stigmata and a vessel for its descent. With such an abundance of primal essence, it should suffice for initial development. The red glove smiled, suddenly shattering the test tube against the box. In an instant, countless shards of glass burst forth, only to dissipate into the air, for they were never material in the first place. The entire test tube was a vessel crafted from the solidification of a universal dissolvent, designed solely to maintain a meticulous separation between the inner and outer worlds. The moment it met the air, the fragment of bone quivered slightly, as if sensing the liberating atmosphere. In an instant, the accumulated primal essence within the box was abruptly depleted, drawn out entirely, followed by a piercing scream erupting from the hull. Soon, the scream faded into silence, replaced by droplets of crystalline primal essence, akin to dewdrops, that slowly merged into the bone. Subsequently, a tempest of madness and malevolence surged forth from the finger bone, sweeping outwards like a tidal wave. It was a storm of hunger and wicked intent, wildly blowing towards the horizon, greedily engulfing all in its path, brutally extracting the essence of all consciousness, extending its reach across the entirety of Old Pond Town. At the center of this gravitational pull, even the sublimator found it difficult to maintain composure amidst the terrifying tempest. The red glove staggered back a few steps, hearing the crackling sound of his own hair fracturing. A few strands, dried like wild grass, were snapped by the wind and fell to the ground. He raised his hand to touch his face, feeling the traces of wrinkles in the corners of his eyes. It seemed as though he had aged decades in an instant, revealing deep-set wrinkles and age spots characteristic of the elderly. Then, flesh began to sprout from the jagged edges of the bone, the skeletal structure expanding. In a flash, the remnants of the stigmata were awakened, instinctively drawing upon the siphoned primal essence, rapidly evolving towards a complete form. The seed was growing. No, it should be said, it was restoring itself. The first phase was Mercury, the legendary first metal, a fertile ground of primal essence completed by salt, sulfur, and mercury, the cornerstone of all creation. With this as a foundation, the thoughts lingering within the holy relic stirred from their slumber, casting a detached glance toward a world that had long become alien. Next came the second phase, gold, where properties were discovered and attributes reached perfection, resulting in a pure essence that radiated like the sun. However, this radiance was of a chilling azure hue, exuding an icy aura wherever it passed. Everything seemed to have weathered for millennia, turning to ash. Then came the third phase, ether, the transcendent path, where the decaying form could no longer restrain the terrifying brilliance. A power beyond comprehension brewed within, as if planting the seeds of divine might, reclaiming its original transcendent status, straining with all its might to break free from the constraints of physical law. It was akin to the reverse scales of a dragon, the plumage of a phoenix, the eyes of Medusa, the wings of an angel, and the horns of a demon, no longer bound by ordinary understanding. Finally, the fourth phase, star antimony. That fragment of bone had now transformed into an elongated, fair hand, seemingly reaching out from the void, crafted with painstaking precision by an artisan, each detail flawless. It had utterly transcended, rising above the mundane, becoming something no mortal could touch. Only a step remained before the realm of myth. At that moment, a rumble echoed from afar. The earth shook, and iron structures grew from the soil, slowly encasing Old Pond Town within. The separation between inner and outer realms was complete. The growth of the hand abruptly halted, having exhausted the primal essence needed to revert to its original state. It seemed to sense the pitch-black sky beyond the hall. A sigh of regret emanated from the void. The red glove's expression changed suddenly as he withdrew a pocket watch-like depth gauge, witnessing the rapidly rising values. In an instant, the border degree had already reached 60%. This place was being severed from the current realm by the Astronomical Society. Just a fraction more. Just a few seconds, and the holy relic could achieve the fifth phase, the Philosopher's Stone, truly becoming a miracle of the world. It could even reach the transcendent phase, the crown, where divine authority could be wielded. However, the chasm between the fourth and fifth phases was now insurmountable. One step too late. This was impossible. Was it merely a coincidence, or had it been detected? The red glove fell into a daze, murmuring darkly, utterly unable to fathom where he had revealed a flaw, or if there were secrets regarding Wang Hai that he had yet to uncover. Soon, he heard a whispering voice, as if carried by the wind. There was no time to ponder. Even a single hand should suffice. With that, the hand gestured backward, signaling him to step back. In the next moment, it raised two fingers, waving them towards the hall above. A sound akin to fabric being torn by machinery erupted. A tempest surged forth. Wherever it passed, bricks were instantly reduced to dust, while wooden beams withered and splintered, swept up into the sky by the violent wind. The hand slowly ascended, gently grasping the void between heaven and earth. A sharp, piercing sound rang out, and the tumultuous world abruptly stilled, as if the turning gears had been tightly gripped by that very hand. The process of severing from the current realm came to an unexpected halt, as if the entire space had been frozen within this whirlwind. Suddenly, a roar echoed from afar. Detection of illegal border crossing initiated. Soul imprint comparison completed. Threat level elevated. In the brief moment of its appearance, a warning from a satellite appeared on Ai Qing's phone, confirming the origin of the hand. A member of the terrorist organization Green Day, the fourth of the 10 disasters. Wind calamity, threat level A, disaster alert dispatched. Just moments ago, the actions reported to Ai Qing had been met with shock and resistance. Yet now everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, genuinely grateful for her obstinacy. Only Ai Qing's expression grew increasingly grim as she silently flipped through her phone, yet received no text confirming the successful evacuation of Huai Shi and the others. TSK. She furrowed her brow in irritation, and soon, she no longer hesitated, raising her head to ask, "What are you waiting for? For him to place an order? Has the Special Affairs Bureau not even prepared a final plan?" After receiving confirmation from both the middle-aged man and Ai Qing, in less than 10 seconds, a roar erupted from the distance. Thunderous booms resonated, shaking the earth. 3 kilometers away, beyond the blockade, on a towering hillside, smoke billowed upwards, the acrid scent of gunpowder spreading as tremors shook the ground. An iron behemoth lay sprawled upon the earth, reflecting a cold light in the illumination. With the command from the command center, the massive base unfurled, sinking heavily into the ground, as the cannon barrel slowly rose, angling towards the sky. The distance was calculated, and the impact point determined. In the next instant, flames erupted. 11 long-awaited howitzers roared to life, projecting deadly iron light into the heavens, and in the following moment, a terrifying force capable of incinerating the entire church multiple times descended from above. The hand, locked in a stalemate with the force of the blockade, seemed to sense the sudden assault. Its pinky finger lifted slightly, flicking to the side. A tempest arose, iron glimmering within. The fierce winds clashed, erupting into sharp sounds, with countless sparks flashing forth. The tempestuous gale shattered half of the with overwhelming force. Subsequently, with a subtle flick of a little finger, the gale imploded, compressing the remaining into a singular point. In the ensuing instant, incandescent fire erupted from the heavens, briefly illuminating an unscathed palm. Immediately afterward, a second barrage descended from above. Excellent. Maintain suppressive fire. Within the command center, the middle-aged man exclaimed with fervor, undeterred by the previous assault. The counterattack by the merely substantiated its inability to withstand the bombardment head-on. Otherwise, expending energy on such trivialities would be unnecessary. As a sanctuary for ordinary individuals and a cornerstone of the world, the is governed by stringent regulations and principles. Only entities attaining the echelon of nemesis, incarnating as walking embodiments of hell, can directly defy the laws of physics. With sufficient firepower, even the crowned have been known to perish under the siege of military forces. Alas, if only we had missiles. Ai Qing lamented with a sigh, as she overheard someone exclaim with elation, "High-level reinforcements have been dispatched." She paused, initially relieved, but soon felt a sense of foreboding. The current guardian on rotation seems unreliable, doesn't he? Recalling the rumors circulating among her colleagues, her spirits plummeted. Amidst the relentless barrage of 16, despite continuous retaliation, the palm contending with the gradually succumbed. It was being suppressed. A significant portion of the cathedral had already collapsed, yet no signs of survivors were detected in the observations. This was anticipated. The, revered as the, excelled at generating vortexes, extracting others as fuel. By now, the cathedral, nay, the entirety of, was likely. During the brief interlude, the atmosphere within the command center grew increasingly somber. Despite the expeditious transit of reinforcements via the, typically airdropped into the inn under 3 minutes, the wait felt interminable. The arriving guardian continually sent messages to reassure the command center personnel. Already en route. Coming, on the way. 1 minute until arrival. Messages were dispatched every few minutes. Initially, the personnel harbored hope, but eventually, they ceased to react. Finally, a dire report arrived from the artillery emplacement, ammunition depleted. Slight congestion, arriving momentarily, accompanying the message notification. The faintly charred palm abruptly ascended, vehemently shattering the dash. Subsequently, the 5 fingers clenched into a fist, coalescing a hurricane that reflected upon the iron enclosure sealing off. In the ensuing instant, slam. The earth trembled. Amidst the howling hurricane, as if countless cannons were firing in unison, the impalpable wall physically enclosing the surroundings abruptly shuddered. The iron enclosure reverberated, the earth at its foundation quaked, and fissures appeared. There was loosening. A fissure appeared on the palm. Yet it disregarded the injury and rose once more. Slam! Boom! A gap appeared on the iron enclosure, accompanied by the wail of metal. The personnel in the command center paled, yet reinforcements remained elusive, accompanied only by a nonchalant message. Hang in there, just making a turn. Boom! The fist struck again. This time, the fissure on the iron enclosure widened further, revealing a fatal breach. The had broken free. Chapter 22. The White Emperor's Child. In that fleeting moment, a tempestuous wind howled past. A hand, suspended high in the sky, slowly rose, pointing towards the brightly lit New Sea city in the distance. Its fingers gradually curling as if grasping an invisible entity. With a forceful tug, a sharp, piercing wail erupted from the void, reminiscent of countless shards of glass being scraped together, producing an overwhelming cacophony that drove one to madness. The heavens and earth trembled, akin to a wedge being pulled from the fixed firmament and the solid ground. In that instant, a white silhouette descended beneath a street lamp in the outskirts of New Sea. At last, she had caught up. The white dove gently folded its wings and alighted upon the slender arm of the girl. She appeared as if she had just run a marathon, drenched in sweat. Her fitted athletic shirt and night running pants clung to her shapely form. Alas, no one was there to witness her plight. Panting, she gazed at the hand hovering miles away, shaking her head in resignation. Under the street lamp's glow, her shadow seemed to come alive, slowly raising its hands as if drawing forth some invisible weapon, 2 in number, slicing forward. Then, silence enveloped the scene. For a brief moment, the distant roar, the buzzing of insects, the falling dust, the flowing wind, the rushing river, the rising flames, and the solid earth all came to a standstill, as if frozen by an unseen force. In the next moment, a barely discernible trace extended from beneath her feet, stretching straight ahead, traversing 23 kilometers and 411 meters. The destruction arrived with precision down to the millimeter. With a swift and decisive motion, the hand split apart in the center, falling to either side, and then was severed at the waist, transforming into 4 fragments. Those 4 pieces did not disperse, but rather disintegrated into 8. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256. The cruel and precise geometric progression continued until the limits of human observation were reached. Ultimately, the shattered essence erupted violently, igniting a fire that consumed all. Thus, everything came to an end before the stroke of a sword that could scarcely be described by any action. A conclusion had been reached. She sighed softly, hoping there would not be too many victims. Just then, she heard the sound of her phone ringing in her pocket. Hello? I'm on my way. I got lost. Really lost. There's definitely an issue with your airdrop. I'll be there in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Oh, I'm just on the road. The dove and the girl vanished. As the hand of the wind disaster beast shattered, the man with the red gloves turned pale, his voice escaping through clenched teeth. The White Emperor's Child. Crack. The sound of shattering suddenly emanated from his face. The cracks spread rapidly, and in an instant, it was as if countless blades were slicing through him. Half of his body became a gruesome mess of flesh and blood, while invisible swords continued to tear at his form until the pendant around his neck emitted a mournful wail. The blank-faced doll shattered into dust. The empty doll bore the brunt of the residual power from the sword strike of the White Emperor's Child. Yet, even the last trace of radiation that leaked out caused him unbearable agony. Even the sole manifestation in his hand, a mocking fish tank, developed a ghastly fissure. One of the fish within having already flipped belly up, while the other swayed weakly, clearly nearing its end. Damn those monsters. The man in red gloves suddenly bent over, spewing a mouthful of blood, as he heard the heavy footsteps approaching from a distance. The military had commenced their operation. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he pulled out a detonator from his pocket and pressed it down forcefully. The plastic explosives laid around the church lit up with the final countdown. Thus, the last traces would be obliterated in 15 seconds. Failure would be inconsequential, as long as the rebirth cauldron remained. He turned, reaching for the pulpit, but his hand and sinister smile froze in place. There was nothing on the pulpit. It was empty. The cauldron had vanished without a trace. Furiously, he overturned the pulpit but found nothing. He roared hoarsely twice, and as the footsteps drew nearer, He frantically dismantled the entire pulpit, still finding nothing. When the remaining doors of the church were violently smashed open and the suppression troops burst in, they saw a man with bloodshot eyes standing on the platform, resembling a rabid dog. He spat, disdainfully gesturing a middle finger at the soldiers. Eat shit. You corpses of the Astronomical Society. He flung a playing card into the air. The card abruptly folded in half, pulling his body along with it, and in an instant, he was reduced to a minuscule, swallowed by a deep chasm, disappearing from view. In the next moment, the flames of annihilation engulfed everything. The sensation of excessive blood loss was surprisingly devoid of pain. In fact, he felt no pain at all. Instead, a profound weariness enveloped him, sapping all strength from his body, rendering him languid, as if nothing mattered anymore. He longed for sleep, for rest, for the end of this wretched life. Closing his eyes, he resigned himself to the prolonged torment that had culminated in a peaceful, uninterrupted slumber. Death was approaching. After witnessing so many deaths, so many different forms of demise, Huai Shi realized that he had finally arrived at his own conclusion. It was neither terrifying nor painful, and he felt no sense of loss, only fatigue and confusion. In a daze, he sensed someone pushing his body, laboriously prodding him forward with a stick, inch by inch. Like a snail pushing a stone, he was flipped onto his back, sprawled upon a tattered carpet, being dragged toward some unknown destination. He caught the scent of burning, heard the sounds of destruction, and the hoarse moans as if the entire world was collapsing. Water dripped onto Huai Shi's face, carrying the metallic tang of blood. He struggled to open his eyes, spotting Lu Dongli, who was lifeless beside him, and in front of him, an old man stumbling while clutching the carpet. The figure, limping on one leg, thrust forward with great effort, forcing open a door, then turned back. His face appeared shattered, half of it unchanged and ghostly pale, while the other half convulsed violently, as if half of him had already succumbed to death, leaving the other half to struggle futilely, beyond remedy. Seeing Huai Shi and Appo's dazed eyes, he averted his gaze, laboriously rolling up the carpet to envelop both himself and Lu Dongli, straining to move forward. I'm sorry. I must save her. Huai Shi, only I can save her. I'm sorry. He whispered hoarsely, as if apologizing without expecting a response, merely talking to himself. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. A ringtone blared, the cheap phone speaker merrily belting out a love song, calling out for a husband, yet no one answered. I'm sorry. Blood dripped onto Huai Shi's face, warm with the heat of tears. He was shoved into the darkness behind the door, tumbling down the long staircase into a cellar cluttered with debris and jars of pickles. In the violent roll and fall, Huai Shi caught one last glimpse of old Yang's face. Leaning against the doorframe, he looked at the boy, his twitching lips twisting into a grotesque semblance of a smile. Clutching the still vibrating phone, waving goodbye, it was as if bidding farewell. Huai Shi opened his mouth, wanting to call out to him, yet no sound escaped. The door had closed. In the enveloping darkness, the distant echoes of explosions reverberated, terrifying flames and searing heat engulfing the entire cathedral, reducing the remnants to mere ashes. Huai Shi shut his eyes. Death embraced him. Someone entrusted me to convey a message to everyone. That stiff, rigid man was ensnared in his chair, twitching nervously, his eyes resembling a goldfish swimming lifelessly. He uttered. His expression suddenly morphed into one of madness, revealing a grotesque grin. The green sun shall ultimately illuminate the world. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the sudden gunfire, his head exploded. Yet the shooting did not cease. After emptying one magazine, he swiftly replaced it with another, continuing to pull the trigger, until the entity on the chair transformed into a mass of putrid flesh. A shattered goldfish leaped from the hollow skull, only to be reduced to a foul paste by bullets, swiftly dehydrating into a pile of powder. Do you grasp it? Ai Qing, expressionless, discarded the gun in her hand, raising her gaze to meet the middle-aged man's countenance, no longer concealing her displeasure. No need to say more. He escaped, did he not? After enduring for so long. We were caught in the cleansing? He possessed an artifact capable of short-range teleportation, and we have cordoned off the area around Xinhai. What of the survivors? Ai Qing had no desire to hear him continue. We are still searching. Then continue the search. Ai Qing withdrew her gaze, determined to scour every inch until the body was found. No one opposed her. As midnight approached, news emerged from the rumbling ruins of the collapsed cathedral. Lu Dongli and Huai Shi have been located. Outside the ruins, Ai Qing remained seated in her wheelchair. Her expression serene. What is the situation? Lu Dongli is alive, severely injured. As for Huai Shi, the reporter hesitated, his expression uncertain. He is undergoing emergency treatment. The makeshift rescue room was in complete disarray, and Ai Qing quietly awaited outside, listening to the cacophony within. Is there breathing? Still present? No. The pulse is fading fast. Hurry and inject. No. The heartbeat is erratic, nearly gone. Where's the defibrillator? Bring me the defibrillator. 1, 2, 3. Bang. 1, 2, 3. Bang. After a prolonged silence, the chaos within subsided, and the rescue doctor emerged, removing his mask. His expression one of regret. I'm sorry, we were too late. Ai Qing nodded silently, allowing those individuals to pass by her. Soon, Ai Qing finally beheld Huai Shi. As if in slumber, the youth lay upon the operating table, the bullet wound on his chest stark and pale, with no blood flowing. His hollow gaze fixated on the overhead operating light. The final heartbeat ceased. Ai Qing remained silent, lowering her eyes, her grip on the armrests revealing a ghastly pallor. After a long pause, she calmly stated, "Then, let us proceed with the formalities." She turned her wheelchair, intending to depart. Yet, abruptly, the movement halted. It seemed she heard something. Chapter 23. Hell in the depths of a somnolent slumber, Huai Shi felt himself plummeting. In the enveloping darkness, he descended, deeper and deeper. Accompanied by a multitude of others, some screaming in terror, others struggling in a daze, until they all vanished. He plunged into the water, as if sinking into an abyss, buoyed by an ethereal weightlessness, drifting aimlessly in the murky void. It felt as though he had already succumbed to death. Yet it also seemed he was on the precipice of demise. Soon, a voice whispered to him. Yet death appeared boundless, carrying him further into the unfathomable darkness until he was cast upon the muddy shore by the frigid tide. A stooped figure emerged from the gloom, peering down at him, bending to grasp his legs and dragging him toward the thatched hut on the marsh. There was a knock at the door. It creaked open, releasing the stench of decay. Inside, a single light flickered above a blood-stained operating table. A wrinkled, white-haired elder, masked and focused, meticulously dissected the corpse before him, occasionally pausing to sketch a few lines on a nearby blueprint. Under the dim glow of the oil lamp, preserved specimens hung from hooks, dripping with embalming fluid, their faces still etched with the terror of their final moments. The stooped figure gestured toward Huai Shi, extending a hand toward the elder behind the door, demanding something. The old man, peering through murky eyes at the youth on the ground, slowly shook his head. He is not dead yet. What use is a living person to me? Soon the shadow emitted a peculiar sound, a mix of canine and vulpine cries. He has almost gone. The essence remains. I can only offer you half. If you are willing, leave him. If not, drag him away. The elder stood with arms crossed, observing coldly. The shadow, seemingly incensed, let out a loud wail. The elder remained unmoved, impassively watching until it reached out in despair. Half an ancient copper coin was tossed into its hand. Now be gone, and do not disturb my work. The elder glanced down at Huai Shi, furrowing his brow as he dragged one of his legs, laboriously pulling him onto the operating table, carelessly sweeping aside the already dismembered corpse. As the door closed with a creak, Huai Shi's eyes quivered. He strained to move, attempting to speak, yet coughed forth a torrent of blood and foam. Not dead yet. The elder pried open his eyelids, inspecting his scarab with surprise, his gnarled hands gripping Huai Shi's frail body, finally nodding in satisfaction. A standard structure, though lacking in strength, still. It should suffice as a temporary spare part. One wonder if dismemberment while alive can preserve the best results. With a sigh, he unhesitatingly severed the arteries in Huai Shi's arms and thighs. Huai Shi's throat emitted a rasping sound, but it was futile. Warm blood rapidly pooled beneath him, flowing down the grooves of the dissection table into a filthy receptacle. Do you have something to say? The elder regarded Huai Shi's trembling pupils, somewhat resigned. You're about to die. Can't you just do so quietly? I have seen many like you. You've crossed the border into hell. Death is only natural, I assent it. Now, the essence merely lingers, so what is there to complain about? He produced a vial of potion, pouring it into Huai Shi's blood-flecked mouth. The sharp, bizarrely sour taste assaulted his throat, a searing sensation coursing down, igniting his body like fire, forcing forth a hoarse groan of agony. This potion was purchased from that dog-headed fellow, intended for mummification. It can maintain organ vitality, as one approaches death. But do not harbor hopes of survival. It merely exchanges your remaining lifespan for vitality this way. You can utter a few more words before you perish, and it will ease my work. How about cooperating a bit? The elder bowed his head, slicing into Huai Shi's shattered right hand. Remember, do not scream. I detest noisy sounds. Huai Shi fought to suppress his cries, convulsing as the elder's words rang true. He found he could emit faint sounds even in the throes of death. Where's this place? In your terms, it is the 12th level of hell, my corpse workshop, a place where I sell trinkets to clients. Soon, you shall become one of those trinkets. As the elder spoke, he continued to dissect Huai Shi's right hand without restraint, his cuts precise, penetrating through muscle, yet sparing the bones. It was as though he were merely peeling the skin from fruit, his movements fluid and practiced. Let us make a deal. Huai Shi swallowed the bitter taste of pain, gasping for breath. I truly wish to continue living. Please let me go. No, I have purchased your corpse. You cannot live. Besides, you won't last more than a few minutes. If you die outside, I will have to drag you back. Under the dim light, the elder's eyes, one black and the other red, swiveled independently, one fixated on Huai Shi, the other on the area he was dissecting. Look at your body. The essence is hollow, and your time is nearly up. Though your vitality is robust, it is burning down to ashes. Wouldn't it be better to die obediently? You could still burn off some remaining value. His arm was fully opened, bones delicately extracted and submerged in a nearby embalming solution. Each piece was displayed to Huai Shi with enthusiasm. Huai Shi stared vacantly at the blood-stained ceiling, pain replaced by numbness. His voice hoarse and dry. I cannot die here. Why can't you die? The elder replied earnestly. Everyone can die, in truth. As if drawn into conversation, the elder meticulously continued to slice into Huai Shi's left hand amidst the sanguine chaos. I have encountered many individuals who believe themselves significant, playing unique roles in this world, yet they all died when they arrived here. After they perished, the world continued its march. The sun rose as usual, and reality did not pause for their absence. Thus, they were mistaken. They are no different from anyone else. He pointed at the suspended corpses awaiting sale. Elaborating for Huai Shi, this person was once a high-ranking figure. This one, a righteous avenger who dealt death to countless evildoers. This one was a mentor to a dictator, transforming him from a tyrant into a celebrated leader. Yet they all perished. Since one has lived, death is inevitable. Even gods, after a century, 2 centuries, watching the world transform. After a millennium, even a god would find the world tiresome. Compared to them, what are you? But I still do not wish to die. Huai Shi blinked desperately, fighting tears that threatened to obscure his vision. How about this? Do not judge me by my frail appearance. I am, in fact, quite resilient. Tears from a man are worth their weight in gold. I have shed mine. Will you spare me? Chapter 24. Resumption. Unfortunate, the old man lamented. To die so restlessly is truly vexing. It's hardly my preference, Hughes replied, his voice raspy. Release me, and it ceases to be an issue. His breathing grew labored as the old man dissected his chest, extracting the shattered remnants of his lungs. Behold, utterly ruined. The old man wiped his brow, discarding the organs into a refuse container. With no lungs, your tenacity is perplexing. Biblical figures have survived for half an hour without a heart. Half an hour would suffice. Incessant, with a swift incision, the old man severed the vessels entwined with the spine, extracting Hughes's viscera. Never had Hughes conceived of the sensation of having his entrails drawn forth in such a manner. A peculiar coolness, aside from the agony and dread. Stripped bare, now resign yourself. The old man unceremoniously deposited the contents into the pail, splattering himself with blood and undigested remnants. Irritated, he retrieved a cloth to cleanse his apron. What have you consumed? Such an unseemly mess. A dubious acquaintance treated me to hot pot at midday. Hughes's breath faltered, yet he inexplicably retained the capacity to vocalize. Perhaps the primal terror of demise had shattered his facade, for he had never felt so desolate, unwilling to succumb, yet craving companionship. He rambled on. Have you partaken of hot pot? Given your foreign mien, you may be unfamiliar. It is a Chinese delicacy. Despite his duplicity and troublesome nature, Old Yang's hot pot is unparalleled. The old man persisted in his grim task, meticulously excising Hughes's bones from his flesh. Neither enticements of wealth nor seductive offers of beauty swayed his resolve, nor did Hughes's invectives deter him. Ultimately, naught remained on the dissecting table but a blood-soaked skeleton. Born naked, returning naked, divested of his mortal coil, yet the cadaver obstinately clung to existence and continued its incessant prattle, even as the old man, in a fit of pique, cleaved open the skull with a chisel, extracting the still steaming cerebral matter and casting it before the skeleton. The incessant entreaties continued. To what extent must I mutilate you before you embrace oblivion? Who comprehends? You villainous, deranged, perverted fiend. The stark voice emanated from the skeleton. I implore you, deliver me. I shall indenture myself to you, provided your intentions are not carnal. Any command you issue shall be obeyed, albeit carnal acts are negotiable, contingent upon your gentleness. The old man's hair bristled with vexation, revealing the scars of sutures on his face as he slammed his palms upon the table. Death is inevitable, yet undesirable. Hughes hesitated, attempting to negotiate. Might I defer death until I have lived sufficiently? The old man lapsed into silence, clawing at his scalp in frustration, emitting agitated cries. As though his resolve had been utterly shattered, he stooped, meticulously gathering his knives, chisels, and shears, arranging them within his tool chest. He unfastened his apron, withdrew a comb, and meticulously groomed his disheveled locks. Curses, 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 he bellowed, hurling the tool chest to the floor, stomping upon it with abandon, seizing an axe from the corner, and demolishing a nearby cabinet, venting his nameless ire. Damnation, what is this abomination? He roared at the ceiling, as though confronting some unseen entity. Behold, he has prevailed. Remove your experiment from this place. Immediately. I wish never to lay eyes upon him again. Time appeared to halt, all suspended in place. A portal seemed to materialize from the void, casting a beam of light that descended like a cord, drawing him upward. Hughes gazed about in bewilderment, uncertain of events. Nor did he know whether to offer an obscene gesture, as convention dictated. Abruptly, he was engulfed by the light, or rather, submerged, as in a sea of silver-gray luminescence. He was drawn upward by an unseen force, as though traversing the depths of the ocean, feeling the crushing weight from all directions. Yet more terrifying was the fact that each drop of this silver sea consisted of source matter so concentrated as to be nearly solid. As far as the eye could see, it was virtually limitless, defying human vision and perception, as though encompassing the entire world. The silver sea, a vast ocean of nothingness, converging all human source matter, the wellspring of all wisdom, a sublime existence transcending miracles. The raven's previous description resurfaced in his consciousness. In an instant, he breached the surface, cast aloft into the void between the heavens and the sea, gazing upon the pristine, unblemished darkness of the firmament and the silvery ocean teeming with endless streams of light. In the distance, he glimpsed two indistinct figures seated upon the sea. You know, since I saw the picture of you last time, my daughter has been crying and making a fuss with me, saying that she also wants a raven like the big sister. I can't help it. I was in a hurry to leave at that time. So I just grabbed a pigeon for her, and she asked me why the color was different, so I could only tell her. It was black at first, but its mother ran out of ink when she gave birth to it. Alas, it's been 7 years since I saw her. I don't know if she is doing well. How is her study? A middle-aged man with a beard, sitting cross-legged on the sea, was smoking a cigarette, holding a can of beer in his hand, complaining helplessly to his drinking buddy. Casually, he flicked the cigarette ash into the sea of miracles under his feet. Don't worry. I just saw her before I came. She has grown a lot. She is already a slim and graceful girl. The raven's wings rolled cigarettes and the same beer and patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder. Although the pigeon you stuffed her with seems to bring a little problem. Ah, my contractor is out. The bearded man raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. Looks ordinary. Is there anything special about him? Does playing the cello well count? The kind that can get extra points in the college entrance examination. So amazing. Any tips? The bearded man's eyes lit up. Alas, this is probably talent. Others can't learn it. The raven waved its wings, raised its head and drank the last of the beer in the can, and said goodbye. It's getting late. I'll take a step first. But then again, as the guardian of the Silver Sea, the only 7 nemesis in the world, is it really okay to let me, a fugitive, walk away swaggeringly? The bearded middle-aged man thought for a while, scratched his face sadly, and sighed. Forget it. I'll get off work in 2 days. I've been touching fish here for 7 years. Can't you let me relax for the last time? That's really thank you. The raven smiled gratefully, spread its wings, and flew into the distance. The agile shadow was reflected on the silver sea, gradually lengthening, dancing like a flame, changing, until finally, it turned into a slender figure. The black skirt was rippling like water, and it had spread on the ground, spotless. And the edges of the simple style were embroidered with delicate patterns in dark gold, like thorns extending upward along the edges of the long skirt. Just as Hughes looked up blankly, he only saw the slender calf exposed by the edge of the skirt, dazzlingly white. The back of the long dress is adorned with intricate lace, revealing a smooth expanse of skin, complemented by opulent patterns that nearly envelop the entire back. Countless shades of crimson intertwine, forming a bizarre yet solemn design, as if it were perpetually shifting, rendering it difficult to discern. Soon, the peculiar tattoos were obscured by cascading dark hair. As Huai Shi stood there, momentarily stunned, she lifted her head to reveal a mature and exquisite profile. "Come, my contractee." She beckoned the young man with a familiar box in her arms, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. "I shall escort you home." In that instant, a terrifying surge of primal energy erupted in the suburbs of Xinhai City, within Huai Shi's bedroom. A blazing light ignited the Book of Destiny. It was as though an invisible force had lifted it, as countless pages frantically turned, an immense torrent of primal essence surging forth, transforming into flames of burning light. For ages, it had been extracting primal essence from Huai Shi, and now, in the blink of an eye, it was consumed entirely, evolving into an endless display of illusions and transformations. Page after page was incinerated to nothingness in the fire, until only the title page, inscribed with his name, remained. On that title page, the fragmentary moon began to grow anew. The final void was sealed. After traversing countless deaths, it had gathered the last of its own demise. The endless records of death coalesced into pure ink, swirling within the shadow of the moon, encircling the central point, transforming into a vortex that spun violently. Countless deaths collided in a frenzy. Ultimately, they shattered the moon's limitations, tearing apart the bindings, revealing their solemn contours. An immense whirlpool of inky blackness spun, forming a ferocious perfect circle, sharp flames protruding from within, becoming its crown. It was a menacing black sun. Drip. As if a mirage, the heartbeat patterns in the resuscitation room stirred with faint ripples. Life renewed. Chapter 25. The denied value. Huai Shi opened his eyes to the afternoon light streaming through the window. Dust particles detached from the ceiling, swirling chaotically in the dim glow. The air was thick with a familiar mustiness, accompanied by the sound of dripping water from the neighboring room. This was his home. After a surreal dream, he found himself sprawled on the dilapidated sofa in the hall. Am I still alive? How long have I slept? Confused, he sat up, feeling his chest, where a bandage was neatly wrapped around his wound, a faint ache reminding him of his injury, yet he found himself surprisingly unimpeded. To his astonishment, he discovered that the Book of Fate had transformed from a tangible entity into an extension of his own will, allowing him to turn its pages at the mere flicker of a thought. Soon, he heard a voice beside him, perhaps around 10 hours or so. "It seems you are recovering well." The girl seated by the window lifted her gaze to him, her tranquil expression unsettling Huai Shi. "What exactly happened last night?" "Right. Lao Lu. Lu Dongli. Ah, he is alive. His surgery should have concluded, and he is now in the intensive care unit. If he recovers well, there may yet be a chance for him to awaken. But this is not your fault. Rather, it is fortunate that you survived the scrutiny of the Green Day." Ai Qing spoke calmly, although many events transpired last night, allowing the mastermind to escape. "For you, it is all over now." "Over?" "Yes, it is finished." Ai Qing nodded, asserting that whatever lay ahead would no longer concern him. He would no longer be pursued. She looked intently at Huai Shi, solemnly declaring, "Congratulations, you may return to your once peaceful life." Had she told him this yesterday, he would have been overjoyed, dancing with glee. Yet now, upon receiving such news, he felt no happiness whatsoever, not even a hint of delight. Ai Qing chose not to elaborate further, closing her book and preparing to leave. After declining Huai Shi's offer to see her off, she stood up with her cane and bid farewell. "What is it?" Noticing Huai Shi's dazed expression, she tilted her head. "Is there something you wish to ask?" "If you are concerned about Lu Dongli's car being left here, rest assured, someone will come to retrieve it in a couple of days, and they will call you beforehand." Huai Shi shook his head, gazing at her. "I've been pondering where I might have seen you before." Ai Qing fell silent for a moment before calmly shaking her head. "It's of no consequence if you cannot recall. After all, it is not of great importance. Let it fade from memory." She stepped outside, casting one last glance at Huai Shi before nodding in farewell. I must depart immediately for Jinling to report on my duties. I wish you smooth sailing in the days ahead, and I hope we shall not meet again. She concluded. Farewell, Huai Shi. The door closed. In the ensuing silence, Huai Shi remained still, watching Ai Qing, assisted by the driver, enter the car. The door shut softly, and the vehicle gradually faded from view, disappearing down the road. Throughout the afternoon, Huai Shi sat on the steps of the garden, his long-cherished spot, staring blankly at the barren nursery. A sense of loss enveloped him, didn't it? The crow, having reappeared, perched on his shoulder and gently tapped his head. Do not be disheartened. Here, have a smoke to unwind, or perhaps a bottle of liquor to sip on, then sleep it off. Everything will be fine. Fine. Huai Shi regarded her. Yes, it's all over, the crow remarked nonchalantly. Isn't this the conclusion you desired, Huai Shi? As you wished. You have liberated yourself from the chaos and returned to the tranquil life you yearned for. Huai Shi remained silent. Was it truly over? Perhaps, yet the anticipated relief eluded him. Instead, he felt a flicker of anger rising from an unknown source. It seemed that nothing had truly concluded. Suddenly, the visage of Lao Yang flashed through his mind. In that final moment, the bastard had looked at him with a smile, as if he found solace in death. Nothing had been resolved. He had merely exchanged his life for another's. Would the woman he saved find joy in this? What was he so pleased about? And what of Lu Dongli, now lying in the intensive care unit? Once, Huai Shi had considered them friends, yet one had shot him from behind, while the other had also betrayed him. He had lost two friends, and the orchestrator of it all had slipped away without a trace. How could it simply end? He raised a hand to cover his face, unable to suppress his anger and fatigue. Damn it. The crow looked at him with compassion. It was the first time she had witnessed Huai Shi in such a furious state. Yet, it seemed that no matter the circumstance, he would merely sulk on the ground, allowing the chaotic wheels of fate to roll over him, like a worn-out fish. A naturally good-natured soul. Let them be. I will be fine regardless. Yet, she sensed that Huai Shi lacked something, that he was concealing something, or perhaps, attempting to hide something. Only now did she vaguely comprehend that perhaps this empty garden was his sanctuary, a place where he could confront his true self, even if his heart resisted it so vehemently. Tell me, Huai Shi, she asked earnestly, what significance does this place hold for you? Perhaps. Huai Shi lowered his gaze to the small garden below the steps, remaining silent for a long time. If you do not wish to share, consider it unasked, the crow replied, shaking her head. After all, prying into one's privacy is hardly dignified. No, there is no need for concealment. I merely pondered how to express it to you. Huai Shi rubbed his face, contemplating for a long while. When I was a child, I once had a high fever. My parents were quite angry, as they were abroad enjoying themselves while I did not take care of myself, causing them worry. They sent money for me to go to the hospital. But I was too exhausted, too miserable, and did not go. Instead, I fell asleep on the living room sofa. I recall having many strange dreams. Of sprouting wings and soaring through the sky. Of this old house speaking to me, wiping my sweat, and pouring me water. Later, I heard the sound of someone climbing over the wall, someone masked, armed with a knife. I hid behind the door, afraid to utter a word. I was terrified. If that person discovered me, I might die. I did not want to die. He stared at the raised patch of earth, softly murmuring. So I killed him. The crow froze, turning to look at Huai Shi's face but finding no trace of jest, only an unsettling calm. Indeed, Huai Shi repeated quietly, I killed him. Hiding behind the door, with an axe, I struck down on him when he entered. Just one blow, and he fell. Then another, and another, until I could no longer muster the strength. After realizing he was motionless, I felt confusion, then unease and panic, ultimately followed by a fearsome courage that emerged within me. In that feverish haze, I dragged the body into the garden, unearthed the soil, and quietly buried it, the axe included. I covered it up, washed my hands clean, and returned to bed as if nothing had occurred. The stone marrow pavilion, being so remote, would hardly attract visitors. My parents, in their indolence, would neglect the garden, and thus, no one would ever discover the truth of my actions. With this in mind, I drifted into sleep, cloaked in fear, plagued by strange dreams that evaded my memory upon waking. Remarkably, my fever subsided. Yet, from that moment on, my childhood as Huai Shi came to an end. Consequently, days turned into years, a monotonous cycle. When reflecting upon it, I realize how fortunate I truly am, don't you think? Huai Shi whispered, initially terrified of being caught, of the secrets buried in the garden being unveiled. Yet it seems that no one has discovered anything. Had I not concealed the truth back then, perhaps I would not be burdened so heavily now. No, had I been silenced then, my existence would not have become a spectacle of self-loathing. Actually, you need not torment yourself, the raven sighed. Have you considered the possibility that this may merely be one of the nightmares born from your fever? Indeed, perhaps. Huai Shi nodded calmly. I have purchased shovels countless times, only to misplace them just as often. Each time I stand here, hesitation grips me, fear of what lies beneath. I am not afraid of unearthing a corpse. Rather, I dread the truth. He continued, if I were to dig here, I could no longer deceive myself. How could I return to my tranquil life afterward? He paused, suddenly chuckling softly. I once believed I would live in self-deception for eternity. Yet now, it seems there is no longer anything to fear. With that, Huai Shi grasped the rusted shovel from the corner, returning to the center of the garden, seeking the marks of the past, and stood firm. Then, the first shovel of earth was lifted. The raven was taken aback. The second and third shovels followed swiftly. Huai Shi's actions were swift. Even as the wounds beneath the bandages tore open and bled, he hesitated not. He cleared the obstructive weeds, unearthed the roots, and dug through the soil that concealed his nightmares, perspiring profusely. You know about my family, Huai Shi spoke to the raven, though it felt as if he was conversing with himself. From birth, my parents never cherished me. After my grandfather's passing, they abandoned me. My existence was of no consequence to them. When they were present, I felt like a burdensome encumbrance. After their departure, I became a stray dog without a home. Thus, I have scraped by for years, patching one problem with another. Now, if I cannot earn money, not only will I struggle to pay tuition, but I may even be unable to survive. I often question the value of such a life. Indeed, I frequently ponder why I endure this relentless struggle. My circumstances are always dire, and no matter how I strive, it seems futile. At times, I am met with ridicule and disdain. Wouldn't it be easier to relinquish it all? Yet, despite the despair and hardship, I believe I can persevere. Even if it means sacrificing my dignity, I will not be angered. For I understand that as long as I continue to forge ahead, everything shall improve. Even if the changes are minuscule, there are those like old Yang, who willingly introduce me to job opportunities and occasionally find excuses to provide me with extra funds. Old Lu even treats me to meals, helping to resolve the troubles I encounter at the club, and despite being shot in the back, he still thinks of my escape in perilous times. Does this not indicate that my life holds value? Huai Shi spoke softly, yet his words met silence. Sweat dripped from his face into the freshly dug pit. But now, he lowered his gaze, raising the pickaxe once more, striking down with all his might. It was as though he aimed to shatter the grotesque visage etched in his memories. My worth has been denied. Crash! The shovel struck something solid, creating a tremendous fissure. Yet within the pit, nothing was visible. No corpse, no bones, nothing at all. Only the scattered glow of the setting sun faintly illuminated a cruel outline, akin to an axe. Huai Shi bent down, reaching out to grasp its handle. I will kill him. Under the setting sun, the raven stared in astonishment at the shape in Huai Shi's hand, an ethereal iron forged from pure essence, a conflation of burning rage and icy intent, reflecting a merciless light. This was the murderous intent and death that had slumbered here for 7 years, now materialized, clad in the armor of nightmares and fear. It resembled a spark of fire. In that moment, Huai Shi's right hand was ignited by an invisible force, erupting into white flames, revealing his true form from within the silence. So, this is how it is, she murmured softly, finally grasping the transformation occurring within Huai Shi, breaking through the barriers of spirit and matter. The transmutation between iron and essence was realized. After 7 years, Huai Shi had finally traversed the lengthy period of stress, and amidst the combustion of essence, his true nature was exalted, welcoming the singular soul that belonged to him, a unique name bestowed by the Silver Sea, the Hand of Confinement. Chapter 26. The library. As twilight approached, the stone marrow hall had been tidied up, leaving a solitary chair at its center. In the dim light, Huai Shi held a candle, feeling as though she was involved in some nefarious cult. Is this truly acceptable? Probably not, right? The crow shrugged nonchalantly. I understand you wish to seek clues regarding old Yang through the records in the Book of Fate, but I must first caution you. While your idea is commendable, conventional reading may not yield any useful information. After all, the most significant matter to him is evidently his wife. Of course, if you're in the mood for some romantic drama, then forget I mentioned it. Huai Shi sighed. Speak plainly. Could you refrain from being so cryptic? I'm merely concerned that you might not be psychologically prepared. The crow whistled. To unearth something valuable, you must resort to less conventional methods, if you comprehend. Taking risks, then? Huai Shi sighed again, settling into the chair. I shan't elaborate on the principles. You understand spirit communication, correct? Naturally. Are you suggesting old Yang should possess me? Something akin to that. The crow anthropomorphically shrugged. In simpler terms, you can perceive the Book of Fate as the operative device for a significant artifact, while what you have been reading is merely the table of contents. It's akin to having a computer and intending to engage in cybercrime. What you must do now is use old Yang's records as your username and password. Stealthily breach a perilous forbidden server and search for old Yang's own browsing history. In this endeavor, aside from the risk of internet surveillance, there's also the threat of malware and viruses. Do you grasp the implications? Will I perish? Unlikely. After all, old Yang is but an ordinary man, and the records left behind posthumously would merely be a collection of neglected files that would naturally overwrite over time. The crow patted his shoulder. At worst, it would be a fate worse than death, wouldn't it? Oh, isn't that just my everyday existence? Huai Shi accepted this calmly, even finding time to jest about her predicament. Let us be efficient. Time is of the essence. Your resolve brings me great comfort. Retrieve the Book of Fate. The crow cast a glance at him, suddenly transforming into a plume of blue smoke. As the mist dissipated, a feathered quill resembling a branch of events appeared. As Huai Shi opened her palm, the Book of Fate, now materialized and merged with her essence, floated into her grasp. The cover unfurled, and under her manipulation, countless records faded away, soon revealing a hand-drawn interface reminiscent of an old computer login screen. Fortunately, I intercepted a considerable amount of source material in Old Tang Town. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to afford the dial-up fees. With a flow sufficient for dozens of people, the essence streamed from her fingertips, transforming into ink as the dialing progress bar gradually advanced under her meticulous strokes. Remember, once inside, you may only remain at the periphery. Absolutely, unequivocally, do not delve deeper. Do not behave recklessly, do not look around indiscriminately. Simply focus on your task. Hold the candle. Should the flame extinguish, return immediately. Do you understand? As Huai Shi nodded, darkness enveloped her vision, the ink on the pages twisting into a vortex that drew her in. It felt as though she fell for an eternity, yet it seemed only a fleeting second had passed. During this process, she felt as though she experienced numerous events, yet when she steadied herself in the darkness, those memories swiftly faded. Stop looking around. Those memories have been erased by me. If you wish to avoid nightmares, do not dwell on them. You have only 3 minutes. Little brother, hurry. The crow's urging snapped her from her daze. The candle in her hand burned rapidly, illuminating the surrounding scene. It resembled a dilapidated library, with a musty smell permeating the air. In the oppressive silence, Huai Shi stood among countless bookshelves, anxiously surveying her surroundings. In the silence so profound it seemed capable of erasing even death, she found herself alone. Were it not for the candlelight, she might have succumbed to madness. A distant scream pierced the air, followed by a tremendous crash, causing dust to cascade from the rafters. Uncertain of what had transpired, Huai Shi longed to draw back the curtains for a glimpse, but as she peered through the broken fabric, she locked eyes with a pale, lifeless gaze staring back at her, prompting her to wisely abandon that notion. 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. How long do you intend to dawdle? The crow scolded her. Do you think it's safe for me to keep watch? That sound you just heard? You were nearly detected by a predator. Move faster. Huai Shi dared not linger any longer. Lowering her gaze to the candle, she felt the light guiding her deeper into the darkness, merging with old Yang's fragmented records. The flickering flame directed her toward the abyss, illuminating paths obscured by shadows. In that darkness, something else seemed to lurk, producing a cacophony of faint sounds. Yet within the dim glow, nothing was visible, only the sound of dripping water and soft rustling. It felt as if something awaited. Huai Shi quickened her pace. The creaking floorboards echoed sharply in the void, and after a while, she heard the crow's voice. It's this bookshelf. 3rd row, 2nd book from the left. Hurry, hurry. Only 1 minute left. Following her guidance, Huai Shi sifted through the monotonous spines of the books, locating the one she sought. All the tomes appeared indistinguishable, lacking any markings on their spines or covers, as if carelessly discarded and forgotten. Yet, the moment Huai Shi opened it, a chilling sensation coursed through her. An ominous premonition of death washed over her. Something was watching her. With an unearthly wail, the floor, the shelves, and even the ceiling trembled. Tendrils of inky darkness extending outward like a flowing shadow, seeking the trace of its prey. The candlelight barely revealed its form. Yet she could scarcely believe her eyes. It was a mass of hair, coiling and writhing together like a serpent. The dry, cold strands greedily explored their surroundings, accompanied by sounds of struggle and dismay, followed by an unsettling crunching noise. Crack, crack, crack. Huai Shi swallowed hard, cautiously shifting her position as the inky hair slithered past her feet, retreating into the depths of darkness. Are you here to witness an animal kingdom? Forget about that librarian assimilated by hell. Before the candle extinguishes, she won't find you. Huai Shi gasped, bewildered by the nature of this place. Is it too late to ask what this is? The crow replied, exasperated. You have 50 seconds left. Huai Shi dared not delay further, flipping open the cover. By the light of the book, she saw the pages densely populated with text, but the script seemed unnecessary to read. Upon being gazed upon, it appeared to come alive, burrowing into her consciousness, transforming into countless fleeting images. At first glance, Huai Shi saw old Yang squatting on a toilet, psyching himself up. My eyes. She instinctively held her breath, quickly flipping past that segment. The records appeared disjointed, lacking coherence. She could only haphazardly skim through, revealing fragments of trivialities. Even a moment during 3rd grade when he confessed to his art teacher after receiving a red flower. Old Yang, you were quite precocious. Huai Shi mused, noting the dwindling wax of the candle, and hastily turned the page, continuing her search. Soon, he found himself in the hospital room, gazing upon his pale sister-in-law and the spirited old Yang seated beside her bed. My dear, do not worry. I have money now. By the end of the month, we shall transfer to the provincial hospital. I have already arranged for the specialists. Gently, he covered her slightly pallid hand. In a couple of years, when you are well again, you shall bear me a robust son or a daughter. Either would delight me. As he beheld her smile, old Yang too felt the warmth of joy, as though he had been redeemed. Huai Shi turned the page with a heavy heart, yet as he continued reading, his memories fractured into shards, each filled with anguish, dread, and unease, culminating in the silhouette of a figure, its smirk derisive, hair a withered yellow, and a pair of crimson gloves that Huai Shi would forever remember. So it is settled then. With fingers splayed, they obscured old Yang's visage. A chill seeped into his very core. Following this, a series of nightmares and disorientation ensued, more fragments emerging as if he were inebriated, maintaining the facade of daily life, yet gradually transforming into a mere shell of himself, oblivious to his actions. Huai Shi, are you all right? 20 seconds left, the raven urged. Almost there, just a moment. Huai Shi glanced at the dwindling candle, frantically flipping through the pages, fragments, 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 delivering meals to the hospital, transferring funds at the bank, making calls for overdue payments. Then receiving a call. The Tachibana Group's welcome gala is short a cellist, is it not? I'll take care of it. That lad, Huai Shi. You must have met him, right? His skills are unquestionable, correct? Yes, it's settled then. After hanging up, old Yang leaned back in satisfaction, jotting down a brief note. Then texting Huai Shi. The young man surely leapt for joy upon hearing the news. However, as he penned the address, his expression suddenly stiffened. The address he wrote was entirely different from the one he had just noted. Subsequently, he dialed an unknown number, reporting monotonously, Transporter 4 is in position. Excellent. Have him come to me. A raspy laughter resonated from the phone. Old Yang rose, retrieving his keys. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, causing the candle's flame to flicker, its light dimming. A strand of black hair stealthily coiled around Huai Shi's ankle, imparting an icy sensation, as if frozen by ice. Inching upward, in an instant, Huai Shi felt his lower half grow numb. Damn it! How could the waves of the silver sea reach here? Huai Shi, return immediately. The raven's voice crackled with anger. You are entangled. Almost there, just a bit longer. I'm close. Huai Shi neglected to respond, hastening to turn the pages, but the countless strands of hair extended ever faster, evading the candlelight, growing behind him, spreading, ensnaring his limbs tighter. Meanwhile, old Yang drove eastward along the main road, taking a left onto the coastal avenue. Huai Shi quickened his pace, hearing the distant roar of the tides. The black hair wrapped around his neck, tightening, suffocating him. The candle trembled, its last glimmer about to extinguish. Old Yang had parked and exited the underground garage, moving forward with deliberate slowness, each action driving Huai Shi to madness. Left turn, upward, climbing the stairs. Huai Shi felt the anguished cry of his spine as the hair ascended, brushing his face, threatening to invade his eyes, nostrils, and mouth. The premonition of death felt as if plunging into an icy ocean, gradually chilling from within. In that fleeting moment, he saw Old Yang push open a door. From the darkness beyond emerged a familiar face. At that instant, the candle extinguished. Darkness surged forth, engulfing him. In the final moment, an unseen force tugged at him, upward, abruptly breaking through the inky fog, akin to racing upward on a roller coaster, the wind rushing past. Yet, soon after, a wisp of black hair floated up, coiling around his ankle like a rope, pulling him downward. Get away! Huai Shi summoned his last ounce of strength, wielding an invisible axe to sever the dark hair. As consciousness slipped from him, he heard an enraged scream echoing through the dark. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself back in the familiar living room, leaning over, violently retching the remnants of his last meal, hearing the raven's furious reprimand. Are you out of your mind? You were so close. So close. You would have been assimilated there, forever trapped in the depths of hell with those ghastly beings. She glared at Huai Shi. That thing has marked you. You shall never enter there again until you surpass the 5th tier and become a crowned one. I found him. Huai Shi gasped, struggling for breath, saliva and tears streaming down his face. Yet his eyes shone with an unsettling brightness, akin to high beams on a highway to hell. I found him. He whispered hoarsely. Chapter 27. Are you planning to jump from my car? When Huai Shi finally regained consciousness from her fainting spell, it was already evening. Remarkably, the events of last night had made the headlines in the East Asian news. Crow cawed while scrolling through her phone screen, exclaiming, it was indeed an emergency mobilization. Even the White Emperor was involved. There's no way it could remain hidden from that swarm of flies. Curious about the morning news, Huai Shi leaned over to catch a glimpse and was taken aback. Was this not the publication that spoke only truths among a myriad of dubious reports? This rag was notorious for its bizarre news and absurd wellness tips, and yet it somehow persisted. Well, as long as you pay, they occasionally divulge some truths. Perhaps, Crow lamented. After all, this is the largest, most expensive, and most unscrupulous intelligence agency along the border. As long as they can establish transport channels, they are satisfied. However, their news regarding the Ascenders is generally reliable. She handed her phone to Huai Shi. The identity of the mastermind has been uncovered, a 3rd-tier Ascender. Originally a Roman guard, who vanished for several years and reappeared in Baghdad as a member of the notorious terrorist organization, Green Day. Upon joining, he shed his birth name and adopted the moniker Red Glove. Quite fitting, wouldn't you agree? Is there a frontal photograph? Huai Shi inquired, leaning in to scrutinize the face in the image, narrowing her eyes. He seems rather approachable. Indeed, it was said that during his years of service to Green Day, he had clandestinely connected with various factions. His sole ability, Laughing Fish Tank, was already known to Huai Shi. It allowed him to split his essence into goldfish, implanting them within others to issue commands from the shadows. The goldfish were highly elusive before hatching, capable only of delivering subtle suggestions. Once they emerged, they could completely turn their hosts into obedient puppets. With only 7 goldfish in total, losing one would require significant time for replenishment. Moreover, the stigmata implanted within him belonged to the 3rd phase branch of the Tombstone School, Taxin, the legendary living dead. Their vitality was remarkably robust, posing no risk to life as long as the brain remained intact. They could dissolve their presence, achieving invisibility. Once the stigmata was activated, even in a bustling market, no one would take notice. This skill seemed well suited for a certain green forum. Is the investigation really that thorough? Huai Shi was astounded. Of course, how else would it be profitable? Crow sighed. With the funds I currently have, I could only afford this mass-market version. Thankfully, this fellow is quite active, otherwise it would have cost several times more. Wait, where did you get the money? Huai Shi suddenly realized. Crow smiled mysteriously. Huai Shi swiftly checked her phone, only to find a series of withdrawal notifications that made her blood boil. All the 20,000 she had painstakingly earned during this period had vanished. Moreover, her credit had been overdrawn by 3,000. You scoundrel. Couldn't you have bought something cheaper? Cheap goods are rarely of good quality, Crow retorted. Besides, if you plan to court death, what good would the money do, right? Who says I'm going to die? Huai Shi exclaimed, wide-eyed, picking up her phone. Can I call for help? Crow was taken aback, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Weren't you just shouting 2 hours ago about killing him? Crow's eyes widened further. And where did you learn this dreadful habit of calling for help at the slightest trouble? You are a recorded figure in the Book of Destiny. Do you not have any sense of being the protagonist? Huai Shi was incensed, pointing at the messages on her screen. He has already advanced 3 levels. Am I just going to deliver takeout as a 0-level newbie? Even protagonists aren't that reckless. He has incapacitated, my friend. Can't you even land a finishing blow? When faced with uncertainty, one should charge ahead. Defeating a higher-level foe yields double experience. Crow shot him a look of exasperation, wishing he would realize the gravity of the situation. And who do you plan to call? Lu Dongli is still in the intensive care unit. Ai Qing? She mentioned she was heading to Jinling immediately. She is probably on a plane by now. By the time she returns, everything will be over. What about the Special Affairs Bureau? Do you have their contact information? Well, Huai Shi hesitated. How about calling 110? Crow stared at him for a long moment before sighing in resignation. What do you plan to tell them? That you stumbled upon a modern fantasy story that sounds too pretentious for even a web novel? Besides, even if you found the Special Affairs Bureau, how would you explain your knowledge? They might suspect you are a Green Day informant. Do you believe that once you clarify my situation, they won't hand you a VIP prison membership? Good grief, that won't work either. Huai Shi slammed his hand on the table, then suddenly deflated. Then, maybe just forget it? That works too, Crow shrugged. From now on, you follow your own path, and I'll walk mine. Red Glove roams free, continuing to stir chaos, while you ascend to the pinnacle of your life through hard work and a lucky break. If you can accept that, I have no objections. Huai Shi felt disheartened. Crow shook her head and patted Huai Shi's shoulder with a wing. Young one, do you think I would harm you? Yes. Huai Shi glared at her. You've been a source of trouble from start to finish. Cough, cough. Let's put aside the matter of the wanted criminal for now. She cleared her throat awkwardly and spoke earnestly. Moreover, think about it. This is revenge, a sacred revenge. A classic performance. A spectacle beloved by the masses. Such an opportunity may never come again. Aren't you satisfied? As the master of the Book of Destiny, now that you have become an ascender, you must no longer bind yourself with those feeble doctrines. Before the 10-person committee of the Supervisory Bureau enacts the 12 tables, the only law applicable among ascenders is the principle of blood for blood, tooth for tooth. She gazed intently at her contractor, her crimson eyes filled with solemnity, devoid of any jest or levity, as though declaring a truth. If, in this process, I truly have anything to teach you, then this is the first lesson. This world offers no kindness or compassion to the weak, nor does it grant the timid any refuge from their fears. Just as you have encountered, if you do not seize your fate, it shall seize you. Huai Shi was stunned, staring blankly at Crow as if seeing her for the first time. Seeing his bewilderment, Crow beamed with pride. How about it? Do you feel as if you have come to know me anew? I pondered over such profound words for an entire night. Hurry, say something nice to praise me. A flicker of hope that had briefly ignited in Huai Shi's heart was extinguished, replaced by genuine skepticism. Was this sister merely a master of empty rhetoric, adept at hoodwinking novices like him? Though, there seemed to be some truth in her words. After much contemplation, he scrutinized Crow intently, suddenly daring to voice a bold conjecture. Do you possess any hidden combat abilities? Do you transform at critical moments? We could merge, you become armor. And I, a Saint Seiya. Crow rolled her eyes, regarding him as if he were simple-minded. Please spare me. I am merely a bird at present. Why are you rambling on? Huai Shi glared. Do you expect me to single-handedly take that fellow down with an axe? Rest assured, without guns or cannons. The Crow glanced out the window towards the courtyard, spotting the vehicle parked there. You can always borrow from our allies. Upon seeing Lu Dongli's car, Huai Shi's eyes brightened. Indeed, old Lu has plenty of good stuff. Before long, he stepped outside, dragging a pickaxe, circling around Lu Dongli's car parked at his home. He took aim at the rear window, swinging the pickaxe as he mused. Old Lu, I shall avenge you, so let us not dwell on this trivial matter. With a resounding crash, the luxurious crimson sports car jolted violently. The window shattered cleanly, triggering a cacophony of alarms. As Huai Shi retrieved an iron box emblazoned with the Astronomical Society's Earth emblem from behind the glass, he couldn't help but chuckle. Aha, just as I thought. He had observed over the past few days that Lu Dongli's arsenal of weaponry had been sourced from this very box. He hoped it would still harbor a glimmer of hope for his beleaguered comrade. Upon opening the box, he was not disappointed. In addition to a short-barreled shotgun and 2 handguns that had already been removed, there remained a military knife, a black bulletproof vest, and a rather impressive-looking handgun. The model was unknown, the origin unclear, yet it undeniably exuded an aura of power. Casually, he tucked the Makarov automatic revolver into his waistband and pocketed some ammunition, feeling a surge of confidence. "I have a question." Behind him, the crow sighed helplessly, shaking the item in his hand. "The car keys are on the table." "Why did you smash the window?" "I forgot." Huai Shi awkwardly accepted the keys, realizing he might have even saved enough for a taxi fare, which was fortunate, as he might not have been able to afford a ride otherwise. Once he settled into the car, the crow, perched on his shoulder, asked one last question. "By the way, can you drive?" "Well, I've played penguin racing on my phone. Does that count?" "My rank is quite high." Huai Shi pondered before retorting, then swiftly secured the crow in the passenger seat with the seatbelt. "Where do you think you're going? You want to jump out of my car? Wasn't it you who urged me to seek revenge? Buckle up, we're off." "Wait, I'm not prepared to meet my end on your quest for vengeance." The crow panicked, struggling vigorously. "Huai Shi, I get cars sick, truly. I'll lend you money. Could you please just call a car? A luxury stretch Lincoln would be quite impressive." "No, you should really call someone else. I have a contact for special situations." "Where and Oppos? It's the time to wait for that." Huai Shi shot her a glance, hastily searching online for driving instructions before inserting the key into the ignition, twisting it sharply, and igniting the engine. Time was of the essence. They had to go. With a roar akin to a wild dog unleashed, the car engine and the crow emitted a simultaneous, anguished cry. The crimson sports car careened past the iron gate, recklessly embarking on a treacherous path. The moon, shrouded in clouds, was obscured, and a low rumble of thunder echoed from the depths. A wind stirred from the distance. Rain was imminent. Chapter 28. Mocking the monsters, the bulb hung from the iron wall emitted a dim glow, illuminating the boiling cauldron and the scattered metallic shards upon the table. Aside from the thunder and torrential rain outside, the enclosed space was filled with a murky, labored breathing akin to a bellows. The figure clad in red gloves, bare from the waist up, gritted his teeth as he bandaged his bloodied torso. As he removed the gauze that clung to his flesh, crimson blood seeped from the torn scabs beneath. It felt as though countless blades had been embedded within him. The delicate incisions resembled tiny pink mouths, oozing forth scarlet saliva. "Fuxk," he muttered under his breath, cursing the monstrous middle school student from the East Summer as he grasped a spray can. He pressed it against his wound, releasing a hissing green mist that enveloped him, reminiscent of sulfuric acid meeting alkaline liquid. Amidst the oppressive agony, the pale green vapors seemed to come alive, curling into his wounds, causing his entire torso to writhe as if it were a serpent's nest. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing in pain, unable to stifle his anguished cries. Something within his body was engaged in a fierce battle, and soon darkened blood and shattered viscera poured from his wounds, tinted a deep green alongside wisps of ashen black. This was the lingering poison of the long gone. Were it another, they would have perished by now. If not for his stigmata, taxin, which could temporarily zombify his body, he would have succumbed to this toxic onslaught. In mere seconds, he was drenched in sweat, the mixture of decaying blood and perspiration flowing from his wounds, reminiscent of a living corpse dragged from a tomb. Yet, against all odds, he was still alive. This brush with death had even fortified his resolve to ascend into the nightmarish realm and enter the fourth stage. When the alarm rang, he finally mustered the strength to rise from the ground, seizing a pair of pliers to pour the silvery liquid from the boiling cauldron into an iron cup. The sound echoed ominously. What lay before him was far from a delectable drink. It was a bubbling pool of molten metal, even in his semi-zombified state. He hesitated for a long moment, knowing that this hastily concocted silver blood elixir would only be effective in its liquid form. With determination, he resolved to down it in one gulp. The intense searing pain made him question whether his esophagus and mouth had been reduced to ash. But this was a necessary sacrifice. This liquid, fatal to the average person, was, in fact, a non-ranked microstigmata, a transient miracle contained within liquid metal, capable of temporarily mending damaged stigmata and flesh, akin to an all-purpose adhesive. The technique to maintain its liquid state at room temperature was a closely guarded secret among alchemical workshops, never to be disclosed. In his haste, he could only concoct this perilous version as a desperate remedy. Before long, his bloodied torso began to mend, revealing glimmers of iron beneath the wounds. The solidified metal seemed to fuse with his flesh, reassembling his nearly shattered body. However, The excruciating pain drained his remaining energy, leaving him increasingly dazed. On the verge of fainting, his trembling hands fished a package from his pocket, tearing it open to extract incense, igniting it with his essence of fire. Tendrils of smoke wafted into his nostrils. His pale complexion gradually regained a hint of color, the void of energy slowly replenished by the incense's stimulation, though still less than a tenth of his normal state. The convenience items of red and blue bottles from online games were mere fantasies, even if they existed. Their cost would be exorbitantly high, selling for hundreds of thousands. After all, they were vital tools for survival in critical moments, mending flesh with metal and sustaining the soul with incense. That was the daily reality for every border ascendant. At last, he withdrew his hand and brought the vibrating phone to his ear. "It's me. I'm still in Xinhai. What is the situation?" The voice on the other end inquired. "I've sustained some injuries and am still losing blood. Thankfully, I had the spade you provided. Otherwise, I would have been captured." He struggled into his coat. Xinhai is now filled with the Astronomical Society's wires, and the backup safe house has been discovered. "Don't worry. I'll leave at midnight. The escape route I prepared will leave no trace. Be cautious. Do not linger in the present realm, and return promptly," the voice cautioned. "Although the wedge in Xinhai remains unextracted, it does not hinder the overall situation. Your mission is complete, and soon we shall open the path to the Demon City. If the situation becomes critical, make your own judgment. Prioritize your safety." With a stoic demeanor, he hung up the phone and began to destroy anything he could not take with him, quickly finishing the task. The time was 11:15. It was time to leave this city of living corpses. Bang! Suddenly, a cacophony of collision echoed from afar. He froze, glancing at the surveillance screen in the corner. Someone was coming. He opened his palm, summoning a fish tank, leaning in to peer into the water. Just outside, a crimson sports car had crashed into a mountain of containers, belching black smoke. An accident? Coughing amidst the thick smoke, Huai Shi stumbled out of the vehicle, feeling dizzy. The cold rain pouring down, snapping him back to reality. He looked around in confusion, observing the towering stacks of containers in the dock area and the cold, iron-like sea under the gloomy sky. "Have we arrived?" "Yes, we have." The near-death crow fluttered out of the car, surveying the surroundings. "Couldn't you find a parking lot?" "Even if I said to charge in, there was no need to recklessly drive straight in." "Have you forgotten the sins you've created?" Huai Shi shot him a glare. "Even if I parked, I wouldn't have money for the fare. Then why not leave the car behind for Lu Dongli to pay after he is discharged?" Huai Shi paused, realizing the level of heartlessness exhibited by this wretched bird. When it came to moral bankruptcy, he would willingly acknowledge the crow as the strongest. He braved the downpour, examining his surroundings, trying to discern the terrain, but it was utterly bewildering. Every direction appeared the same, a labyrinth of multicolored containers. It was impossible to determine his location, let alone find the red glove concealed within. "We agreed to venture forth and slay monsters. We arrived at the location. But where are the monsters?" The crow pondered for a moment, proposing a ludicrous idea. Why not try calling out? Huai Shi hesitated, then nodded in agreement, cupping his hands to his mouth and shouting, "Hey, is anyone there? Fellow villagers, open the door and bring warmth. Brother Red Glove, where are you hiding?" No one responded. In the darkness, the Red Glove gazed coldly at the reflection upon the water, his expression inscrutable. "What is this? A joke?" Suddenly, the water within the fish tank rippled slightly. The distant figure surveyed the surroundings, confirming the absence of ambush before seemingly lowering a telescope and grasping something anew. Within the mirrored surface appeared a meticulously detailed crosshair. It slowly shifted, aligning with Huai Shi's hood. At the pinnacle of the towering crane, a figure covered in dust cloth slowly rose, allowing the torrential rain to wash over his pale skin, his vacant eyes devoid of life, save for a solitary goldfish swimming slowly. The heavy sniper rifle in his hands was leveled steadily. "Hold your breath." In the throes of agony, a deep gun barrel was thrust forward from a pair of outstretched hands, the ominous reflection of the firearm mirroring the relentless downpour in the sky. At that moment, through the tempestuous rain and wind, the scope had already locked onto the indistinct figure, utterly unguarded amidst the deluge. The thumb retracted slightly. Yet, in that fleeting instant, the scene within the scope shifted abruptly, revealing an enormous scarlet eye emerging from the murk. It gazed intently, as if through the reflection in a fish tank, fixated on the face of the man in the red gloves. The sudden shock caused the hand of the red-gloved figure to tremble, nearly toppling the imaginary aquarium. "What the hell?" "What are you doing, my little brother?" The crow, which had perched upon the gun and was peering into the scope, surprisingly spoke. "Isn't it a bit inappropriate to stand this high in the rain?" With that, she lifted her claw, depositing an object into the dazed puppet's hand. "A fine gift for you." Under the red-gloved figure's control, the puppet instinctively looked down, only to find itself grasping a slender wire. In that instant, a faint azure glow flickered from the wire. The next moment, amidst the resounding thunder, his vision was engulfed in darkness. Boom! What the hell? The red-gloved figure staggered backward as if struck by lightning, instinctively covering his forehead, feeling the excruciating pain of a splintered essence ignited by the thunder. Even more unsettling was the bizarre crow, evoking thoughts of the illustrious crowned figure of the Eastern Xia, the White Emperor, known for always carrying a pigeon with her. A shiver ran down his spine. How many creatures of the same batch had that lunatic faction at Jixia conjured up? If so, evasion and concealment had become futile. Only a desperate gamble could offer a glimmer of hope. His expression darkened as he clenched his fists tightly, and after hearing the sharp sound of steel shattering in the distance, he slowly pushed open the door and stepped out of the concealed container, facing the torrential rain. At the intersection amidst the towering steel, the voice of the youth calling out abruptly ceased. Has he truly emerged? Huai Shi was taken aback, as if a non-existent savior had indeed appeared at the moment when he believed no one would come to his aid. Is it just you? The red-gloved figure tilted his head, scanning the surroundings, finding no trace of others. His demeanor growing increasingly frigid. The people of Eastern Xia seemed to be deteriorating with each generation. "Ah, no, you may have misunderstood." Huai Shi awkwardly waved his hand, lamenting, "Although this isn't our first encounter, I feel I should introduce myself, but I'm not fond of formalities, so if you must find a name for me, you may call me." As he spoke, he removed his hood, revealing his face and the pink mask that obscured it. Little Peppa from Huai Road. The red-gloved figure was momentarily stunned. "What the hell is this? Are you joking? What is this Huai Road Little Peppa nonsense?" It's understandable that anyone encountering that mask would inevitably be taken aback. And in that moment of astonishment, Huai Shi, who had long prepared for this instant, swiftly drew Lu Dongli's gun from his waist, aiming it squarely at the other's face and pulling the trigger. Bang! Emergency disaster notification from the Astronomical Society. Due to the influence of the border's scorching winds, fluctuations in the Book of Fate's updates have been observed, effective immediately. The provision of information regarding the current realm will enter an emergency regulation state. This is hereby notified. Secretariat of the 10-person Committee of the United Nations Astronomical Society. Peace Dove Seal signature date. Well, to put it simply, the feeble author has been bedridden with the flu for a week. And there are only 3 chapters left in stock, so please allow me to update once a day for a while longer to recover. ORZ Chapter 29, I have a bolt. 15 meters away. The barrel of the Matba revolver erupted with flames, aimed directly at his face. In that instant when the fire ignited, the countenance of the man in the red gloves shifted dramatically. Instinctively he dodged. Yet he was too slow. In a heartbeat, the bullet pierced through flesh, scattering droplets of blood. Hit! Huai Shi's eyes gleamed with triumph. But then, a roar pierced the air. It was the man in red gloves. He was not dead yet, but a ghastly hole had opened in his mouth, the bullet shattering half of his face, fracturing a portion of his cheekbone before ricocheting and obliterating his right ear. Torn muscles hung from his visage, dragging half of his disfigured face in the air. A grievous injury, just a fraction away. Huai Shi grit his teeth, feeling an overwhelming rage threatening to consume him. He had prepared for this moment for so long, only to falter due to the recoil. He had been vigilant, yet the trajectory had deviated by an insignificant half-centimeter. The result was a world apart from a fatal shot to the head. The wound, which would have rendered an ordinary person unconscious, was nothing more than a nuisance to the half-dead man in red gloves, inciting an uncontrollable fury within him. He had been fully focused, ready for a bloody battle. Yet unexpectedly, he found himself confronted by such a farcical charade. The formidable adversary he had anticipated had not materialized. Instead, a mere caricature had emerged. Damn that caricature! To be toyed with by such an amateur. In the midst of his rage, he found himself unable to suppress a laugh. Mocking his own past folly, having been bitten by a snake, he had unwittingly developed a fear of birds. If that group knew, they would surely laugh until incapacitated. After missing a shot, Huai Shi did not waste a moment in despair. He stepped forward, steadied his weapon once more, and aimed at the man in red gloves. Yet this shot struck only air. In that moment, as the man retreated, his figure blurred in the torrential downpour, as if a drop of ink had fallen into water, instantly diffusing, thinning, and melting into the indistinct rain. This was the inherent skill bestowed by the third-tier Saint Mark, Taksim. Beyond possessing a near-immortal constitution that could render him half-dead, he wielded a terrifying invisibility ability. Dissolve. In Eastern European legends, Taksim is portrayed as a living dead that crawls out from its grave, or a vengeful spirit. It is due to this unique origin, buried deep beneath the earth, that he possesses this undetectable trait. This is not a skill detectable by any thermal vision, illusion-breaking eye, or true-seeing gaze, once his skill to dissolve is activated. Even if he were to stand before a seeker in a heightened state, no one would perceive him. In the subconscious, individuals would effectively screen him out and forget him. At that moment, a profound confusion surged within Huai Shi. Why am I here? If he were an ordinary person, he might even forget the reason for his presence. But just as he regained his senses, darkness enveloped him, and he was propelled forward, crashing to the ground, akin to a dog in distress. A sharp pain pierced his back. Again, the same spot, shot again. Even with a bulletproof vest, he struggled to rise. And the more agonizing fact was that the unhealed wound inside had torn open, warm blood seeping beneath the waterproof shell, heightening his anxiety and fear. He knew that just moments ago, the man in red gloves had stood behind him, leisurely observing his bewildered expression, before raising his hand and firing a shot. Like a cat playing with a mouse, he had scrutinized his disarray. But when he turned around, nothing was clear. Where was he? He widened his eyes, intently scanning his surroundings. He saw ripples of rainwater on the ground, the surrounding containers, and a man slowly passing before him. Yet he could not spot the man in red gloves. Just behind him, yet he had failed to detect any signs. Even if he were within arm's reach, he would likely remain oblivious. This terrifying ability to conceal oneself sent chills down his spine. The Crow's intelligence reported, the St. Mark Taksim in the red gloves affects a person's subjective consciousness, with the flaw that it does not work in videos or photographs. It can only be detected through reflections. But now, with the rain pouring so heavily, his makeshift device would only short-circuit. And all mirrors were blurred by the rain, rendering any reflection invisible. Wait, videos and photographs. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. He summoned the Book of Fate. The pages turned on their own, landing on the most recent entry, detailing his bold thought. His eyes darted between the text and his surroundings, vigilantly searching for the man in red gloves. Endless rain cascaded from the heavens, the thunder clashing with the sound of falling rain, merging into a deafening roar. A bolt of lightning struck the ground, illuminating Huai Shi, alongside the man on his right, leisurely observing his terrified countenance. The right side? As that line materialized, Huai Shi instinctively pulled the trigger to the right. Bang! Hit! Huai Shi erupted with joy, witnessing a spurt of crimson erupt from a man's chest. Yet he could not locate the man in red gloves. Where had he hidden now? Gone again? Huai Shi cautiously scanned his surroundings, lowering his gaze to the pages of the book. Amidst the stinging pain of blood loss, the rain obscured his vision, and he unwittingly failed to notice the figure raising a gun before him. Bang! Huai Shi squeezed the trigger once more. Another spray of blood erupted from a man's arm, yet Huai Shi still could not discern the figure, not even noticing the furious curse that followed. He only saw a handgun drop to the ground. Huai Shi exhaled in relief, looking down to see. The man quickly retreated, evading Huai Shi's aim. Seemingly incredulous at Huai Shi's awareness of his presence, his face contorted in rage, before unleashing a roar that echoed like a lion's growl. A lion's growl? Huai Shi found himself amused. The description was truly exquisite, yet soon after, he was met with the sight of a lion. A real lion. Amidst the torrential rain, the enormous beast leapt down from a container, landing before Huai Shi, roaring toward the heavens. A tag from a South African zoo hung around its neck, and within its hollow gaze, a goldfish swam languidly, casting a disinterested glance at Huai Shi. What is this? An illusion? Huai Shi could hardly believe it, instinctively stepping back, when he heard the crow's voice. Little brother, why are you dazed? Shoot. This is a lion sent from South Africa for the exhibition at the Jinling Zoo. Authentic. In the rain, the massive wild lion slowly advanced, its drenched mane swaying like a noose draped around its neck. Could that fishbowl even control animals? Huai Shi was incredulous, yet he dared not hesitate. aiming at the lion before him and pulling the trigger in a frenzy. But after 2 shots, silence reigned in the chamber. Out of bullets. Damn. Huai Shi fumbled to open the magazine, tossing out the spent cartridges, and hastily grabbed a handful of bullets from his pocket, scrambling to reload. Before he could load even a few, the lion was already lunging at him. With a roar, the heavy curtain of rain was shattered by the ferocious beast's charge, its immense weight akin to a cannonball, claws descending toward Huai Shi's face. In the chaos, he barely managed to raise his right hand to shield himself. Immediately thereafter, a sharp crack echoed in the air. His right hand was severed with a clean cut, blood gushing forth from the claw marks, spreading a vivid crimson across the pool on the ground. The handgun fell from his grasp, the heated barrel emitting steam with a hissing sound. He was now pinned to the ground. A gaping maw opened wide, aimed directly at his neck, ready to bite down. Get out. In that fleeting moment, Huai Shi roared, discarding the Book of Fate with his left hand. The heavy tome transformed midair back into its primordial essence, returning to his soul. Immediately afterward, his left hand ignited, enveloped in a pure white flame of essence. Circle of Forbidden Hands, activate. In that instant, Huai Shi's burning left hand shot forward, as if seizing something intangible. He grasped an invisible handle. In the next heartbeat, the unseen axe swung down toward the lion, striking its skull with a force that split flesh and embedded itself into the cranium. Yet the lion's skull was exceedingly hard. The weight and edge of the invisible axe could not penetrate. However, that was inconsequential. Huai Shi's soul powers were not merely about conjuring invisible weapons to inflict harm. The essence of their creation lay not in the blade itself, but in the fury and murderous intent forged over 7 long years. In an instant, a wave of pitch-black essence erupted from the blade, transforming into a tide of furious flames and frigid malice that flooded into the lion's skull. In a flash, the aquarium behind its eyes was engulfed in darkness. The goldfish within quivered violently, ultimately bursting apart. As the unseen malice and rage flowed across the bridge of the shattered aquarium, penetrating the mind of the red-gloved figure, exploding within. A shriek echoed. Viscous blood oozed from the corners of his eyes, nostrils, and ears, as if his soul had been struck with a hammer. The aquarium in his hands trembled violently, cracking open a fissure. Amidst the red-gloved figure's agonizing wail, Huai Shi seized the fleeting moment of the lion's stiffness, grasping the handgun that lay on the ground. He thrust the barrel fiercely into its eye and repeatedly pulled the trigger. After 3 shots rang out, the hastily loaded bullets were expended, and thick brain matter erupted from the gaping hole in the lion's skull. It was dead. With all his might, Huai Shi pushed the lion off him, feeling excruciating pain in his severed right hand. As he rose, he finally beheld the red-gloved figure, weary and gasping, leaning against a container. The violent impact had rendered him incapable of maintaining his ethereal state, and viscous blood streamed from his mouth and nose, no longer the imposing figure he had once been, looking as if he was on the brink of death. Yet, when gazing at Huai Shi, the disfigured face broke into a sinister grin. Did you think this was the end? In that moment, Huai Shi felt something coil around his leg, heavy and cold, silently ascending. In an instant, it wrapped around him, layer upon layer, tightening suddenly, squeezing his severed hand, forcing a piercing scream from Huai Shi's lips. When he turned his head, he finally saw what was ensnaring him. Cold scales, a sinuous body, and a forked tongue that flicked in and out. It was a colossal python. Its head, larger than Huai Shi's fist, loomed before him, mouth agape, exhaling a foul breath. In its hollow eyes, the goldfish remained. There was indeed a snake. Chapter 30. The sorrowful waters of the overweight. To his astonishment, there was a snake. Beneath the mask, Huai Shi could not help but sigh in resignation. Under the manipulation of the red-gloved figure, the giant python slowly constricted around him, as if it intended to gradually crush his bones, deliberately binding his left hand and leaving him no chance to move. The pistol clattered to the ground. I concede I nearly succumbed to you, just a hair's breadth away. The red-gloved man, dragging his wounded leg, staggered forward, his grotesque face twisted with a chilling malice. However, your peculiar little tricks end here. As he spoke, he slowly raised the fish tank in his hand, revealing the last surviving fish fry within. Do not fear. I shall not kill you. After all, even I seldom have the opportunity to transform an ascendant into bait. As he spoke, the fish tank surged with primal essence. The red-gloved man continuously split parts of his own soul, transforming them into bait to nurture the fish fry. which rapidly expanded into a grotesque, purplish creature with bloodshot eyes, fixated on Huai Shi. Catalyzing the fry to a level capable of parasitizing an ascendant had evidently drained a significant amount of the red-gloved man's energy. His face had turned ashen, and his steps were faltering. He felt his consciousness growing dim and his body nearing its limit. The mere thought that a newly ascended being could drive him to such a state filled him with profound sadness. Yet now was not the time for weakness. He raised his hand and struck Huai Shi's face with a fierce punch, followed by another that shattered the comical mask, revealing Huai Shi's youthful visage. "It's you?" He froze, recognizing the boy before him, and his gaze hardened even further. "Not killing you back then was a monumental mistake. Fortunately, it's not too late to amend that. Brother, with all your chatter, if you intend to kill me, do it swiftly." As if unable to bear the serpent's constriction, Huai Shi's face was streaked with tears and snot, as if the pain of his wounds had forced him to weep. "Come on, after 18 years, no? 17 years, I shall rise again." The red-gloved man sneered. 17 years? He had no such time left. Once consumed by the goldfish, Huai Shi would become nothing more than a hollow corpse. He raised his left hand and pressed it forcefully against Huai Shi's forehead, causing the goldfish in the tank to vanish in an instant. Huai Shi let out a scream. Cry out, cry out. Soon, your 5 senses will be devoured, and you shall feel no more pain." The red-gloved man laughed, but as he surveyed the chaotic surroundings amidst the downpour, sorrow once again overwhelmed him. A feeling of homesickness surged within him. This was not his homeland. How he longed for the damp forests and those little mice. As he pondered, tears began to fall, but suddenly he was struck with a chilling realization of where this sorrow originated. The python writhed as if it were weeping, even losing grip of its prey. Yet he had no time to concern himself with the serpent, for at that moment, he recalled his tumultuous life after betraying Rome and the heavy price he had paid to infiltrate the present realm. An overwhelming sadness engulfed him, causing blood tears to flow from his eyes. What is happening? He stared in disbelief at the blood on his hands, struggling to contain the deepening sorrow and pain within. It is merely a humidifier, nothing to fret over. Amidst the constriction of the sorrowful python, Huai Shi grinned through his tears, finally liberating his left hand to pull open his waterproof jacket, revealing a soda bottle. Taped to his bulletproof vest was a humidifier that continuously emitted a gray mist. At this moment, Huai Shi felt an unprecedented gratitude towards Lu Dongli, that flamboyant fellow. Complaining about the dry weather, he insisted on purchasing this portable humidifier. For days, Huai Shi had been collecting all the ash from his heists, along with 400 milliliters of pure water, pouring it into that bottle. The combination had transformed into a brand new concoction of joy for the overweight. From the very beginning, it had been quietly functioning, but the downpour had rendered its effects delayed. Now, after Huai Shi's prolonged delay, the long-accumulated mixture finally erupted. Now, with a snake and you, 2 distinct sorrows. What a double delight! As pain surged in his forehead, Huai Shi wept and clenched his fists, summoning his axe, adjusting its angle to strike his own temple with the blunt side. Bang! Dizziness overwhelmed him. More intense than that was an indescribable rage and madness, burning from the depths of his soul, as if his entire being had transformed into a seething cauldron. The sharp shock transmitted through the fish tank to the red-gloved man and Appo's consciousness, resonating like a bell struck by a hammer, causing dark blood to seep from his ears and nose. Then, the goldfish that had burrowed into his mind thrashed violently, desperately attempting to escape its confines. Why rush to leave? Huai Shi gritted his teeth and raised the axe to his temple once more, spitting out a mouthful of blood as the goldfish convulsed wildly before falling still. Experiencing an overwhelming sense of nausea, Huai Shi opened his mouth to expel the purplish-black goldfish, then raised his axe, chop. The red-gloved man's body convulsed violently, as if electrocuted, and another crack appeared in the fish tank. It wasn't over yet. Huai Shi turned to the writhing python on the ground, aimed at its head, and slowly raised his weapon, bringing it down. Bang! The sound was like a balloon bursting, and the red-gloved man's fish tank was devoid of any goldfish, riddled with cracks. As the last effects of the incense dissipated, the pain of his soul nearing shattering erupted from his consciousness. He howled in agony, bent over, and picked up the pistol that had fallen to the ground, firing relentlessly at Huai Shi until the entire magazine was emptied. Yet, through the heavy curtain of rain and the torment of pain, he struggled to aim, instead hitting the luxury car that had plunged into a shipping container behind Huai Shi. The deafening crash was enough to send Lu Dongli into the intensive care unit for a second time, shattering the opulent dashboard into a pile of debris. Rainwater poured into the car through the shattered windshield, igniting electrical sparks that erupted chaotically. In an instant, the radio began to blare nonsensical noise, inexplicably resuming a CD. Once a costly investment, the car's audio system now sounded completely out of tune, high and low notes blending into a muddled cacophony. The electric guitar's sound rendered indistinct. We stand on either side of the stairway to heaven, reminiscing about the past. Through layers of rain, the singer's voice hovered like a ghost amidst the dust and gravestones. I thought you had perished, died alone, long, long ago. In a haze of dizziness, the red-gloved man staggered back, leaning against the shipping container, gasping for breath. He had no strength left to flee. Indeed, in the end, he had fallen into the hands of the Astronomical Society. You have one. He discarded the pistol, coldly regarding Huai Shi. Whether it be the lunar prison or the trench cage, feel free to confine me wherever you wish. But do not expect to extract anything from my lips. In the silence, only the sound of rain could be heard. Huai Shi seemed oblivious, lost in thought, gazing at the broken speaker in the car. David Bowie? He couldn't help but admire old Lu's taste, despite appearing unsophisticated. Like a tasteless gigolo who only listened to cheesy country disco, anyone who appreciated David Bowie was a friend in his book. Alas, his friend was now lying in intensive care. Therefore, could they please cease the inane chatter? Amidst the throes of pain and convulsions, he turned back, sighing wearily. I didn't come here to drag you anywhere, he declared. I simply desire to either kill you or be killed by you. Either you perish, or I do. It's that straightforward. In the ensuing silent standoff, Red Glove's twisted visage gradually regained composure, leaving behind only an air of solemnity and an indescribable ferocity on his shattered face. Another lunatic, is it? Very well. He gritted his teeth, tearing off his tattered coat to reveal his bandaged torso, beneath which the riddled muscles slowly bulged. He beckoned to Huai Shi. Come. In that instant, amidst the downpour, the axe blade descended. In a daze, Huai Shi felt as if the axe blade had struck something unyielding. Immediately afterward, he couldn't help but instinctively release his grip and step back. In that fleeting moment, he witnessed a streak of iron light flick upward from where the handle was originally held, slashing past his eyes with a mournful wail, severing strands of his wind-blown hair. By a hair's breadth, his remaining left hand and eye would have been utterly destroyed by that strike. Only now did Huai Shi notice the dagger in Red Glove's hand. The dagger, originally concealed along the inside of his arm, was flicked out with a simple motion, landing in his palm, twirling nimbly before reappearing in his other hand. It was like a magic trick. Relentless assault. Blood was once again seeping from Red Glove's muscles, indicating that the effects of the silver blood potion had been completely nullified. Yet there was no sign of him relenting. His priority of attack was not Huai Shi's vitals exposed outside the bulletproof vest, but rather his left hand. At this moment, besides the indelible murderous intent, Red Glove's heart was filled with deep apprehension. Regardless, he absolutely couldn't allow himself to be struck by Huai Shi's weapon. That axe-like object possessed not only material lethality, but also a power targeting the essence, capable of generating an effect akin to a soul impact. A terrifying assault targeting both spirit and flesh simultaneously. If it didn't clearly resemble a broadaxe, he would have suspected that Huai Shi wielded the infamous border relic, the Nail of Embers. Now, his stigmatized state could no longer utilize the dissolution skill. If he were caught off guard by a few more blows, his soul would undoubtedly collapse completely. However, the more he pressed his attack, the more he couldn't help but doubt the skills he had honed over so many years. Although Huai Shi was parrying awkwardly and appeared utterly disheveled, every sure-kill move was clumsily evaded, and several times he nearly got struck again by that axe. This skill. He was clearly a novice. Was his intuition so acute that it resembled that of a wild beast, or was it simply good fortune? Once again, a thrust aimed at Huai Shi's left eye failed to hit its mark. Why had it been dodged again? If Huai Shi knew his thoughts, he would surely reply, perhaps. It's because I've died too many times. Chapter 31 Reunion. Even the most certain initial strike, after experiencing death so many times, would instinctively learn to evade, wouldn't he it? Now, Huai Shi, apart from luck, could only rely on his abundant experience of demise to engage with him. If rated in the Book of Fate, the proficiency level of the red-gloved 1S dagger combat would undoubtedly exceed LV8. Such a disparity in skill level was nearly a fatal chasm for someone as feeble as himself. If he wished to emerge victorious before the red-gloved adversary, he released his left hand, allowing the heavy weapon of elemental origin to dissipate instantly, returning to the essence of his soul, abruptly relinquishing his most advantageous armament. In the next moment, as he clumsily twisted to evade the dagger, his feet suddenly planted firmly on the ground, bending down to assume a stance, and then the first move of military boxing, the bow step punch. Thud! His fist struck the red-gloved one's chest, the bandage parting to reveal a gory wound, seeping crimson. Abandoning the heavy axe, his movements quickened significantly, yet his strength remained woefully inadequate, far from the might of a champion capable of delivering a knockout blow in the ring. However, the instant he landed the hit, the red-gloved one faltered, disbelief widening his eyes, his face reddening as if blood might drip from it. Instantaneously overwhelmed by tears in the torrential rain, choking incessantly. Was the tear gas exhilarating? Huai Shi grinned, tightening his left fist once more. As he clenched his fingers, dark granules of ash began to spill from the gaps, vaporizing in the abundant moisture flowing downward. The essence of the circle of oblivion resided in the conversion between elemental essence and material, meaning Huai Shi could transform his soul-derived essence into matter, confined within the realm of iron. As a byproduct of his ability, the iron sand, almost too minute to discern, carried the weight of anguish and sorrow. Once it entered the bloodstream from the wound, it would erupt, reverting to essence, forcefully instilling Huai Shi's torment into his adversary. Combining this with military boxing, this technique could tentatively be named the military way killing fist, tear gas. If he were a person brimming with positivity, perhaps it could transform into the happy punch for couch potatoes. Alas, what relevance did this have to his cold, unfeeling machine of negativity? Thus, he advanced, dodging the wildly swung dagger, fists clenched, targeting the red-gloved one's face. One punch. This punch was for old Yang. Then another punch. This one was for old Lu. Ignoring the dagger slicing past his face, he grappled with the red-gloved foe, like beasts in a fray, throwing his haphazard military boxing punches at the disintegrating visage, sharing his anguish without reservation. Finally, he clenched his fist, pouring forth all his fury and pain. This punch was for myself. Thud! The dagger slipped from the red-gloved hand, embedding itself in Huai Shi's shoulder, while his head, under the force of Huai Shi's blow, nearly detached like a deflated basketball. Summoning all his strength, he kicked the youth off him, staggering to his feet, clutching his skull, which felt on the verge of bursting, and hoarsely roared. What the hell are you? Why inquire so deeply? Are you looking to recruit gigolos over there? In the downpour, Huai Shi slowly rose from the ground, grinning at him, revealing a blood-stained face. Huai Shi, male, 17 years old, a high school student of justice. Probably. Thus was the self-introduction upon their first encounter. Immediately after, Huai Shi opened his hand once more, pale flames igniting from his palm, expending his last bit of essence, gripping the intangible weapon tightly. With the heavy axe dragged behind him, he stepped forward. Come, the intermission and self-introduction are about to conclude, my friend. A sharp sound erupted, the invisible axe carving deep gashes into the ground, fleeting sparks bursting forth amidst the torrential rain. Rage like fire ignited the unseen axe blade, illuminating the pale visage of the youth and the sinister curve of his lips. Let us begin anew. Above the darkened sky, a searing bolt of lightning slashed across, its violent light weaving through the suffocating downpour, thunder rumbling ominously. This marked the conclusion of the battle. Behind the red-gloved one, the burning rock music in the sports car crescendoed, a requiem echoing in the rain that threatened to engulf the world. The red-gloved adversary rose slowly, expressionless, facing Huai Shi. He clenched his fists, knuckles cracked and grinding against one another, crackling audibly. A standard Roman hand-to-hand combat stance. This time, he acted without hesitation or fear, even if it meant mutual destruction. Just a single blow was all that was needed. In that moment, their roars intertwined amidst the steaming mist, as iron clashed beneath the thunderous skies. From his frantic run, Huai Shi bellowed, pouring every ounce of his strength into hurling the cleaving axe. The curtain of rain was torn asunder, emitting a mournful wail. Before dissipating, the axe blade struck the red-gloved one's shoulder. The sound of the collarbone shattering resonated like wood cracking in a fire. In that instant, the red-gloved one could not evade, feeling the youth collide against him, cold iron piercing through his frame. It was the very dagger that had once been embedded in Huai Shi's shoulder. A tremendous force propelled him backward, step by step, until he was pressed against the derelict sports car. The dagger lodged deep into the car's shell like a nail. "Farewell, red-gloved one." This was Huai Shi's final whisper. In a haze of confusion and lethargy, the red-gloved one seemed to hear Huai Shi say something, but when he looked down, he could not discern the words. The rain drowned everything out. Only the fragmented song from the broken CD player lingered in his ears, the singer's hoarse whisper. "You're face to face with the man who sold the world. Before you stands the one who has forsaken the world." Upon witnessing Huai Shi ignite the match, he chuckled bitterly, his weary gaze dropping. "Ah, so the high school students of Dongxia are a bunch of monsters too." In the relentless downpour, the match slowly slipped from Huai Shi's hand. It fell into the ruptured oil tank. Soon, with the cessation of the song, a thunderous explosion erupted. Scarlet flames surged from the crimson sports car, ascending toward the heavens, consuming everything within reach, reducing all to ashes. Rapidly, the flames extinguished, and amidst the acrid smoke, only a charred red glove lay silently among the wreckage, with no other trace remaining. At long last, it was over. A crow perched upon his shoulder, softly exclaiming, "Beautiful as a miracle, well done, Huai Shi." Huai Shi remained silent, wearily leaning against a container, seated in the rain. For reasons unknown, he suddenly recalled himself 7 years prior, the first time he grasped a weapon. Had that version of Huai Shi witnessed the scene before him, he would surely have wept in weakness, wouldn't he? The past, that Huai poem, has already been extinguished by my own hands, along with that nightmare. Is this what they call growth? I cast a distant gaze upon the multitude gathered here. He closed his eyes and softly sang the unuttered conclusion of that song. "We must have perished long ago. We will surely perish in succession, long, long ago. And also long, long after." Before long, the sound of brakes echoed from afar. A row of massive headlights pierced through the darkness, illuminating Huai Shi. Amidst the heavy footsteps, the entire scene was surrounded by the familiar team of transcendents from the Special Affairs Bureau. After all, this was a special case, once mobilized. The entire New Sea was under surveillance, with no trace of energy fluctuations escaping their notice. With such a large deployment, their arrival at the scene in 10 minutes was not to be deemed slow. Unfortunately, the conclusion came swifter than anyone had anticipated. Soon, a middle-aged man clad in a raincoat emerged from the crowd. He appeared somewhat aged, with streaks of gray in his hair, and beneath the heavy raincoat, the outline of a tactical vest was discernible, hinting at the presence of formidable weaponry. He surveyed the surroundings, finally resting his gaze on Huai Shi. "Where are the red gloves?" he inquired. Huai Shi raised his hand, pointing towards the wreckage of the car. "Dead." The middle-aged man stared in shock at the completely charred corpse, with a remaining blackened glove, incredulity etched on his face. "Is it you?" In truth, it was a passing bald hero. Huai Shi chuckled softly. "Just when I was about to be harmed, he suddenly descended from the heavens to save me, striking down the red gloves with a single blow before vanishing. If you insist on a name, let us call him the Huai Road Peiqi hero." Clearly, this absurd tale bore no credibility, as surveillance footage remained. The dock security was no fool. Upon hearing the explosion and gunfire, they promptly alerted the authorities. A transcendental being, indeed. The middle-aged man hastily reviewed the footage, casting a complicated glance at Huai Shi. While it was true that Huai Shi had eliminated a terrorist from the Green Day faction, there were too many discrepancies in the preceding events. To simply return home and pretend nothing had occurred would be too disrespectful to the Special Affairs Bureau. So, he sighed, "Kid, do you have anything to say before we proceed with the investigation?" Huai Shi pondered earnestly for a long time, scratching his damp hair. "If I must share any insights, it would be that one should not listen to rock music on a mobile phone, right?" He nodded. "Yes, I suppose I should save up for a CD player." The middle-aged man had nothing more to say about Huai Shi's bluntness. He waved his hand, and an aide approached to place handcuffs on Huai Shi's left wrist, escorting him towards the armored vehicle. As he gazed at the slowly opening door and the confinement chamber within, Huai Shi could not suppress a sigh. Indeed, such matters should not be approached impulsively, should they? Now, I won't have to worry about meals. Perhaps someone will take care of that for the rest of my life. Thus, next time, I should certainly purchase a disguise before engaging in such activities. For relying solely on a Peiqi mask is utterly useless. So, Director Fu, where do you intend to take the Astronomical Society's employees? At that moment, He heard a cool voice behind him. If I recall correctly, while the Special Affairs Bureau does have the authority to oversee the members of the Astronomical Society, the actual detention, handling, and trial of individuals falls under the jurisdiction of the central management of the respective nation, does it not? Moreover, tonight he just represented the Astronomical Society in eliminating a malignant tumor embedded within the current realm. By all accounts, there is no justification for such treatment. Huai Shi turned in astonishment to see the girl seated in a wheelchair. It was Ai Qing. Her expression was serene. Her hands calmly folded atop a blanket draped over her knees. Perhaps due to the chill of the late hour, her fingers appeared almost translucent, with the blue veins vividly visible. Behind her, a diligent female driver held a large umbrella, ensuring not a single drop of rain fell upon her. The middle-aged man, for the first time addressed as Director Fu by her, was momentarily taken aback, glancing between Ai Qing and Huai Shi. A member of the Astronomical Society? Him? When? 5 days prior, when Huai Shi voluntarily became bait, he signed the Astronomical Society's Civil Assistance Agreement, valid for 1 month, meaning he was still a temporary employee of the Astronomical Society. As she spoke, Ai Qing produced the agreement from her folder, presenting it to Director Fu. Therefore, his personal safety and actions are the responsibility of the Astronomical Society. If you have any doubts regarding this conflict, I will bring him to the Special Affairs Bureau for a detailed explanation in the coming days. But for now, may I kindly request that you remove his handcuffs? Director Fu, expressionless, gazed at the agreement in Ai Qing and Apos' hands without taking it. After a long pause, he chuckled softly. Hearing you say and Apos, you and Apos, for the first time is quite surprising. He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to release Huai Shi from his restraints. Before departing, he patted Huai Shi on the shoulder. Remember not to let it get to your head, kid. I truly hope I won't see you in a cell at the Special Affairs Bureau in the future. With that, he entered the vehicle and drove away. In the silence, only the dazed Huai Shi and the girl beneath the umbrella remained. When did I sign that contract? Huai Shi stared at the stack of agreements Ai Qing had carelessly tossed into the puddle, bewildered. I had no knowledge of this. I signed it on your behalf. Ai Qing said nonchalantly, cradling a small hand warmer. If I were to say that I sensed you were concealing something from me, and thus placed a locator in your pocket, having witnessed the entire event unfold, would you be angry? Huai Shi stood in stunned silence for a long time before nodding. A bit, yes? Oh, then be angry. It won't matter if you do. Ai Qing shrugged indifferently, casually tossing an object into Huai Shi's arms. He fumbled to catch it, realizing it was a magnetic card, seemingly made of some alloy. Heavy in his hand, with an embossed globe symbol on the front, flanked by thorn and laurel motifs, and a clasp on the back for wearing it on his chest. What is this? Your talisman, she stated coolly. From this day forth, you are the confidential secretary to the new sea prosecutor under the East Asia Division of the Astronomical Society. Truth be told, I don't care what you're hiding. But if you wish to avoid imprisonment for murder, prepare to work for me diligently. Huai Shi was taken aback. Am I being recruited? Indeed. The tales of water margin ring true. To attain power, one must commit homicide and arson to be recruited. Having just killed a man and set a fire, he now found himself a member of the Astronomical Society, and a secretary at that. How novel. Not recruited, but serving time. Ai Qing shot him a glance, mercilessly dispelling any flicker of hope in his heart. In simple terms, you work, you report, you take the blame, you face the consequences. Your job description is that simple. I hope you are well prepared, for there remains much to be done before your summer break concludes. The thought of Lu Dongli still languishing in the intensive care unit sent a chill through Huai Shi's heart. She felt as though her time was running out. What should she do? She was anxiously awaiting an answer. Furthermore, before departing, Ai Qing turned back for a final glance at him. In that fleeting moment, amidst the gradually thinning rain, Huai Shi observed the girl beneath the umbrella with a faint smile playing on her lips. She said, "It has been a long time." Huai Shi. Chapter 32. The Essence of Humanity Name? Huai Shi. Age. 17. Wait a moment. Does your Astronomical Society also recruit cowards? In the silent office, the boy behind the desk scratched his chin, gazing in bewilderment at the impassive interrogator across from him. I mean, dear sir, after all these days of questioning and investigating, I have at least eliminated a menace for the Astronomical Society, right? Why does this treatment feel akin to that of a traitor? Routine investigation, please cooperate. For what seemed like the umpteenth time, the interrogator uttered this phrase. immediately following it with another inquiry. Could you describe once more the process of your battle with the red glove? I forgot. I can't recall. Huai Shi rolled his eyes. Probably. It was the bald-headed cloaked Peiqi who struck him down with a single blow, right? Truly. I walked in and saw him attacking the red glove. Oh, bald-headed cloaked Peiqi. How does that differ from what you mentioned last time? I can't remember. So, could you clarify how, as a newly ascended individual, you managed to defeat a third-tier red glove? According to our previous investigations, you have always been a student specializing in music with no prior experience in combat. Huai Shi rolled his eyes again. I possess innate strength. Then let us proceed to the next question. 2 hours later, the interrogator calmly organized the thick stack of records in his hand, standing up as if concluding a routine task. Thank you for your cooperation and for your contributions to this world. After a formal handshake, he turned and left. Huai Shi stood at the door, utterly bewildered. Is it finally over? I say, does your Astronomical Society have some issues? Sending someone like this to repeatedly question me for days. Reading a book, Ai Qing remained unfazed. It's normal, concerning the Green Day. There must be a detailed record. They are all note-takers. Their duty is to document everything you say and then archive it upon their return. Does such superficial documentation truly hold value? It's merely a process. Ai Qing replied calmly. If no one intends to create disruption during this process, there shouldn't be any issues. Huai Shi glanced over. Create disruption? Standard procedure. Sit down. Ai Qing sipped her coffee, served by her attendant, stating that where there are people, there is conflict. The position of monitoring officer is crucial, always a case of many wolves and little meat. With a mere 20 months shy of 20 years, I occupy that position. Who wouldn't feel discontent? If creating a stir could free up a position, I wouldn't mind stirring things up. Huai Shi gasped, realizing the tumultuous waters of your Astronomical Society. Let me remind you once more. Ai Qing finally lifted her head, glancing at the badge on Huai Shi's chest. It's not just you, it's us. Of course. I don't mean to instill a sense of collective honor, but if something goes awry, you won't fare any better. I understand. It means solidarity in times of trouble, right? Huai Shi sighed. Over these days, he had nearly adapted to Ai Qing's manner of conversation. Yet why was it that not a hint of positivity ever escaped her lips? If he were a machine generating negativity, Ai Qing could easily run a factory. Her output far exceeded his. How has this woman managed to survive until now? Of course, through strength. Ai Qing replied without looking up. Huai Shi paused, a chill sweeping over him. Could this woman even read minds? I am not an ascendant, so I cannot possess such inexplicable abilities. If I were you, I wouldn't wear all my concerns on my face. Huai Shi instinctively touched his face. Does my face reveal something? Indeed. Ai Qing glanced at him again, her eyes filled with pity. It vividly illustrates the essence of humanity. Is it written as pigeon or parrot? Huai Shi asked curiously. Ai Qing could hardly bear to engage with him further. Under Huai Shi's incessant verbal bombardment, she finally exhibited a hint of impatience. Closing her book and genuinely questioning whether she had lost her mind when she recruited such a person as her secretary. What exactly do you wish to accomplish? She raised her hand, pinching the bridge of her nose, narrowing her eyes. If your report is finished and you find yourself idle, why not thoroughly investigate the recent online listings of the top 10 haunted houses to prevent another aimless person from driving themselves mad in a ghost house adventure? Don't even mention it. Huai Shi slammed the table in frustration. That ranking is utterly ridiculous. The top ranked is my home. Why is my home considered haunted? Just a little run-down and impoverished, that's all. If I had money, would I leave the door unrepaired? In the past few days, I've chased away 4 groups of lunatics wanting to take photos. Ai Qing sighed, exasperated. So what exactly are you trying to convey? Well, I just wanted to inquire. Huai Shi suddenly grew shy, rubbing his hands together and forcing a flattering smile. Boss, could you possibly advance my salary? Ai Qing took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to hurl her book at him. Haven T, I already given you over 20,000? It's gone. Huai Shi held back tears, gazing out the window at the dead crow perched on the tree. In short, it's a long story. With school starting soon, I still owe over 4,000 on my Huabei account. Don't mention tuition. I can't even afford meals. Boss, could you please advance some salary so I can celebrate the new year? It's only late September. There's still half a year until the new year. Ai Qing observed him with a blank expression, and after a long pause, she pulled out her phone. How much do you need? Huai Shi's eyes lit up instantly. Leaning closer. Around 5 or 6,000 would suffice. I'll repay you once I receive my salary. Ding. 4,000 yuan arrived in his Alipay account. Ai Qing indifferently tucked her phone away. This is your basic salary for the month. Take it. Unless there are any other urgent tasks. You must make do with it until the 15th of next month. A monthly salary of 4,000? Huai Shi felt a surge of joy. Previously, he had to brave storms and rain, playing the violin in bars for charity performances, where he earned nowhere near this amount. Just in time. Old Lu is being discharged from the hospital tomorrow, and I can treat him to a meal. When did your relationship become so good? Envious, are you? Huai Shi began to bask in pride. The friendship between men is so simple. Is it? Ai Qing calmly took a sip of her coffee, seemingly casually asking, So, have you figured out how to explain to him that you burned the car he bought with a loan of over $1 million? Soon. Watching Huai Shi leave the office with a pained expression, Ai Qing finally welcomed a rare moment of tranquility. In the silence, she sighed, glancing at the substantial amount displayed on the bank's page on her computer, totaling $340,000. Perhaps it's best not to inform him about the bounty on the red glove just yet. You say, how can a perfectly good house be labeled a haunted one? Huai Shi stood with hands on hips at his doorstep, surveying the lush trees surrounding him, the verdant moss on the walls, and the climbing ivy. Beyond the rusted gates, wildflowers and green grass flourished in the courtyard, the fragmented statue reflecting white light under the sun. It all appeared picturesque and radiant. After expressing his disdain for the chaotic rankings proliferating online, Huai Shi chose to selectively overlook the eerie atmosphere of his home at night. He shook his head and pushed open the creaking door. I'm back. No one responded, only the sharp sound of the door slowly closing behind him. Did you see that? How considerate. Even the door is fully automated. Can you find that anywhere else? After a disdainful snort, Huai Shi stepped onto the creaking floor and entered the dusty hall, where he took a couple of sips of hot water from a cup on the table before retreating to his room to organize the materials needed for the upcoming school term. However, for someone like him, who relied heavily on guessing for academic subjects, the curriculum of his senior year felt almost abandoned. Instead, he focused on preparing for the professional performance exam scheduled for next month. The ABRSM certification for professional performance is recognized as a diploma in most countries around the world. With such a credential in hand, provided his college entrance examination scores were not dismally low, obtaining an acceptance letter from an art university should pose no significant challenge. So, what significance does this hold for you now? The crow inquired. Huai Shi was puzzled. The crow pressed on. Do you believe a diploma holds any meaning for an ascendant? Do ascendants not need to eat? Do they not require employment? Huai Shi rolled his eyes. Is money supposed to just fall from the sky while sitting at home? The crow sighed. What I mean is, for ascendants, the vast majority are not burdened by financial concerns. While they may not be exceedingly wealthy, they certainly have no issues with basic sustenance. How do ascendants acquire their wealth? Huai Shi retorted. By committing heinous acts? Isn't that akin to robbery? Can't one just live peacefully and earn a modest living? To be honest, although the Astronomical Society offers a generous salary, providing a base income of 4,000 each month even without work, one can easily deduce the dangers associated with such employment. Just look at Lu Dongli, a gigolo, who could have enjoyed a stable life, ended up becoming a bodyguard for himself, only to find himself in peril. Not only was he forced to join the elderly ladies' dance troupe, but he also faced betrayal. If Huai Shi had gleaned any insights about the world of ascendants in recent days, it would be encapsulated in the word danger. Numerous artifacts from the borders, their functions ambiguous and threats unknown, combined with the bizarre stigmas that integrate into the bodies of high-level ascendants, each capable of easily leading one to their demise. Even a striking gigolo like Lu Dongli could use his so-called exquisite beauty to enchant onlookers to the point of breathlessness, leading to suffocation. As for himself, he was merely a pitiful, feeble machine generating negative energy. Merely attempting to assist a half-disabled red glove had nearly cost him his life several times. Embracing danger? I think I'll pass. I need to find a way to achieve financial independence as soon as possible, resign from the Astronomical Society, and earnestly pursue my dream of playing violin in Vienna. If all else fails, I could always become a music teacher. While the life of an ascendant might indeed be perilous for most, there are those who are self-sufficient. Not all ascendants are brigands, you know? The crow sighed in resignation, raising a claw to show a news article on his phone. You should take a look at this. What is it? Huai Shi leaned in. Scrutinizing the article from tomorrow's news, Rome Auction House sets a new record. The Dust Jean 5th tier Stigma Nidhogg sold for 43. Wait, how many zeros are there? Chapter 33. Your next statement is 433 million ounces. The Raven remarked nonchalantly. This transaction is settled using the most common currency among sublimators, the essence crystal. All of it is of the highest purity that can be mined from the borderlands. The largest sublimator consortium in the Nordic region, the Golden Palace, pawned off an entire resource-rich territory to obtain this sum from a group of dwarf bankers. The ultimate victor is a deep abyss archaeological team affiliated with the Astronomical Society's technology department, securing at least a decade's worth of funding for in-depth exploration. Perhaps you are not fully aware of what this price signifies, so let me be direct. 1 ounces of essence crystal is equivalent to the total essence possessed by a standard adult, and according to today's reference exchange rate from the Astronomical Society, it can be converted into over 2 million Dongxia yuan within any of their subordinate departments, though this rate is as unyielding as the in-game equipment buyback system. And the black market price is likely to inflate by at least 2/3, with goods being available but scarce, unless one is utterly desperate. No sublimator would ever exchange their essence crystals for currency. This substance is the very definition of hard currency. Now, you may calculate how long you would have to toil as a temporary worker for the Astronomical Society to amass such wealth. Observing Huai Shi's incredulous expression at the sheer magnitude of the figure, the Raven appeared to chuckle softly, leaning closer to whisper in his ear. That archaeological team merely stumbled upon a fossil in a level 6 hell now. Are you truly certain you wish to continue living the life of an ordinary person? Huai Shi remained silent for a long while, gazing skeptically at the Raven before him. Why do I always feel that you intend to deceive me? This prompted the Raven, who had prepared all the necessary items for a deal that ultimately failed to materialize, to sigh dejectedly. Huai Shi sighed again. Your next statement is, would I ever deceive you? The Raven hesitated before responding. And then I will tell you. Huai Shi sighed once more. Yes, you would. You've suddenly taken to self-study. It puts me in a difficult position, the Raven stated, showing no shame as she lit a cigarette, shaking her head in exasperation. I'm merely trying to kindly introduce you to a lucrative opportunity. Any rational person would understand that seeking overnight wealth is folly in this world. The only jobs that can be done from the comfort of one's home are those of a mere echo. Huai Shi resolutely decided not to be fooled. No matter what you say, I refuse to sell my labor for money. The Raven rolled her eyes, unfazed. Truth be told, Huai Shi truly wished to know what ridiculous content occupied her mind during her daily online escapades. After reaffirming his resolve, he rose and headed toward the kitchen. Having eaten only a little at noon, and with the clock barely past 3, he found himself hungry once more. However, upon opening the cabinet, he froze in place. Where are my noodles? I just bought a whole row of them last week. The Raven, under Huai Shi's intense gaze, rolled her eyes again. Come on, am I to blame for your noodles going missing? Do I look like the root of all evil? Besides, even 100 pounds of noodles wouldn't suffice for your appetite. Eating 5 meals a day at half a pot each, you deplete both rice and noodle mountains. She paused, revealing a smile that made Huai Shi uneasy. And, are you perhaps hungry again? Congratulations. Growth is joyful. The Raven raised her wings, clapping in mock celebration. Once ordinary individuals become sublimators, they experience a second phase of development. Their souls influence their bodies. During this stage, a sublimator's physique undergoes further growth, gradually reaching the limits of an ordinary person and even surpassing them in certain aspects. At 17, you are already in a developmental phase, and encountering another developmental phase means double the joy awaits you, along with quadruple the hunger and more than 8-fold the demands. Therefore, if you wish to avoid malnutrition or even muscle self-digestion, it would be best not to resort to mere boiled noodles. For reasons unknown, Huai Shi felt increasingly uneasy. Then what should I eat? Generally, high-calorie foods are the answer. The higher the caloric content, the better. Ideally, you should stock up on all the delights of a couch potato, indulgent snacks, fried chicken, and sugary drinks, and simply feast to your heart's content. This approach would also be the most economical, although the downside entails frequent trips to the restroom, risking social embarrassment among peers, and potentially suffering from endocrine disorders, high cholesterol, and hypertension in 6 months. Huai Shi felt his legs weaken in fear. Is it truly this grim for sublimators? Of course not. But other sublimators possess wealth. The Raven lamented helplessly. If only there were a kind-hearted individual like me to help you create supplemental potions. She paused, winking expectantly at Huai Shi. But without money, I can't even purchase the raw materials. You're just waiting for me here, aren't you? Huai Shi asked expressionlessly. If you want to swindle money, just say so. Taking from you to give to you. How can that be considered swindling? The raven chuckled lightly, proceeding at a leisurely pace. 1 potion a day, and in a week, your developmental phase could conclude in about a month. Given our familiarity, I wouldn't even charge you processing fees. The cost price is 2,600 Dongxia yuan per potion, so for a month, 100,000 should suffice. Spending 100,000 for a growth and joy package? Huai Shi pointed to himself incredulously. Do you think I'm insane? Yet, this is indeed a fair price. After all, no one would believe a sublimator couldn't come up with 100,000. The raven cast a sidelong glance at Huai Shi. Moreover, don't you understand the difference between spending and not spending? If you fail to lay a solid foundation during your development phase, the consequences will be far-reaching. If you achieve optimal results, in terms of physical prowess, you could even become a soldier king. Additionally, the packages offered by the Astronomical Society start at 300,000, with results still up for debate. Of course, they can provide it free of charge, as long as you sign a contract, if you believe there is such a thing as a free lunch in this world. It's common sense to know that it's utterly impossible. So, work hard, young man. 100,000 is merely a matter of effort, right? The raven produced a test tube from beneath her wings, waving it enticingly before him, her voice taking on a tone akin to a demon's temptation. We offer the option of experiencing the product before payment. In your dreams, even if I starved to death, I would never jump glub ultimately. It was merely the sound of his swallowing. As Huai Shi gazed at the test tube, an enticing aroma wafted from its open mouth as the raven swayed it back and forth. An indescribable hunger awakened within him, and every cell in his body screamed in thirst. His heart raced, saliva flowed, pupils dilated, and his stomach churned. The primal hunger obliterated the recently reaffirmed decision, compelling him to dive headfirst into that pale green potion, with an inner voice screaming in his ear, "Drink it, drink it, drink it." 10 seconds later, Huai Shi exhaled deeply, savoring the rich taste that spread from his mouth. It felt as if his limbs were immersed in a hot spring, and he could not help but shed tears of regret. So delicious. Is it finished? The raven inquired kindly. You're about to start demanding payment, right? Huai Shi became instantly vigilant. No, I mean, since the meal is finished, the raven transformed into a silver pen, summoning the book of fate from within Huai Shi's soul. Then let us begin with a simple and joyful digestive exercise. Without allowing Huai Shi to speak, the branches of events pointed downwards. Huai Shi was suddenly engulfed in darkness. Then, once again, he found himself dead. In that fleeting moment, he witnessed torrential rain pouring from the heavens, boundless and overwhelming, as if it were drowning the entire world, yet he was bathed in flames. Viscous gasoline ignited, enveloping him inch by inch. Amidst the cataclysmic explosion, he could sense his body fracturing into pieces, yet surprisingly, he felt no fear. Rather, there was a profound sense of liberation and tranquility. A smile even curled at the corners of his mouth. The experience of death had never been so serene, so tranquil that it quelled his fear, devoid of any resentment or loathing. He merely accepted it all with equanimity. Closing his eyes, he awaited the arrival of oblivion. Even when the record of his death concluded, Huai Shi remained unresponsive, lingering in that almost numbing calmness. This death was profoundly impactful, so much so that he forgot to breathe, unaware of his own existence. It was only when his face turned nearly blue from lack of air that he realized. Gasping violently, nearly choking on the noodles he had consumed the previous night, he quickly covered his mouth, terrified of vomiting. Having just ingested a costly potion worth thousands, he thought, if I expel it now, it would all be in vain. Wealth grants me serenity. Oh, it seems you have attained an extraordinary insight. The crow exclaimed with a click of its tongue. Such a liberating death is indeed rare. Experiencing it will benefit you greatly. I never expected that the fellow in the red gloves would attain a higher essence upon his demise. What a stroke of luck for you. So, how do you feel now? I simply feel very hungry. Huai Shi lifted his gaze to fixate on her, his expression unyielding. I particularly crave roasted crow. Boiled would suffice as well. The mere thought of such tranquil death sent shivers down his spine. Although he recognized how rare it was to experience such serenity and peace in death, the horror it instilled was far more profound and potent than in any other death. It was so calm and composed, even bordering on indifference. There was no trace of attachment or reluctance. Even in his final moments, he felt no animosity towards himself. It was as if his life held no significance whatsoever. What, after all, could be precious about such a thing? He rubbed his forehead, striving to banish that state of peaceful desolation from his consciousness, bewildered by this sudden sage-like state. You can see for yourself. The crow flipped open the Book of Fate, revealing the entries on the title page. Aside from the removal of the term stress period, there was little change. A solar eclipse emblem denoted his successful transcendence. The sections for miracles and stigmata were empty, and the skills remained unchanged. However, the skill premonition of death had surprisingly reached level 1. Huai Shi was astonished. Had a single experience of death transformed a skill that had previously been shrouded in obscurity into something fully realized? Half of his survival thus far had relied on this skill to navigate peril, yet he had merely died inexplicably once to achieve this upgrade. After all, it was a rare type of death. Perhaps it was related to life experiences. Setting that thought aside for now, he mused that the night was still young. The crow paused momentarily, flashing that unsettling smile that made Huai Shi uneasy. So, would you like to experience the new features of the Book of Fate after your transcendence? Farewell. Chapter 34. The brightening the following day, at the hospital, Huai Shi spotted Lu Dongli. Although his complexion remained somewhat pale, he exhibited no difficulty in movement and was set to be discharged after just over a week. While it is true that ascendants possess a significantly superior constitution compared to ordinary individuals, such a rapid recovery seemed rather extraordinary, did it not? He himself had yet to fully heal from the gunshot wound on his back, yet Lu Dongli, who had been shot twice and had a lobe of his lung obliterated, was nearly well. What kind of medication have you taken? Huai Shi could hardly believe it. Had he not just been in the intensive care unit a week prior? What ICU? Lu Dongli looked at him, puzzled. Did Ai Qing not tell you? As he spoke, he casually nudged his eye, revealing his right pupil at that moment. It astonishingly split into two. Dual pupils. This was precisely the bizarre sight Huai Shi had hastily glimpsed in the church that day. Since we are so familiar, it matters not to tell you. My stigmata is called the brightening, a rather obscure one from the Dongxiao lineage. Lu Dongli explained. It merely provides a slight enhancement to vision and does not improve physical constitution or possess other abilities. However, during integration, it records data about my body, much like a data backup. If I sustain severe injuries, as long as I do not die on the spot and receive timely medical attention, I can gradually revert to my original state. Huai Shi listened, stunned for a long while, and could not help but sigh. So, the ICU was a ruse, was it? Lu Dongli was momentarily taken aback, then his gaze softened with pity. Though I cannot fathom what Ai Qing told you. It seems you have been quite thoroughly deceived by that woman. Not to mention, you also lost your car, my friend. Huai Shi averted his gaze. Thankfully. There were no disabilities this time. Otherwise, with so many loans, just the cost of the silver blood serum would have driven me to bankruptcy. As Lu Dongli casually inquired about his car, Huai Shi's scalp tingled, and his eyes darted elsewhere. I can't drive since I don't have a license. Perhaps I can find someone to take care of your car, and then drive it over to you? Sounds good. Lu Dongli nodded, trusting him. While Huai Shi secretly worried. If that flashy red Chevrolet morphed into a cherry QQ after maintenance, Lu Dongli would surely contemplate hanging himself from a tree. The two exchanged no further words and successfully left the hospital. However, while hailing a cab, Lu Dongli suddenly remarked, "By the way, thank you for the red gloves." Huai Shi was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Lu Dongli seemed to already know, and his heart sank. "Oh, I apologize," at that moment. But Lu Dongli interrupted him with a pat on the shoulder. "So, no need to fret about the car. I have insurance." Huai Shi was taken aback for quite a while, feeling a surge of gratitude. Yet he failed to notice Lu Dongli discreetly turning away to wipe away a tear of frustration over money. If it weren't for the fact that his birthday was approaching, with several wealthy women showering him with gifts, he would genuinely feel like he might bleed from the heart this time. Let us not dwell on this, he waved his hand, hailing a cab and inviting Huai Shi. Since I'm being discharged today, let us celebrate with a meal. Though he claimed he would give Huai Shi a hard time. He was quite measured in his approach, choosing a restaurant with a light menu and casually ordering a couple of dishes. During the meal, Huai Shi presented Lu Dongli with a carefully prepared gift for his discharge, a large box of hair growth products. Lu Dongli looked at it with mixed emotions, hesitating to speak. Perhaps it would have been better if that grandson had been killed by the red gloves back then. After finishing their meal, As they chatted, Huai Shi inquired, "Now that you have emerged from your ordeal, what do you plan to do next?" "I haven't decided yet. Next month, I'll catch a flight and travel for a few days. I've truly felt stifled, confined during my sentence where I couldn't even leave Xinhai City, having to report my whereabouts to the supervising officer daily." Recalling the past, Lu Dongli wore a pained expression. "Now that you've taken the brunt for me, congratulations on jumping into the fire. Ai Qing is far from a good superior. While there are sufficient protections in place, she won't swindle your money, and she can accurately identify the limits of your abilities. As long as you survive, she'll push you to your limits. In any case, be cautious and seek opportunities to secure your own retreat. Although the Astronomical Society is a large organization, their benefits do not extend to us, the expendable foot soldiers." Huai Shi chuckled awkwardly. "Though Ai Qing is somewhat difficult to deal with, it shouldn't be that exaggerated, right? I don't know what transpired between you two, but the last person who thought like that was her former superior, the previous supervising officer of Xinhai." Lu Dongli chuckled coldly. "Back then, you were her confidential secretary, and within months, she was promoted. The poor fellow who was her predecessor is said to still be in Africa. It's truly a testament to the Yin family's ruthlessness. Once they have dirt on you, it's all over." Yin family. Huai Shi froze, his mind momentarily muddled, though he seemed to have a vague recollection. "Never mind, let's not discuss that." Lu Dongli shook his head, unwilling to pursue the topic further. "Didn't you mention wanting to find the nearby ascendant market while we were eating? Let us settle the bill and be on our way." With that, he downed his tea in one gulp and headed for the door. To Huai Shi's surprise, he discovered that even in the small city of Xinhai, with only a handful of ascendants, there was a market specifically catering to them. Moreover, it was within walking distance. This place resembled a retail outlet, with many items out of stock, only allowing orders to be placed with Jinling. If one wasn't in a hurry, online purchases were preferable. Here, expedited orders came at exorbitant prices. As Lu Dongli spoke, his expression grew increasingly resentful. It was evident he had been taken advantage of. "People are infuriating. While we are all ascendants, the treatment is simply not the same. That guy is a B-class protected talent of the Astronomical Society, receiving monthly allowances, while I am merely a cowherd serving my sentence. TSK. Is it that impressive? No, how should I put it? That fellow's soul is quite peculiar. Deemed rare by the Astronomical Society, and they never know when it might be useful. Thus, they signed a contract guaranteeing his safety and a peaceful life, prioritizing his evacuation and rescue during emergencies. However, when the society needs him, he must be on call, much like raising a pig. I can't believe he endures it." He paused, adopting a serious demeanor. "Remember, once you go there, do not allow that guy to guess anything about you, if you wish to avoid having your life inexplicably descend into chaos." Huai Shi, alarmed, asked, "Is it that dangerous?" "No, I wouldn't call it dangerous. To be precise, that fellow is likely comedic in nature." Lu Dongli covered his face. "But sometimes, those with a comedic nature can be the most lethal. Furthermore, now that you have become an ascendant, do not casually disclose your abilities to others, nor should you pry into theirs. Just as with my abilities, once someone knows your weaknesses, it becomes particularly perilous." After Lu Dongli offered this caution, he inquired, "Since you've joined the Astronomical Society, have you undergone your soul assessment?" "Not yet." Huai Shi shook his head. "I'm heading to Jinling next month. Ai Qing said she would take me to the branch to do it directly. Then just make do with it. Don't be foolishly candid." Lu Dongli sighed. "I learned the hard way back then, preferring to be assessed as a weakling rather than overly strong. Being prudently low-key is the way to go, understand?" "Perhaps." Huai Shi understood only partially. Lu Dongli nodded in satisfaction and pointed towards the door ahead. They had arrived. To their surprise, the Ascender Market, situated in a desolate street of the old town, appeared to be a detective agency. The half-broken sign indicated that hardly anyone visited. Upon entering, a musty odor permeated the room, suggesting it had been neglected for quite some time. A person sat with their back to them at a table, engrossed in a game while wearing headphones. Hey, enough already." Lu Dongli kicked a chair. "Business is here, and you're still playing that nonsense. Wait a minute, my teammates have gone idle. And it and Amp, Oppos. It's up to me to turn this around. You and Amp, Oppos, VE already given away 8 kills. How do you expect to turn this around?" Lu Dongli kicked the power outlet, gesturing towards Huai Shi. "I brought a customer for you, my little brother. Be decent." The gamer turned around, revealing a middle-aged face adorned with stubble, looking prematurely aged. He stared at Huai Shi in astonishment for a long while. "You're so young, and already a gigolo?" Lu Dongli's expression darkened, as though startled, and he slapped the back of the man's head. "I told you not to make wild guesses when you have nothing to do. What if you guess wrong?" Okay. What do you need?" The man, unfazed, stood up and beckoned them. "The items are in the back. Follow me." "Just call this guy a detective," Lu Dongli advised. "Though he's utterly incompetent. When interacting with unfamiliar ascenders, try not to reveal your real name. Find the time to come up with a code name." Lu Dongli took a seat on the sofa outside, adding, "I'll wait here for you. If you can't gauge the price, just call me." Seeing that he was considerate enough to remain outside, Huai Shi felt relieved and nodded. At the back of the room was a vacant space cluttered with cabinets and a computer resembling a storage room, along with a massive safe. "First meeting, huh? I didn't expect there to be new ascenders in Shanghai." The detective extended his hand. "What do you go by, young brother?" Following old Lu's advice, Huai Shi refrained from revealing his real name. He offered a standard smile while shaking hands and introduced himself, Little Peichi of Huai Road. The detective's expression twitched slightly, taken aback by such a refreshingly unique alias. "All right then, this is the delivery point for yesterday's packages. We have the usual items. If you're looking for something more specific, I can place an order online to help you acquire it." "No need. I'm not here to purchase anything." Huai Shi waved his hand, leaning closer. After ensuring no one was around, he lowered his voice to ask, "Hey, do you want some powder?" Chapter 35. I want to endure a beating. What on earth? The detective looked utterly bewildered. After years in the business of smuggling, he had never encountered such a bizarre scene. "Ahem, what I meant was this." Huai Shi coughed a couple of times and produced a glass vial from his pocket. Placing it before him, the vial was filled to the brim with robbery ash. This was the simplest method of making money devised by the crow. As a rare essence, robbery ash is essential in certain alchemical processes. However, due to its limited applications and the fact that the material itself is not particularly difficult to find in deeper regions, it does not fetch a high price. Just a moment. Once he gathered his thoughts, the detective immediately opened his phone and made a call. "Hello? Uncle. I recall you placed an order for border sediment a few days ago. I have a client looking to sell. Perhaps you could come take a look?" In just a few minutes, the computer screen lit up. Even more astonishingly, the light on the camera morphed into the figure of an elderly man who appeared somewhat impatient. He approached directly, instructing the detective to pour out a few grains of robbery ash from the vial and into a solution whose name Huai Shi could not recall. Soon, observing the reaction of the solution, the man's expression calmed slightly as he nodded slowly. "It is rare to find such pure robbery ash in the current market. Let us price it as a top-tier product. I'll take it all." The old man rarely displayed a warm demeanor. Glancing at Huai Shi, "If you have more robbery ash in the future, contact me. I'll buy it at a 10% premium over market price." With that, he vanished. The detective did not linger, weighing Huai Shi's vial. After accounting for the weight of the container, it was approximately 300 grams. Typically, a vial of iron sand might weigh over a pound, but the true weight of robbery ash was deceptively light. This was the culmination of all the weight Huai Shi had accumulated over the past few days. He could not manage to gather more. After all, he was not one to dwell on the past and lament his fate, but rather, he refined his essence through continually reading death records. After calculating for a while, the detective looked up and asked, "According to the recent market prices, that totals 84,000. I'll take a commission of 1/20th. I'll give you his business card. And from now on, you can deal directly with the buyer. How does that sound?" Huai Shi had no objections. After all, intermediaries merely profited from price differentials. Moreover, the prospect of casually acquiring 80,000 made him feel a sense of anticipation towards his identity as a sublimator for the first time. Before departing, Huai Shi, following the crow's instructions, spent money to purchase a more precise dry pot and equipment. The cheap tools he had were adequate for a chemistry class, but would be of little use when it truly mattered. The simplest set of tools here cost him over 9,000. Had the crow not repeatedly emphasized its necessity, he would have settled for less. With 71,000 remaining, he did not intend to give all of it to the crow. That fellow always spoke in terms of discounts. Even giving 5,000 would suffice for him to indulge in medication for half a month. The remaining 21,000 could sustain him for quite a while if used for living expenses. Huai Shi planned to reserve 5,000 for daily costs, initially spending some to tidy up the agate pavilion, replacing the glass and repainting the exterior. Doing it himself would save a considerable amount of money. The rest would be used to upgrade his cello strings and purchase a few chairs to organize the hall, though he suspected there wouldn't be much left afterward. After stepping outside with his tools, Huai Shi remained in a state of joy, even finding the stray dogs urinating by the roadside endearing. Lu Dongli observed his foolish expression and shook his head in exasperation, walking ahead. However, just as Huai Shi was about to bid farewell and head home, he suddenly shivered. He paused, abruptly turning back. On the desolate street, a few hurried pedestrians passed by, several cars drove along the road, and a stray cat climbed the wall. Slowly moving away in that fleeting moment, he sensed that his premonition of death had activated on its own, followed by a chilling sensation piercing the nape of his neck. An instinctual realization unfurled within him. Someone harbored murderous intent towards him. But shortly after, that sense of impending doom dissipated, as if it were an illusion. Only the residual chill lingered in his chest. What's wrong? Lu Dongli noticed his unease. Nothing. Huai Shi forced a calm smile. I'll just head home now. All right. Lu Dongli waved his hand. Remember to join us for a meal before you leave. After Huai Shi acknowledged him, he turned to leave. The murderous intent had been directed solely at him, unrelated to anyone else. Lu had just been discharged from the hospital. Why drag him into this predicament? Remarkably, Huai Shi found himself bearing some responsibility. But who on earth wanted him dead? Damn it. I feel like I'm being targeted. In the hall of the agate pavilion, Huai Shi gazed at the crow before him. Crow, do you have any solutions? Too late, just wait to die. Farewell. The crow responded nonchalantly, inspecting the items Huai Shi had brought back, as though accustomed to such inquiries. What is the point of asking such a simple question? If someone wants to kill you, you should kill them first. Shouldn't it be that straightforward? How do I do that? Should I conjure an axe? Huai Shi sighed, fully aware of his limitations. Even donned in a dragon robe, he wouldn't resemble a prince. Even as a sublimator, he could only deliver the final blow. A mere crippled red glove could overpower him. If one day someone emerged from an alley with a gun, he wouldn't stand a chance to resist. Which is why I mentioned last night the crow lifted its head, chuckling joyfully. How about trying the new function of the Book of Fate? Despite an ominous premonition, Huai Shi reluctantly nodded. Thus, the Book of Fate activated, and the crow transformed its pen, pointing downwards. In an instant, Huai Shi's vision went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he was met with a nauseating stench of blood. In a dim basement, corpses lay strewn about, and a gaunt man, half decayed, roared at him, his clawed left hand lunging forward. Huai Shi instinctively stepped back, not even having the time to react before feeling a searing pain as his body was pierced. Following that, the man raised his grotesquely swollen right hand and pressed it against Huai Shi's forehead, squeezing violently. Crack! He was dead. In the pitch-black void, a colossal blood-red character slowly materialized. What the hell? What is happening? In excruciating pain, Huai Shi leaped from his seat, glaring at the crow, besides adding a mocking character. Isn't this the same as before? The crow countered. Didn't you notice any changes? Huai Shi paused, then recalled that just moments ago, in that death record, he seemed to, perhaps, have taken a step back. Indeed, it was true. He was no longer passively experiencing death as a spectral observer. Was this the new function? Exactly. The crow nodded. If before you were merely a spectator like a gamer watching a streamer, now you've installed a software with a valve icon, allowing you to engage in the game yourself. Well, now that I mention it, it seems rather unfair not to participate. Doesn't it? Enough already. Huai Shi rolled his eyes, bewildered by how this guy had acquired so many flamboyant phrases. It seemed best not to let him tackle high difficulties for the first time. The raven pondered for a moment. Currently, the most comprehensive record within the Book of Fate pertains to the red gloves. It would be prudent to provide you with a beginner's tutorial first. However, before that, raise your left hand. Yes, just like that, one finger pointing upwards while the others are tucked away. Is this correct? Huai Shi, bewildered, held up her left hand, uncertain of its purpose. What could it possibly signify? You shall soon discover. The raven smiled enigmatically, adeptly retrieving a phone to capture a photograph. Then waved its wings at him. Farewell. In an instant, Huai Shi slumped onto the chair, sinking into a deep slumber. Subsequently, she opened the Photoshop software and skillfully inscribed a line beneath her photograph. I wish to endure a sound beating. A new meme was born. Thus, the beating commenced. When Huai Shi finally grasped the significance of that posture, she found herself in an unfamiliar training ground, besieged by a burly man who struck her with unarmed ferocity. The Roman combat techniques, once observed on the red-gloved figure, now appeared in the hands of this unfamiliar opponent with astonishing finesse. There was no trace of mercy or hesitation in his strikes. He aimed directly to incapacitate her. At the sound of the whistle, a kick was unleashed, nearly snapping her neck, followed by a deft somersault that brought him crashing down, executing an unarmed takedown. Snap! Huai Shi's right arm shattered. What are you still dawdling for? Number 7944. A cold man, arms crossed behind his back, spoke sternly from the sidelines. Have you allowed everything you learned to rot away? Pick up the dagger and slay him. Or perhaps you would prefer to be killed by this death row inmate. His ruthless tone unambiguously conveyed his sentiments. Either perish as a worthless being or vanquish this grinning adversary to redeem your worth. Huai Shi inhaled deeply. In that brief moment of hesitation, she bent down and grasped the dagger from the ground, clutching it tightly. At times, she found herself unconsciously grateful that this scene was merely a dream. In this way, she could wield a weapon and slay without regard for law, morality, conscience, or other constraints. Perhaps this was the most terrifying aspect of it all. Once familiar with such brutality, who would wish to return to a mundane existence? For reasons unknown, she felt no aversion to this notion. Onward. At the sharp whistle of the instructor, Huai Shi surged forward. And then, she perished. In truth, after a flurry of actions that could rival a tiger's ferocity, she finally managed to inflict a wound, severing her opponent's neck. Victory was hers. Yet, at that moment, she was essentially crippled, her waist broken, 3 limbs shattered. As she sought assistance from the instructor, he callously approached and twisted her neck. The last words she heard being, "You have betrayed the Empire and Apos' expectations of you." Chapter 36. Retribution by the Almighty Empire. Are you from the Shimada family? Upon opening his eyes, Huai Shi felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustrations. Shouldn't he have regained full health and earned 2 skill points after triumphing over his formidable foe? He stared despondently at the dust motes dancing on the ceiling. Where am I? Who am I? Where am I headed? Is there any point in continuing? It seemed as though the raven was stifling a laugh. With a sigh, he recalled the murderous intent he once experienced, sensing a shadowy gaze lurking in the darkness, watching him. What a streak of bad luck he had endured. Determined, he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and plunged back into the abyss. The raven shook its head with what appeared to be pity, pulling out its phone to append a new message beneath the previously sent meme. 2 meals will suffice. And so, the relentless beating continued. The torment persisted until the following afternoon, when Huai Shi finally achieved a flawless victory, on the verge of tears. The red-gloved fellow had truly put him through the ringer. After declining the raven's suggestion to press on, he took the rare opportunity to use the remaining funds from Old Lu to indulge in a hot shower. Donning the black suit reserved for formal performances as he prepared to leave. How rare it is to see you so well dressed, the raven teased. Planning to take a young lady somewhere? To the funeral home. Huai Shi sighed. Where would I find a young lady? Today marked Old Yang's cremation, and he felt obligated to attend, no matter what. The couple had always treated him well, while it was primarily his sister-in-law who had looked after him. How many people would offer you a chance at self-sufficiency during your most dire times? Even if this scoundrel had caused him considerable trouble, he had ultimately lent a helping hand. In a sense, it was thanks to Old Yang that he could maintain his dignity and avoid resorting to menial labor or scavenging. Moreover, while Old Yang could be unreliable at times, Huai Shi was hardly a paragon of talent. Over the years, they had continuously pulled pranks on each other, nearly growing accustomed to the dynamic. Is this not the essence of friendship? Now that Old Yang was departing, it was only fitting for him to pay his respects. Despite the rush, he arrived at the funeral home just as the farewell ceremony was nearing its conclusion. Old Yang had spent his life as a broker, amassing a wide network of friends and a considerable number of local relatives, all gathered to bid him farewell. Huai Shi silently followed the line, avoiding eye contact as he placed the flowers in front of the casket, quickly retreating to the back to evade his sister-in-law's gaze. Though Old Yang had passed away in Old Tang's church, the official cause of death was reported as an accident. Upon restoration at the funeral home, his disfigured face bore a semblance of its former grace, appearing as if he were merely asleep, carefree and untroubled, which was unsettling. This scoundrel had toiled away for money for most of his life, only to sell himself at a good price in the end, achieving his desires and departing without a care in the world. He overheard mourners discussing how, during the inventory of his estate, Old Yang had indeed left a substantial sum for his wife, sufficient for her future treatments. After hearing a few remarks, Huai Shi distanced himself, unwilling to listen further. Once the body was sent off for cremation, Huai Shi was taken aback to observe that, despite her slightly reddened eyes, his sister-in-law did not shed a tear. Instead, she orchestrated the farewell with remarkable poise, ensuring he departed with dignity. How on earth had that rascal managed to marry such a wonderful woman? Huai Shi's emotions grew increasingly complex. Soon enough, the funeral concluded, and as guests began to disperse, his sister-in-law called him to the back. In the family resting room of the funeral home, she dismissed all others and closed the door, retrieving a thick envelope from her bag and handing it to him. "What is this?" Huai Shi was taken aback, gazing at the envelope on the table. If it contained money, it would be at least 20,000. "Take it. This is what old Yang owed you," she said, offering a sheepish smile. "He did so much for me, and ultimately, it should be your sister-in-law who owes you. Little Shi, you are a good child, always enduring the financial burdens without complaint, but this debt cannot remain unsettled. Now that he has passed, I want him to leave with a clear conscience. If you truly wish to ease my heart, do not refuse this." Huai Shi fell silent, staring at the envelope for a long while before gently shaking his head. What debt is there to speak of? In the past, when I was naive, I believed that the kindness shown to me was my due, because I would repay it 100-fold in the future. But as I matured, I began to understand that sometimes, those who helped me did not expect anything in return. Even old Yang would likely mock me for this sentiment. For me, during my darkest hour, old Yang lent me a hand, and that is enough. The rest is inconsequential. There is no debt between us. He slowly pushed the envelope back across the table, stating earnestly, "Thus, if there is even a modicum of this amount that can be considered my share, let it be accepted as a humble return from one who has benefited from your kindness." His sister-in-law remained silent for a considerable time, refraining from any further refusals. She merely lowered her head, wiped her nose, and managed a faint smile. If old Yang were alive to hear your words, he would surely feel ashamed. No, that rascal would certainly take pride in it. He would smoothly pocket the money, stuff it into his wife's bag, and then boast that it was his own decision to refuse it, only to regret it later and treat her to a lavish dinner. How had such a scoundrel married such a remarkable woman? Huai Shi sighed. After the funeral, Huai Shi chose not to follow along. Attending one farewell was already profoundly sorrowful. There was no need to mourn old Yang twice. Moreover, he truly did not wish to witness his sister-in-law in tears. Following his farewells, he prepared to return home. Unlike his hurried taxi ride to the funeral home, he opted for the bus on the way back to save some money, requiring 2 transfers across the city to reach his home on the other side of New Sea. It was said that the subway had made transportation easier, but the digging for the New Sea subway had begun at the time of Huai Shi's birth and had yet to yield any results. Furthermore, in this medium-sized city, with a finite number of people commuting, it was simply implausible that the absence of a subway would paralyze movement during rush hours. Over time, expectations had dwindled. During the lengthy wait, he opened his WeChat, which had been dormant for ages, to check for any messages. Due to the pressures of prolonged poverty, his social connections were sparse, with only a couple of acquaintances aware of his situation, resulting in a summer devoid of unwanted distractions. Besides the class group that had devolved into a mobile game chat, there were hardly any notifications. Scrolling through, he found that apart from daily gaming team-ups and dining invitations, there were only announcements regarding room allocation for the upcoming semester and a plethora of silly images. Tragically, he discovered that the photo of himself standing in front of the host club had been turned into a meme. Have some decency, Huai Shi fumed, promptly retrieving the photos of those responsible for the meme within the group and adorning them with panda emojis, sending them out one by one. Amidst the playful banter of foolish netizens, his movements abruptly faltered as he sensed a malevolent gaze directed towards him from the rear of the bus. Whether it was due to the developmental period mentioned by the crow that heightened his perceptions, or perhaps a consequence of having grown accustomed to the ominous premonition of death, Huai Shi had become increasingly attuned to the malice of others. Although he had yet to attain the ability to read minds, after being scrutinized for an extended period, he felt as though a caterpillar were crawling at the nape of his neck, rendering him tense and uneasy. Through the bus window, he vaguely discerned a man at the back, donning a duck-billed cap, seemingly curled up in slumber, unmistakably the source of that hostile gaze. When he noticed the man extracting his phone to send a message, Huai Shi suddenly sprang to his feet and hastily disembarked when the bus came to a stop. Just as he had anticipated, the man, momentarily taken aback, inconspicuously followed suit. In the bustling heart of the city, on the most vibrant pedestrian street, he strolled leisurely as if on a casual walk, even pausing to purchase a pack of cigarettes. Yet, throughout it all, the man remained steadfastly behind him, never allowing him to slip from his line of sight. Observing the man's peculiar demeanor, lewd gaze, and the prominent musculature of his chest, Huai Shi shuddered involuntarily, feeling a tightening in his core, as a disconcerting thought flickered through his mind. Could it be that he was being pursued by a perverse homosexual? After meandering for 10 minutes, Huai Shi was convinced that the man was indeed tailing him. After all, even a coincidence would not align so perfectly as to lead them both into the same public restroom. Feigning nonchalance, Huai Shi began to quicken his pace amidst the throngs of pedestrians, weaving through 2 shopping malls and turning down several streets until he entered the civic square in the old town. The man, persistently following, deftly maneuvered through the twists and turns, refusing to let Huai Shi escape his watchful gaze. However, upon rounding a corner, he was taken aback to find that Huai Shi had vanished from the street. As he stood there in astonishment, scanning his surroundings, he spotted through a glass door the youth withdrawing 5 yuan from his pocket. After haggling with the vendor at the counter for what felt like an eternity, he stubbornly obtained a hand tag and then slipped through a door at the back of the hall. The pursuer paused, momentarily bewildered, before glancing up to read the sign of the establishment, Spring. Chapter 37. Apology, a maelstrom of questions swirling in his mind. The stalker extracted his phone to dispatch a WeChat message, then sauntered into the establishment, feigning nonchalance. He procured a wristband for 15 yuan and pushed open the door to the changing room. A wave of humid, tepid air enveloped him. Amidst rows of lockers, nude men traversed, changing their garments, yet no sign of Huai Shi. He only caught a glimpse of the rubber curtain leading to the bathing area as it fluttered, indicating someone had just entered. Suppressing his bewilderment and trepidation, he feigned composure, opened a locker, disrobed, and proceeded towards the bathing area. Upon lifting the rubber curtain, he beheld the impassive youth amidst the swirling mist, fully clothed. He stood there, dumbfounded. "What's the meaning of this? Why are you tailing me?" Huai Shi inquired directly. "What are you babbling about?" The muscular man's expression contorted momentarily, then morphed into confusion, as if utterly perplexed. He waved his hand dismissively. "Could you move aside, please?" "Regrettably, I cannot," Huai Shi replied with a sigh, then advanced a step. Thwack! Darkness descended upon the stalker's vision, followed by the resounding thud of a fist connecting with his face. His footing faltered, and he toppled backward. "I asked you." Huai Shi crouched beside him, gazing down at his face, reiterating his query. "Why are you tailing me?" "Damn you!" the burly man roared, raising his arm to deliver a blow. But before his arm could fully extend, darkness once again enveloped him. Huai Shi unleashed a forceful punch. Thwack! Amidst the bewildered gazes of the other patrons, Huai Shi reached down, seized the man's hair, and hauled him to his feet. Dragging him into the changing room, he brutally slammed his head against the lockers. Once, twice, thrice, until a significant dent marred the thin metal of the lockers. The man struggled vehemently, yet he could not break free from Huai Shi's grasp. For the final time, he demanded, "Why are you tailing me? Go to hell." In the throes of agony, the stalker cursed, kicking out at Huai Shi with all his might. Disregarding the pain of his hair being torn out, he seized the moment of Huai Shi's momentary loss of grip to scramble to his feet. Instead of retaliating, he bolted towards the changing room exit. With a resounding crash, the cheap plywood door splintered, and the recoiling spring from the doorknob lashed across his back, leaving a bloody welt. He nearly stumbled onto the counter. Amidst the startled cries of the attendant, he snatched a few bathhouse baskets and hurled them at the pursuing youth. Then, without even grabbing a towel, he burst out of the bathhouse doors, sprinting wildly. Huai Shi pursued relentlessly. The tables had turned. Now, the stalker, barefoot and exposed, dashed down the street, while Huai Shi trailed closely behind. Ignoring the peculiar sensation and pain of his bare feet pounding the pavement, the stalker, with his unmentionable appendage swaying, ran like a feral dog, eliciting shrieks from the passing women. Whether he had sacrificed his dignity for strength or had liberated himself under the gaze of dozens of cell phone cameras, the man's speed surged once more, making it difficult for Huai Shi to keep pace. Eventually, he could run no further and found himself cornered in a narrow alley, retreating until he realized there was no escape. "Why are you tailing me?" Huai Shi stood at the alley entrance, calmly observing him. "Are you going to cooperate? Or shall I extract the answer myself?" "I don't know." The naked stalker leaned against the wall, gasping for air. I don't know what you're talking about. It seems you've chosen the latter, Huai Shi remarked after a moment of silence, glancing at him. Frankly, I didn't want it to come to this. In that instant, the sound of cracking knuckles echoed through the alley. The stalker watched as a dark form rapidly approached, under the force of a worn leather shoe. The cobblestones of the alley crumbled, releasing foul-smelling sewage. Huai Shi was now inches away. Thwack! The stalker doubled over, feeling as if his lungs would burst. His bare feet nearly lifted off the ground, and his arms were flung aside by the impact. Before he could regain his footing, a hand transformed into a palm, shoving his face backward, until, thud, his head slammed against the wall. Instinctively, he attempted to hunch over, but then felt a cold rush between his legs. In a gust of wind, something connected with his groin. A strangled cry escaped his lips. His eyes nearly popped from their sockets. Die? In excruciating pain. His face contorted hideously. He snatched a discarded bottle, shattered it, and lunged at Huai Shi and Apos' neck. But then, a sharp pain shot through his wrist, his arm bending at an unnatural angle. The broken bottle plunged into his own thigh, causing blood to gush forth. The searing agony of a broken arm and a slashed thigh erupted simultaneously. He screamed in terror, then felt a hand clamp around his neck, lifting him and slamming him against the wall. Huai Shi, staring at his twisted face, roared, "Why are you tailing me?" Sudden silence descended. The man ceased struggling, gazing at Huai Shi's rage-filled countenance as if it were a jest, a source of amusement. A smile, whether mocking or ingratiating, contorted his face. His lips trembled, struggling to form words, as if confessing. "I wanted to get some money." Huai Shi fell silent, gazing at his own worn suit with fraying cuffs and battered shoes with gaping seams. He desperately wanted to believe him, but in the end, he could only avert his eyes. Slowly, he released his grip, allowing the man to collapse to the ground, gasping, coughing, and convulsing in agony. "All right," Huai Shi said suddenly. "I'll give you money." As the man looked up in astonishment, Huai Shi pressed his hand over his mouth and nose, and forced a mouthful of costly calamity dust down his throat. In that instant, a piercing shriek emanated from the sealed mouth as Huai Shi squeezed his fingers tighter. The man convulsed violently, disregarding his injuries, thrashing on the ground. An ineffable horror and sorrow flooded his body, tormenting his soul. Muffled sounds escaped his throat, but Huai Shi held him firmly, preventing their release. Then, Huai Shi heard the screech of brakes behind him. A van pulled up, and several masked men emerged, blocking the alley entrance. Their hands were concealed within their bulging clothes, and they stared at the youth with malevolent intent. In the silence, Huai Shi finally released the stalker and turned slowly to face the ominous arrivals. He finally understood why the man had led him to this place. "That's him." As the convulsing stalker pointed at Huai Shi, the foremost man drew a cleaver with a verdant cord wrapped around the handle. Soon, various other bladed weapons emerged. Huai Shi's eyebrows arched in disbelief. "Does no one care to explain?" he inquired. "Perhaps that being an auto mechanic justifies carrying a cleaver?" A chorus of sinister chuckles arose from behind. "Someone spent money to purchase your life." Amidst a desperate cough, the man sprawled on the ground struggled to prop himself up with one hand, a twisted smile escaping his contorted face. "Be sensible, don't resist, it's rather unbecoming." Huai Shi remained silent, lifting his foot and abruptly stamping down on his head. Thud! The man collapsed entirely, motionless. Huai Shi turned to face the approaching figures, unable to suppress a sigh. "It seems there is no way to resolve this amicably, is there?" No one responded. In the profound silence, Huai Shi raised his hand, unfastened the buttons of his coat, and then removed the suit that had accompanied him for several years. He folded it carefully and placed it on a clean spot on the ground next to the naked man. Finally, he stood up, bent down, and bowed. His demeanor was sincere and humble. "I apologize," he said. "My friend has passed away, and I am deeply saddened." In a moment of astonishment, the group paused, unable to stifle a laugh. Yet, they soon beheld the youth slowly lifting his head, staring at them with an expressionless face. "So, if anything goes awry later, allow me to apologize in advance." As he spoke, he gradually raised his hands, striking a pose before his adversaries, expressing the last vestige of compassion from his heart. Roman dagger combat technique, level 6. The atmosphere remained eerily quiet. The girl in the wheelchair sat before the desk, surveying her surroundings, which seemed to have grown considerably. This was the municipal library. To be precise, it was the underground storage warehouse of the municipal library. Under the monotonous glow of fluorescent lights, towering shelves of books extended to the horizon, vanishing into an unseen darkness. Counting forward, within the last 60 years, all the journals, newspapers, official announcements, and administrative regulations that had ever existed in Huai City. In short, everything that could be printed on paper was archived here. Even the electronic versions were stored in the adjacent server room, readily retrievable at any moment. While this was one of the responsibilities of the municipal library, the extent of such an undertaking was owed to the man behind the desk. The current librarian of Huai City, known as Andapos, the Professor Andapos, a figure of enlightenment. It would be accurate to call him a professor. The man possessed so many degrees that even he could not tally them all. After all, his greatest passion was to remain ensconced in this vast underground repository, buried in books. Reluctant to budge. Chapter 38. City gates and fish ponds. In the common perception, individuals referred to as professors are often envisioned as genteel, gaunt scholars or elderly figures with spectacles, exuding an aura of erudition. However, such traits are scarcely discernible atop a 2-meter-high mound of flesh. Presently, this mound beams a warm smile at Ai Qing, its visage gleaming with an oily radiance, reminiscent of the sun's blinding glare. The hands are in constant motion, deftly maneuvering instruments that seem overly intricate for his robust fingers. Coffee or tea? Coffee, please, Ai Qing replies, without sugar. In no time, a steaming cup of coffee is elegantly presented on a delicate saucer before her. The professor, perched upon an exaggeratedly large swivel chair, spins around to open the adjacent refrigerator, continually producing an array of exquisite cakes, puddings, chocolates, macarons, fruits from Ingzhou, and Roman tiramisu. It's just about dinner time. Let us share a meal, he chuckles, expertly fastening his napkin and grasping his knife and fork. I've been on a diet lately, avoiding meat in the evenings. Ai Qing gazes at the caloric abundance laid out before them, and for a fleeting moment, she appears tempted, only to swiftly shake her head in dismay. You'll surely perish from high cholesterol one day. You've already had several close calls with cerebral thrombosis. The professor chuckles, raising a finger to tap the scar on his forehead where surgery was performed. Thanks to the Astronomical Society, the medical technology at the Continuity Institute consistently allows me to pursue this passion. Flattery is of no use. After all, I am merely a newly confirmed novice. Ai Qing takes a sip of her coffee, nodding in satisfaction. Though she is reluctant to admit it, the coffee here truly is the finest in all of Huai. While her own home boasts an array of rare coffee grounds, none can match the prowess of this individual. Congratulations on your confirmation. It must have been quite arduous, she remarks. The professor's brow furrows slightly. Will the war in the Dragon Triangle affect Huai? To some extent, yes, Ai Qing replies, tapping the table with a sigh. This situation exemplifies the metaphor of a city gate ablaze, with the fish pond suffering the consequences. As the foremost global behemoth, the Astronomical Society wields immense power, embodying the darker side of the United Nations. 90 years ago, in response to external threats beyond the borders, the International Astronomical Society was founded under the auspices of the Pioneer Council, with participation from the 5 permanent member states of the United Nations: Dongxia, Rome, the Russian Federation, the American Community, and Egypt and Apos' First Dynasty. Today, the governing body of the Astronomical Society has replaced the Apos Regulatory Bureau and Apos of the Apos Ideal State and Apos, comprising political dignitaries and major monopolistic groups from various nations. Thus, the First World War was dubbed the war to end all wars. Indeed, no global conflict has occurred since, but this does not imply that war has vanished. It has merely shifted to realms unseen by the common populace. In the quest for influence within the Regulatory Bureau, proxy wars between nations have been rampant over the years. Otherwise, how could Baghdad have been reduced to ruins? Dozens of borders have been submerged by the fierce clashes of 4 formidable adversaries, plunging into the depths of hell, with the repercussions still unresolved. Despite the external pressures maintaining the Astronomical Society's existence, internal strife is inevitable, much like the current border war in the Dragon Triangle. For years, the nations have tacitly accepted that the country and agency governing the border possess the primary development rights. However, borders are not merely defined by their marginal locations. They represent areas of diluted sovereignty. Especially under extraordinary circumstances, these borders can shift. In the ongoing struggle over the remnants of the once mighty Yamatai Empire, the Dragon Triangle. Internal factions representing the Tianjin and Guojin systems have clashed repeatedly, with the speed of territorial transfers surpassing that of domestic prime ministerial changes. The relentless conflicts have rendered the established borders utterly compromised. Can you truly destroy the very borders? Ai Qing muses. Surely, you must be doing this on purpose. In any case, according to the Astronomical Society's calculations, the Dragon Triangle has begun to drift, initially veering toward the Australian archipelago before abruptly shifting northwest. Yes, it is drifting toward Dongxia. This has delighted Dongxia, where the Border Development Group, Ai Qing Heavy Industries, eagerly anticipates this morsel to fall into their lap. Conversely, Yingzhou is less than pleased. Yet, the Dragon Triangle now drifts in international waters, even if they are discontent. What authority do they hold? The will of the populace reigns supreme. Moreover, with such a significant entity approaching, one cannot simply conceal it from intervention. What if it harbors dangerous materials? Dongxiao exclaims, "Let me take a look." While the nature of its contents remains uncertain, the situation is bound to escalate. What troubles Ai Qing most is that if Dongxiao indeed intends to devise a strategy regarding the Dragon Triangle, Xinhai City will soon become one of the most accessible maritime outlets. This implies an influx of individuals seeking profit, treasure, and chaos will converge upon this locale. Ai Qing must grapple with not only the inevitable rise in crimes committed by these aspirants, but also the magnetic pull between borders. What if the Yamatai border within the Dragon Triangle collides with Dongxia's coastal territories? The consequences would be akin to a comet striking the Earth. Of course, she is not the only one concerned. However, her name will undoubtedly appear on the list of those held accountable. At this juncture, becoming a formal inspector for the Astronomical Society is hardly an opportune moment. Rather, if one wishes to preserve their well-being, it would be prudent to prepare for a transfer within the next 6 months. The rate of border drift is not rapid, but given the current momentum, one can anticipate a significant upheaval erupting around Xinhai within a year. Have you found a suitable escape route? The professor inquires nonchalantly. Your connections surely extend to this matter. Ai Qing shoots him a glance, but remains silent. Curiosity, merely curiosity, the professor replies with an innocent chuckle. After a whirlwind of consumption, he has devoured more than half of the exquisite array of desserts on the table, along with coffee, so sweet it borders on syrupy. Having dined sufficiently, he wipes his mouth and retrieves a substantial dossier from beneath the table, placing it before Ai Qing. This is the investigation you requested. Containing all available records and information regarding the Savior Society, he states. In accordance with your request, I have merely conducted a basic consolidation, eliminating unnecessary redundancies. However, I have refrained from adding any subjective interpretations. I trust this document will not pose a challenge for you. Ai Qing possesses a fair degree of confidence in her document reading abilities. After all, if speculation were required, she would not need someone else to conjecture and insert subjective views. Her ascendance to the position of inspector stems not only from her near-perfect examination scores, but also from her rare talent for intuition, even within the Astronomical Society. Indeed, intuition is the key. If guessing between odd and even were devoid of basis, she would likely achieve a 50-50 accuracy rate in games of chance involving dice. Her performance might pale in comparison to that of seasoned mathematicians. Yet, when confronted with the chaos of convoluted circumstances, her intuition shines as a precious asset. In probabilistic terms, her accuracy stands at approximately 65%. This surpasses the common rate by over 15%, enabling her to stand out from the myriad of candidates and be classified as a top-tier A talent. Such talents are undoubtedly the perfect match for the prophetic stigmata. Even in the absence of soul ascension, they are sufficient to inspire great expectations. The Astronomical Society remains unconcerned about the 35% failure rate. In fact, they possess ample capability to bear the associated costs. Had it not been for Ai Qing's rejection of the strategy department's overtures in favor of a local position, the society would likely have begun targeted training for her by now. This is precisely why she has become the epitome of disdain among her peers in the training cohort. An intelligence broker, the professor knows her background in great detail. Thoroughly familiar with all official records, yet he is more intrigued by the unrecorded aspects of her existence. Ai Qing remains tight-lipped about this, never divulging even the slightest detail to anyone. In silence, she diligently turns the thick pages of her book, while the professor refrains from interrupting her. instead shifting in his chair to peruse the obscure professional text strewn across the table. If one were to express Ai Qing's reflections on her reading, it would be that the Savior Society's depths surpass her initial expectations. Although it appears to be a band of charlatans at first glance, the multitude of enigmas is overwhelming. From the peculiar origins of the bizarre border relics to the secretive interactions with those who have undergone ascension, the figure of Wang Hai, as portrayed by his accomplices, is merely a temporary leader. Prior to his tenure, and even before the society bore its current name, traces of other leaders existed. While the seedy underbelly of the town of Laodang has indeed remained reclusive, its outward facade, including the numerous companies under the banner of Bo Ai Charity, engages widely with various locales. Not only is there evidence of connections extending beyond Xinhai, but also links reaching into other regions, traversing a tapestry of diverse societal strata. Were it not for the intervention of the red-gloved dragon, leveraging the machinations of this fraudulent congregation, one might still be oblivious to the insidious entities thriving among the lower classes in rural and remote urban areas. Now, it appears more akin to a subsidiary in disguise of a colossal organization, yet whose hand has extended into this affair. There are too many questionable directions: the Black Sky cult of Tianzhu, the blissful land of the border, the scientific deity society of the American Union, or perhaps the myriad of demons from Asia. Regrettably, the only two privy to the full details, Wang Hai and Yi, have perished, leaving Ai Qing to commence her investigation anew, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. She harbors no concern over the red glove, now deceased at the hands of Huai Shi, nor the looming threat posed by the border's most formidable terror organization, Green Day. The power of the border remains just that, bordered. To effect change in the present realm, one cannot bypass the Astronomical Society, which casts its shadow over humanity. What troubles her is the intent of the Savior Society, a cabal of deranged individuals scavenging the elderly for resources. What do they wish to achieve? Have they succeeded? Or are they still in the throes of their endeavor? What are their methods? And who else is complicit in their schemes? Deep down, she cannot fathom how a mere con artist like Wang Hai could infiltrate the upper echelons of Xinhai through Bo Ai Charity. The records make it evident that he was solely a swindler of pensions. So, who is truly orchestrating events from behind the scenes? Before long, her musings are interrupted by the ringing of the telephone. After concluding the call, she finds herself devoid of any inclination to continue her contemplation. The preliminary report ends here. She gathers the documents from the table. I will transfer the funds to you for subsequent matters, but the investigation into the Savior Society must persist. Please keep me informed of any new developments. Rest assured I will. The professor sips his tea. Observing her expression, have there been further incursions by the corrupt and ascended criminals? No, it is far worse than that. Ai Qing, expressionless, taps the armrest of her wheelchair. Recalling the description of Huai Shi from the call, unable to suppress a sigh. It is infinitely more dire than that. Chapter 39. I am born with divine strength. Not long after dinner, Huai Shi returned once more to the inquiry room of the Special Affairs Office. The warmth enveloped him like a comforting embrace, reminiscent of home. Despite being wrapped in bandages and sporting wounds coated in antiseptic, he could hardly be described as pristine. Then he beheld the official from the Special Affairs Office. Someone he had met once before. His name seemed to be Fu. Was this surname particularly common, or merely a figment of his imagination? Why this surname of all choices? It seemed that this gentleman had never truly enjoyed the privileges of leadership in his lifetime. Noticing Huai Shi's sympathetic gaze, Director Fu, sensing the boy's thoughts, felt a surge of anger as he recalled how the originally joyful family dinner had been utterly disrupted by this incident. He snapped, Huai Shi, what on earth do you intend to do? Aren't you supposed to be starting school tomorrow? At your young age, are you already planning to skip classes? Is a prison cell your aspiration for the future? School? What nonsense! Huai Shi retorted, feeling an inexplicable pressure about returning to school in such a place. A whirlwind of emotions coursed through him, realizing that someone had paid for his life, and he felt utterly hopeless. You've been in trouble again, haven't you? In less than half a month, you've been brought to the Special Affairs Office twice. What a talent you are! Suppressing his fury, Director Fu took a seat across from him, opening a report handed to him by a subordinate. He pointed to the title with ire, another violent assault? 7 seriously injured, with 5 still in the ICU. Have you truly gone too far? Must you always presume that my mind is filled with criminal thoughts? Huai Shi sighed, gesturing towards the wounds on his shoulder and arm. one scar perilously close to an artery. This was self-defense. Enough with the excuses. Director Fu grabbed the remote and switched on the large television in the corner, illuminating the screen with the harrowing scene from the alley. The surveillance footage revealed a chaotic encounter between the crowd and the boy. It was as if waves had crashed against jagged rocks. People were flung backward, their silent screams echoing in the void of the video. The carnage unfolded with relentless brutality, as if a weapon had been unleashed upon a kindergarten. Everything was eerily silent. Bones shattered without sound, and cries of agony were stifled as blood flowed from mouths and noses without a whisper. It was as though pain itself had been rendered mute. The boy appeared unyielding, absorbing each blow as if unfazed by the violence that surrounded him, striking down all in sight with a ferocity that suggested a disregard for life itself. In a mere 3 minutes, it was over. Only when the alley lay still did the boy turn, reclaiming his suit, and wearily seated himself on a fire hydrant, awaiting the distant wail of sirens. Blood trickled down his trousers, forming a shallow pool on the ground that mirrored his tranquil eyes, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. The footage abruptly ceased, followed by Director Fu's furious pounding on the table. "Huai Shi, did you not claim you lacked martial skills? I was born with divine strength. I merely taught myself." Huai Shi recoiled slightly, wondering if he was expected to allow them to kill him on the spot for it to be deemed acceptable. This was a malicious brawl, and the involvement of an ascendant elevates the crime. Director Fu fixed his gaze upon Huai Shi's eyes. "You are aware that the Special Affairs Office specifically manages such incidents, correct? Just last year, I sent a boy similar to you to the border. Can you guess what has become of him?" Huai Shi tentatively ventured, achieved enlightenment, and ascended to glory. "The grass atop his grave now reaches your height." Director Fu turned to leave, but hesitated at the door, glancing back at Huai Shi. "I have reviewed the testimonies of those involved and understand that you acted in self-defense. But was there truly no alternative at that moment, Huai Shi?" Huai Shi was taken aback. "You are an ascendant. In that moment of awakening, you cease to be ordinary. Often, you possess a multitude of choices and greater strength because of your power." Director Fu regarded him intently. "But does true strength only manifest when exerted upon the weak to affirm your value?" Huai Shi found himself at a loss for words. As Director Fu turned to exit, a voice called out from behind, "Wait." He slowly turned, his expression devoid of warmth. "Do you have something further to say?" Huai Shi hesitated, finally lifting his hand to meekly inquire, "I'm a bit hungry. Do you provide meals here?" Bam! The door slammed shut. When Ai Qing arrived, Director Fu had already smoked half a pack in his office, his pent-up frustration still simmering. He felt the urge to strike someone, a minor, no less. To hell with the law protecting minors. "Where's Huai Shi?" Ai Qing asked. Director Fu raised a hand, gesturing toward the inquiry room. "He's still inside eating our boxed meals. This is his 6th serving. Hurry and take that pig back to your Astronomical Society. It's a normal phase of development." Ai Qing remained unfazed. She had already grasped the situation on her way here, and Director Fu was not one to adopt a righteous stance against Huai Shi. In Dongxia, the relationship between inspectors and the Special Affairs Office often bore a peculiar tension, stemming from their respective positions. It was well known that even ascendants without the stigmata possessed capabilities and physical prowess beyond that of ordinary people. Therefore, to effectively counter border threats and prevent this power from being misused in warfare, all ascendants were granted military exemption. In other words, except for the Astronomical Society, which had received approvals through the Council, no organization or force could forcibly conscript ascendants for combat or subject them to unlawful detention and inhumane experimentation. This principle, etched into the 12 bronze tablets of law, safeguarded the safety and freedom of ascendants to a degree, yet to prevent the reckless use of their powers. Crimes committed by ascendants were invariably met with heightened penalties, and all detention facilities were uniformly designated at the border. The existence of the Special Affairs Office was to avert ascendants from perpetrating violence against ordinary people, composed primarily of well-trained soldiers adept in collective combat, wielding long guns, short cannons, and guided missiles to instill discipline. In a realm fortified by the 3 Great Seals, the military remained the most significant source of violence. Aside from a few crowned individuals, there was no point in considering the likes of the young Ivan or missile bombers. Even the firepower coverage of an artillery battalion, coupled with infantry tank coordination, was sufficient to bring terror to any who dared oppose them. Never entertain thoughts of engaging the military directly. Those who do will meet their demise, even ascendants. The responsibility of adjudicating the crimes of ascendants and issuing the black warrants fell to the inspectors. Typically, inspectors did not clash with the Special Affairs Office, as long as the balance between ordinary citizens and ascendants was maintained. More often than not, it was the Special Affairs Office that needed to conduct its affairs, simply making a call to the inspector to prepare a case. Beyond the border's exploitation, their paramount concern should be the internecine strife among the ascendant cabals, lest their conflict spill over and endanger the lives of ordinary citizens. Any transgressor should face swift and decisive retribution. The mundane world is finite, scarcely able to accommodate its natural predators, let alone those who seek to disrupt its delicate balance. Fortunately, New Sea is remarkably small, with only a handful of ascendants, posing no significant threat. Their lives are tranquil, with some engaging in male prostitution, others in petty trade, and still others running detective agencies while shirking their responsibilities. It is exceptionally worry-free. Having purged those who secretly sought to undermine them, there remained no insurmountable animosity between Ai Qing and the Special Affairs Division. A single, albeit egregious, act of violence was insufficient to sever their ties. Both parties refrained from allowing personal sentiments to interfere with their professional duties, and after a concise exchange of information, they proceeded directly to the matter at hand. Who were his assailants? A collection of disreputable miscreants. Director Fu, visibly agitated, placed a stack of files on the table, meticulously cataloging them. Members of illegal gangs, human traffickers, fugitives, and vagrants, a veritable rogues gallery. He lit a cigarette, but upon noticing Ai Qing's presence, he opened the window, took several deep puffs, extinguished it, retrieved a mobile phone from a bag, and inquired, "Have you heard of the Assembly of Iniquities, that dark web application?" Ai Qing frowned upon seeing the skeletal icon on the phone screen. While ostensibly software, its true nature was far more insidious, warranting a dedicated file within the astrological assembly. Regrettably, the existence of the free border dark web rendered its eradication impossible. In essence, it serves as a brokerage platform for the underworld, facilitating transactions that cater to humanity's darkest desires: murder, abduction, kidnapping, organ trafficking, slavery, and even more esoteric dealings involving ascendant stigmas, border relics, source matter crystals, and sacrificial offerings, a comprehensive catalog of depravity. Currently, someone has posted a bounty on Huai Shi's head, but who would be so idle as to target such an inconsequential individual? Chapter 40. A Moment in Time Green Day? Director Fu inquired. Impossible. Ai Qing shook her head. Even if Green Day knew that Huai Shi was responsible for the murder of the Red Glove, he would not stoop to quarreling with a mere pawn. Those lunatics are forever fixated on causing chaos within the Astronomical Society. They have not sunk to such a lowly state. The Savior Society? That is even less likely. Ai Qing continued, shaking her head again. He is merely a victim. If there were to be any retaliation, it should be directed at me. Huai Shi and Apos' dossier remains classified. Aside from you and me, no one else is even aware of his ascendant status. For a moment, both of their thoughts faltered. That fellow certainly knows how to stir up trouble. Director Fu sighed irritably. Perhaps it would be best to suspend him for half a year. He is currently a formal employee of the Astronomical Society. Ai Qing fixed her gaze upon him. If you insist on this course of action, then it seems we shall only meet again in Jinling. Jinling, the upper echelons of the Special Affairs Office, the eastern branch of the Social Security Bureau of the Eastern Republic of Xia. Ai Qing's meaning was unmistakable. Should Director Fu remain obstinate, their next encounter might indeed occur in a border court. Director Fu furrowed his brow. Are you truly willing to go to such lengths to protect him? He is my subordinate, Ai Qing replied. No, he is a 17-year-old high school student. He will be a senior tomorrow, facing the college entrance examination in 2 years. Director Fu raised his voice slightly. If you genuinely wish to prevent him from being incarcerated one day at the border, then he should not be entangled in matters beyond the school. Ai Qing's expression turned peculiar as she regarded him. Are you genuinely concerned for the growth of youth? I merely detest reckless children who resort to arms, Director Fu retorted, touching the scar on his neck, his demeanor growing increasingly displeased. The more troublesome they are, the more I despise them. He will not become the person you envision. Director Fu fell silent, once more recalling the gaze of that youth in the footage. It was as if he had finally been provoked. At the moment of clenching his fist, all pretense dissipated like mist blown away by a blizzard. The irritatingly superficial smile vanished, replaced by a cold and somber demeanor akin to iron, so arrogantly destructive, as if treating death as a mere speck of dust. That gaze, reminiscent of an executioner, instinctively instilled a sense of unease in Director Fu. No, it should be described as loathing. A loathing for those who possess such a gaze. An even deeper loathing for children who bear such a gaze. Miss Ai, you are attempting to chain a beast, teaching it the rules of a household pet. But Huai Shi is not akin to such a creature. He furrowed his brow. He is merely mingling among a pack of wild dogs. Even if he appears like a husky, his nature is that of a primitive wolf. Once he has tasted blood, he can no longer be restrained by chains. Ai Qing calmly sipped the cheap tea in the office, setting down her cup, indifferent. If you are so fearful, you might as well kill him. Do you think I have not considered it? Director Fu countered. On the night the red glove met his end, when I first encountered him in the rain, I felt that impulse. I cannot accept the existence of such a potential lunatic within my jurisdiction. But what can I do? I am 46 years old, and I too have children. Am I to take the life of another child simply because he might commit a crime in the future? Miss Ai, he is merely 17. The Minor Protection Act stands in his favor. He still has the opportunity to choose his future, a future that would not bring harm to the majority. Is that what resembles a household pet? Ai Qing coldly inquired. To cover one's ears and pretend not to hear? To close one's eyes as if nothing has occurred, enduring suffering until it becomes a habit, submissively allowing oneself to be trampled, wagging one's tail in anticipation of a reward? Do you believe such a life is one of happiness? Director Fu was incensed. He has many more choices. He does not, Ai Qing asserted. His surname is Huai, just as mine is not Ai. Regardless of his struggles, he cannot alter the past. Much like you and I cannot dictate a person's future. She stated it as a matter of fate. Director Fu coldly asked, what do you think he will think of you when he learns the truth from that year? Who cares? Ai Qing replied. Whatever choice he makes will not surprise me. She gazed steadily into his eyes, articulating slowly, but until that moment arrives, I will not allow anyone to harm him. Then what exactly are you doing? Director Fu laughed. Atoning for sins? Ai Qing's expression remained impassive. I merely hope for someone to come and hold me accountable. In the ensuing silence, Director Fu said nothing more, merely gesturing toward the interrogation room, instructing her to take her subordinate away. Meanwhile, Huai Shi was enjoying a hearty meal in the interrogation room. After finishing a late-night snack that belonged to an unknown staff member, he wiped his mouth and called out, bring me another bowl. In the quiet, several agents from the Special Affairs Office sat silently, arms crossed, watching him with a hint of pity in their eyes, until Huai Shi turned around and spotted Ai Qing. Please don't let others think I haven't been paying you, he said sheepishly. My apologies. For what? For eating too much? Ai Qing shook her head. The Astronomical Society has special agents for the developmental phase of ascendance. Do you need me to assist you in procuring them? Huai Shi was at a loss on how to explain the crow incident, scratching his head. I've already purchased those. Is it that fellow Lu Dongli again? Ai Qing raised an eyebrow, seemingly displeased. It would be better to avoid him. He is not a reliable person. Understood, Huai Shi replied, compliant. Once the onlookers had exited, Ai Qing finally asked, what happened today? Sorry, I caused trouble again. Do not apologize for others' mistakes. The girl rubbed her temples in annoyance. To be honest, I do not care what you turn that group of societal trash into. As an employee of the Astronomical Society, when you encounter an attack, the standard protocol even includes the option to eliminate them. Do you understand? Do not underestimate the privileges of the Astronomical Society. Even if you draw your weapon and kill them all, there would be no issue in terms of procedure. At most, you would receive an internal reprimand afterward. I am merely curious. What is your reason for doing this? Huai Shi was puzzled. Normally, you would typically flee, wouldn't you? She said, pleading for mercy. Running away if you cannot win. Confronting them head-on is not your style. Huai Shi found himself at a loss for words. Do you really think of me as cowardly? What do you think? Fine, I suppose you are right. Huai Shi sighed, scratching his head, unsure of how to articulate his feelings. Perhaps he was indeed angry, but then, in a moment of carelessness, he had gone too far and ended up in this situation. Does it have anything to do with old Yang's funeral? Huai Shi paused for a long time, awkwardly smiling. How could it? Ai Qing remained silent, merely observing him as if awaiting him to continue speaking. Eventually, Huai Shi, unable to withstand the pressure, conceded. All right, perhaps just a bit. He lowered his gaze to the scars and bandages on his body, sighing in resignation. I was afraid, but no matter how eloquently I speak, when surrounded by a group of people in an alley, armed with knives and threatening my life, I cannot help but feel fear. I have always believed that I could be fearless, unafraid even of death. However, it was only when I witnessed a friend being taken to the crematorium that I realized not only did I fear, but I feared profoundly. Huai Shi sighed. Having played the role of a carefree fool for so many years, suddenly, joy seemed elusive, and even the act of being foolish felt unattainable. Yet, what could I possibly do? I can't even manage my own life. Even when I attempt to spend my free time wandering the streets, I am confronted by unknown individuals who seek to take my life. Is it too much to ask, even if I am somewhat unlikable? Indeed. Ai Qing nodded in agreement, though it was unclear which point she concurred with, whether it was the unlikability or the excessiveness. Huai Shi forced a smile. Propping himself up with his hand on the table, the bandages on his body seeping with fresh blood. This time, he had truly sustained serious injuries. He realized he had developed a detrimental habit after reading records. While it was convenient to engage in reckless behavior in the records, doing so in reality would incur severe consequences. While the idea of taking on 7 opponents might sound imposing, being outnumbered and fighting back without sustaining some injuries was hardly feasible. Shall I lend you a hand? Ai Qing suddenly inquired, seemingly hinting at something. Huai Shi chuckled softly and shook his head. No need. I can manage on my own. Life must be lived by oneself, mustn't it? He finally managed to lift his body, relying on his own strength. He donned the coat hanging in the corner, the well-preserved suit still immaculate, covering the stains of blood. And he appeared as if he had returned to a gentler, more innocuous version of himself from the past. Shall I have the driver take you home? I can call for a ride myself. Huai Shi cheerfully raised his phone, his brows lifting in delight. I managed to snag a taxi voucher today. I must use it before it expires. Observing him lean against the wall, slightly unsteady yet comical, Ai Qing fell into silence. If there were no aspirations beyond the mundane, there would be no reason to become an ascendant. Why sure? She suddenly asked. Do you have any regrets? No, he replied with a grin. I simply have yet to adapt. As he spoke, he patted his chest, making an all-is-well gesture. Such minor issues, just give me some time. The young man smiled, nodded his farewell, and pushed open the door, as if conversing with himself, softly murmuring, just give me a little more time. Ai Qing watched him descend the stairs. She no longer attempted to offer comfort or persuasion, acknowledging that deciding to face everything alone was rather foolish. In the worst-case scenario, she could continue to dig deeper and perhaps save the day when necessary, potentially extending his time serving the Astronomical Society. His pride and her ambition would both find satisfaction. A dual fulfillment, a double delight, truly a win-win situation. Yet, in the silence, her gaze fell upon the page of The Gathering of All Evils, where the quietly increasing bounty turned her expression somber. $200,000? Surely, that was somewhat too low for an official employee of the Astronomical Society. Rarely did she decide to fulfill her responsibilities as a superior. The page closed, her finger glided, clicking on the intricate emblem composed purely of triangles and perfect circles, the Metatron Cube. This sales platform was established by 3 major neutral giants from the border, Tomorrow's News, the Stone Oven Society, and the Workshop Alliance, each corresponding to the essential elements required by ascendants, intelligence, border technologies, and weaponry tools. Soon, the page transitioned, hopping to the alchemical workshop, Cavendish Laboratory, characterized by the fusion of advanced technology and border innovations. Recalling the bounty that Huai Shi had yet to warm up in his account, her mood lifted in an unusual manner. $3 million. Surely, that would be enough to acquire something worthwhile. Chapter 41. Gentle Touch. Uncle at 7 o'clock in the morning. Huai Shi was jolted awake by the alarm clock. After a prolonged period of waking naturally, he found himself momentarily disoriented. It was only when he recalled that today marked the beginning of the school term that a heavy weight settled upon his heart. The return to captivity, willingly ensnared. A cascade of descriptors flooded his mind. Compared to this oppressive burden, the agony of being chased and attacked the previous night seemed trivial. Oh, the thought of attending school was unbearable. With a feeble groan, he dragged himself out of bed. As he turned, he felt the familiar tingling of healing wounds and the dull ache of strained muscles. Thanks to his developmental phase and the concoction provided by the crow, the injuries that would typically incapacitate an ordinary person for 2 to 3 weeks had miraculously mended overnight. Even the scars had begun to fade. Perhaps, before long, they would be entirely unnoticeable. But why couldn't the healing process take a little longer? That way, he could conveniently request a leave of absence. After all, Showing up to school covered in blood would be rather humiliating. The principal might even suffer a stroke upon seeing him. With a heavy heart, Huai Shi descended the stairs. "Ah, you're awake." In the dining room, the crow smiled as if embodying the ideal nurturing figure, donning a white mask that served as an apron. "I've prepared breakfast and lunch for you." Huai Shi glanced at the several test tubes on the table, unable to suppress an eye roll. Who on earth serves food like this? And why was there an extra one today? It was unlike the others. He picked up one particularly slender test tube, gently shaking the viscous, dark green liquid within. A chilling sense of impending doom whispered to him that this was certainly not a beverage meant for consumption, but rather a concoction that could cost a normal person half their life. As the saying goes, one man's trash is another man's treasure. Was this not a meal for him? Could you perhaps say something more appetizing? In simple terms, this was likely a mixture of various border substances and the mineral toxins left over from the extraction process. Ah, worry not. It has been diluted to a level deemed safe for human consumption, though it may cause temporary paralysis if ingested. It might dissolve a few muscle fibers and inflict some damage on your cardiovascular system. Am I really considering drinking this because I wish to prolong my existence? As the old adage goes, no pain, no gain. I discovered yesterday that after enduring a thorough beating, workout, the subconscious stimulation had notably accelerated my development. This proves that at this stage, certain pressures and destruction can enhance your absorption rate. After all, the essence of anaerobic exercise is to tear muscle fibers and await their regeneration. With this, the crow gestured towards a measuring tape on the table. If you don't believe me, measure your height yourself. A minute later, Huai Shi stared in astonishment at the measurement. 180 centimeters? The last barefoot measurement had been 177. In just 2 days, he had grown 3 centimeters? Not only height, but also weight, body fat, and blood composition had changed. Though without the necessary testing equipment, he couldn't discern this. After about 2 weeks, his height might stabilize, followed by detailed strengthening of his bones, nerves, organs, and muscles until he reached the theoretical limit of a typical person. Depending on one's abilities, certain aspects could likely be further enhanced. The confines of control were limited to his hands, and in due course, the dexterity and sensitivity of his fingers would significantly improve. Having said this, the crow tossed him the book of fate and the potion. However, before that, perhaps you should contemplate how to earn back the costs of next week's potion materials. Huai Shi's expression stiffened momentarily. The heavy burden of debt stole away his smile. The fleeting pleasure of using a credit card. He sighed and stepped out the door, while behind him, the crow waved, "Be careful on your way. Remember to take your medicine, and get along well with your classmates. Goddamn, get along well. Are you my mother? Oh, is that how straightforward it is?" The crow paused, her expression seemingly shy. "If you wish, you can call me Mom, but it feels a bit awkward to repeat it." Huai Shi nearly stumbled on the steps, turning back to glare at her before embarking on his path to school. One advantage of being an art student is that during the first half of the senior year, there are hardly any classes. Everyone is focused on the final stretch before the pivotal exams. As the fate of an art student is determined not only by the Gaokao, but also by the specialized exams and recruitment events leading up to it, Huai Shi only needed to make an appearance in class before retreating to the practice room to indulge in some leisurely practice. Occasionally, he would show up for evening study sessions, utterly free from constraints. While others might invest in supplementary classes, Huai Shi had no intention of spending thousands on extra tutoring for just 3 months. To save money, he was willing to do anything. Moreover, having passed the ABRSM Level 8, he was preparing for his initial professional exam next month in Jinling. There was no need to squander his funds on that. For all these years, he had been quietly developing, avoiding confrontation wherever possible. Yet when it came to the cello, he had never feared anything. Even now, as an ascendant, his dream of securing a legitimate position as a musician through the cello remained unchanged. World domination? A harem? Compared to such ambitions, he yearned for nothing more than to carve out a place for himself in the Golden Hall of Vienna during his lifetime. Lost in these thoughts, he suddenly hesitated, tapping the back of his cello case. Should he perhaps trim the crow's shopping list to save some money for a new instrument? While he wasn't asking for a master-level creation worth hundreds of thousands, bidding farewell to factory-made instruments would still be a welcome change. As these musings swirled in his mind, he heard 2 familiar voices ahead. "Oh, Dad, this is far enough. Other students will laugh at me if they see. Why would a father dropping his daughter off at school be a laughing matter?" A middle-aged man's voice, laced with affectionate exasperation, followed. "Is your pocket money sufficient?" I'll give you more if you need it. Mom already gave me some. Besides, there's nothing I need to spend money on at school. What a tender exchange between father and daughter. It all seemed so heartwarming, save for the slight dissonance in the dialogue. Huai Shi instinctively paused, wishing to retreat, to turn, to distance himself and hide behind a lamppost. Unfortunately, it was too late. The girl turned back and spotted him, her eyes lighting up. Hey, Huai Shi, you're here too? I've been trying to reach you for days. Huai Shi stood frozen, his body rigid as he turned to face her. He saw the girl clad in the distinctive, albeit ridiculous, uniform of Xia, her beauty undiminished by the attire, and beside her, the wide-eyed Director Fu from the Special Affairs Department. With great effort, he managed to force a smile. Goodness, so you are all related. No wonder. They share the same surname. Fu. Why hadn't he considered this before? Oh, it's been a while, class monitor and Uncle Fu. The middle-aged man remained silent, observing Huai Shi with an unsettling calm that made him uneasy. Uncle Fu said nothing. Uncle Fu seemed disinclined to acknowledge you. Uncle Fu was accumulating a reservoir of resentment. Uncle Fu appeared to harbor thoughts of murder. Fortunately, Uncle Fu eventually regained his composure and squeezed out a kind smile. Xiaoyi, is this your classmate? Yes. Fu Yi casually raised her hand and patted Huai Shi's shoulder, saying, Dad, this is the good buddy I've been telling you about. The one who teaches me how to read music. His cello skills are remarkable, and his studies are commendable. Is that so? Director Fu smiled. Then you should get along well. Though he smiled, his gaze evoked thoughts of a direct transport to the crematorium in the eastern suburbs. Meanwhile, Fu Yi continued to sing Huai Shi's praises to her father, while Huai Shi could only wish to hide his face in despair. I didn't. Do you know each other? It seemed Fu Yi finally sensed something amiss as she tilted her head, her ponytail swaying slightly. After a glance at Director Fu's face, which bore the unmistakable message of speak and you shall regret it, Huai Shi hesitated before managing to reply, we've met a few times, just the other day. Is that so? Fu Yi believed him without a hint of doubt. Noting his perceptiveness, Director Fu's expression softened just a touch as he patted Huai Shi's shoulder, saying, You're a good kid. Make sure to study hard, understood? He emphasized the words study hard with particular gravitas. Huai Shi felt as if his shoulder might be fractured by this old tyrant's grip. As they approached the school gate, Director Fu paused, smiling warmly at his daughter. I'll drop you off here. Hurry along now. I must be on my way. Noticing her classmates waving from a distance, Fu Yi nodded and waved goodbye to her father before dashing towards them, leaving behind a smiling Director Fu and Huai Shi, who was still caught in his iron grip. Huai Shi, on the verge of tears as he watched her depart, turned back to face the increasingly indifferent middle-aged man, managing only a feeble smile as he softly pleaded. Uncle Fu, could you ease up a bit? It hurts. The mention of Uncle Fu nearly caused Director Fu to choke on his own blood, his face turning a shade of iron as he lifted his coat to reveal his holster, prompting Huai Shi to fall silent, awaiting judgment. After a long while, Director Fu finally caught his breath and inquired, Are you very familiar with my daughter? Not at all. Huai Shi shook his head vigorously. We've only met a few times. But how many is a few? One time or two? Director Fu had seen all sorts of mischief in his years. Young individuals like Huai Shi were inherently unstable elements in society. At 15 or 16, with hormones surging, one could easily indulge in reckless behavior. Especially considering Huai Shi's prior indiscretion from the previous day, Director Fu was far from comfortable with his daughter attending the same school as such a potential threat. He had contemplated transferring Huai Shi ever since reviewing his file. Listen carefully, boy, he said, his hand resting on the grip of his firearm, eyes locked on Huai Shi. What exactly is your relationship with my daughter? What could it possibly be? A purely innocent gaming partnership. Your daughter only spends money on games. Her ascent to diamond rank is entirely thanks to my efforts. What else could Huai Shi say? He certainly couldn't reveal that their relationship had always been amicable, and that during the last school art performance, they had partnered up, one playing the cello while the other sang operatically. Surprisingly, their performance had been quite splendid. Such a question would only reveal that Director Fu was an inadequate parent, one who hadn't even attended his daughter's show. Moreover, they had spent several evening study sessions alone in the music room. If Huai Shi had been inclined, something could have transpired long ago. But if this daughter control freak found out, he would surely execute Huai Shi in public. With this thought, Huai Shi couldn't resist complimenting. Uncle, your daughter is truly beautiful. Chapter 42. Let us not meet again regrettably, Director Fu was unable to fulfill his desire to eliminate that little rascal. After an extensive interrogation, he spared Huai Shi, considering the reputation of the Astronomical Society. But before departing, he issued a stern warning. Remember to keep your distance from my daughter. Understood, Huai Shi nodded vigorously, forcing a stiff smile as he watched Director Fu retreat into the distance. As soon as the opening ceremony of the new semester concluded, Huai Shi was cornered by a girl at the classroom door, who swiftly pulled him aside and reached into his pocket for his phone. "Old buddy, hurry up and help me out. I'm about to fall to bronze rank, and the image of thee is on the verge of collapse. Miss Fu, please." Huai Shi weakly pushed her hand away, his face flushed with embarrassment. "I've turned over a new leaf. Relax, if I don't pay, it doesn't count as soliciting," she retorted, shedding the innocent demeanor she adopted in front of her father. The seasoned Fu Yi was back in action, expertly maneuvering the situation. "Help me regain my diamond rank. I can handle your assignments for the next 2 weeks. The student council has been cracking down on this lately, and you wouldn't want to be reported, would you?" Huai Shi rolled his eyes. Although he was an arts student, the school still imposed attendance requirements, and without Fu Yi's assistance, he would find it challenging to manage. However, the image of Director Fu's expression before he left made Huai Shi hesitate. "If your father discovers you're secretly playing mobile games in the arts room during evening study sessions while I assist you, will he unleash the formidable enforcers of the Ascenders on me? Moreover, who among your fans isn't aware of your lack of skill? Every time I switch places with you, the chat fills with messages welcoming the substitute player. All right, we'll discuss this later, just remember not to run." As their homeroom teacher approached to commence the class meeting, Fu Yi hurried into the classroom, clasping her hands together in a pleading gesture, winking playfully. Though she often acted nonchalant, her penchant for cuteness was unparalleled. Huai Shi rolled his eyes, feeling no emotional stirrings, and even contemplated fleeing. Who could blame him? If he stayed, Director Fu might very well send him to the crematorium in the eastern suburbs. Perhaps he would even have to buy himself a casket. Thus, halfway through the class meeting, Huai Shi seized the opportunity when the teacher was distracted and made a swift exit. Just as he stepped out, he heard Fu Yi's furious voice from the classroom. "Teacher, that rascal Huai Shi has escaped again. All right, both you and your father hold positions of authority. I cannot contend with either of you, and with that." He ran even faster. From what he recalled, the school had always maintained a laid-back approach towards art students. Perhaps it was related to the consistently low college admission rates. Aside from enrolling a significant number of repeat students each year, art students enjoyed various privileges due to the comparatively easier admission process. As long as the banner displaying the annual college entrance examination results at the school entrance boasted impressive numbers, everything else was largely inconsequential. Moreover, Huai Shi's performance had been satisfactory. He never caused trouble, and his cello skills were commendable. After promising to significantly improve his academic classes next semester, the Academic Affairs Office promptly issued a certificate granting him the privileges of an arts student, allowing him to wander during classes, meander aimlessly during free periods, and vanish at the slightest hint of chores. Such an irksome creature was viewed as a campus stray dog by the diligent students who toiled relentlessly for the entrance exams. Huai Shi was surprised by how effortlessly he obtained the certificate. Others had to have their art or music instructors vouch for them with signatures. Yet, it seemed as if the school was eager to place this document into his hands. What he failed to realize was that a certain middle-aged man, monitoring him closely through surveillance, was wishing for him to vacate the classroom as swiftly as possible, keeping him as far away from his precious daughter as possible. One could only say that a middle-aged uncle ready to unleash a sniper's warning was truly terrifying. Slightly understanding the circumstances, Huai Shi shook his head with a sigh, sensing his privacy had been invaded. However, looking at the cameras rotating towards him, considering the multitude of muscular young men capturing his every move, he decided to let it go. After all, being observed wouldn't cost him a piece of flesh. In any case, he would skip class whenever necessary. Otherwise, he would remain in the music room. Thanks to Huai Shi's consistently excellent cello performance and numerous competition certificates, the school granted him a slight concession. For instance, he had access to a relatively spacious private booth in the practice room, eliminating the need to queue like everyone else. After all, he was the only student who played the cello. Upon entering and clearing away the dust accumulated during the summer, Huai Shi opened his cello case and began to fish around. Practicing in the music room? Not a chance. The office of the teachers was directly above his booth. The Wi-Fi was lightning fast, and streaming videos never lagged. unlike the unreliable broadband his friend had, which often faltered and left him on edge. He habitually browsed through local news, encountering articles like the all-quail feast surges in popularity, business booms, and occasionally unfortunate reports of tomb raiders operating in the area. After a few minutes, he closed it. To pass the time, he opened the client for Silent Crown. It had been a while since he last logged in, and after downloading a hefty update, a pop-up appeared. Limited time event, Dark World Dragon's Labyrinth. Under the exploration of the expedition team, the mysterious kingdom of Yamatai hidden within the Dark World reveals a glimpse of its eerie ice mountain. What secrets lie concealed in this millennia-old realm? And what treasures are buried within the relics besieged by natural disasters? Heavenly Might Divine Ability, Calamity White Emperor, SSR, has joined the limited-time card pool. Another unexpected major update, featuring hundreds of thousands of words of original storyline and enough stones for 310 pulls. Scanning the drop list. There were numerous precious items with a high drop rate. Was this production team genuinely this benevolent, or were they simply mad? Sadly, the drop rate for SSRs in this game was disheartening, and Huai Shi, desperate yet unwilling to spend money, had only managed to obtain 1 out of the 30 SSRs released by the officials. It was a consolation prize after earning the African medal, a doppelganger known as Yin Qing Gu, whose title was rather impressive, or self-solidifying cloud color as me, but alas, it was a support character with pitiful damage output, only meant to serve as fodder in high-tier matches. It must be said, the newly released female characters were exceptionally alluring. The character design resembled an athletic, scatterbrained girl, and her fully unlocked images were stunning enough to ignite Huai Shi's desire to spend money. Hoping for a stroke of luck, he initiated a 10 pull, only to be greeted by a sky filled with blue clouds. Great, 100 stones wasted, another gift for the pitiful summer. Before he could close the game, the door burst open with a loud bang, and a petite figure strode in, effortlessly settling onto the small sofa across from Huai Shi. Quick, let us rank up. It was Fui. This place was swiftly becoming her base. Even this little sofa had been transported from the student council, and in the corner, a power strip was plugged in, accommodating her plethora of handheld consoles for convenient charging. Had it not been inconvenient to move the TV, she might have brought over her home consoles as well. Huai Shi rolled his eyes. You skipped class again? Skipping class for me is different. I'm the student council secretary. It's not the same. Fui shot him a sidelong glance. Besides, I'm heading to the art studio for intensive training next week. Leaving early is inconsequential. Ranking up is far more productive than wasting time. As she spoke, without waiting for Huai Shi to come to her senses, Xianshu skillfully launched the game, inviting Huai Shi into her team to begin a duo match. Following the surge in popularity of the chicken dinner-style Dark Zone King mode, the latest update of this flawed game introduced a MOBA-style conflict mode, once again initiating a wave of delightful skin monetization. Fuyi's skill level was relatively commendable. After all, she was a moderately popular amateur streamer. Besides relying on her looks, her gameplay was passable, yet she often displayed a reckless bravado, opting for daring maneuvers as an ADC, which led to her frequently finding herself in dire situations. Surprisingly, her antics produced substantial entertainment, garnering her quite a few virtual rockets. Upon entering the match, she immediately locked in the character God's Hand, causing her teammates to go into a frenzy. This acrobatic late-game character could indeed wreak havoc when played boldly, yet her early-game performance often left much to be desired. Players had voiced their frustrations about the character's design on numerous occasions, stating that it was far too easy to target and that survival until the late game was purely a matter of luck. Are you really starting to mess around already? Huai Shi sighed, resigned to selecting Moon Chant to support her. Very well, who can resist a fatheress love? As expected, they suffered a 5-game losing streak. Not only did she manage to plummet into the bronze tier, but Huai Shi's rank also suffered the same fate. Huai Shi's decline was stark. After more than a month of inactivity, she had barely managed to keep her head above water, and now both found themselves sinking together. After a few ranked matches, Huai Shi declined her invitation for another round and turned off her phone. As if on cue, Fui skillfully retrieved a cigarette from Huai Shi's piano case, lighting one for herself before tossing one to Huai Shi. With her legs crossed and smoking, she emanated a bully-like aura, completely contrasting her earlier innocent appearance as a snow-white schoolgirl. If Director Fu were to catch wind of this, he would surely order Huai Shi to be dealt with on the spot. Heaven help us, Huai Shi had picked up the habit of smoking from Fui. What couldn't he, this seasoned player, do? Huai Shi hesitated, finally waving her hand helplessly, gazing mournfully at the sunlight outside, as if she were a forsaken mistress. Let us not meet again. What are you afraid of? Fu Yi chuckled maliciously. Afraid he might break your legs? Huai Shi paused, taken aback. Has he really done that? Oh, indeed, Fu Yi replied, cigarette in mouth, freeing her hands to tuck her long hair behind her ear and retie it into a ponytail. The last time he found a love letter in my bag. He broke the leg of the guy who confessed to me. I hadn't even enjoyed the feeling of being pursued. And suddenly there were no boys in class who dared to speak to me. Huai Shi was left speechless. What happened next? Fu Yi shrugged. Later, my mom divorced him due to domestic violence. My mother and I were beyond his reach. Huai Shi remained silent for quite a while, finally sighing. I'm sorry. Curiosity had truly led her into a precarious situation. She had never been interested in others' affairs, but this time, her curiosity had landed her in trouble. It's fine. Fu Yi responded, not particularly bothered, merely waving her hand dismissively. If I hadn't asked, I wouldn't have said anything. Guess I'm just unlucky, then. Huai Shi shook her head, leaning closer to Fu Yi and beckoning her with a finger. Fu Yi shot her a sidelong glance, passing over the lighter with a click. The flame was turned up high, nearly singeing Huai Shi's hair. Watching Huai Shi's flustered expression, Fu Yi burst into laughter, delighting in her misfortune. In such a private moment, she revealed her unrefined side, maintaining a strict decorum in all other circumstances, keeping a respectful distance from boys and unsavory influences. She mirrored every parent's ideal daughter, every teacher's model student, and every classmate's diligent class representative. Every family has its own struggles. Huai Shi sighed, brushing a singed strand of hair from her forehead, saying nothing more. If respect among friends required anything, it would be the maintenance of distance. Life was already challenging. There was no need to scrutinize others' lives from a pedestal. Among so many classmates, if one wished to forge friendships, there would always be better choices than oneself. This fragile friendship had endured precisely because of the unspoken distance they maintained. Among all her classmates, Huai Shi had never envied Fu Yi, who had openly admitted to smoking in front of her during a rehearsal for the school anniversary. I've noticed you treat everyone well, you converse with all. Yet I don't believe you seek to cultivate good relationships. You must not truly like anyone, she had said, because I feel the same. Thus, it was nice to have a corner where they could both indulge in their miseries. Birds of a feather flock together, to a certain extent. Those who are troubled find solace in the company of others with similar afflictions, much like a support group for the ailing. Huai Shi could not simply cast Fu Yi aside because she had a formidable father. Chapter 43. The prolonged holiday, evidently aware of her father's line of work. Fu Yi regarded Huai Shi with a peculiar gaze. Did you get into trouble during the summer vacation? Yes, Huai Shi nodded, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Fu Yi did not press further, merely stating, there's no need to fear him. He is just accustomed to a certain brutality and lacks subtlety. Perhaps those who have been through the battlefield are all like this. No matter how noble their inner thoughts, they often fail to endear themselves to others. After a brief period of wandering, she received a message about a student council meeting and, restored to her demure demeanor, departed. Huai Shi remained alone in the practice room until evening study hours approached. Following the crow's instructions, he took his medication and practiced the piano for several hours. Also completing his meditation for the day, he felt the fluctuations of his innate essence grow increasingly abundant with his physical development, surmising that he would soon reach his peak. Once his growth spurt concluded, he could begin preparing for the stigmata. The crow had mentioned that it would select a lineage and type ideally suited for him. It would undoubtedly cost a fortune contemplating this. Huai Shi felt a twinge of headache, yet he seemed to gradually adapt to the weight of his daily routine. Practicing the piano, chatting with classmates, slacking off, coping with teacher inspections, making mistakes, facing reprimands, meditating, sharing humorous images, playing mobile games without spending money, completing assignments, taking exams, and fulfilling obligations for the astronomy club while preparing for the college entrance examination. When counted meticulously, the list of tasks was indeed overwhelming. Despite the myriad of discontent and the seemingly unnecessary burdens, this was the precious life he had cultivated through his own efforts. Even if it was arduous, he found it gratifying. Then, he left early before evening study. After all, having earned the privilege, why should he endure late nights like before? Missing the last bus and riding a shared bicycle home? Now, he was a man who could afford a monthly bus pass. Carrying his piano case, he hummed a tune. Deliberately taking a circuitous route in front of the teaching building, striding confidently through the school gate amidst the envious gazes of his peers. However, he was halted by the doorman. Huai Shi, right? The doorman, who had been playing on his phone, recognized him somewhat and pointed to the corner of the room. You have a package. This is a one-time exception. This isn't a collection point. Next time, I'll just notify your homeroom teacher to pick it up. What? Huai Shi was momentarily taken aback, following the doorman's finger to the pile of delivery boxes in the corner. For some reason, a chill ran down his spine. It felt as if a tangible coldness crawled from his heels to the nape of his neck, dancing upon his shoulders before finally stepping onto his brow, twisting his hair and laughing sinisterly as a cold breeze brushed against his ear. He nearly lost his footing, staggering backward. What's wrong? The doorman cast him a glance, shaking his head. Forget it, I'll get it for you. Wait. Huai Shi grasped the doorman's wrist, momentarily surprising the older man, who halted and turned back in astonishment, feeling the pinch from the young boy's grip. Sorry, I can manage myself. Huai Shi somewhat impolitely pulled him to a standstill, removed the piano case, and stepped into the doorman's area to examine the package bearing his name. Amidst the chaotic sounds from the television on the wall, he vaguely heard a ticking sound emanating from within the box. It was so crisp. Huai Shi squatted on the ground, motionless and silent for a long while, until the doorman, growing impatient, urged him several times before he slowly rose, almost rudely being pulled outside. Disregarding his protests as the doorman pulled out his phone and dialed Director Fu. Hello? This is Huai Shi. Huai Shi looked up at the surveillance camera outside. Director Fu. You can see me, right? What the hell are you thinking? The middle-aged man suppressed his anger. Am I so idle that I spend all day watching surveillance footage of you? Never mind. Huai Shi sighed. Could you come to the school? Bring some people. It'd be best if you have an explosives expert. The school is about to explode, quite literally. What is going on? What the hell is happening? Director Fu was taken aback, bombarding him with questions. Once he regained his composure, a cacophony of sounds could be heard on the other end. 10 minutes. Stay put. Don't move. The call ended abruptly. Huai Shi then called Ai Qing to inform her of the situation before quietly waiting outside the doorman's area, a distance of several meters away. Of course, whether the doorman was willing to comply was another matter. It seemed to attract considerable attention, with patrolling security and teachers heading to evening study. Soon, the noise abruptly ceased in front of a series of black vehicles. A group of muscular men armed with rifles emerged from the trucks, followed closely by Director Fu, clad in a bulletproof vest, who advanced directly toward Huai Shi. Where is it? Huai Shi pointed towards the doorman's area. Director Fu did not linger on pleasantries. He waved his hand, and two hefty figures clad in bomb disposal suits began pushing a cart containing a bomb disposal ball into the doorman's area. Before long, unfortunate news crackled over the walkie-talkie. Director Fu's expression grew increasingly grave as he shot a glare at Huai Shi, signaling everyone to retreat a considerable distance. Before long, two experts emerged, their hair disheveled and sweat trickling down their chins. It's been dealt with. They helped each other remove their heavy protective suits and presented the box that had been nestled within the bomb disposal ball to Director Fu. Inside the open box, a device bound with dense cables and circuit boards lay, its countdown frozen at 1.5 hours. It appeared rather ordinary. Director Fu did not examine it closely. A hand reached in, extracting it and weighing it in his palm, nearly causing him to stop breathing. It was Ai Qing. She sat in a wheelchair, fiddling with the potentially explosive device. What type of trigger? 2 types. A combination of impact and timer. The box will explode when opened or when the timer runs out. The explosive is standard mining explosive, relatively low in power. It would likely just flatten this doorman's area. The experts, catching their breath, sat on the ground smoking. If opened in a classroom or similar setting, the consequences would be dire. Director Fu stood with his hands behind his back, silent, veins bulging on the back of his hands. This has escalated into a severe public safety incident. Ai Qing rubbed her forehead, pondering. Who sent it? Before long, surveillance footage revealed the identity of the delivery person. A hunched man wearing a cap and dressed in an old uniform from a northern delivery service appeared on screen. Looking nothing like a courier, he walked with a slight limp. His face was obscured by the brim of his hat, making it impossible to see. But after handing the package to the doorman, he rode away on a bicycle. Just before departing, as if to provoke, he glanced up at the camera, revealing a face marred by severe burn scars, a grotesque semblance of his former self. He grinned joyfully, addressing everyone present. No need to recall the past. Anyone who had experienced the turmoil of half a month ago would recognize that face. That was the nominal leader of the former Savior Association, Wang Hai. Director Fu's eyes widened in disbelief. He's alive? It seemed, indeed, he was. Ai Qing cast a cold glance at the smug smile displayed on the screen, and with an air of confidence, issued a challenge to us. Soon, the brief discussion came to an end. Undoubtedly, this was a provocation aimed at the Special Affairs Office and the Astronomical Society. A remnant of the Savior Society had the audacity to launch an attack in Xinhai, brazenly dancing like a fool at the gates of the Ocean Trench prison, utterly oblivious to the peril they faced. At this juncture, there was no alternative but to deal with this group decisively. From this moment on, the Special Affairs Office was set into motion, and soon, an extensive network of informants would scour every corner of Xinhai for any trace of Wang Hai. Once any clue was uncovered, a cadre of eager brothers would descend with weapons in hand to teach him a lesson. Throughout this, Huai Shi remained seated on the steps, her expression serene, uttering not a word, enveloped in silence. It was as if she were lost in thought, and after a long while, she finally snapped back to reality. Glancing at Ai Qing, "Is it over?" "It may just be beginning," Ai Qing replied with a shrug. "Don't stress too much. The people from the Special Affairs Office will take you home first. Rest well tonight, and I will inform you of any news." "Okay." Huai Shi nodded, saying no more. After taking a couple of steps, as if recalling something, she turned back to ask, "By the way, could you help me with my leave of absence?" Ai Qing paused, meeting her gaze, and after a long sigh, she nodded. "Thank you." Huai Shi smiled faintly, saying nothing further, merely shouldering her instrument case. She cast a final glance at the now tranquil school and the distant lights of the practice rooms. It seemed she caught a glimpse of Fu Yi's silhouette watching her from afar, prompting Huai Shi to wave goodbye. After a long moment, she withdrew her gaze and turned to leave. "I'm back." With the sharp sound of the door latch scraping, Huai Shi pushed open the grand door of the Shui Hall. Though no one awaited her in the courtyard, she called out as if returning home. The iron door slowly closed behind her, as if in response. Upon entering, she noticed a crow perched beside a bubbling cauldron at the table in the hall, flapping its wings at Huai Shi. "Delang, it's time for your medicine. Didn't I already take it this morning?" Huai Shi approached the table, lifted a test tube, and drank its contents in one go. "It's a supplementary dose. And I've also adjusted the formula to suit your current condition," the crow explained, but then grew curious, tilting its head to scrutinize Huai Shi as if it had discovered something intriguing. "What's wrong?" Huai Shi asked, puzzled. "No, I was just thinking, ordinarily. You would respond when you hear the Lang drinks medicine, wouldn't you?" the crow inquired. "Has something happened, Huai Shi?" Huai Shi remained silent for a while before slowly shaking her head and turning toward the bedroom upstairs. "Nothing has happened," she murmured softly, turning her back to the crow. "I'm going to sleep. Good night." She closed the door, removed her coat, and kicked off her shoes. Huai Shi lay on the bed, vacantly staring at the cracks in the wall, lost in thought for an extended period before burying her face in the pillow in regret. "Damn it, I feel so weak." Outside, the crow perched on a branch, observing everything without offering any comfort. It seemed the defeat had been quite severe. Narrowing its eyes, it contemplated the collection of stigmata materials that needed to be prioritized. As thoughts of future plans and preparations occupied her mind, she returned to the hall as table, jotting down notes in her notebook. Thus began a long, drawn-out night. The new semester for Huai Shi, along with the tranquil life she yearned for, came to an abrupt close. She was on vacation. Chapter 44. The Summons of New Year Goods. Long time no see, Huai Shi had a dream. In the dream, he finally realized his aspirations, walking proudly into the Golden Hall of Vienna amidst the enthusiastic applause of the audience. With a voice so choked with emotion that it seemed he would weep, the host introduced him as the greatest musician of the century, and all eyes fervently fixed upon him. Huai Shi stood on the stage, gazing down imperiously, offering a slight nod before raising his hand to signal for silence. Thus, silence ensued. Everyone held their breath, stifling tears of emotion, while female audience members gazed at him with expectant eyes, akin to a fervent desire to bear his children. Huai Shi cast a dispassionate glance, revealing a devilish smile, wiping his hands with a handkerchief before discarding it aside, then lifted the cello, took a deep breath, and began to play a poignant piece, The Little Widow Visits the Grave. Just before the furious audience could end his life, he was jolted awake from this dream. Lying in bed, Huai Shi gasped for breath, unsure whether this was a nightmare or a sweet dream, feeling a tumult of emotions. He began to self-reflect. Why did he play such a trivial piece in the Golden Hall? And what was with that devilish smile? After a moment of daze, he finally roused himself, rose from the bed, and gazed out at the sunlight. After a drink, he aimlessly wandered into the garden to continue his reverie. Realizing that this stupor was unsatisfactory, he decided to seize his day off to change clothes and, armed with a bucket, mop, and cloth, began a thorough cleaning. Of course, though termed a thorough cleaning, it was merely a routine tidying up. The vast Shui manor, even neglecting the 2 long uninhabited annexes, would take him a month to tidy up just the 4 floors of the main building. He focused on cleaning the entrance, front yard, hall, and a few rooms he frequently used, pulling out some weeds, and after fetching a bucket of water, he polished the dust-covered sign of Shui Manor. By noon, the furniture he had ordered online, tables, chairs, and glassware, arrived. However, the delivery person was adamant about not bringing the items inside, leaving them at the door and fleeing faster than a wild dog. Infuriated, Huai Shi left a scathing review, and the local furniture store promptly refunded him 300 yuan for the shipping fee. It seems that nowadays, people will do anything to avoid exertion. After arranging the items, he replaced all the broken window glass, and his home finally bore a semblance of liveliness, no longer resembling the haunted house of legend. After a brief rest, Huai Shi sighed heavily and ascended to the 4th floor to tidy up the master bedroom once more, sweeping away dust, opening windows for ventilation, and hanging out freshly washed bedding. The 4th floor room was quite nice, with a decent-sized bed. A curious crow perched on the cabinet, surveying this elegantly cozy room, questioned why it remained on the 3rd floor, noting the dilapidated state of its own bed. Huai Shi remained silent for a moment before responding, "This is my parents' bedroom." The crow, unsure of how to respond, asked, "Do you still hope they will return?" "Who knows? Perhaps not. They might be wandering somewhere abroad. And if they have moved on, they might even have new children." Huai Shi sat on a chair, scratching his head, feeling somewhat helpless. But what if? If they do come back, they shouldn't return to a place devoid of hospitality, right? Have you considered the possibility, Huai Shi? The crow gazed at him with pity. "Your parents may already." Huai Shi looked perplexed. "No, it's nothing." The crow glared at him for a long moment, filled with exasperation, before ultimately flying away without saying another word. Huai Shi shrugged, finished tidying up, closed the door, and descended the stairs. He then lay on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, lost in the embrace of mobile games, short videos, and absurd internet personalities until the afternoon, when he looked down and noticed. His chin seemed to have gained some flesh. Startled, Huai Shi leaped off the sofa, examining his entire body. Indeed, he had begun to gain weight. The essence of the restorative potion was a high-calorie compound, designed to allow individuals to absorb calories without burden, which inevitably leads to weight gain. The crow remained unfazed. "You lie around all day. Gaining weight is quite normal, isn't it? You ought to take a walk. Am I to be assaulted?" Huai Shi widened his eyes. "Even at school, there are people sending bombs. If I venture out, there's probably a truck of RPGs waiting for me." "Sounds like you're in for it," the crow cackled. "So, are you considering fleeing? If you want to transfer schools, there's always a way, right? Why should I?" Huai Shi rolled his eyes at her, glaring. "This is my school. Why should I run away?" "Then, what strategy do you have?" She tilted her head, examining Huai Shi's face, curious. "Have you gained some profound insight, leading to a decisive resolution? How about we buy a sniper rifle and take a high vantage point at night to take him out? Can we even do that?" Huai Shi's eyes widened. "Absolutely." The crow nodded. "But you don't appear to be the type who has a hidden uncle who made a last-minute order for you to start off with god-tier equipment." "Stop reading that trash." Huai Shi rolled his eyes. He finally understood her meaning. The author had grown weary of writing and shamelessly claimed a phase of completion. How laughable. Spending all day relying on social media, the content was overly pretentious, unlike anything serious. After reflecting on a wave of outdated authors, Huai Shi pushed himself up from the chair, took a few deep breaths, and finally regained some spirit, preparing for the crow's physical examination today. It seemed the border substances had a stimulating effect on his growth rate. The crow nodded in satisfaction. "At this rate, your developmental period could be shortened by at least half, and if adjustments to your physical attributes are made from now on, it will greatly enhance your compatibility with the holy marks. However, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I must ask once more, there are no hereditary diseases in your family, correct?" "No." Huai Shi shook his head. "Why do you ask?" "Excellent. The developmental period of an ascender subconsciously adjusts itself according to the prototypes in the Silver Sea. If there are any latent diseases or hereditary conditions, the restoration process could be quite painful. From today onward, I will begin adjusting the formula of your potion. It may cause some physical effects. If you experience symptoms like high fever, dizziness, or palpitations, you must inform me promptly. The crow seemed to casually mention something significant before handing him a vial of potion. The color appeared slightly more intense than usual, seemingly shadowed if the original hue was pale green. After a moment's hesitation, Huai Shi downed it in one gulp. Having been on this pirate ship for so long, what is there to regret? Good, Huai Shi, very good. Your future shines brightly, perhaps. The crow nodded in satisfaction, happily retrieving the book of fate. Now, shall we indulge in an exhilarating post-meal activity? Huai Shi shot her an exasperated glance, sighed, and sprawled out again on the chair, closing his eyes. Bring it on. Don't pity me just because I'm a delicate flower. Heh, the crow smiled mysteriously. I do enjoy your boldness. Since you've performed so well, let us allow you a taste of indulgence today. At that moment, darkness enveloped Huai Shi once more. Eliminate them all, leaving not a single one behind. First, the voice of the instructor echoed through the headphones, followed by the weight of the heavy weapon in hand and the yellow sand swirling in the wind. Outside the open car window, the parched land rushed past, while the dust in the air mingled with the melodies emanating from the radio, creating an almost suffocating atmosphere. Yet, the vehicle was enveloped in a silence as grave as a tomb. Huai Shi felt as though he were immersed in a VR infiltration game, akin to those often played by streamers, albeit those exorbitantly priced gaming pods were beyond the reach of the average person. This was but a fragment of the Red Glove's memories, a selection from shattered records, all merely remnants of his past. Huai Shi had transformed from an observer into the protagonist, akin to a vividly realistic single-threaded RPG game. He beheld several individuals clad in identical, unmarked uniforms, seated expressionlessly on either side of the compartment, as if they were machines, indifferent to the ravaging winds and sands. Only the instructor's commands continued to resonate in his ears. Commence operations in 10 minutes. Teams A and B will encircle from both sides, leaving no targets behind. Do you understand? The soldiers in the vehicle responded with affirmations. The car halted at the road's end, and in the distance, the outline of a village became faintly visible. After numerous simulated trainings, Huai Shi managed to keep pace with them, discerning their gestures and commands. The standards set by this group were exceedingly stringent. If they perceived anyone's performance as subpar, even a passing examination would result in that individual being deemed a defective product destined for elimination. It was unfathomable where that scoundrel of a red glove had served. Observing the surroundings, it appeared to be a desolate plateau, with hints of desert culture discernible from the contours of the buildings, complemented by remnants of oil excavation sites along the road. Huai Shi deduced that this was the southeastern region of the Sea of Earth, likely situated within the narrow desert expanse between Rome and the Russian Federation. Due to the region's abundant oil resources, conflicts had persisted across this land. Numerous kingdoms, large and small, waged wars under the influence of the 5 permanent members, and there seemed to be no signs of cessation even now. Thus, the objective of this mission must be a stronghold of the Russian Federation. The rivalry between Rome and the Russian Federation had spanned years, while claims of irreconcilable enmity might be exaggerated. Neither side would hesitate to sabotage the other when the opportunity arose. It appeared this mission could be likened to a festive summons for a thrilling escapade. Having cleared numerous video games, what was there to fear? Huai Shi gradually relaxed, aligning himself with the main force, crouching in a concealed location, awaiting orders. Soon, gunfire erupted from the nearby village, signaling that Team A had engaged in combat. In no time, the instructor's command resonated. Team B, advance. There was no need for boisterous slogans. The long-hidden soldiers rose from their crouched positions, forming pairs, charging towards the village from various directions. Huai Shi mingled among them, deliberately lagging a step behind to let his comrades shield him from potential gunfire. Yet, the anticipated hail of bullets never materialized. Even the occasional retaliatory shots were few and far between, as if the enemy had been rendered dazed. Instantly, his spirits lifted further. Amidst the throng, he fired a couple of indiscriminate shots and surged into the village in disarray. Under orders, he kicked open the dilapidated door of a courtyard, raising his weapon towards the interior, only to find himself frozen in place. Where were the enemies? Chapter 45. Once more at the moment he kicked open the door, he beheld a yard strewn with sun-dried tobacco leaves, disordered tools, and swirling dust, the ochre hue seemingly cloaking everything. Yet, conspicuously absent were any foes. He only noticed a gaunt woman desperately shielding two girls behind her, wide-eyed and vacantly staring at Huai Shi, her gaze filled with terror. "No, my apologies." He swallowed hard, realizing he had stumbled into the wrong place. Just as he intended to turn away, a teammate kicked him aside, and he was immediately engulfed by the thunderous roar of automatic rifles, a cacophony of explosions, and faint cries of anguish. The sound of blood spraying filled the air. He barely had time to glance back. From afar, someone seemed to be shouting. Something hurtled through the air, followed by a deafening blast. Eventually, silence enveloped the scene. A profound stillness prevailed, accompanied only by the piercing hum in his ears. An RPG, seemingly from nowhere, obliterated everything into ruins. Huai Shi instinctively dropped to the ground, crawling forward, only to be yanked up by someone who was shouting in his ear, but he could not discern the words. He merely followed the chaotic orders of the captains, firing indiscriminately in the direction ahead. It was only when his magazine ran dry that he registered what had transpired. Then he saw them. Bodies, bodies, bodies. Women, children, the elderly, and even more children, some tall, some short, some plump, some frail, some whole, others shattered. The entire ordeal transpired too swiftly for him to comprehend. He had yet to locate the enemy his instructor mentioned. The battle seemed to have concluded already. In the next moment, he was dragged to the square by his furious teammates, receiving blows from fists and feet. Amidst the violent dizziness and disorientation, the instructor approached, a middle-aged man with a pair of mustaches, gazing down at him for a long moment before gesturing behind him. Someone brought forth two still writhing enemies. Then, Huai Shi was lifted by the instructor, who gently brushed the dust from his clothes, placing his sidearm into Huai Shi's hands while indicating the shrieking children on the ground. Huai Shi could not make out the words, staring around in confusion, his gaze landing on the cold, indifferent faces of his comrades. He witnessed the disheveled corpses being dragged to the square, forming a mountain of bodies. Blood pooled together, merging into a river. The instructor uttered something again, but Huai Shi still could not hear it. Consequently, the barrels of his teammates' guns slowly rose, aimed at him, and he froze. The instructor spoke to him once more. This time, Huai Shi finally comprehended. The command was to shoot. Instinctively, he pulled the trigger towards the enemies. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, 4 shots. Soon, his magazine was empty, and the two enemies on the ground were reduced to a mass of flesh, motionless, with blood bubbling from the bullet wounds, soaking the yellow earth into darkness. In the final moment, Huai Shi finally glimpsed his own face reflected in the lifeless eyes of the two little girls. Huai Shi awoke in his room. He began to spasm violently, yelling at the raven. Then he started to vomit. Bending over, he pressed his face to the ground, feeling tears welling up as he retched. First came fear, then pain, followed by regret, and ultimately only anger and disgust remained, deep-seated anger and loathing for himself. He had actually fired upon two defenseless little girls. Damn it. Exhausted, he covered his face, unable to hold back tears. Damn it. Not even when he burned the red-gloved man had he felt a flicker of emotion. Yet, in this void of recorded events, he sensed an overwhelming dread of death and an intense aversion to the act of killing. There were no enemies. Only an elderly person mourning the loss of a son in war, a woman grieving her husband, and children who had lost their fathers. It was nothing more than a senseless massacre. He had fired a weapon, knowing full well it was merely a record, that even if killed, it would bear no consequence. He had still shot at two children who could hardly be deemed foes. Was it fear, anxiety, confusion, or perhaps weakness? What had that red-gloved man done in the past? And what had he done? It seemed he had been too eager for quick results, choosing an inappropriate combat course. The raven looked at him with pity. This is my fault, not yours. Rest for now. Tomorrow I will arrange something new. No. Just give me a few minutes. Huai Shi interrupted her. Just a few minutes. Silence enveloped them. Soon, he calmed down, stood up, and went to the washroom to clean the snot and saliva from his face before returning to the hall. He spoke calmly, once more. Are you certain? The raven inquired skeptically. Once more, Huai Shi repeated. After a moment, the raven seemed to understand something and smiled. Very well. The branches of events fell, and darkness descended. Huai Shi opened his eyes, inhaling the scent of dry earth, a scorching wind blowing in from the window. The instructor issued orders from the passenger seat. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Huai Shi nodded and replied, understood. He then raised his weapon, aiming at the driver, and squeezed the trigger. In the roar of gunfire, sparks erupted from the muzzle. The driver was dead, splattered against the shattered window, and the car suddenly veered, rolling over. Huai Shi felt the wind rush past him as a group of people lunged at him, only to be swiftly subdued by his teammates. The door to the rear compartment swung open. The expressionless instructor stepped inside, looking down at him. Unsatisfactory, he stated. Pull the trigger. Bang. Huai Shi's head exploded. He opened his eyes, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Quickly, he seized the warm water on the table and gulped it down. Once more. Very well, the raven nodded. And darkness enveloped him again. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. He heard the instructor's voice and laughed, drawing a dagger from his boot, deftly slicing across the neck of a teammate to his right. Blood sprayed from the severed neck, dyeing the swirling dust crimson. Time seemed to freeze. In that instant, Huai Shi drew his gun, firing rapidly at his teammates in all directions, pulling the trigger again and again, causing brains to splatter. But soon, he was gunned down as well. You need to employ some strategy, the raven remarked. Theoretically, you could annihilate them without injury. But I must remind you that you are accessing the records of the red-gloved man, which means everything that transpires, every action taken, is a product of his subjective judgment. Do you understand? Not quite. That's all right. You will understand soon enough. The raven withdrew her gaze. Once more? Very well. Huai Shi opened his eyes again, shifting slightly within the compartment, slowly moving his neck as he checked his gear. A combat knife, a handgun, an automatic rifle, a bulletproof vest, a walkie-talkie, and several magazines affixed to his quick-response vest, along with a hand grenade. Weighing the heavy object in his hand, Huai Shi smiled at the gazes of his teammates, discreetly pulling the ring from the grenade. He counted down softly. 3, 2, 1. In that fleeting moment, he leapt forth, colliding with the rear compartment door. His body awkwardly tumbling out of the speeding vehicle, rolling onto the ground, and becoming ensnared in the thorns and bushes lining the roadside, his hands throbbing with pain. Yet, before long, he heard a deafening roar behind him. The transport vehicle, racing along the road, suddenly jolted, leaping several centimeters off the ground, and then, as if inflated by an unseen force, the metal box swelled, spewing forth crimson flames from its shattered seams. Soon, it twisted and contorted in the throes of combustion, finally coming to a halt. Huai Shi rose from the ground, gasping heavily under the relentless sun, but soon his gaze fell upon the twisted remnants of the vehicle, where a warped iron door emitted a sharp sound, forcefully kicked open. From the passenger seat emerged a stern-faced instructor, casting a cold glare at Huai Shi's bewildered expression. Though he appeared to be an ordinary human, devoid of any signs of source quality fluctuations or sacred marks, he had miraculously survived the violent explosion unscathed. What had transpired? The actions of everyone were merely the subjective judgments of the Red Glove. Was that the essence of it? Huai Shi couldn't help but chuckle, mocking the Red Glove's apparent psychological shadow over his instructor. After all, how could such an evidently ordinary man emerge unscathed from a grenade explosion? Did this fellow truly believe his instructor was some indestructible iron giant? Quite astonishing. Indeed, 7794. The instructor regarded him impassively, slowly rotating his neck, his fingers gently tapping the handle of the whip secured at his waist, producing a sound that instantly tightened Huai Shi's body in nervous anticipation. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of his fingers against the whip signified punishment and torment. Once, twice, a severe injury, but never a third time. Having witnessed countless comrades succumb to the lash on the training grounds, Huai Shi felt a profound sense of the Red Glove's lingering despair and fear, his will to resist rapidly crumbling. The instructor approached, looking down at the trembling figure before him, extending a hand to press upon Huai Shi's head. Twist. Crack. Huai Shi's neck snapped. Bang. He furiously opened his eyes, slamming a fist onto the table. Coward. It was uncertain whether he was cursing the Red Glove or himself. After all, through countless training memories, he had deeply grasped the instructor's callousness and cruelty. It seemed he had begun to understand the limitations of the subjective recorder. The crow chuckled ominously. Those unable to extricate their perspective from their own fear and confusion cannot serve as absolute objective observers. Yet, therein lies the beauty of experiential recording, granting you the potential to transcend the recorded. How to achieve that? Huai Shi inquired. Quite simply, the crow replied, obliterate everything. Regardless of what transpires or what obstacles stand in your way, you must resolve them in your own manner. No matter how challenging the arcade may be, there always exists the potential for a flawless victory. Merely completing the game is but the foundation, while speed runs and injury-free completions are the true pursuits. She paused, a cunning smile gracing her lips. So how does it feel? If it seems daunting, do you require a cheat? As long as it is recorded in the book of fate. Even transforming yourself into a deity of boundless power is but a trivial endeavor. No need for that. After a brief respite, Huai Shi felt his energy nearly restored, rubbed his slightly aching forehead, and prepared to begin, only to see the crow offering a cigarette. In recognition of your indomitable spirit, I shall gift you a blue vial free of charge. Chapter 46. The Justice from the Sky. Huai Shi paused momentarily, inhaling the aroma of the handcrafted cigarette, which intriguingly lacked a filter. It seemed to contain some fragrant spices, invigorating his senses. The metallic exoskeleton fortified his body, while the incense nourished his soul. The raven calmly remarked, "You will become accustomed to it, but be cautious not to indulge frivolously. Addiction can be troublesome. Except for a rare few millennial fragrances, most incense achieves its stimulating effects by activating the source material, akin to an upgraded version of energy drinks and cigarettes. Excessive use can easily lead to folly." Huai Shi nodded, refraining from further comment. After a brief moment, he observed the dissipating flames of the source material at his fingertips, and with a slight twist of his neck, he declared, "Once more." Thus, darkness enveloped him. Soon, he reopened his eyes, exhaling a sigh. "Continue." The raven nodded. The interminable afternoon passed in a cycle of repetition. Until the final time he opened his eyes, the sky had turned pitch black, and silence reigned. "Shall we take a break?" the raven inquired, acknowledging the limits of endurance. "One more round," Huai Shi replied, finally grasping the plight of those deeply engrossed in gaming. Rubbing his temples, he yawned, "I am on the verge of mastering it." "Very well. Then, the last round." "The last round," Huai Shi affirmed. In a haze, he opened his eyes within the cabin, listening intently to the commands emanating from the front. Silent as a stone, seizing the fleeting moment, he closed his eyes and allowed himself a brief slumber. "Wake me up," he said, affectionately patting the shoulder of his comrade. Before long, the vehicle halted outside a village, and he was roughly awakened. Huai Shi chuckled nonchalantly, rising in a disheveled manner to follow his team. During a brief concealment in the grass, he unexpectedly tapped the shoulder of the individual ahead. The teammate turned back with annoyance, only to witness Huai Shi expressionlessly extending his hand, clutching a dagger, which he plunged into his own throat in a horizontal motion. "Farewell," Huai Shi whispered softly. Blood saturated the parched earth and wild grass. Amidst the desolate landscape, he crawled swiftly towards another teammate, moving with remarkable agility. As he advanced, he employed all four limbs, akin to a spider traversing through thorns. One after another, he relished the thrill of striking his comrades, guided by the information relayed through the intercom. The experience of backstabbing traitors was surprisingly exhilarating, and Huai Shi found himself becoming increasingly adept. This delightful interlude persisted until the sounds of gunfire from Team A signaled the onset of conflict. He sighed, hearing the alarm blaring through the intercom. It was evident that suspicions were aroused, as 4 or 5 individuals had failed to respond for over 5 minutes. It seemed the charade could no longer continue. He shook his head, seated himself on the ground, and withdrew several small pomegranate grenades, weighing them in his hand before hurling them into the distance. Explosions reverberated in the air. Gunfire erupted, and bullets struck the nearby bushes, causing them to tremble as if caught in a tempest. Huai Shi sighed, wiping the blood from his face with his sleeve, and rose from his fallen comrades. His uniform was drenched in the crimson of his allies. "Why does it look like I've contracted hemorrhoids?" he quipped to himself, shouldering his rifle and advancing towards the source of the gunfire, shouting, "Don't shoot, it's us." Then, he pulled the trigger on the astonished faces before him. Without resistance, he emptied one magazine, then another. A bullet struck his shoulder, feeling as though a chisel had carved a gaping hole, and in the midst of the searing pain, he felt an eerie numbness in his left hand. "This is excessive, my friend. How did my hand get broken again?" Huai Shi lamented, realizing he had yet to learn the art of reloading with one hand. Abandoning his automatic rifle, he drew his pistol and proceeded towards the village. 7794. "What are you doing?" An irate voice crackled through the intercom. "Naturally, I'm punishing my teammates, my friend. Are you not aware? I chose Black Lily, you selected Hans. Together, We can reconstruct an empire. Yet, the intercom fell silent, only to be pierced by the cold, indifferent voice of the instructor. Mission change. Eliminate 7794. Targeted. Don't be so hasty in your decisions, Huai Shi sighed. Before the channel was severed, he tentatively spoke into the intercom. I believe I can still be salvaged. Bang. Instinctively, Huai Shi tilted his head, witnessing the intercom he had discarded explode mid-air into a flurry of debris. The sniper's bullet. Under the intense foreboding of death, he crawled swiftly into the labyrinthine alleyways of the village, hearing footsteps approaching from all directions. Silently, he counted. Originally, in the cabin, there were 7 from Team B on the left, 6 from Team A on the right, including himself, totaling 13. Now, in the wake of betrayal, Team B had lost 6 of its 7 members, effectively obliterated. Logically, after the completion of Side B of the tape, Side A should commence. Yet Huai Shi sensed he was about to be caught in the crossfire of Side A. Fortunately, the position was not far. He gestured indicating direction, raising his pistol to target a careless foe peeking out, taking them down with 2 shots. Checking his magazine, he found 6 bullets remaining, just enough for 1 shot per person. Or so he thought. He was no sharpshooter, and in such chaos, hitting even 1 person with 6 shots would be sheer luck. He contemplated a haphazard spray of 5 rounds. If those 5 rounds failed to eliminate the 6 opponents, 1 shot perhaps penetrating 2, then the remaining bullet could grant him a swift end. A bold death, free from humiliation, sounded utterly romantic. The footsteps drew nearer, and he took a few strides, leaping over the wall to escape the alleyway. After experiencing countless cycles of death, he had begun to discern certain patterns. Compared to the malicious level designs of modern VR games, this setup, where simply adhering to the layout could lower the difficulty, was remarkably benevolent. Then, in the courtyard behind the wall, he once more encountered those terrified eyes. The hunchbacked woman continued to gaze at the sky, her expression vacant, desperately attempting to shield her 2 frail children behind her. Yet, they were already lifeless, sprawled on the ground, riddled with bullet holes and stained with blood. Dust fell from the wind, cloaking their hollow eyes. Why are you here again? Huai Shi hesitated, scratching his head, wishing to say something, but words eluded him. Though he recognized this as a record, these were mere NPCs. He still felt an inexpressible shame. This was not a game. I'm sorry, Huai Shi murmured, lowering his gaze, unable to face those dust-covered eyes. I will go out now. With all his might, he burst through the door, charging onto the road. Thrusting his weapon into an opponent's eye socket. Die, boom. A spray of blood erupted from the back of the individual's head, and without a moment to survey his surroundings, he fled in a panic, stumbling as he sought to distance himself from that courtyard. Yet, he could not shake those eyes from his mind. As he began to perceive all of this as a game, the countless deaths recorded jolted him from his reverie. This was not a game. This was a record. A history that transpired somewhere in this world. A trivial massacre and trivial deaths. They were all gone. The once vibrant eyes have gradually succumbed to dust, buried and forgotten, lacking even the merit of remembrance. Huai Shi stumbled forward, exhausted, navigating through narrow passages. Upon forcefully kicking open a door, he finally arrived at his destination. Within the room, an elderly man huddled in the corner, seemingly startled, instinctively clutching the object in his arms. Let go, Huai Shi gasped, leaning against the doorframe as he raised his firearm. The man uttered something, hesitated, and relinquished his grip, succumbing to Huai Shi's dominance, lying prostrate on the ground. Thank you, Huai Shi panted, hoisting the object, staggering back 2 steps before turning to leave. Yet, unable to restrain himself, he called back, rest assured, I will save you. No one responded. The inhabitants of this village were likely long dead. He couldn't save a single soul. Damn it. Huai Shi lifted his arm to rub his eye, muttering under his breath, damn it. Just then, he heard the shattering roar of the courtyard gate, the sound of automatic gunfire erupting like a torrential downpour, sweeping through every inch of space. Huai Shi crouched behind a stone mill, listening to the clatter of debris raining down above. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his racing heart amidst the acrid scent of gunpowder. Then, he rose, shouldered his RPG, and forced the brightest smile towards his comrades. Hey, how are you? With that, he pulled the trigger. Justice reigns from above. Boom. Amidst the violent tremors and shockwaves, flames and thick smoke soared into the sky. A boiling mist of blood enveloped the air, dancing with the dust before ultimately transforming into fine droplets that fell upon the walls, the ground, and Huai Shi himself. Silence reigned once more. Huai Shi discarded the launcher, traversing the chaotic courtyard and streets towards the heart of the village, toward the man waiting there. Seemingly astonished by the outcome, the instructor, hands clasped behind his back, stood momentarily stunned before lifting his hand to remove his sunglasses, discarding them onto the ground. Though they were mere half-finished products, to see them all extinguished here. I never expected you to possess such audacity. 7794. His cold gray eyes fixated on Huai Shi's face, then beckoned him with a finger. It appears I must impart another lesson. Likewise, Huai Shi replied, twisting his neck. Discarding his holster and the cumbersome tactical vest, drawing his military knife with one hand, assuming a stance starkly different from his opponent. Unlike the Roman military's combat techniques, this was a classic posture from Xia, one that even the instructor nearly failed to recognize as a beginner's form. Come, Huai Shi grinned. Watch me shatter you with military boxing. Very well. The instructor seemed to comprehend something, his expression gradually darkening, joints creaking ominously. Very well, 7794. I assure you, before you meet your demise, you will experience what true hell feels like. Chapter 47. The poison of the heart. In that fleeting moment, a shattering sound echoed, quickly followed by the howling wind. As he swung his fist, his right arm suddenly swelled, the rippling muscles inflating as if filled with air, transforming into a grotesquely exaggerated form, almost monstrous in appearance. As Huai Shi evaded, that punch struck the ground, causing the entire square to tremble as though it had endured the impact of a battle tank's main cannon. Was this transformation a consequence of the fear once instilled by the red gloves under the supervision of the records, or something else entirely? Huai Shi had lost interest in such inquiries. He had perished beneath the guise of this instructor more than once. Bullets, firearms, and explosives were utterly ineffective, akin to nightmares within a nightmare. In the memories of the former Red Gloves, this merciless instructor, who had forged him into a weapon, epitomized an unbeatable force. His power artificially magnified, resembling a beast. Had it not been for the unwavering certainty that this instructor was merely immortal, Huai Shi would have speculated that the instructor had transformed, sprouting bat wings and goat horns, casually conjuring forbidden spells to wreak havoc. Fortunately, such a transformation was not overly exaggerated for Huai Shi. He reached out, touching the blood on the ground. Circle of Banishment. This was his first attempt at this newly mastered technique recorded in his notes. As the flame of primal essence surged from his fingertips, the blood began to roil as if boiling, a gray mist rising ominously from within. The ashes of countless corpses and blood coalesced into a thick fog, enveloping the entire square. Although he did not comprehend why his soul had been named Circle of Banishment by the Silver Sea, he understood its essence clearly. It was a relatively rare transformation type, bridging the realms of spiritual essence and matter, with a scope encompassing primal essence and iron. This meant he could forge a bridge between the primal essence, representing the foundation of the soul, and the most abundant material, iron, facilitating their transformation. Such versatility was remarkable. The invisible axe embodied Huai Shi's accumulated unease and murderous intent over 7 years, transmuted into iron. Now, building upon the Circle of Banishment, he endeavored once more to transform the dissipated primal essence from the outside world. Thus, countless minuscule rusted iron particles surged from the blood, remnants of destruction. The ashes of death, infused with the acrid scent of blood and gunpowder, rapidly ascended, spreading despair and suffering evenly across everything. In that moment, a raspy roar and growl emerged from the dark mist. A hurricane swept forth, yet it could not disperse the fog suspended between essence and matter. A grotesque shadow charged toward Huai Shi, a fist descending. Huai Shi sidestepped, his dagger slicing across the monstrous arm, leaving a horrific gash. In an instant, he redirected the dagger, aiming for the instructor and Appo's throat. The impact, the dagger sank into the raised arm, colliding with bone, a sound akin to steel clashing against steel. Feeling the beast like heavy breaths erupting from the instructor's chest, the ferocity of this power drew in the ashes of calamity from the air, intensifying his rage and despair, driving him further into madness, much like a wild animal. How does the despair you forged feel now? Huai Shi clenched his military knife tightly, gazing at the instructor and Appo's face through the grotesque arm. A mocking smile. I have grown accustomed to it. What of you? Boom. The colossal arm swept past, producing a deep rumble that shattered the air, the hurricane nearly propelling Huai Shi back 3 steps. Yet, he lunged forward once more, toward the instructor, who seemed impossible to defeat. A sinister grin graced his features. He felt as though he were intoxicated, experiencing a profound haze while simultaneously feeling acutely alert, followed by an overwhelming fervor. It was a freedom that defied description, an exhilarating release following intense fury. As he breathed, he inhaled the ashes of calamity, merging with the pain and despair of the deceased, as if entwined with countless deaths. He transformed from a mere observer to part of the record itself. Simultaneously, he felt the anguish born of innumerable deaths while immersing himself in the despair of those slaughtered. It was as if the souls of the departed stood alongside him. Thus, the void of death ignited into flames, boiling within his chest, blending with his anger, his unwillingness, and his will, culminating in an inexplicable impulse that surged from within, enveloping him, urging him to confront his adversary and deliver true death. In that moment, under the firm grasp of the circle of banishment, the gray flames ascended from the edge of his blade, darker and paler than the ashes of calamity, a pure essence distilled from despair and suffering, re-extracted and sublimated. Pure poison. This was the venom drawn from the records of death, the most concentrated essence of calamity, though it bore no physical harm, would undoubtedly inflict the spirit of the wounded with an agonizing sensation of death, akin to what Huai Shi had experienced countless times. In that instant, the script of destiny subtly shifted. Not only did the level of military boxing rapidly ascend, but beneath the sole description of circle of banishment, a new branch emerged, one that could be recognized as a soul application. Heart poison. Indeed, this was the way to repay blood with blood, to return tooth for tooth. The raven gazed at the record of the youth immersed in madness, seemingly amused, laughing. Go forth as a harbinger of death, to exact vengeance upon the beasts of this dark canyon. This is your destiny, Huai Shi, the final guardian of paradise. In that moment, Huai Shi and Appo's dagger fell. The deformed instructor howled in agony, the massive arm crashing down as though to shatter Huai Shi and Appo's already numb left arm. He remained unwavering, advancing almost obliviously, scrutinizing that distorted face up close. The pitch-black pupils brimmed with pure darkness. Then, the military knife struck down once more. Crash! Though it was a nimble military knife, under the command of the circle of banishment, it produced a heavy sound as it sliced through the air, akin to a formidable axe. An incredible weight emerged, as Huai Shi swung, repeatedly severing the enemy and Appo's tendons, tearing flesh apart. The sound of bones shattering resonated like kindling crushed beneath a massive axe. The instructor roared, clenching his fists, his enormous fingers outstretched, reaching for Huai Shi's face. Yet in the next moment, with the knife's slash, that iron-colored palm was severed between the index and ring fingers, splitting into 2 segments. The blade embedded deeply into his wrist. Amidst the excruciating pain, he witnessed Huai Shi inhale deeply, then roar with abandon, charging forward. The sound of thunder erupted. As the military knife shattered, primal essence erupted from within, forming the silhouette of a razor-sharp blade, advancing relentlessly, like a torrent, effortlessly severing the entire arm cleanly in two. Then, the blazing dagger lifted once more, poised to strike down. The deformed arm fell to the ground from the instructor and Appo's shoulder, blood gushing forth from the gash, staining the square that had been soaked in blood countless times before. It mingled with the anguish of the aged, the despair of women, and the innocence of children, their blood coalescing into a dim, somber hue upon the barren earth. The instructor struggled to push him away, but faltered, stumbling back and collapsing onto the ground. Yet Huai Shi pressed forward, panting, staggering over one corpse after another, passing before countless vacant eyes, leaving a trail of crimson outlines in their fading glimmers. Thanks to you, I have finally grasped something, he murmured softly, abruptly lifting his foot to stomp on the instructor and Appo's chest, pinning him down as he writhed in futile resistance. At last, he raised the dagger, aiming it at the instructor and Appo's throat. The reason I chose to become an ascender, Huai Shi said solemnly, fixing his gaze on that contorted face, enunciating each word with deliberation, is to sever the heads of scoundrels like you. In that instant, as the blade descended, the earth bore a profound crack. Blood erupted from the neck of the headless corpse, flowing through the fissure and saturating the parched ground. bestowing a rare moisture upon the dead land, leaving a glimmer of hope for the flowers that might bloom in the coming year. Then, Huai Shi beheld the world sway. Everything shattered. He plunged into darkness, only to awaken from his chair, drenched in sweat, feeling utterly exhausted, as though drained of vitality. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of tranquility and satisfaction enveloped his heart, as if he had received recompense for that recent hollow act of vengeance. "Congratulations on breaking through," the crow remarked, perched on the table, scrutinizing him. "Did you gain anything?" Huai Shi fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. Ultimately, he had achieved nothing of consequence. It could hardly be deemed salvation, nor revenge. Perhaps it had all concluded more than a decade ago. What he had done was merely tear apart the original narrative he found unsatisfactory and compose a fanfiction of his own. What could he possibly gain from this? After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled softly. A beautiful dream. At least it had a beginning and an end. With that, he braced himself against the table, rising slowly. Upon seeing the dagger he had placed there, he couldn't and oppose. He resist picking it up, idly toying with it for a moment before tossing it back onto the table. As for everything else, let it serve as a comforting trinket. With that said, he turned away, ascending the stairs. After enduring an entire day, he felt dizzy, darkness swirling before his eyes, on the brink of succumbing to slumber. Nothing in this world could be more delightful than a deep, uninterrupted sleep. If there were, it would be to sleep twice. Time to retire for the night. He waved his hand and closed the bedroom door. The crow watched the youth and Oppo's silhouette vanish up the staircase, then turned back to gaze at the table. In the dim glow of the lamp, the cheap, chipped dagger glinted faintly, embedded in the cracked, peeling surface of the long table, casting a slender shadow. The spot where the blade pierced revealed a ghastly scar, reminiscent of an axe and Oppo's cleave. "Good night, Huai Shi. Sleep well." The crow spread its wings and soared into the hazy night beyond the window, fading from sight. Chapter 48. Clean up. A dream of blissful indulgence, perhaps buoyed by an increase in strength. He felt a newfound sense of security and no longer experienced those bizarre dreams of rushing to the Golden Hall in Vienna to play the little widow at the grave. Upon waking, he settled into his garden routine, practicing the cello for 2 hours, when Huai Shi received a call from Ai Qing. "Step outside. Someone is here to pick you up," she said. "We have tracked down Wang Hai." Without the need for state machinery, even the New Sea Special Affairs Bureau, operating independently, seemed to have cast a net over the entire region. With Ai Qing's Astronomical Society monitoring the transcendent individuals and the Special Affairs Bureau and Oppo's connections within the general populace, the two parties began to collaborate, transforming New Sea into a glass aquarium. Under his audacious provocation, within just over a day, nearly all transient populations were scrutinized, and those with criminal records were apprehended and interrogated. Finally, through pervasive surveillance and inquiries, they located Wang Hai's whereabouts, an abandoned estate in the desolate mountains outside the city. In short, the second place on New Sea and Oppo's haunted house rankings had been identified. Upon learning this, Huai Shi was almost angered to the point of laughter. "What do you want? Are you trying to dethrone my haunted house from the top spot?" Once surveillance confirmed Wang Hai and Oppo's movements, the Special Affairs Bureau sprang into action. Countless armed operatives eagerly jumped into their vehicles, prepared for deployment, evidently incensed by Director Fu's explosive frustration. When Huai Shi arrived, he was hastily shoved into Ai Qing and Oppo's car, heading toward the outskirts. Within half an hour, clad in a bulletproof vest and helmet, he found himself bewilderingly at the foot of the desolate hills. The satellite reconnaissance had been completed, revealing signs of activity at the estate. The reconnaissance team returned with reports. "There is a high likelihood that the target matches Wang Hai and Oppo's physique, but we cannot be certain. Should we deploy a drone?" Using a drone would be too conspicuous. Director Fu, peering through binoculars, began to strategize with his team, referencing the estate and Oppo's map. As a member of the Astronomical Society and the only transcendent combatant, Huai Shi was included in the first wave of operatives entering the estate, trembling with apprehension. "How do you use this thing?" "Where in Oppo's the safety?" He attempted to feign ignorance of the automatic rifle in his hands, clinging to a faint hope of escaping, only to be bound and shoved into the vehicle by the muscular operatives. "Wait a minute, I and Oppo's am a victim too. Why must I participate in the assault? He protested, clinging to the door and shouting, if you want a transcendent, go find old Lu. His abilities are formidable, just one glare, and everyone's done for. I and Amp, Oppos, am merely a cellist, capable of conjuring only a shameful axe. Please, spare me. For heaven and Amp, Oppos, s sake, Don and Amp, Oppos, T hit me. In the vehicle, Ai Qing turned her gaze away, suppressing a sigh. Fine, let him accompany me. Director Fu, unable to bear it any longer, waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to cease their banter. If this continues, he'll start shouting about the Bureau abusing its power. TSK. What on earth are the youth thinking these days? Lu Dongli was so much better, braving the storms, willing to face any danger for a reduced sentence. If only I had thought to imprison this fellow and sentence him to a few years. He sighed, lowering his gaze to the blueprints on the table. The abandoned estate had stood for quite some time. In fact, there were many such derelict buildings near New Sea, most dating back to the prosperous era over 90 years ago, when the economy thrived. As wealth dwindled, so too did the number of affluent residents, leading to a decline in the local real estate market. Countless construction projects became derelict, and even now, the old town has a dragon horse building still unfinished. Considering the timeline, it was contemporaneous with the Shui Pavilion. However, unlike Huai Shi, there were no unfortunate souls left behind here. Instead, it had long succumbed to decay, with only a few caretakers at the rear cemetery making slight repairs for lodging. Due to rumors of hauntings, even the cemetery fell into neglect, deteriorating completely. According to satellite reconnaissance, several individuals were active in the dilapidated estate. Besides Wang Hai, there was a possibility of a transcendent presence. It was feared that the core of the Savior and Oppos' faction might be hidden within, perhaps even reinforcements sent by a shadowy organization. The mere thought of yet another lunatic attempting to wreak havoc in New Sea made his head throb. Are we prepared? After thorough confirmation, Director Fu checked his weapons and bulletproof vest, leading the first assault team into their vehicles. Is this how it begins? Ai Qing seemed perplexed, quickly raising her hand to signal. Hold on a moment. I need to make a call. Meanwhile, within the crumbling estate, amidst the ruins of the nearly collapsed main building, a shadow crouched behind a broken wall, peering down the mountainside through binoculars. Are you sure the Astronomical Society member will take the bait? The observer, clutching the phone, sounded anxious. We've been waiting here for 2 days, and not a single soul has appeared. Don't fret. It will be soon. Wang Hai's voice came through the line. I just took a stroll through the city. If they don't notice soon, the Special Affairs Bureau might as well disband. This time, the Master has entrusted you with the final opportunity, the observer replied, disgruntled. Consider how to atone for your sins. I failed to see the value in capturing a minor ghost. As he spoke, he emitted 2 low whistles, calming the lurking shadows among the ruins. The beast stirred, as if catching a whiff of fresh blood. Having hostages is essential for negotiation. You understand nothing. Wang Hai's voice grew impatient. If luck is on our side, we might just wipe out the entire Astronomical Society in New Sea. What plans could they pursue then? They're ascending the mountain now, along with the Special Affairs Bureau's troops. Ensure nothing goes awry. For transcendent beings, 10 shadow beasts, and over 90 retribution demons. Even the Special Affairs Bureau's troops 1T come out unscathed. The observer revealed a bloodthirsty grin. I'm eager to see if that face-selling gigolo and that limping woman are as formidable as you claim. With a snap, the call ended. The eerie shadow nestled in the darkness, suppressing all traces of its presence, akin to a hibernating snake. The estate fell into an immediate silence, devoid of any sound. The calls of birds and insects resumed, accentuating the desolate ruins' eeriness. The speeding convoy halted abruptly on the mountainside, and at the base, mortars were being set up. Directed by commanding officers, a thunderous boom erupted as shells rained down, obliterating the eastern side of the dilapidated estate, exposing massive craters amidst swirling dust. Yet, there remained no signs of unusual activity, only faint echoes of panic-stricken voices from within the estate. Shall we proceed? Director Fu, binoculars in hand, inquired from the passenger seat. Let us wait a moment, Ai Qing replied, gazing at the estate, her expression unchanged as she raised her phone. I require a longsword for cleansing. 3 minutes later, a mournful wail echoed through the sky. The shadow of the steel bird pierced through the clouds, soaring past the earth with a thunderous roar that transcended the speed of sound. From beneath its wings, A pure white steel arrow traced an arc as it descended towards the ground. At that moment, a figure crouched atop a skyscraper widened their eyes in astonishment. What on earth is that? With a thunderous explosion, the object struck the ground. In the next instant, a violent cacophony and a blaze erupted from the earth, causing the entire mountain to tremble slightly. Amidst the surging flames and sweeping pressure, the ruins of the manor once again lamented in a frenzy of destruction. In the terrifying explosion, the encompassing pressure utterly reduced the estate to rubble, while countless shards of metal dispersed in all directions, unleashing a symphony of piercing sounds. A massive crater formed at the heart of the estate, as molten earth flowed like lava across the charred ground. The foul stench of smoke and dust swirling in the wrathful winds. A missile. There was no time for any reaction. A deep, howling sound erupted once more from the sky. The shadow of the steel bird returned. After dropping something from the air, it vanished beyond the horizon, leaving only a muffled thunderclap resonating in its wake. Soon after, tendrils of white smoke descended towards the earth, reminiscent of an inverted tree. It was as if a cruel angel had shed its wings from the clouds, enveloping the ground in sacred light and pure white mist, bringing forth a uniformity of incineration and annihilation. The terrifying heat erupted the moment these hellish entities touched down, azure and crimson flames gushing forth. A scorching wind cloaked every corner, like a delicate veil of white gauze, rendering all it covered subject to that dreadful conflagration. Flames danced wildly in the soil, upon the stones, across the ruins, and through flesh, generating temperatures capable of reducing steel to liquid, accompanied by toxic smoke and dense fog that ravaged the lungs. In an instant, the devastation wrought by the white phosphorus incendiary rounds descended upon the ruins, with swirling phosphorus vapors and flowing flames infiltrating every crevice. Burn, burn, burn. First came the horrifying impact of the missile, followed by the terrifying heat of the white phosphorus, culminating in the noxious fog that obliterated all living beings. The entire mountaintop lay shrouded in destruction. On the mountainside, all gazed in stunned silence at the scene of devastation, observing dozens of monstrous entities exceeding several meters in height, shrieking as they fled from the flames, struggling upon the ground, rolling and scraping the azure flames from their skeletal frames, only for vicious fire to reignite from their very marrow. Eventually, they lay prostrate, motionless, leaving behind only the remnants slowly transforming to char in the flames, accompanied by the sound of bones fracturing in the blaze. A crowd stared in disbelief at the ruins before them. Director Fu turned to Ai Qing. Are you not going to leave any survivors? Aren't white phosphorus munitions banned? Only those who survive are considered living. Ai Qing replied calmly, waving her hand. Anyone who speaks of humanitarianism to terrorists must be out of their mind. All right, it's time to proceed, Ai Qing commanded. Casting a final glance at Huai Shi. You will go, won't you? Of course, of course. Huai Shi nodded vigorously. I am but a brick of the Astronomical Society. Wherever I am needed, I shall move. Someone, bring my fire Qilin AK. Chapter 49. The Weeping Serpent. Before long, Huai Shi, armed with an automatic rifle and a gas mask, was unceremoniously kicked from the vehicle, following the muscular brothers of the sublimated suppression force into the estate. Still smoldering with remnants of fire, what met the eye was a vast expanse of white. Amidst the charred wasteland and ruins, colossal monstrosities were visible, their terrifying scales still retaining a dreadful hardness, along with their ghastly skeletal remains. They appeared as if they had emerged from the depths of hell, a grotesque sight that seemed far removed from any natural evolution. Apart from this, the estate was enveloped in a profound silence. As Huai Shi moved forward, a chill settled in his heart. What sort of malevolent ambush had these scoundrels laid here? Even now, wisps of black vapor slowly ascended from beneath the white ash, dissipating into the air. The burly soldiers in gas masks seemed to struggle under the oppressive atmosphere, with many collapsing weakly to the ground, hastily dragged away by their comrades to receive medical attention. Yet, Huai Shi felt no discomfort. On the contrary, he was acutely alert, his senses sharpening and his reflexes quickening. The abyss had transformed this place into a feeding ground, the concentration of the abyssal sediment surpassing that at the border. In response to this, Ai Qing remarked over the communication line, a suitable amount of pressure can accelerate the functioning of your soul, much like diving. However, for an ordinary person lacking a forged soul, these sediments are lethal. Such tricks are favored by cultists. Huai Shi raised his rifle, cautiously scanning his surroundings. What were they trying to accomplish? Who could say? Perhaps they sought to orchestrate something grand? Ai Qing's tone remained calm. Once the main force enters here, they will elevate the depth with the divine imprint, as if we were being swallowed by some beast. The black vapor you see is akin to gastric fluid, which will slowly digest us. A shiver ran down Huai Shi's spine, and he instinctively shrank his neck, growing increasingly vigilant. Though the Special Affairs Bureau wielded immense power, it was still bound by institutional constraints, often resorting to mere artillery strikes in such situations. Who would expect a deranged woman in the decision-making echelon to unleash missiles in the domestic sphere? What in the world were they thinking? Not only the allies, but even the spirits of those unfortunate souls would likely wear expressions of disbelief. Fortunately, Ai Qing's divine intervention and the subsequent white phosphorus incendiaries had thoroughly cleansed the land, leaving not even a living insect within the estate. Even should any foul creatures have survived the bombardment, they would have perished from the toxic fumes, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In the innermost layer of the ruins, Huai Shi stumbled upon a grotesque corpse, as if caught in the blast radius of a missile, its torso charred yet not immediately dead, struggling to escape, only to be engulfed by the descending white phosphorus incendiary, incinerated alive in flames akin to maggots gnawing at the bones, transforming into a twisted mass of char. He could vaguely discern a face reminiscent of a beast. The half-charred, half-broken visage revealed a skull resembling that of a primate, with enormous, razor-sharp teeth that shattered into two pieces at the slightest touch of the rifle barrel. Despite the assertion of scientific advancement, it was evident that the prowess of the supernatural could not contend with the might of science, though the exact tier of the sublimator was indeterminate, and the peculiar stigmata they bore enigmatic. In the present realm, none could withstand the onslaught of iron and steel. It was said that in the bygone era of ancient magic, the world was not so, but with the establishment of the three great barriers of the present realm, the difficulty for sublimators to wreak havoc had only escalated. The details of this were to be revealed by the crow once Huai Shi formally bore the stigma. Until then, he had not broached the subject again, likely a secret shrouded in obscurity. After ensuring there were no latent dangers, Huai Shi waved at the soldiers clad in protective gear, who promptly approached with large containers, efficiently discarding the corpse within for preservation. The remains of sublimators held value, even in their charred state. They could potentially yield remnants of the stigmata, and through autopsy, their identities might be discerned. Alas, the thoroughness of the incendiaries rendered the body so fragile that it crumbled to pieces upon contact, proving irreparable. As Huai Shi continued forward, he sensed something amiss after taking a couple of steps back, crouching to brush through the ash on the ground. Through the residual warmth of the ashes, he glimpsed a metallic sheen. Digging further, he discerned the contours of steel. It was a short sword. The guard had melted and deformed, and the cord on the hilt had nearly carbonized, yet the blade remained intact, albeit shrouded in a layer of black carbon. Measuring approximately 40 centimeters in length and 5 centimeters in width, single-edged, its design resembled a ceremonial dagger. However, when Huai Shi attempted to wield it, it felt remarkably balanced, hinting at more than mere aesthetics. He weighed it in his hand, sensing it was no ordinary relic. Crow and Apos' voice materialized beside him. And Apos, this should be a product excavated from a depth of 7 to 8 in hell, judging by the style. It appears to be a sacrificial knife from the Tenochtitlan Empire, quite a treasure. The crow, concealed in shadows, peered at him with mischievous eyes, blinking rapidly. Is there a way to darken your presence? Where did you come from? And what on earth are you thinking? Huai Shi retorted through the Book of Fate, noting that there were still eyes watching. How can I hide? Is it not common to acquire dark equipment in such circumstances? The crow shrugged. And be cautious of what lurks behind you. In that instant, a chilling wind sliced through the air, sending shivers up Huai Shi's spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he braced the sacrificial knife behind him, only to hear a piercing crash as an overwhelming force nearly sent him flying. Fortunately, he was no longer the inexperienced novice he once was, twisting in midair. He landed deftly, facing his assailant. What emerged from the air was a figure, its charred form oozing thick blood as the burnt skin split and cracked, revealing a mass of fresh, red flesh beneath. Layer upon layer of scorched skin peeled away, akin to a serpent shedding its skin, breaking free from its old shell and the clutches of death, welcoming rebirth. In the agonizing throes of convulsion, the burnt skin gradually fell away, revealing a grotesque, bloodied visage, adorned with eyes filled with malice. Huai Shi inhaled sharply. "Buddy, do you need me to call an ambulance?" he quipped, though his body betrayed him as he discarded the sacrificial knife and raised his automatic rifle, unleashing a volley of shots. Within a 10-meter range, he expertly controlled his aim, emptying a magazine in mere seconds, then skillfully retrieving a fresh one from his tactical vest, continuing the onslaught. It was no joke. He certainly wouldn't wait for this formidable foe, who had survived the white phosphorus, to come and strike him first. Having undergone training through the Book of Fate, Huai Shi no longer claimed to be a master marksman. However, he was far from the inexperienced rookie who once struggled to control his weapon. His proficiency in one-handed magazine changes, learned just that morning, nearly drew the attention of the suppression force behind him. "Changwei, you still claim you lack martial prowess." As soon as Huai Shi pulled the trigger, the shadowy figure attempted to evade, perhaps not anticipating Huai Shi's swift reaction. Abandoning the relic of the border in hand, the figure instinctively lunged forward, desperate to reclaim the weapon. Yet, the bullet proved swifter than any human, and in an instant, the figure was transformed into a bloodied mass by 20 steel-core bullets, with strange green blood saturating the ground. Seizing the opportunity while Huai Shi reloaded, he rolled and scrambled into the remnants of a broken wall. The valiant soldiers of the suppression unit were not idle either. After a moment of surprise, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire, reducing the half-wall to mere rubble. Once Huai Shi had replaced the magazine, he retrieved the border relic from the ground and tucked it into his vest. Instead of rushing to inspect the aftermath behind the wall, he reached into a comrade's pocket and extracted several iron grenades. After removing the safety pins, he hurled them with great effort. Before the sound of detonation reached his ears, a shadow erupted from behind the broken wall, shrieking towards Huai Shi with piercing intensity. With instinctive reflexes, Huai Shi drew his blade to block, feeling his military knife shatter in his grasp. As he fell backwards, he sensed something cold graze his face, an icy, sharp bone spike. The chaotic gunfire abruptly ceased, and the soldiers surrounding him collapsed, as if robbed of their strength. Through his gas mask, Huai Shi caught a whiff of a sickly sweet fragrance, and his vision blurred. Poison. He flicked a handful of ash to repel the figure. But as he rose from the ground, a wave of weakness washed over him. At that moment, he finally discerned the true visage of his adversary. After enduring a barrage of missiles and incendiary attacks, the figure appeared as if it had shed a layer of skin, revealing a new layer with faint pink scales. 3 peculiar horns adorned its forehead, each a different hue. "What on earth? Don't be cowardly. Take him down," croaked a voice in his ear, bolstering his resolve. The stigmata of the serpent only possesses the second tier. Surviving merely reflects a resilient spirit. "That poison is feeble compared to what I give you daily. Could you possibly say less?" Huai Shi retorted angrily. "And what exactly do you feed me every day?" With no time to chastise the troublesome entity, the enhanced stigmata of the serpent lunged once more, its bone spike aimed directly at Huai Shi and Appo's throat with astonishing speed. But the figure's stance seemed almost comical to Huai Shi. "Are you even capable?" he thought, effortlessly dodging the thrust. He swiftly drew the sacrificial dagger from his chest, pivoting the hilt in midair and thrusting downward. As the shadow passed by, Huai Shi barely regained his footing when a piercing scream erupted behind him. From shoulder to lower back, the serpent's form was cleaved open by the sacrificial dagger, exposing the color of its bones beneath. As the dagger tasted blood, the layer of charcoal seemed to wash away, revealing a lustrous bronze beneath. The flowing blood appeared to be drawn into the blade, swirling gracefully upon its edge. Strangely, the wound inflicted did not bleed. Instead, it shriveled like a splintered piece of wood, presenting an eerily unsettling sight. Chapter 50. The purified people. Was it truly so formidable? Huai Shi was momentarily taken aback, but soon elation surged within him, and his confidence began to swell. This time, without waiting for his opponent to launch another assault, he took the initiative to strike. The ceremonial blade was not overly long, merely a tad longer than an ordinary dagger, and it complemented Huai Shi's dagger fighting techniques flawlessly. His mastery of the Roman dagger combat, now at LV8, was no less impressive than the once feared red gloves, having ascended to a superior level of professionalism. Devoid of any pretense, transformed into an unequivocal art of killing. Instantaneously, Shi felt a wave of righteous indignation. After narrowly escaping the bombardment, he found himself surrounded before he could even react. Initially, he aimed to reclaim the sacred artifact bestowed by his master and perhaps toy with a novice to vent his frustrations. However, to his astonishment, His strike felt akin to poking a hornet's nest. Where had this abnormality sprung from? Not only was his reaction peculiar, but he also seemed impervious to snake venom. Wielding a swordsmanship so fearsome that, without any sacred mark, he had been bested in mere moments. "Get away," he roared, desperately deflecting Huai Shi's blade with his bone blade. As he turned to flee, he was met with a line of figures that had inexplicably appeared behind him. Seeing his attempt to escape, they unleashed a barrage of bullets, effectively cornering him into a face-off with Huai Shi, intent on capturing him alive. Shi could hardly contain his laughter. Even if his combat prowess was suppressed, as a second-stage golden-level transcendent, was he truly afraid of a novice devoid of any sacred mark? He resolved to seize a hostage first. Ignoring Huai Shi's relentless assault, his teeth elongated abruptly, spewing forth a venomous mist that rapidly evaporated into swirling white fog, corroding even the stones beneath it. Huai Shi was taken aback and hastily retreated. But Shi seized the opportunity, regaining the initiative. Recklessly, he grasped the blood-sucking blade with one hand while reaching for Huai Shi's throat with the other. Just then, darkness enveloped his vision, and he was met with an unceasing barrage of gunfire. With one hand wielding the blade, Huai Shi drew a pistol from his vest and pressed it against Shi's forehead, repeatedly pulling the trigger. The small-caliber bullets failed to penetrate his skull, yet the violent impact was akin to a penetrating wound, leaving him momentarily dazed, unsure if his brain had rattled loose. Release. Huai Shi withdrew the ceremonial blade from Shi's grasp and struck down with force. As the blade sliced through the air, pale primal fire ignited in his hand, augmenting the weight of the axe upon the edge. In a swift motion, he severed one of Shi's arms, only to extract the blade again for another strike, decisively cleaving off both of his arms. Having absorbed enough blood, the damaged ceremonial blade swiftly repaired itself, transforming from a ragged piece of bronze into its original lustrous form, as if freshly forged. It even began to exhibit a will of its own, attempting to siphon Huai Shi's primal energy. "Attempting to consume my primal essence? You jest." Huai Shi chuckled, amused. "You dare to siphon from this energy manufacturing machine? Have you lost your mind?" He re-infused the ash-gray material with an abundant dose of venom, compelling the wretched artifact to indulge itself. Initially, it devoured voraciously, but upon sensing the danger, it tried to cease its consumption. Yet, Huai Shi's grasp on the hilt tightened, forcefully compelling it to drink deeper, akin to a fiery pepper-infused concoction. In the end, the blade trembled violently, emitting a mournful wail, as if pleading for mercy. The pure negative energy, combined with a deathly toxin even more potent, had thoroughly overwhelmed it, reverting it to a dusty state, compliant in Huai Shi's grip. With internal matters settled, it was time to turn to external threats. Huai Shi raised the ceremonial blade, adjusting the edge, and charged at Shi with fervor. The terrifying weight bestowed by his grasp was akin to that of an axe, and soon, the fallen Shi convulsed, motionless. It could be said that the once mighty golden tier expert, who could have easily dominated Huai Shi in a fair fight, had fallen victim to a relentless barrage of missiles and incendiary devices, ultimately succumbing to Huai Shi's unrelenting assault. Even under the covert encouragement of the crow, he found himself stripped of the 3 horns adorning his head. These remnants held value. The essence of Shi's sacred toxin resided within, and with but a simple refinement, it could yield an antidote effective against most neurotoxins. It could fetch several thousand, perhaps even more. The crow paused momentarily before adding a unit of measurement, per gram. Upon hearing this, Huai Shi, who had previously hesitated, resolved to take the risk. What a treasure! Such high-tier, transcendent beings were indeed laden with riches. Once Huai Shi concluded his task, the waiting suppression squad rushed in to shackle the nearly unconscious Shi with layer upon layer of restraints. First, they secured his body with shackles, followed by an explosive collar to sever his sacred mark. Subsequently, several vials of colored serums were injected directly into his carotid artery, culminating in a 7 or 8 centimeter nail being driven into the base of his neck, causing Huai Shi's eye to twitch uncontrollably. Is this truly necessary? The suppression squad's muscular members remained unfazed, dismissing it as standard procedure. It was unclear whether Director Fu intended to set an example, subtly warning them not to disrupt the current realm. It seemed that only one fish had slipped through the net. Huai Shi scoured the ruins once more, yet this time, nothing emerged to attempt a backstab. Regrettably, he also failed to locate Wang Hai, not even a trace of his body. Logically, a weakling like him who was not even a transcendent, should have perished in the explosion. Yet doubt not at Huai Shi. That fellow was remarkably resilient, surviving even the red gloves. Without a body in sight, one could not rule out the possibility that he was lurking nearby, plotting mischief. In the distance, within the woods, the crow whistled, glancing towards another hill. From the moment the missiles fell, a shadow lurking there had already turned tail and fled, akin to a farmer who, having stolen a watermelon, was now fleeing from cannon fire, abandoning his comrades without a backward glance. It could only be said that Wang Hai's skill in evasion far surpassed his lackluster scheming. Throughout the ordeal, the observing crow remained silent, merely shaking its wings and shedding a feather. The feather drifted down, landing upon its exposed nape like diluted ink, dissolving away, leaving behind a sun-kissed mark. What fish might be caught in this mire with a bait cast? The crow pondered with curiosity. Well done. Ai Qing glanced calmly at the captured Shi, or rather, at the big fish they had caught. Director Fu surveyed the charred remnants of the ruins with a resigned sigh. While the Astronomical Society's call for airstrikes had been exhilarating, the responsibility for the aftermath fell to the Special Affairs Office. He could only lament that among this group, there were indeed some tough nuts. Otherwise, they would have been unable to find even a single witness to record a statement. He found it incomprehensible where Ai Qing acquired her hard-nosed, Russian-style logic. Nonetheless, he was grateful for her recklessly bold decision, which had successfully averted a brutal ambush. Just the sight of the remnants of those ghastly beings was enough to induce a headache. More troubling than that was how so many aberrations had appeared in the current realm. These creatures were more than capable of engaging in direct combat with modern military forces. Frustrated, he lit a cigarette, pondering what the customs officials were truly up to. Although she longed to show those worthless individuals a lesson, she regrettably acknowledged that these matters had no connection to customs. Ai Qing sighed, proposing a new conjecture. What if they were not smuggled across the border, but rather raised in the current environment? HM? Director Fu was initially taken aback, then furrowed his brow. If that were the case, it would explain where the funds and resources siphoned by the Savior Society had vanished, as well as the purpose behind their relentless pursuit of privileges from the upper echelons. Yet, this also indicated that the gravity of the situation had escalated once more. Ironically, for so many years, the shadow of the Savior Society had quietly flourished along the coastal regions, while the Special Affairs Office remained utterly oblivious. Ultimately, it was a border terror organization like Green Day that unearthed this troubling truth. One could surmise that there were individuals diligently covering up for them, allowing their growth to go unchecked. Even more concerning was that these border anomalies were not mere creatures like chickens or pigs that could thrive on a bit of grass. Their environmental requirements were far more stringent, even exceeding those of some protected species. Every aspect, from air quality to food sources, and even the depth of their habitat, could influence their development. Apart from the now closed massive biological experimentation facility known as the Sustenance Institute, hardly any organization possessed such capabilities. Coincidentally, one organization was renowned for its ability to rear these border anomalies, the Purified People. With a near sigh, Director Fu rubbed his temples, uttering that name. Damn it. We're in for something serious this time. Are we certain? Isn't there a ready-made specimen? Ai Qing tilted her chin towards the caged, crying serpent transcender, her gaze becoming laden with meaning. If it truly is those lunatics, you won't extract anything from them. It would be better to utilize the waste. The moment all members of the Purified People invoked external forces to achieve transcendence, their souls bore the mark of their master. Henceforth, everything they possessed, including life and flesh, down to a drop of blood or a piece of meat, belonged to the ultimate Lord. In the blissful land of hell, whether believers or messengers, all living beings were merely reserves. Once deemed valueless, they became mere delicacies for the powerful during their night feasts. As she spoke, she glanced at Director Fu, whose expression shifted. After a prolonged silence, he sighed helplessly and waved his hand. Do as you wish. I will sign it later. Satisfied, Ai Qing retracted her gaze and beckoned to Huai Shi. Startled, Huai Shi, who had been idly passing time, looked around to confirm that Ai Qing was indeed calling him. Feeling instinctively uneasy, that old buddy, he hesitated, reluctant to approach. Although I'm a mere pawn of the Astronomical Society, it hardly seems appropriate to be moved around daily, does it? Don't worry, I won't ask you to leap into the fire. Ai Qing pointed at the sacrificial knife in his pocket. Hand that over. After a moment of hesitation, Huai Shi finally produced the knife, turning the hilt towards her. Be careful, this thing is quite sinister. It was merely a D-class border relic. Any risks were within manageable limits. Ai Qing nonchalantly took out a handkerchief, wrapping it around the hilt before grasping it. Once released from Huai Shi's grip, the object began to act restlessly, quivering incessantly and emitting a low, spine-chilling hum. Ai Qing propped herself up with a cane, rising from her wheelchair, and with the knife in hand, approached expressionlessly. Through the bars of the cage, the blade was plunged into the throat of the crying serpent transcender. Snap! Chapter 51. The Rancher with a Sharp Crack. It was as though a water-filled balloon had burst. Blood gushed forth, yet it swiftly vanished upon contact with the blade, absorbed entirely as if the knife itself had consumed it. As the blood nourished the blade, the chink upon it expanded and healed, reminiscent of time reversing. Ultimately, intricate golden patterns emerged on the bronze blade, transforming it from a mere imitation of an antique into a genuine work of art, appearing as though it had been forged from life itself. Ai Qing stepped back, indifferent to the violent thirst emanating from the blade, as she coolly withdrew it from the throat of the wailing serpent, shaking off the blood before returning it to Huai Shi. It was somewhat effective, albeit with an insatiable appetite. Still, it managed to contend adequately with the living beings it encountered. Such contraband circulating in the market could lead to significant trouble, so exercise caution in safeguarding it. She cast a glance at the hesitant Director Fu, for after all, the storage of hazardous items was also the responsibility of the Astronomical Society. To overtly classify this artifact, whose threat level undoubtedly exceeded C grade, as D grade, only to claim it under the guise of storage for the Society, felt somewhat excessive. A mere transfer of ownership, and it would belong to the Huai family. Was that not a bit too much? Before Fu could voice his objections, a chilling sound broke the silence. From the slowly lifeless corpse, warmth still lingered. Yet no more blood erupted from the wounds. Instead, wisps of black smoke began to rise from its limbs, enveloping the body like a viscous liquid, as if consuming it from within. The eerie sound of chewing followed, each crunch revealing a gaping void in the corpse, as if some invisible force relentlessly devoured it. In the end, the black mist dissipated silently, leaving behind nothing but a pallid skeleton. The soul, flesh, and even the marrow had vanished without a trace. Even if thrown into a pot for a long boil, it would yield nothing but a basin of boiling water, devoid of nutrients. A gentle breeze swept through, and the remains quietly crumbled into dust. The fleeting feast concluded amidst the dazed expressions of all present. Ai Qing calmly nodded at Director Fu. I will submit a request for assistance to the higher-ups, and I hope the Social Security Bureau and the Special Affairs Office will cooperate. Director Fu remained silent for a considerable time before giving a dry nod. The responsibility for clearing the scene now lay with the Special Affairs Office. Thanks to Ai Qing and Appo's diligent approach, Huai Shi once again enjoyed the privilege of a special vehicle transport, akin to a leader visiting a distant locale for inspection, attending meetings and returning with local specialties, exactly as he had arrived. By the way, come by tomorrow afternoon. Before departing, Ai Qing informed him of a delivery awaiting him. What delivery? Is it from Dongfeng? Huai Shi glanced at the wheelchair-bound lady who had just been bombarded with missiles, not daring to inquire further. In any case, it felt as if a task had been completed with a chime, acquiring equipment, materials, and experience, perhaps even setting the stage for the upcoming main storyline. Though his heart brimmed with uncertainty, a solution would soon present itself. Huai Shi retrieved his phone and opened the contacts list. Which fortunate companion would have the opportunity to treat him to lunch and answer his questions? Half an hour later, in the recently popular Huai Shi restaurant in Shanghai, Lu Dongli spat out the tea he had just sipped, choking violently. What on earth is going on? Huai Shi looked utterly bewildered. After a prolonged struggle to regain his composure, Lu Dongli lowered his voice and asked, Can you confirm it's the Pure Land of Bliss, the return to purity people? Huai Shi nodded, only to see Lu bow towards him, seemingly ready to speak. He quickly pressed Lu's hand down. Hold on, don't rush to conclusions. What exactly is the return to purity? An illegal religious group. In simple terms, it's a cult. Lu Dongli's explanation was succinct, and he was now wiping away cold sweat in fear. My friend, how did you get yourself into such a mess? They are a bunch of lunatics. The most fanatical of cultists, super terrorists among terrorists. Think of them like ISIS, you know? Guijingha, right? Huai Shi nodded in understanding. Not even close. Lu Dongli smacked the back of his head in frustration. Get serious, brother. If this isn't handled properly, it's not just you who will be in trouble. The entire Xinhai could be at risk. But even so, I don't have any concept of it. Huai Shi pondered, then asked, how do they compare to the Green Day? Lu Dongli was momentarily taken aback by this bizarre question, unsure whether to contemplate it or to redirect Huai Shi's understanding. This isn't the same category, you know? Let me put it this way. Green Day consists of a group of antisocial lunatics primarily targeting the Astronomical Society with acts of terrorism. You get it? After some thought, Huai Shi exclaimed, so you're saying they're like the heroes of Liangshan? Sort of, I suppose. Lu Dongli sighed, placing his teacup down. While neither the Liangshan heroes nor the Green Day are particularly virtuous, their primary aim is to seize Tokyo, take the throne, and establish their own rule. At the core, it's essentially an internal struggle. Lu Dongli took a breath, refocusing on the return to purity. This illegal organization is not only antisocial, but also anti-human. And its nature is far more complex than that of the Green Day. Continue. Huai Shi nodded, quietly jotting notes. Their stronghold lies beyond the borders in a hellish place known as the Pure Land of Bliss. Even the Astronomical Society cannot pinpoint its coordinates, making it impossible to eradicate them all at once. Over the years, they have stirred up considerable chaos. Manchester is rumored to have fallen victim to them yet, ultimately. Their greatest threat does not stem from within, but from the forces backing them. Upon hearing the name Manchester, which seemed vaguely familiar, Huai Shi was momentarily stunned, only to be captivated by Lu Dongli's subsequent words. What they worship is one of the 24 elements of destruction calculated from the predictions of the former president of the Astronomical Society, something that could rightly be called a deity, the rancher. Elements of destruction? Huai Shi exclaimed, why does it sound so formidable, and why is it called the rancher? Does it raise cattle? Sort of. Lu Dongli replied with a deadpan expression. It's referred to as an element of destruction because, according to the Astronomical Society's assessment, it possesses the probability, capability, or qualification to annihilate the current realm. It's not a gentle thing like a nuclear bomb. It embodies a far more twisted transformation and subversion. In simpler terms, it wields the power to turn the current world into hell. You could regard it as the doomsday overlord. Rumor has it there are 23 others like it, though only a few have been disclosed, and you may already be familiar with the remains of one. He gestured toward the sky outside the window. Curious, Huai Shi leaned out to gaze at the blue afternoon sky, dotted with clouds, amidst which traces of fish swam, weaving through coral-like formations, casting rippling shadows upon the earth. Initially bewildered, he soon felt confusion, followed by astonishment. Wait, coral clouds? Indeed. Lu Dongli, with an inscrutable expression, took a sip of tea. To be precise, it should be referred to as Old Gaia, symbolizing the annihilated former world. Such matters may seem too distant for you. However, it is well understood that the coral clouds drifting above are indeed remnants of its corpse. The rancher, the celestial kingdom, the piper, Old Gaia, the gray-clad man. The golden dawn. Among the 9 elements of destruction currently disclosed, the rancher holds the foremost position, according to clandestine rumors circulating. It even pertains to the enigmatic downfall of the ancient deities in 1650, a depth of intrigue sufficient to drown 100,000 of you. So, are you feeling apprehensive now? Huai Shi remained silent for a prolonged moment before raising his hand. Excuse me, did I just hear Celestial Kingdom? Lu Dongli regarded him with confusion for a while. Ah, yes, indeed it is the Celestial Kingdom, in its literal sense, a paradise without a doubt. However, the specifics of that intelligence fall beyond my purview. Why do you inquire about this? Nothing much, just curious, Huai Shi replied with a forced smile, feeling as though he had encountered that term somewhere before, yet unable to place it, scratching his head. Yu Haven T explained why the rancher bears such a peculiar name. In simple terms, it relates to the food chain, Lu Dongli said, scratching his head as he gestured with his chopsticks towards everything in Huai Shi's view, ultimately plunging them into the dry-fried sparrow that had just been served, lifting a leg of the sparrow. You see, in the eyes of the purified people, this world is akin to an immense food chain, stretching across the realm, the border, and hell. Just as sheep graze on grass and humans on sheep. If the clerics perceive their followers as a flock and pride themselves as shepherds, then at the pinnacle of this grotesque infernal food chain, who else but the rancher commands all the shepherds? Once the essence of the deities is distorted by hell, the rancher can be unequivocally deemed a malevolent deity. To it, the entire world is merely a vast pasture, and all living beings are but sustenance. What the purified people aspire to is to merge with their deity in the ultimate contraction and cycle of this food chain, becoming incarnations of the rancher. In reality, what is termed the blessed land is, for the rancher, merely a platter, and they are but tools for cleansing its utensils. Tools that are themselves edible and environmentally sustainable materials. Much like this. He paused, stuffing the soy-braised sparrow leg into his mouth, crunching loudly. Now, do you understand? Chapter 52. How to Become an Ascendant. From novice to oblivion 10 minutes later, Huai Shi finally realized that he seemed to be targeted by some formidable dark force. Why should that be the case? In a fit of indignation, he slammed the table. I merely kicked him twice. Is that really necessary? But it was more than that. Lu Dongli raised a finger to correct him. Not only did you break his little finger, pull his hair, snatch his box, and kick him in the groin, but you also kicked him twice. If I were Wang Hai, I certainly wouldn't let you off the hook. Have you forgotten that you also hit him with a surprise blow? Spare me. I'm just a mere gigolo, Huai Shi retorted. Lu Dongli winked boastfully. Look, so small and helpless, and pitiful, and bald. You've gone too far. My hair is already growing back. Huai Shi exclaimed in frustration as Lu Dongli, in a fit of anger, ripped off his wig and pointed to his own tragic hairline. See, it's already growing back. Don't worry, it grows fast. But it falls out just as quickly, Huai Shi replied, barely glancing at him, focused instead on his meal. To his surprise, the pigeon was quite delicious. Since Lu Dongli was treating, he didn't hesitate to order another one for soup. Sensing Huai Shi's despondent mood, Lu Dongli extinguished his cigarette and pushed the dishes closer to Huai Shi. Do not be afraid. They are merely a few small fry, and you won't have to confront the ranch owner directly. Do not underestimate the Astronomical Society, little brat. Your backing is an unrivaled force. Even if the ranch owner were to descend upon this realm, he would be sent back to his blessed paradise. If he were to take the stage, it would merely be to deal with a few small minions. He suggested, if you feel overwhelmed, you might as well resign. Huai Shi paused for a moment before continuing to gnaw at the pigeon leg until the bones were cleanly discarded onto the plate. He then took a tissue to wipe his hands. No, I'm not afraid, he said. I'm just a bit infuriated. Is that so? No need to worry about the ranch owner, right? Huai Shi raised his head earnestly. But why is it so difficult just to live a good life? Lu Dongli was taken aback, silent for a long while before shaking his head with a sigh. Because life is inherently not a simple affair, Huai Shi. Sometimes, it may seem that ascendants have more choices than ordinary folks, but at times, none of us truly have a choice. Unexpected events will occur, causing you pain and anxiety. Yet you must learn to accept them, whether you desire them or not. These are part of your life. When you become an ascendant, perhaps you have already bid farewell to your past life, but you are merely lingering in the past. He looked at the youth, his expression complex. If you only wish for a peaceful life, it is actually quite simple. Even I could help you achieve that. Change your name and identity. And you could withdraw and start anew in another city. Huai Shi shook his head without hesitation. My home is here. I am not going anywhere. Your home is merely an empty house. That is still my home, the youth replied calmly. As long as it exists, no matter how disheveled I appear outside, I can still be a house dog. Without it, I would only be a stray. Lu Dongli fell silent, saying nothing more, merely patting his shoulder. After finishing the meal, Lu Dongli lingered in the restroom for an unusually long time, not knowing how much hair growth cream he applied before emerging. After settling the bill, he asked Huai Shi where he was headed, offering to give him a ride. You bought a new car? Huai Shi was astonished. Just rented, Lu Dongli replied, opening the car door and taking the driver's seat, starting the engine as they pulled onto the road. He gazed out at the passing scenery and suddenly spoke. I'm leaving. Huh, didn't you say that already? I planned to travel for 2 years. I finally got my things sorted out. He rolled down the window and lit a cigarette. I have a flight at midnight from Jinling. Where are you headed? First to the Americas. I've heard there are many enjoyable places in the free cities of the Union. Lu Dongli detailed his extensive travel plans. Next, maybe to Rome or Egypt. And I'll return once the money runs out. Oh, Huai Shi scratched his head. Safe travels. Lu Dongli shook his head with a smile, not replying, but reached for a paper bag beside him and tossed it into Huai Shi and Appo's lap. This is for you. Huai Shi accepted the bag and opened it, revealing a flat box. Upon seeing the logo, he was immediately incredulous. Where did you get this? A friend from Rome gave it to me. I forgot it in my suitcase and only found it while packing. Nowadays, everyone uses their phones to listen to music, so I'm not sure how to deal with it, Lu Dongli said. If you like it, just take it and listen. Then I shall accept it. Huai Shi said. His eyebrows raised in delight as he unwrapped the plastic seal and Cowan logo, revealing a palm-sized music player. With a brass body and manual dual control knobs on top, he couldn't help but be enamored. It brought him even more joy than receiving a piece of border relic. In an era where everyone had grown accustomed to their phones, few remembered such devices called MP3s. They seemed to have been cast aside by time. With only a handful of enthusiasts paying attention to such relics, and the surviving prices became increasingly exorbitant. Just this player was worth as much as a decent handmade instrument. Had it been any other gift of equal value, Huai Shi might have hesitated, but the item Lu Dongli chose left him with no room for doubt. Moreover, having damaged a car worth millions, accepting a player worth over 10,000 felt like a negligible burden on his conscience. He considered it a return gift for the shampoo. Looking back at the beaming youth in the passenger seat, Lu Dongli was oblivious to the inner turmoil Huai Shi was experiencing and could only shake his head in admiration. Youth is truly wonderful. Finally, the car stopped at the entrance of the Shui Pavilion. Huai Shi exited, contentedly stowing the player away, and waved goodbye. Safe travels. When you return, I'll treat you to a meal. Perhaps, Lu Dongli replied with a charismatic smile, waving back. Just take care of yourself. As the car drove away, Huai Shi watched Lu Dongli's figure disappear and felt a sudden emptiness in his heart. He stood there for a long while, shaking his head to dispel the fleeting sense of melancholy. No more sorrow. If I dwell on it, I might as well be. He could only wish Lu Dongli a safe journey. In reality, upon returning home, he began to feel troubled once more. A crow landed on his table, donned with a mask as a white coat, its neck adorned with a miniature stethoscope, and its wings wrapped around a vial of dark green liquid. Come. Time for a checkup. She pulled out a pair of glasses from who knows where and perched them on her beak, her voice sweet and alluring. Let me see if you're developing normally. If only you weren't a crow, Huai Shi sighed, slumping back in his chair, surrendering to her ministrations. In truth, it was no different from a simple physical examination at the hospital, almost becoming a daily routine. Measurements of weight and height, along with blood samples poured into some peculiar reagents for testing. With Huai Shi's near-zero knowledge of alchemy, he could discern nothing and found no need to look. He possesses a more intuitive understanding of his own body than any other test could provide. His development has begun to accelerate. If the previous process was a gradual increase in pace, he is now racing down the expressway, crashing through barriers and growing wildly. Each day, he can distinctly feel the enhancement of his physique. The tingling and sharp pains from his growing bones have startled him awake from slumber on several occasions. Following a recent bout of muscle soreness, he has begun to notice occasional irregularities in his heartbeat, accompanied by phantom pains emanating from his internal organs and limbs. In less than a week, he has grown 4 centimeters taller, rendering his previous clothing sizes nearly obsolete. Astonishingly, even his slender arms and legs now exhibit visible muscle contours. Particularly, his hands have shown remarkable changes. The rate of nail growth has intensified to the point where he finds himself trimming them daily. With each snip, he perceives a phantom scent of sulfur. According to Crow, this is a side effect of specialized enhancement. Given that his enhancement seems to lean towards perception, it is unlikely that his physical strength will reach an exaggerated level upon completion of growth. As compensation, certain joint tendons and bones have gained fortitude, while the speed of nerve responses and the capacity of his internal organs will further improve. Most significantly, his vision, hearing, olfactory senses, and tactile sensitivity have all been amplified. In Crow's assessment, this perceptual enhancement is the most conducive to survival, granting him keen vision, heightened smell, broad hearing, and explosive speed, akin to an elusive old dog. Impossible to capture without special tools. Coupled with his incessant foreboding of death, Huai Shi feels as though he could endure until the end of time. However, there is one drawback. For reasons unknown, his complexion has become increasingly pale, resembling that of a delicate youth, as if dusted with powder. His once sun-kissed arms now gleam like jade, with even the veins beneath his skin becoming conspicuous. This transformation leaves Huai Shi, who yearns for a rugged demeanor, feeling particularly uncomfortable. Am I becoming too effeminate? He muses to himself in the mirror. Can't I appear more normal? The effects of the potion seem promising. Crow appears quite pleased with his results, removing his glasses. At this rate, he predicts that in about a week, Huai Shi will be ready for burial. What is that supposed to mean? Huai Shi's senses heighten. Did I inadvertently say something? Crow blinks innocently. Did I just hear someone mention burial? You must be imagining things, Crow replies, averting his gaze with a seemingly resigned sigh. This is a common symptom during the growth phase. Akin to puberty, there are always some embarrassing occurrences. You must learn to adapt to it. Chapter 53 Faust, Part 1. In the stillness of the study, Ai Qing gazed silently at the mobile phone on the table. The light emanating from the screen intertwined in the air, forming an invisible display that revealed a man seated at his workstation, his expression vacant. She spoke. I wish to inquire about the progress of the report I submitted. After a brief silence, the impassive clerk shifted his gaze from the computer screen and replied. Your request for assistance has been approved. In accordance with the sublime management law of the respective nation, it has been communicated to the East Asia Social Security Bureau. You shall receive a response within 1 business day. It is the duty of every inspector to eliminate present threats. Please remain vigilant regarding the current situation and ensure it does not deteriorate before resolution. Ai Qing sighed. In recent years, as the pressure beyond the borders gradually diminished, the United Nations began to impose further restrictions on the Astronomical Society's authority. Now, within the confines of sovereign nations, frontline inspectors like her were no longer permitted to retain even armed forces, and personnel numbers were dwindling, evolving from operational agencies into mere observational bodies. In light of the increasing dominance of the 5 permanent members, the governing bureau opted for concession, delegating routine military actions to the respective nations to avert sovereignty disputes. No, one might say, the struggle between the sovereignty faction and the border faction within the governing bureau has reached a fever pitch. As the agents of the 5 permanent members began to demand greater rights and resources, conflict became inevitable. At this rate, one day she would surely find herself employed in the Special Affairs Office, wouldn't she? Yet, to maintain such a conservative stance on events involving catastrophic elements could be considered a form of indulgence, could it not? Or perhaps it was a desire to allow matters to worsen, only to emerge later to rectify the situation? The possibilities were too numerous to contemplate. Rubbing her temples, she chose to abandon these vexing thoughts and inquired, what about the other application? After some operations on the computer, the clerk looked up and responded, your application for relic request has been approved. He then extracted a form from the nearby vacuum tube, examining its contents and the approval. The requested border relic was numbered 1752, classified as an S-level corrosive entity, Faust. He continued, you are permitted to question it 3 times. Please adhere to the relevant regulations and pay particular attention to Articles 6, 7, and 19. Confirm upon completion. A document appeared on Ai Qing's phone. As per protocol, she cast a glance at it, stating, completed. The clerk nodded, tapping his fingers in the air, conjuring a text box before turning to Ai Qing. Please read the following text aloud and ensure compliance. With calmness, Ai Qing recited the text. I shall ensure vigilance and skepticism regarding all that pertains to the border relic Faust. I shall guarantee that inquiries about Faust remain within the scope of this incident. I shall abide by the regulations. I shall maintain my sanity and, when necessary, relinquish personal freedom, accepting the control and character correction of the technical department. Thus it is. As she finished reading, her signature materialized on the text box, which subsequently transformed into an A4 sheet, landing in the clerk's hand. 3 questions, please use them judiciously. The clerk took a nearby stamp and pressed it down. The crisp sound of the red seal hitting the paper echoed through the room, resembling the bursting of a bubble, while the intangible sound seemed to ripple through the space, causing everything to undulate like waves. Authorization granted, the present realm unfolded. In an instant, Ai Qing felt an exhilarating sense of weightlessness, akin to being on a slide or in a sports car, but that peculiar sensation abruptly ceased. The screen projected by her phone dissipated. In the silent room, a phantom materialized without sound, slowly coalescing into substance. Border delivery, BIFROST, if translated directly, could be termed as Rainbow Bridge. It is one of the 3 major blockades encircling the present realm and serves as the most widely utilized information conduit among the safety valves established by the Astronomical Society to prevent global annihilation. One of its primary functions is to leverage the vast network of pathways and countless relay stations built upon the present realm, allowing for the immediate deployment of any individual to any corner of the realm. Though numerous restrictions have been implemented to prevent misuse, it remains the most prevalent mode of transport during emergencies. The sound of clanking steel resonated, Emerging from the armored figure was a person indiscernible in age, his face obscured by a beard, clad in heavy armor, and gripping a flaming sword. His braided hair was etched with layers of tattoos, evoking a sense of desolation and grandeur. Yet, his visage was disconcerting, not merely due to the stitched eyes and ears hardened by molten iron, but because his lips bore no trace of a tongue. Do not look, do not listen, do not speak. He is the guardian of the border relic Faust, and also the failsafe that would sever the user's head should the relic spiral out of control or be misused. One hand rested on the great sword while the other held a massive, weighty tome, its steel cover and lock resembling layers of confinement. With the release of countless iron chains, the lock clicked open. Amidst the bubbling sound of viscous liquid, an avalanche of words erupted from within, flitting through the air like frantic flies. Ultimately, they converged, forming a hunched old man, who, upon landing, began to cough violently, as if his lungs were an antiquated engine, expelling sparks, black smoke, and tendrils of dark liquid. Before they could touch the ground, they were yanked back into the book by an unseen force. With a sigh, the elderly figure draped in a Roman-style robe gradually straightened his back, leaning on his cane, and murmured, at last, a bit more comfortable. What rare freedom this is. Who has summoned me? He surveyed his surroundings, the eerie gaze of shadowy eyes scanning the room before finally landing on Ai Qing, revealing a mocking smile. Ah, an amusing, unfinished product, a fragmented soul. See, what did I say last time? My dear little harlot, we meet again. As he approached, he nearly brazenly inhaled the scent of Ai Qing's hair. The fragrance of a maiden. How unfortunate that you have matured yet no one has come to harvest. Or is it that you are overlooked? A life lived without experiencing the wonders of the opposite sex is indeed a lamentable fate. Do you require my assistance? Crack. The sound of a stun gun flashed past. The old man convulsed and collapsed before the wheelchair, twitching violently. After a while, whether from relief or pain, he raised his head stiffly. Oh. Is this a declaration of master-servant rights? To a book? Ha ha ha, how pitiable. As Faust grinned, revealing a derisive smile, he spread his arms. Demon Faust, at your service. Please ask your questions, my master, if you can bear the price necessary to attain omniscience. In that moment, the armored figure behind him tightened his grip on the sword's hilt. Regulation 1. No question shall receive a straightforward answer, yet a price must still be paid. Regulation 4. No requests for anything from Faust shall be made. Regulation 9. Inquiries regarding overly broad topics are prohibited, and direct answers cannot be sought. The only prudent method is through indirect verification to mitigate the cost. Ai Qing closed her eyes, disregarding the demon's raucous laughter, and began to contemplate. After a prolonged silence, she opened her eyes and posed her question. Is the Savior's current course of action truly aligned with its own will? Faust, with a grotesque grin, extended his hand, unveiling his palm. The price for this inquiry is an Odysseus coin, the one you carry with you. Ai Qing furrowed her brow, glancing at the armored figure, who exhibited no reaction, nor did he object. According to the nature of the question, Faust would demand from the inquirer possessions within their vicinity, not limited to their own belongings. Most often, the cost fluctuated according to the difficulty of the answer, yet there were always exceptions. Faust would invariably solicit matters of profound significance to the inquirer, such as the lives of family members, the sacrifice of children, or even the act of self-sacrifice. The grave consequences resulting from such transactions were countless. Would the celestial bodies not have entrusted the armored figure to guard this tome? When the price exceeded its limits, he would unceremoniously sever the inquirer's head, preventing Faust from uttering the answer and completing the transaction. An Odysseus coin still fell within acceptable bounds. Ai Qing remained silent for a moment, then removed the coin from the silver chain around her neck and handed it over, uttering not a word. Faust erupted into boisterous laughter, cradling the coin, greedily licking it as if yearning for the sweat and essence clinging to it, and swiftly swallowed it whole. Then, contentedly wiping his mouth, he responded to her query, just as a bird cannot thwart a tempest. In other words, after Wang Hai, was there still someone orchestrating this all, concocting some plan? Ai Qing frowned. The invaluable object to her had yielded such a meager response. Even with prior preparation, she felt an unbearable discontent. She remained silent for a long while, exhaling slowly, suppressing her anger, before posing her second question. Will their scheme lead to alterations in the depths of hell? The demon city? Ah, an intriguing question. Faust chuckled, surveying his surroundings. Let me ponder what the cost of this question might be. What should I take from you? No. What should I leave behind to etch a lasting pain in your memory? Soon, his gaze landed upon the wall, specifically a dust-covered frame. He turned to Ai Qing, noting her ashen visage, and smiled with satisfaction. I shall take it. The swordsman exhibited no reaction. Ai Qing remained silent, her palm gripping the armrest tightly, the veins beneath her pale skin pulsating with fury. After a lengthy pause, she closed her eyes. Take it. Faust laughed heartily, snapping his fingers. The frame ignited, the dust cover falling to the ground, and amidst the dancing flames, a faint silhouette cradling a child became discernible, as if holding the treasures of the world. She beamed radiantly at the camera, her smile vanishing into the fire. Answer me. Ai Qing whispered softly. Answer my question, Faust. Chapter 54. Faust, Part 2, As You Wish. Faust, exhilarated, danced with fervor, reveling in that bittersweet agony and ire. His mouth agape as he resounded verses akin to a poem, a ritual, 10 feasts, the bones of 100, the eyes of 1,000 birds, and 10,000 venomous serpents, dying within a spiritual coffin, thus weeping, metamorphosing from a realm of hell, thus perishing. Shadows of rebirth clung to his wings, and the lurking bird would soar into the sky. Crack! The sound of a shattered armrest echoed under his furious grasp. Ai Qing bit her lip, remaining silent. Her most treasured possession had merely exchanged for a prophecy devoid of utility? After a burst of poetic inspiration, Faust, invigorated, ran his fingers through his hair, raised his head, and gazed down into her eyes, as if peering into the furious magma beneath an icy surface, grinning widely. You have but one final question left. Ai Qing remained mute. Faust leisurely awaited her response until she finally calmed and posed her last inquiry. Will anyone lose their life because of the Astronomical Society? Faust raised an eyebrow. He leaned forward, propping himself on his cane, scrutinizing Ai Qing's face, admiring her tranquil demeanor, and quietly observing until he discerned her yearning for an answer in her eyes. At which point a malicious smile crept across his face. Do you wish to know? He cackled, eyes wide with intrigue. Do you truly wish to know? Ai Qing said nothing. You ought to have better questions. What has rendered you so weak, little girl? Faust marveled at her countenance, reveling in his superiority. I know whom you wish to inquire about, so there is no need for circumlocution. I can provide you with the answer. However, he paused, articulating the nearly jesting price. I require your tears. That is impossible. In silence, Ai Qing regarded him coldly. I possess none of those. Then you are destined to remain unanswered. Ha 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 ha. Faust laughed heartily, the demon within him mocking its master. Why still concern yourself with others, little girl? Do you not loathe all of this? You detest the transcendent, despise the powerless, resent the strong, and scorn the weak. You abhor the fortunate, yet those who have lost everything cannot elicit your compassion. Is your hatred truly necessary? Enough, he sneered, unveiling the final scar. What you detest most is yourself, is it not? Ai Qing remained silent, as if oblivious to his words. You shall endure eternal suffering, never finding solace. Faust grinned, his forked tongue stirring venomous saliva. No one can save you, little girl. Your heart has long been left in hell, in a desolate realm where even demons cannot survive. You will suffer eternally, just as you are eternally alone. If it were merely solitude and suffering, what is there to fear? Ai Qing finally lifted her gaze, speaking softly. Since you have enjoyed yourself enough, it is now my turn. In that instant, Faust's eyes widened. He bent down, staring in astonishment at the dagger that had pierced his abdomen, devoid of a hilt. The dagger was withdrawn. A brilliant, divine radiance emanated from its spine, evaporating droplets of pitch-black blood with a hissing sound. This was her meticulously prepared farewell gift. Bang! His body trembled, collapsing once more, slowly dissolving into ink-like wisps, drawn back into the violently flipping pages of the book. Go back to your hell, Faust. Ai Qing regarded him impassively. Enjoy your eternal life and omniscience, which even slaves would pity. No, I shall anticipate, in agony. The demon cast a mocking glance at the mortal realm. The next time we meet, the price you will pay. The shadow dissipated. The armored figure tightened, and then loosened his grip on the sword, ultimately remaining motionless. Although suspected of damaging a border relic, Ai Qing had not violated any commandments. Thus, the pages closed, and the shackles re-emerged. His sealed eyes seemed to gaze at Ai Qing for a long while before he withdrew his gaze, and turned to vanish into a wisp. In the silence, the study returned to its previous stillness. After a long while, the sound of a telephone rang out. Caller ID, unknown. The phone persistently rang, as if awaiting her response, until she reached out to press the answer button. Who is it? Is it Ai Qing? It's me, Chi-1, your Uncle Chi. Do you remember? A warm laugh resonated from the other end. An aging voice spoke. Apologies for the sudden call. I hope I haven't disturbed you, my idle self. I heard from the old man that you're in Shanghai. I was quite surprised. It's been so long. Why don't you come visit me? The elderly man reflected. Coincidentally, your cousin just returned from America. You young ones surely have plenty in common. How about I send him to fetch you tomorrow for dinner? Ai Qing listened in silence, suppressing the discomfort and gloom swelling within her, having grown weary of that old man's condescension. Uncle Chi, there is no need for dinner. I've been quite busy with work lately. We're family. Let us not make it so estranged. Are you still angry with the old man? Blood is thicker than water. What grudges cannot be resolved? Uncle Chi sighed wistfully, genuinely vexed. How about I apologize on his behalf? The old man will be turning 100 in a few months. Don't hold on to your anger. Every holiday, he always asks, has Ai Qing come back? Is Ai Qing back yet? He calls you, yet you always fail to answer. No matter how important work is family not more important? Besides, wasn't he the old man acting for your benefit? Look, in the end, your father succeeded in transcending, and you too have shown signs of source awakening. Crack. The pen in Ai Qing's hand split open. In the silence, her gaze fell, unable to conceal the deep-seated gloom and fury that had seeped into her bones. She allowed the man on the phone to prattle on until he finally fell silent. Uncle Chi, that's enough of the trivial chatter. I have work to attend to. So this will be it. And please remember, my name is Ai Qing, Ai from Ai Yi, and Qing from Tian Qing. Since you're so insistent, I have nothing left to say. In the silence, Chi-1 refrained from further comments. Merely sighing. The old man often tells us, children who do not return home will suffer outside. The busy tone followed. The call ended. Ai Qing calmly set down her phone, her expression devoid of emotion. If good news arrives like a pigeon, always delayed, then bad news is akin to a raven, arriving in swarms, incessantly dropping foul excrement and leaving a nauseating aftermath. It erupts at the most inopportune moments, in the most unwelcome places. Now, not only was she beset by work issues stemming from the purified people and the venomous fable left by Faust, but familial pressures also loomed at the most inappropriate time. Even if this pressure had long been anticipated, she was acutely aware of her preciousness as a puppet. Neither from her family's standpoint nor her own judgment would she allow herself to drift outside the Yin family's influence. After nearly a century of decline, the Yin family has finally managed to revive itself, yet the distance to its once prestigious status remains insurmountable. The path to reclaiming its former glory is shrouded in uncertainty, and it is impossible to predict how long this journey will take. In comparison to foreign aristocracies with their long-standing legacies, several decades may indeed seem fleeting. Numerous examples exist of families enduring humiliation for over a century before returning to the pinnacle of power, yet countless others have vanished without a trace. This is a protracted gamble that demands everything, where every single chip holds critical significance. Thus, to achieve this objective, every family member, whether from the main branch or collateral lines, is considered an invaluable resource. Moreover, Ai Qing has now ascended to the position of inspector within the Astronomical Society. Although still a novice, the hidden power she wields can be astonishing when necessary. It is evident that the Yin family is poised to engage in the internal struggle between the sovereign faction representing the Five Constants and the border faction advocating for the frontier within the Astronomical Society. Perhaps they have already placed their bets. And what role will she play in their intricate plans? Forcing her weary mind to function, Ai Qing found herself envying the professor. That portly man. At the very least, he could readily access abundant sustenance when needed, unlike her, who could only sweeten her coffee with sickeningly sweet cubes of sugar time and again. What truly unsettled her was not the family, at least not at this moment, but rather the phone call. What significance did it hold? A warning? A tender notification to salvage family ties? Or something else entirely? It must be more than it appears. Unreasonably, she sensed that Chi-1 might represent more than just the Yin family, even though the Yin family has supported him over the years. One could only speculate how someone like Chi-1, who wields considerable latent power, would deign to flatter the family's heels in such matters. Is his intention truly so simplistic? Regardless of how sincere his words may be, she still perceived an underlying implication in Qi Wen, as if something were concealed beneath the surface. Even those seemingly earnest attempts at persuasion felt like a probing inquiry, although she had never established any direct contact with them. She was acutely aware of the Qi family's significant influence in this gradually declining city, reminiscent of the former Huai family. On the surface, the Qi family has long focused on shipping and logistics, yet it is likely that smuggling operations lie beneath the surface. But is such behavior uncommon? It is, in fact, commonplace. It is hardly a secret, as those who rely on the mountains eat from the mountains, and those who depend on the waters eat from the waters. To not engage in smuggling along the numerous coastal routes would be quite unthinkable. Given Qi Wen's cunning nature, he would certainly avoid leaving any incriminating evidence behind. So, what exactly is he probing? What does he wish to extract from her, this nearly ornamental inspector? She pondered in silence for a long while before exhaling deeply. Clearly, it was imperative to address all potential risks and vulnerabilities. Additionally, necessary precautions must be prioritized. After her contemplation, she picked up the phone. Hello, Municipal Library Archive Management Office. Who is this? The professor? Ai Qing inquired. In addition to the investigation for the Salvation Society, please clarify all movements of the Qi family over the past few years. And expedite it. On the other end, the sound of writing could be heard, and soon a deep voice responded, understood. It's been recorded. The price remains as usual. Expedited requests will incur an additional 30% surcharge. Is that acceptable? Whatever it takes, I just need results. A day's time, the professor replied, and thus the call was terminated. Ai Qing placed the phone down expressionlessly, yet the unease within her intensified. After a prolonged silence, she closed her eyes and sighed wearily. Chapter 55. When to cut ties in the office, imbued with an ancient charm, Qi Wen hung up the phone. Contrary to the decay implied in his tone during the call, he appeared merely aged, with meticulously combed, mottled white hair, a sharply tailored suit, and a countenance that, though not overtly angry, exuded an undeniable authority. At that moment, he did not display any overt displeasure. He merely rubbed his brow, his expression revealing a hint of complexity. Seated behind the desk, a young man casually eating an orange looked up and asked, "Dad, what did she say?" Qi Wen replied with a calm demeanor. "She is still young and naive. In time she will understand the blessings of our family." "Is that her ignorance?" The young man retorted with a scoff. "With a father like you and a daughter like her, a cripple, does she truly believe she earned her position as an inspector through merit? Frankly, Dad, you needn't waste any emotional investment on a liability destined to marry off. TSK, if it weren't for the old master's wishes, I wouldn't oppose to even want her as a free gift." Bang! Qi Wen and oppose. Teacup shattered before him, hot water splattering and nearly startling him from his seat. "Silence, you fool. What are you thinking? Do you presume to interpret the old master's intentions?" Qi Wen glared at him, eyes wide with fury. "You think you can meddle in the affairs of the Savior Society, associating with those lunatics and leaving a trail of evidence and disaster? Are you hoping I will die from your reckless antics?" Qi Yuan? Qi Yuan, taken aback, stubbornly replied, "I merely wish to assist the family." "Be quiet. Hiluo? Hiluo, come in." Qi Wen abruptly halted his grip on the cane as a rugged man entered the room. "See this wastrel home," Qi Wen commanded coldly. "Until the storm passes, should he dare step outside, break his leg." "Dad, that's excessive," Qi Yuan protested indignantly. "Why does it seem that whenever I earn a little, it's as if I've committed a grave offense? Were you not the first to associate with them? What are you afraid of? That woman will eventually serve you tea. Does she dare to offend us?" Qi Yuan, exasperated, closed his eyes in silence. Soon, Qi Yuan was coaxed away by his bodyguards, leaving Hiluo alone in the office. His expression still tranquil, without uttering a word. After a lengthy silence, Qi Wen rubbed his brow and finally exhaled, returning to his usual composed demeanor. "Is this about the Savior Society?" he inquired. "Recently, Wang Hai has been hiding in the suburbs, moving stealthily as if in contact with someone," Hiluo explained. "The young master has been deceived by him and seems to have issued some sort of bounty, although I have erased all traces. The trouble caused by the Savior Society may still implicate us." "And where is he now?" "Unknown. This afternoon, he approached me wishing to see you." Hiluo hesitated before reiterating Wang Hai's words. "He claims to bear the will of the baptizer. As instructed, I informed him that the boss is recuperating and is not meeting anyone." He then departed. Qi Wen's eyes darkened. "Very well," he said. In the silence, Wen's fingers tapped rhythmically on the cane, seemingly lost in his thoughts. For decades, why has this impoverished corner of Xia always been rife with troubles? After so many years of waiting, the Huai family fell. Then the Yin family emerged, and just as they left, the Savior Society began its insidious entanglement. He squinted, murmuring softly, one after another, they all wished to use others as their pawns. Luo remained silent, and Wen did not seek answers. As if weighing a difficult decision, his expression fluctuated between gloom and ferocity. It was not until Luo stepped forward, interrupting his contemplation, that he spoke softly. Undeterred by Wen's ire. Boss, when to cut ties, cut them decisively. Wen regarded this loyal subordinate, his gaze cold and contemplative. After what felt like an eternity, he seemed to reach a resolution and closed his eyes. What of the gossiping gigolo? He was dealt with yesterday. His body was sunk into the sea, Luo replied. The underlings clarified that it was his own personal venture, unrelated to the Astronomical Society. Wen's expression softened slightly, dark clouds lifting. Are you aware of the events of that time? Everything was handled with precision, leaving no loose ends, Luo answered. Afterward, I employed a soul-binding technique. All involved will gradually lose their minds. Even if they do not perish, they shall become fools, with no recollection of the past. Even if they did, they would have no evidence. In the stillness, the silence was palpable. After a long pause, Wen lifted his gaze. Then let us end it. His expression was frigid. Collaborating with them had been a grave error, one that had brought lasting misfortune. Tomorrow, no, tonight, you will go and eliminate all traces of the Savior Society. Leave no incriminating evidence behind. Though the Qi family may be small, we are not a target for any lunatic to manipulate. Understood, Luo nodded. What about Ai Qing? We need not act against him. Our immediate priority is to extricate ourselves from this situation and withdraw discreetly. Xia is on the brink of change, and I wish to see how long she can dance in this inferno. In the evening, Huai Shi received a delivery. To be precise, a car without markings stopped at the entrance of the Shui Pavilion, dropping off a box after calling Huai Shi outside before swiftly departing. The delivery style was consistent, prompt and efficient, yet the service left much to be desired. A crow perched atop the desk, its claws gliding across a row of unfamiliar apps on Huai Shi's phone, continuously updating with a myriad of goods, while the currency fluctuated chaotically. The incessant ding echoed, reminiscent of a food delivery service. With basic tools at her disposal, she had been diligently concocting various potions. Officially, she claimed to work hard to support the household. Yet Huai Shi remained oblivious to her actual earnings, only hearing her lament daily about her financial struggles. Who would believe such nonsense? As Huai Shi entered the basement with the box, she found several crucibles bubbling away on the table, releasing colorful gases into the air. Had it not been for the glaring 100-watt bulb overhead, she might have thought she had stumbled into a mad alchemist's laboratory. To be frank, the lack of resources forced her to rely on flasks and beakers. The crow expressed its disdain. With the current budget, we can't even afford a decent centrifuge or crystallization apparatus, let alone a cleanroom setup or a plethora of other equipment. After reviewing her list of needs, Huai Shi felt a headache coming on, as if this creature intended to establish a chemical factory beneath her home. When did alchemy become so modernized? Don't be foolish. Can flasks and crucibles, mere tools for middle school chemistry, compare to professional equipment worth millions? The crow shot her a glance. The essence of alchemy is burning money. How can you grow stronger without investment? Huai Shi exclaimed in frustration. Despite all this spending, I haven't felt any stronger. That merely indicates you haven't spent enough. Invest a bit more. You haven't even put down for a Ferrari and dare to claim you've invested? The crow rolled its eyes, gesturing for Huai Shi to place the items on the table. At noon, it had sold off the stolen goods Huai Shi had recklessly brought back. The quality was reportedly good, and they had opted for a trade, returning with a substantial amount of materials. After a careful inspection, the crow nodded with satisfaction. Indeed. With this, you can gather the remaining materials for the potion and the essential components for the stigmata. Is that all? Huai Shi lowered her gaze to the various sealed vials within the box, containing a plethora of eerie substances. Several bottles of differently colored powders, a cluster of crystalline formations, a few pieces of dark iron ore, and various liquids that appeared to be extracted from plants. It was all utterly perplexing. This is rainbow ash, the crow explained. The ancient Norse referred to the naturally occurring phenomenon of spatial transfer as the rainbow bridge. This is the natural material left behind after the phenomenon concludes, used as a premium ingredient for concoctions. This is the testimony of the Silent One, she continued. Though it resembles, or it is actually a polymer of primal essence. Only when a person adheres to their oaths and guardianship of a secret throughout their lifetime can this rare substance manifest after death. It is, in essence, a crystallization of will and loyalty. Given its thumb-sized form, it seems that the secret must indeed be significant. As for the ore, it consisted of common border iron and frost silver, being the least expensive among them. These are all indispensable materials for crafting your stigmata, the crow elaborated, finally directing her gaze towards the ceremonial dagger resting on the table. However, the primary material is this item. The dagger trembled in fear under her scrutiny, emitting a mournful wail as it desperately attempted to leap from its sheath, only to be subdued by the crow's claw. It whimpered as if pleading for mercy. Once a fearsome, bloodthirsty blade, it now resembled a laboratory mouse awaiting its fate. The crow suddenly inquired, "Huai Shi, do you remember what stigmata are?" "Yes. I recall you mentioning solidified miracles." "Precisely," the crow affirmed. "The essence of stigmata is simply the term for invisible miracles given physical form." She shrugged lightly, adding, "Though these miracles often bring calamity, surely one must be deranged to hope that a miracle found in hell could bring happiness." The uniqueness of border relics lies not only in their utility and connection to the abyss, but also because they are products of abyssal miracles. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to them as alternative stigmata. Upon hearing this, Huai Shi finally comprehended and could not help but roll her eyes. "So, you're saying you want to dismantle a vehicle, extract the engine, and build me a little sheep, right? That's roughly the idea." "It's like taking from one wall to patch another," the crow replied, flapping her wings with confidence. "Rest assured, the amount needed isn't substantial. I will gather the remaining materials. And this dagger should still be usable, hopefully." Huai Shi felt too weary to respond further, silently praying that her stigmata would not be too burdensome. Her expectations were modest. She merely hoped that the fundamental functions would not be dismantled and sold as DLC. Just a pre-sale every now and then would be tolerable. But if they release a golden collector's edition later, who could bear it? By the way, what is that? Huai Shi pointed toward a basin in the corner, where a peculiar map shimmered, vaguely revealing the landscape of New Sea, with a flickering light in a remote area. "Oh, that," the crow glanced at it and remarked meaningfully, "is the location where Wang Hai is currently hiding." Chapter 56. The so-called destiny. First came confusion, then a moment of surprise, followed by shock. "What on earth?" Huai Shi leapt up in fright, leaning closer to scrutinize the scene reflected in the basin of water, recognizing the dilapidated factory nestled somewhere in the suburbs. "Unbelievable. Wang Hai is right here." "Indeed," the crow retorted, merely a watermarking technique traced through the ink of the event branches. "Is that truly something extraordinary?" Huai Shi's eyes widened. "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" "But you never inquired, did you?" The crow gazed at him with an expression of utter bewilderment, appearing completely innocent. Huai Shi could hardly restrain the urge to wring the neck of this wretched bird. "You are undoubtedly a traitor." He slammed his palm against the table, exclaiming, "Look at you, living off my family's rice, dwelling in my home, stealing my electricity, using my internet. I let that slide. But you are fully aware that this scoundrel wishes to eliminate me. Why keep it from me?" "Oh." The crow looked at him with curiosity. "If I had informed you sooner, what would you have done?" "Naturally, I would summon someone to deal with him. The Astronomical Society, or the Special Affairs Bureau, or perhaps both." The crow erupted into a peculiar laugh. "But how do you intend to explain their hiding in that location?" Huai Shi opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted. No, I do not mean your method of uncovering his whereabouts." The crow paused, casting a glance at the reflection in the water. "Rather, how will you explain why a property that once belonged to your family has transformed into a den for the purified people?" "What?" Huai Shi's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared into the basin. "You mean this place is mine? You truly have forgotten everything." The crow regarded him with a look of pity. "How is it that I, an outsider, can grasp this better than you?" "No, it should be something easily discernible with a bit of inquiry into property rights." "Indeed," she continued, "the place where Wang Hai is currently hiding was once one of Huai Shipping's cargo transfer warehouses. In other words, a location that belonged to your family over a decade ago has now become a fasting circle where the purified people raise exotic beings from the border." As she spoke, countless old papers flew from the basement, landing and gathering neatly into a pile before Huai Shi. I can comprehend your confusion and disorientation. But this conclusion indeed arises from your family and Appo's archive documents. Huai Shi silently flipped through the papers, one by one. These were undoubtedly relics from his family and Appo's storeroom, covered in dust and marred by mildew, discarded in some inconspicuous corner. Forgotten. The crow was correct. This had indeed been one of the Huai family's properties. A warehouse for cargo transfer. Yet, I do not recall it. Huai Shi sat in bewilderment, lost in thought, attempting to recollect, but childhood memories were riddled with gaps. Too many unclear fragments. After that high fever, many things began to fade. Yet, this did not seem particularly strange. Since he could remember, the family's fortunes had seemed to plummet. Even if his great-grandfather had been extraordinarily wealthy, all that remained now was an old house. The Huai family's once vast holdings had diminished, so it was hardly surprising if something were to occur, right? Merely bad luck, akin to his own enduring existence. But why? Then, did he feel such anger? Damn it, he muttered under his breath, unsure of what to be angry about. In the silence, the crow stood at the knife's handle, gazing at him with sympathy. The flickering light elongated her shadow, casting it upon the wall, dancing like flames. Allow me to impart a second lesson, Huai Shi. Her tone shifted, devoid of the usual frivolity and mockery, becoming solemn. As if the collision of glaciers and iron echoed with a low rumble. Destiny cannot be governed, yet its subjects differ. Destiny? Yes, destiny. The black bird proclaimed. Some choose their destiny, while others are paralyzed by the difficulties and fears they perceive, halting in their tracks. They can only await their fate to select them. While the latter is not without merit, when the floating weeds in the sea are swept into a tempest, what right have they to blame their fortune? Huai Shi remained silent for a long while before asking. Does that mean the former are guaranteed happiness? Who knows? The crow answered calmly. A valiant effort may not alter any outcome, but at least one dies with dignity, does one not? Huai Shi fell silent. You need not loathe yourself, after all. The past you had no choice, yet now everything has changed. The crow stated. If you do not care about what has transpired, you may easily ignore it, allowing it to remain submerged in darkness. I assure you, a bright future awaits. However, if you truly wish to uncover what once transpired in your family's home, you must confront it yourself. After a long silence, Huai Shi could not help but smile. Even if I were to know, what could change? Nothing would change, nothing would return. Just as destiny remains unaltered. Just like that book of destiny. The dust has settled, and the records contained within will never change. The crow gazed into his eyes, articulating slowly. But at least you can understand why you have lost, cannot you? In the profound silence, Huai Shi closed his eyes. Sighing wearily, after a considerable time, he opened his eyes, rose, and donned his coat, checking the trigger, barrel, and magazine of the handgun issued by the Astronomical Society before securing it in the concealed carry holster at his waist. Finally, he picked up the ritual dagger from the table and attached it to his belt buckle. Let me borrow this for a moment. Huai Shi zipped up his jacket. I will be right back. Very well. The crow waved her wings, wishing him a safe journey. As he was about to leave, Huai Shi paused, noticing the envelope on the table. What is that? Oh, that. The crow glanced at it. Someone came by at noon, but they did not enter. They merely placed this in the mailbox outside, and I believe it is for you. Huai Shi picked up the envelope, shaking it, feeling something metallic inside, which bore some weight. Upon opening it, a key slid out, landing in Huai Shi's palm. A brass key, aged and worn, appeared to be nothing more than a common type used in inexpensive locks, not a precious item for securing a safe or a security door. Yet, the faint weight felt so familiar that Huai Shi could almost recall the position of each tooth. It was the key to his piano room. Fui. The only person who would send this key would likely be her. After all, abusing her student council authority to investigate students' home addresses is quite in line with her character. What could this mean? Huai Shi examined the key, suddenly feeling a wave of amusement. She has skipped class again, that rascal. After a moment's thought, he reattached it to his keychain in his pocket. Never before had he felt so certain that this abrupt interlude would soon conclude. His life would once again resume. Returning to that room that belonged to him, resuming his piano practice, daydreaming, and envisioning future happiness. Back to his own club of fellow patients. Thank you. He sent a WeChat message to Fui, and shortly after, a response arrived in the form of an emoticon. To his surprise, it was a photograph of Huai Shi hesitating in front of the Cowherd Club, adorned with two dazzling, multicolored characters proclaiming, "Keep it up." Thus, it was indeed you. the ringleader of this emoticon exchange. He found himself torn between anger and amusement. Turning off the phone screen, he pushed open the door. Huai Shi was ready to embark on his journey. Chapter 57. It is you, little fire dragon. In the depths of darkness, silence reigned supreme, punctuated only by the incessant sound of chewing. A faint light illuminated the figure seated in the chair, seemingly lost in contemplation, eyes cast downward, listening to distant echoes. After a prolonged pause, a sigh escaped his lips. The chief family has betrayed us, he murmured softly, though it mattered little. After all, a turncoat like the chief family was never worthy of trust. Their treachery had been anticipated. Compared to such unreliable allies, it was a more considerable headache to deal with incompetent subordinates. The sound of chewing abruptly ceased. The darkness yawned like a vast mouth, slowly expelling a gaunt, naked figure that violently choked on the ground, emitting a harrowing wail of despair. After a considerable time, he finally awoke from his nightmare. Crawling like a dog and prostrating himself before the shadow, desperately bowing his head. "Lord, have mercy! Lord, have mercy! Lord, have mercy!" He cried out in supplication. "I have been too arrogant. It is my fault. Grant me another chance." In the stillness, no one spoke. The Lord seemed to ponder deeply. After a significant pause, he slowly shook his head. "No, Wang Hai," he intoned. "If the bounty of the hound is a result of the hunter's guidance, then the failure of the dog must also be attributed to the negligence of its master. This is my error. I misjudged your arrogance and folly, after all. You know nothing of the true world." Wang Hai stood frozen, unable to bear the chill of the shadows, trembling violently, only able to emit a whimper from his throat. "Lord, have mercy. Grant me another chance. I swear, I shall not fail again." "No, you have not failed," the Lord said calmly, shaking his head slowly. "In truth, you have successfully captured the attention of the Astronomical Society and the Special Affairs Bureau. Though you did not stir the waters, you have nonetheless achieved the minimum objective. The reason for your severe punishment stems from the contempt in your heart towards the Holy Spirit." He extended his hand, stroking Wang Hai's head. "You have been seduced by the trappings of mortals, showing no respect for true power, and you have offered neither faith nor loyalty to the genuine divinity. You must not forget." Wang Hai trembled, feeling the icy terror emanating from that hand, struggling to scream, simply shedding tears in silence. He strained his throat to produce a mournful cry. "Lord, have mercy, mercy. The Holy Spirit is never cruel, Wang Hai. The faithful must also harbor compassion." The Lord gazed down upon him. "If you beseech my mercy, I shall grant it to you, along with strength." As he spoke, the shadow slowly rose from the chair, crouched down, and met Wang Hai's astonished gaze, producing a dagger from within his robes, placing it gently before him. Wang Hai's smile froze. "What you have so desperately sought is vengeance against those living corpses of the Astronomical Society, is it not?" The Lord whispered in his ear. "However, it seems that employing another's hand pales in comparison to taking action yourself, does it not?" The Lord rose slowly, casting one last glance at him. "Before destruction descends, you have ample time to make a choice, whether to choose a submissive death or to embrace the blessings of the divine. This is the Holy Spirit's final generosity towards you." He said, "If you can attract a modicum of attention afterward, feel free to frolic. After all, the grasshoppers of autumn have but this utility. If you can fulfill your desires before death, you shall not have squandered the Holy Spirit's mercy." He turned and departed, vanishing into the darkness. In the deathly silence, only Wang Hai lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in sweat. The pitch-black dagger silently reflected a chilling glimmer. In the distance, Huai Shi spotted a black vehicle emerging from beyond the high walls, driving away. It seemed that someone was seated inside, but the reflective stickers obscured his view. He crouched beneath the shade of a tree, quietly observing the distant, silent warehouse, unable to discern anything for a long while. After all, the transit warehouse was vast, and from the outside, one could only see towering walls and rows of storage units, with a faint outline of staff dormitories. A two-story office building, and various disordered containers that had begun to fade. In this suburban area, there were no high-rise buildings, and to gain a better view, one would likely need to enter the premises. Stealing a glance was futile. Realizing this, Huai Shi sighed and took out a canister of spray given to him by the crow, applying a layer evenly over himself. The olfactory senses of border anomalies often surpass those of canines, and some even possess infrared vision. Thus, eluding their noses and eyes required the aid of alchemical potions. Of course, this was merely a scent-masking spray refined and modified by the crow. It lacked the ability to block infrared signals, but as long as he remained unseen, it sufficed. After ensuring every corner of his being was coated, Huai Shi rubbed his hands together, took a deep breath, and leaped, squeezing through a gap in the wall, scaling the high barrier. Fortunately, before leaving, he had found a pair of cut-resistant gloves in the storage room. Otherwise, he would have fallen victim to the barbed wire and glass shards atop the wall. Upon landing and seeing no one around, he sighed in relief, seizing the cover of the night, around 9 o'clock, to slip into the structure resembling an office building. The two-story office was not large, with only a few scattered departments. But it was devoid of personnel, and the doors were scarcely locked. This transit warehouse had likely been idle for quite some time. There was no need for such facilities. Huai Shi became covered in dust, yet found nothing of value. Peering cautiously out the window, he could see the brightly lit warehouse and the adjacent staff dormitories. If he truly wished to find something, he would have to venture there. However, those entering and exiting wore exceptionally peculiar white uniforms, making it quite troublesome to blend in. Logically, such labor-intensive roles would avoid any white or easily soiled colors, yet this place seemed entirely different. The white coats were excessively baggy, even featuring hoods, with an unfamiliar serpent emblem on the chest. Huai Shi pondered for a moment before thumping his palm. All right, I need to figure out a way to acquire one of those uniforms. Thus, the target became crucial. He concealed himself behind the window for quite some time until he noticed a figure approaching the nearby wall, lifting his garment to relieve himself. Wow, such a lack of public decency. Huai Shi gaped, catching a glimpse of the individual's indecent exposure, unable to suppress a sympathetic sigh. It is you, little fire dragon. To avoid alarming the unsuspecting individual, he quietly maneuvered around to the other side of the building. However, just as he leaped out the window, he felt a beam of light striking his face. Startled, Huai Shi looked up to see another security guard leaning against the wall, urinating. How well hidden. In that instant, their eyes locked. Who? The patrolling guard widened his eyes, reaching for his baton at his waist. Where did this thief come from? Don't misunderstand. Huai Shi's mind raced. Before the guard could call for assistance, he raised his hands to halt him. I'm from the gospel class. What's that? The guard paused, seeming to recall something, before expressing skepticism. Is that for real? Aren't you supposed to come tomorrow? Of course it's real. Just take a look. As the rhythm of Dong Cha-Cha echoed, Huai Shi, in a sudden fit of discord, began to dance, stepping forward 3 paces and retreating 2, before bursting into song. Within the abode of the divine, seated beside the Lord, the sweetness surpasses that of our own mothers. Hallelujah! To heaven we soar. With a swift advance, Huai Shi executed a sudden kick, sending the security guard crashing against the wall. Before the guard could even descend from his perch, Huai Shi seized a handful of ash and forcefully stuffed it into his mouth. The guard rolled his eyes, promptly succumbing to unconsciousness. The weight of the ashes amounted to at least 4,000 or 5,000. What a fortune indeed. Huai Shi dusted off the remnants from his hands, shaking his head in exasperation, and dragged the guard back into the room with him. When he next emerged through the window, the outside was already adorned with their ghastly white uniforms, complete with batons at their waists and flashlights in hand. With a hood, he would have appeared as just another security guard, indistinguishable from the rest. He could only feel fortunate for the commendable corporate culture of the pure citizens, where the gospel troupe rotated seamlessly, even the hymns being the same unchanging tune. Thankfully, he still remembered the melody of the gospel duet. Otherwise, today's endeavor would have been in vain. With a whistle, Huai Shi lifted his flashlight and meandered towards the center of the transit warehouse. Everything appeared normal, devoid of any alarming scenes. There were no grotesque displays of carnage, only those donned in white robes coming and going, some even lounging in dormitories, engrossed in mobile games. It all seemed exceedingly ordinary. Were it not for the ghastly attire, one might mistake it for a factory. The vastness of the warehouse left him aimlessly wandering, devoid of any clear objective or reward, even leading him to question his own nerves. Was Wang Hai really hidden here? His steps abruptly halted in front of an unremarkable warehouse at the southwestern corner. Lowering his gaze, he observed the ash accumulating in his hand. This was the residue of despair and death, swirling in the air. Someone had perished here. In an instant, every hair on his body stood on end. It was not just one. Drawn by the allure of the confined essence, they continued to coalesce, quickly gathering into a small clump in Huai Shi's palm. Momentarily stunned, He circled the warehouse and confirmed that the dissipating essence indeed emanated from within. Shoving the collected ash into his pocket, he began his search for an entry point. The entire warehouse seemed sealed from within. Aside from the large door outside, it appeared nearly impenetrable. Yet, at the rear of the warehouse, he discovered a ventilation window approximately 4 meters above the ground. As he contemplated finding something to stand on to climb inside, he suddenly caught a whiff of an eerily familiar scent, the stench of blood. When he turned back and lifted the board obscured by garbage, he uncovered the concealed body. He froze in shock. Was that another security guard?